When the two-winged dragon, which was bigger than the hill, appeared from the bottom of the sand dune, its tyrannical dragon aura instantly enveloped the audience, making everyone's hearts shudder. There is no way to match such an opponent. Looking around, in the yellow sand all over the sky, a huge grass-green monster quickly soared up, rolled up a large area of wind and sand around it, condensed into tornadoes, and spread towards the surroundings. This is a wind dragon. The storm rolled up, and the royal generals who originally trapped Yi Feng were blown up and down. Although they were not injured for the time being, the encirclement of Yi Feng collapsed. Good chance. Yi Feng looked for the right opportunity, didn't dare to waste time, and immediately activated the Eye of Feng Lei, wanting to take Su Feiying out of this dangerous area. But at this moment, he suddenly discovered that a large area around the area has been blocked by space, and with the power of the Earth-level space he comprehended, it is impossible to take Su Feiying out of here. It's the mysterious space barrier set up by this wind dragon. Yi Feng immediately reacted, secretly thinking that this would be bad, and now he can only wait for the blood dragon to arrive quickly. Fortunately, the primary target of this wind dragon was not Yi Feng, but Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing, who had killed hundreds of two-winged dragons. The hands of these two men were covered with the blood of the two-winged dragon, and there were still many dragon pills of the two-winged dragon in the storage belt. Of course, they became the first target to kill after the dragon leader appeared. Roar. The sound of the dragon's roar spread all around, shocking everyone present. At this moment, even Lu Feng, Jin Xinqing and other royal powerhouses were stunned by the dragon's roar. Immediately afterwards, several wind blades that were as sharp as blades were scattered towards the surroundings by the wind dragon, aiming at the royal generals. Puff. 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 There was the sound of a sharp weapon piercing someone's body in the wind, and then those royal soldiers who were the targets of the wind blades were cut in half by these wind blades, and died on the spot. Roar. After the wind dragon killed several people, it became even more aggressive, and its anger increased instead of diminishing. It is a shame to the dragon clan that his own dragon son and grandson were defeated by such a weak human being. It seems that after solving these tiny humans, it's time to teach future generations about how to fight. Of course, what it doesn't know is that it no longer has that chance. Swish. Lu Feng reflected in time and dodged a sharp wind blade that shot at her. If she hadn't been determined and hadn't been intimidated by the dragon's roar for a long time, this wind blade could have killed her as well. Now that she reacted quickly, she finally escaped the catastrophe. Yi Feng and Su Feiying flew beside him, careful not to let himself be the target of the wind dragon, always ready to hide those sharp wind blades. At this time, they heard Lu Fengjing yell anxiously several times in the fierce battle with the wind dragon in front of him. The cultivation of this wind dragon is probably far more than just reaching 1,000 years. Hearing Lu Feng's anxious tone, Yi Feng was almost certain that the strength of the wind dragon in front of him far exceeded Lu Feng's expectation. This has nothing to do with Yi Feng. Anyway, from now on, he just needs to wait slowly, and I believe that when he is in danger, the blood dragon will definitely show up to rescue him. Yi Feng has successfully completed the task of leading the giant dragon leader of this floating continent, and from now on, he only needs to watch the show. Almost, it's time to consider letting Su Feiying practice Dragon Sword Ju, and at the same time go to the Luaha Immortal sect in the Immortal Cultivation realm to rescue Yuechan. The fierce battle in front of us is still going on. Although this battle had nothing to do with Yi Feng, it was a deadly battle for Lu Feng and other soldiers of the royal family. If it is not done well, I am afraid that the entire army will be wiped out here today. If something happened to General Goddess, General Fei, and General Qianshan, it would be a huge blow to the power of the entire royal family. Swish. Swish. During the swaying of the wind dragon, several soldiers of the royal family had already died. Of the original 13 people, only 7 were still alive at this time, and it seemed that they would not live for long. Liu Feng's tone was still anxious, directing everyone to try to resist the attack of the wind dragon, but soon, 2 of the remaining 7 members of the royal family, 2 elite guards with 500 years of cultivation, died. There are only 5 people left. Lu Feng, Jin Xinqing, General Qianshan, General Fei, and another captain of the Imperial Guard of General Fei. Even if these 5 people are still alive, they still look in a state of distress. Just a few waves of wind blades easily thrown by the wind dragon caused heavy losses to the royal generals. At this time, the giant dragon of the wind department shifted its target to Lu Feng. A pair of longan eyes as big as the sun in the sky stared at Lu Feng firmly, making Lu Feng feel awe-inspiring. It's over, this beast is after her. She immediately wanted to think of a coping strategy, but before she could start thinking, the attack of the wind dragon had arrived. The power of the wind is the speed beyond the limit. No one present could see the attack of the wind dragon. The previous waves of wind blades were just appetizers. Now the wind dragon is about to kill Lu Feng, the culprit who killed many of its descendants. When the dragon is fully fired, no one can stop it. Die. Liu Feng's pupils widened in an instant, and a huge green shadow came over her in an instant, and a violent storm swept her into it in an instant. Immediately, severe pain began to spread from all over the body, as if it was about to be torn apart by this hurricane. Am I dying? Such a thought came to Liu Feng's mind. She never thought before that she would die in such a situation, at the hands of a beast. Obviously, she still has many things to do, and many people to protect. She is not reconciled. However, in the face of absolute strength, no matter how hard you struggle, it is useless. Watching Lu Feng being sucked into that fierce and deadly storm, the rest of the royal family generals, as well as Yi Feng and Su Feiying, were helpless. General! Jin Xinqing's eyes were about to burst, and he wanted to rush forward, but he was blown back by the wind dragon, flying him hundreds of meters away, and then fell heavily into the desert. At the moment when Lu Feng was caught in the storm, General Fei and General Qianshan, who had been fighting for fame and fortune, suddenly abandoned their previous prejudices, looked at each other, and saw a hint of determination in each other's eyes. Fight! The thick-browed General Qianshan didn't even hesitate for a moment, and with a surge of true energy, he instantly plunged into the storm that was involved in Lu Feng. When General Qianshan threw himself into the storm, General Flying Wing and the captain of his Imperial Guards arrived at the wind dragon at the same time, trying to block its footsteps. There are many gun shadows. The marksmanship used by the soldiers of the royal family is all a powerful fairy art, but among the generals, Imperial Guards, and ordinary soldiers, the marksmanship practiced by them is obviously not the same. Only generals at the level of Lu Feng are qualified to practice the top-level marksmanship of the royal family. At this time, General Flying Wing's marksmanship was much more powerful than that of his captain of the Imperial Guard. However, no matter how strong his marksmanship is, his cultivation is far inferior to that wind dragon. Hoo-hoo! The storm rolled up. The power of the wind-type dragon was fully urged, and the shadows of the spears swung by the two were smashed in an instant, and then 2 storms rushed out one after another, involving the 2 of them. Bright red blood flowed out from the storm, and the 14 members of the royal family gathered on the floating continent were basically dead or injured. Yi Feng was ashamed watching from the side. The strength of this wind dragon was really so strong that it was difficult for ordinary people to match. Even Liu Feng's level of powerhouse was no match for him. No. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes. That Lu Feng, it seems that he is not dead yet? The General Qianshan saved her. Su Feiying quickly saw the way, and raised her head to look into the storm, only to see the body of General Qianshan falling from the sky and fell heavily into the desert. But Lu Feng's body wearing silver armor was thrown out. Although the silver armor on her body was broken, it was obvious that she was not dead. It was General Qianshan who entered the storm and threw her out. When Lu Feng's seriously injured body slowly stood up from the desert, Yi Feng took another look at the fading storm, showing a little respect to the thick-browed General Qian Shan. Such a rough man can sacrifice his life to save others so decisively. The quality of the royal family's soldiers is really unbelievable. This also indirectly explained the importance of Goddess General Lu Feng in the royal army. Even if General Qian Shan sacrificed himself, he would save her from the storm. Ahem. Lu Feng stood up on the desert with difficulty, and the ordinary wind and sand around her seemed to blow her away at any time. Although he didn't die, Lu Feng's silver armor was shattered and dripping with blood. He was obviously seriously injured, and it was impossible to fight again. If nothing else, she would have to die in the end. But just when the wind dragon turned its attention to Lu Feng again, the situation on the court suddenly changed. A burst of brilliant and dazzling golden light suddenly fell from the sky, followed by a burst of golden spear shadows, piercing the sky and stabbing towards the wind dragon flying in midair. The body of this wind-type giant dragon is as big as a hill, dozens of times larger than the average football on the earth. And that golden spear shadow, which was about the size of the head of a wind dragon, pierced through it in one fell swoop. Laugh. The giant wind dragon reacted quickly, roared angrily, and slapped the dragon's claws upwards, hitting the golden spear shadow in the middle, and slapped it crookedly. Yi Feng's pupils shrank instantly. The golden gun shadow was obviously not the blood dragon, nor the previous royal generals. It must be another Xian who came here and joined the battle group. Judging from the shape of the gun shadow, the person who came should undoubtedly be a member of the royal family. Only. Golden gun shadow, the person coming must be a higher-level existence than Lu Feng. Yi Feng squinted his eyes and thought in his heart, could it be that the master of the royal family has arrived in person? Soon, his guess had an answer. When the wind dragon shot the golden spear shadow crookedly, more golden spear shadows fell from the sky in an instant, falling towards the wind dragon. Every gun shadow is powerful enough to shock the world. In an instant, the sky was filled with hundreds of golden spear shadows, and the power of each spear shadow was comparable to Lu Feng's full blow. The strength of the incoming person is hundreds of times stronger than Lu Feng. It is said that when a cultivator reaches 1,000 years of cultivation, his strength will undergo a qualitative change, so the person who comes here must undoubtedly be a strong person who has attained the Tao realm with 1,000 years of cultivation or more. Yi Feng guessed like this, raised his head, and finally saw a middle-aged man wearing a golden armor, holding a golden spear falling from the sky. The wind dragon waved its sharp dragon claws, and the wind energy scattered all over the sky. It met those golden spear shadows and completely blocked them. Although the middle-aged man in the golden armor is powerful, it is obvious that this wind dragon is not weak either. At least, he will not be defeated so easily by the opponent. Swish! A middle-aged man in golden armor descended from the sky and came to Lu Feng, who was seriously injured. With a golden spear erected on the desert, he raised his head to look up at the wind dragon. It's been a long time, I haven't met such a strong opponent, let's have a good fight. The man in the golden armor was full of arrogance, laughing loudly, dancing the golden spear in his hand, and the golden spear shadows flashed again, sweeping towards the wind dragon in the air. The wind dragon was a little impatient. These golden spear shadows can't break through its defense at all, but the tiny golden armored human being in front of him has repeatedly used it, which is completely ignoring it. The wind dragon was not vigilant, and waved its two claws without thinking, and a violent storm swept out. However, at this moment, suddenly, two extremely fierce gun shadows from other directions arrived suddenly, attacking the front and rear vital points of the wind dragon. There are others. Not only the wind dragon was slightly surprised, but even Yi Feng was taken aback. This middle-aged man in golden armor didn't come alone. It seems that the royal family is well prepared this time. The two gun shadows who came to support again were obviously made by two different people, each with a different aura, but no matter which gun's shadow it was, the aura it carried was extremely strong, obviously similar to that of the golden armor. Men are existences of almost the same level. It seems that there is still a good show to watch. Yifeng carefully took Su Feiying to hide behind a sand dune, feeling the tyrannical force flying in the sky in front of him, and knew that he could not intervene in such a level of battle. The golden spear shadow, and the later purple spear shadow and translucent spear shadow came to the wind dragon almost at the same time. The giant dragon roared, and the power of the wind system swept out, and 3 violent storms instantly met the shadows of the spears beside him. The forces of the two sides collided immediately, producing an extremely powerful explosion. The swaying dust and smoke not only reduced the visibility to an unbearable level, but also almost blocked Yifeng's spiritual consciousness. Soon, Yifeng, who was hiding behind the sand dunes, no longer knew what was going on in the arena. He only knew that the 3 strong men were fighting fiercely with the wind dragon. It took a long time before the dust finally seemed to settle. When the movement from the field outside gradually became weaker, Yifeng slowly detected his consciousness outside. The first thing he noticed was that the wind-type giant dragon like a hill had fallen on the desert, motionless, and was killed by the 3 members of the royal family. Yifeng's heart trembled. It seemed that the appearance of the blood dragon was not necessary to wipe out the 2-winged dragons on this floating continent. However, in this way, the dragon pills of these giant dragons have nothing to do with Yifeng. However, the blood dragon has not appeared so far. Could it be that there are other powerful existences that have not appeared? Yifeng thought in his heart. He didn't act rashly, no matter what. He believed that the blood dragon would not let him encounter danger. He and Su Feiying hid behind the hill, and when they searched out with their spiritual sense, they were immediately noticed by the man in the golden armor, but the corner of the man's mouth curled up, as if he didn't pay attention to Yifeng. From the other 2 directions, 2 people with the same powerful aura flew over. They were estimated to have cultivated for 1,000 years. They were all wearing golden long-sleeved robes. They looked a little old and had a noble status. The 2 old men also glanced at the hiding place of Yifeng and Su Feiying. They didn't pay attention, but gathered together first, and then prepared to deal with the corpse of the wind dragon. The man in the golden armor went to Lu Feng, who was seriously injured, trying to support her body in the silver armor. At this moment, there are cracks everywhere in the silver armor of Liu Feng's body, revealing a little bit of white skin, and even half of her face that she has deliberately concealed is exposed. However, Yifeng couldn't find out what she looked like, because he found that his consciousness was blocked by the opponent's 1,000-year-old powerhouse. What happened next, Yifeng didn't know, but it can be imagined that the body of the wind dragon is a huge treasure for the royal family. The preciousness of this wind-type giant dragon's body is definitely far more than Yifeng's Eye of Wind and Thunder, and the swords that split the sky. After all, although the Eye of Wind and Thunder has increased the power of space, it is only limited to the power of space at the ground level. And this giant wind dragon has comprehended the existence of the power of mysterious space. If anyone can use this to comprehend the power of the mysterious space, then it will naturally be of great significance to the entire royal family. Just like if Huogua is the first to research the principle of the space teleportation array, then it will be in an absolute leading position on the entire Earth. The time it takes to deal with such a large wind dragon is obviously not a matter of a day or 2. The royal family probably put down the body of the wind dragon first, then searched for other survivors, and healed them all. Yifeng quietly raised his head to take a look, but he saw Lu Feng leaning on a small hill. His injuries seemed to be still serious, even those 3,000-year-old powerhouses couldn't heal her injuries. And the man in the golden armor seemed to want to approach Lu Feng, but was rejected by Lu Feng, so he stood aside helplessly. The man in the golden armor should be the master of the royal family, right? Yifeng thought in his heart, so this guy is interested in Lu Feng. No wonder Liu Feng's status in the royal family is so high. Even General Qian Shan would rather die to rescue Lu Feng. According to the rules of the royal family, if Lu Feng died here, then General Qian Shan and General Fei Yi who were traveling with him might not be able to survive. Of the people in the royal family who were still alive, apart from Lu Feng who was seriously injured, only her Imperial Guard Captain Jin Xinqing was left. As for General Qian Shan and General Fei Yi, they had been buried in the storm of the Wind Dragon. Soon, the situation on the field initially stabilized. It wasn't until this moment that the man in the golden armor finally focused his gaze on Yi Feng and Su Feiying, who were hiding aside. "Both of you, should you come out and see me?" The divine thoughts of the man in the golden armor came through the wind and sand, with a playful look. "It is better to return the Eye of Wind and Thunder and the Sword of Thundering Heaven that belong to my royal family to our royal family, otherwise, I am afraid you will not be able to return them to us. They take them away from this place. The Eye of the Wind and Thunder and the Sky-Splitting Sword belong to your royal family?" Yi Feng chuckled, with the blood dragon as his backing. He would not be afraid of the other party at all. "It's a pity that I don't have these two things, I'm really sorry. What I have on me are the Eyes of Wrathful Thunder and the Thunderbolt Sword, not what you said, oh, the two of them." These words were obviously playing tricks on the other party, and Yi Feng's purpose was nothing more than delaying some time. "Boy, if you don't leave if I give you a way to survive, do you have to find death?" The man in the golden armor suddenly became angry. As the head of the royal family, how could anyone dare to speak to him in such a tone? Even the two elders of the royal family who came together this time were very polite to him, but they didn't expect such a little bastard who had only cultivated for more than 100 years to be so rude to him. It was really maddening. "Hey, it seems that your temper is not very good, so you are angry?" Yi Feng was surprised. "This way, we can't catch up with our goddess general. It seems that she prefers gentle and considerate men?" "General Lu Feng, are you right?" Lu Feng's injury has eased, but he is still in pain. After receiving this divine thought, he snorted coldly and didn't speak, obviously knowing that Yi Feng was teasing them. "My lord, be careful that this Yi Feng is a bit evil. I'm afraid he has some kind of powerful background." Lu Feng quietly conveyed his spiritual thoughts to the man in the golden armor, who is also the head of the royal family. The man in the golden armor squinted his eyes, but he couldn't hide the anger in his heart. "You wait here, I'll catch them and bring them here." As soon as the words fell, the golden figure flashed past, and arrived in front of Yi Feng and Su Feiying in an instant. Swish! The power of Yi Feng's Eye of Wind and Thunder had been prepared long ago, and he was not surrounded by anyone at this time, so he easily teleported 100 miles away, avoiding the arrest of the royal lord. A royal lord who has not comprehended the power of Xian-level space, even if he has cultivated for thousands of years, it will be difficult to catch Yi Feng at once, but if it goes on for a long time, Yi Feng's true energy will definitely dry up soon, and the royal lord will not be able to catch Yi Feng. It just consumed a drop in the ocean of true energy. Now Yi Feng's mission is just to delay the time. After teleporting to 100 miles away, Yi Feng was about to continue teleporting away, but after waiting for a while, there was no wave of space force flashing beside him. He didn't come after him? While Yi Feng was wondering, he suddenly noticed a tyrannical and shocking dragon's aura coming from the place where the royal family and the wind dragon fought, and he could clearly feel it 100 miles away. So there's another big guy. Yi Feng instantly understood why the blood dragon didn't show up just now. It turns out that the wind dragon is not the only one with two-winged dragons who have cultivated for thousands of years on this floating continent. When the second giant dragon leader appeared, not only Yi Feng was taken aback, but also the members of the royal family who were trying to chase and kill Yi Feng were also taken aback. The man in the golden armor, the lord of the royal family, originally wanted to chase him a few times and catch Yi Feng so that he could take back the Eye of the Wind and Thunder, the sky-shattering sword, etc., but in an instant, there was a terrifying force erupting from beneath the desert. This is an incomparably violent pillar of frost, which broke through the endlessly hot desert surface, and turned the original desert around it into 1,000 miles of ice all of a sudden. The sand sea that was originally covered by wind and sand immediately turned into a continuous stretch of ice, and the flying sand was completely stagnant, condensed by ice chips in the air into icicles reaching the sky. One of the royal elders wearing a golden long-sleeved robe was unable to dodge in time, and was frozen into a block of ice by the sudden gushing power of ice. Senior. The royal lord was taken aback immediately, and wanted to go forward to try to rescue him, but just as he was about to move, he found that a strong ice force began to surge out from the vicinity, instantly killing the royal lord. The elders drowned in it. Bang! With a loud noise, a huge monster broke through the frozen desert surface, flapped its wings, and soared up. And the elder of the royal family who was frozen in the icicle was shattered into pieces in an instant. A strong man who had reached the 1,000-year cultivation base was killed so easily. The new huge ice dragon that appeared now is much stronger than the wind dragon just now. This seems to be a female giant dragon, with endless anger in its roar, obviously extremely indignant at the death of the wind-type dragon. Originally, this female ice dragon was resting and recuperating. After giving birth to her first baby, she desperately needed to replenish her strength. However, at this time, her husband was killed by some tiny humans, because he appeared to avenge the son and grandson of the dragon, which made her furious. Therefore, although her body still hadn't fully recovered, she woke up immediately, rushed out of the desert, and turned a large area around her into a world of ice and snow. In this world of ice and snow, all spatial powers below the Xian level were banned, and no one, including Yi Feng, Su Feiying, and the royal master, could escape from this world. The royal master in golden armor gritted his teeth, and quickly returned to Lu Feng, who was seriously injured. Lu Feng, can you go? The royal lord asked anxiously. Take me away, this ice dragon, we are not opponents. Lu Feng spoke out with difficulty, and she could feel that the strength of this ice dragon was far superior to that of the royal master who had just reached a millennium cultivation level, and even the remaining elder of the royal family was far from being his opponent. No one knows how many years this ice dragon has cultivated. Take you away? It seems that no one can leave. The royal lord took a look at the surrounding situation, as well as the giant female ice dragon flying into the sky, and slowly shook his head. In the current situation, if he wanted to escape from this icy and snowy area, he could only use that method, and that method could only let him leave here alone. Lu Feng seems to have no choice, but to be abandoned. At this time, the head of the royal family was extremely clear in his heart, and his thoughts changed sharply, considering whether to try to rescue Lu Feng. My lord, let's go. At this time, the surviving elder of the royal family quickly flew over, his golden long-sleeved robe flicked, and his somewhat aged face was reflected on the smooth ice surface around him. So handsome, he is worthy of being the supreme elder of our royal family. The head of the royal family thought in his heart and gritted his teeth. Since the supreme elder is here to stop the huge female ice dragon, maybe he can try to combine Lu Feng. Just as the man in the golden armor was thinking, an icicle suddenly pierced down from the sky, extremely fierce, and the cold energy alone made people shudder. Drink! The long-sleeved elder in the golden robe yelled, and without even thinking about it, his whole body glowed with golden light. He waved a purple spear in his hand, flew up and directly faced the terrifying ice spike. The quality of that purple long spear is obviously not lower than that of a Taoist weapon. At this moment, when it is danced by the Supreme Elder, the power it exerts is enough to collapse mountains and seas. The shadows of the guns were chaotic, and they met the terrifying ice thorn at the first time. The two collided heavily, making a violent explosion sound, followed by the sound of ice shattering. Click! The body of the Supreme Elder wearing a golden long-sleeved robe was frozen into ice, and then cracked inch by inch, turning into a pile of shattered ice. The death methods of the two royal elders are exactly the same, the difference is that the former died without doing anything, and the latter even helped the royal master to block before he died. Elder. The royal lord watched helplessly as the supreme elder was killed by ice spikes on top of his head, but there was nothing he could do, his eyes were tearing open. However, at this time, what he considered most was his own life. No, I have to leave here immediately. The strength of this ice dragon has exceeded expectations. Thinking in his heart, the royal lord suddenly left Lu Feng beside him, and took out a mirror exuding a fierce fighting spirit from the storage belt. As soon as this mirror appeared, Lu Feng's expression changed. This is the mirror of the emperor. Before she could react, the man in the golden armor had already poured his true energy into the mirror of the emperor, and suddenly activated the mirror exuding fierce fighting spirit. A burst of powerful spatial power erupted from the mirror of the emperor. Lu Feng has meritorious escort, and his relatives and family members will posthumously confer titles of princes and honors for generations to come. After the royal lord finished speaking, his whole figure dissipated in the tyrannical space power emanating from the mirror of the emperor, and soon disappeared. This guy actually left such a sentence and ran away by himself. Lu Feng coughed twice from the side, a little stunned, but also a little helpless. The other party's status is noble, it is impossible to stay with her to die. It's just that the royal family didn't get anything from this operation, but instead lost so many generals, including 2 supreme elders. It's really a big loss. Even the corpse of the wind dragon could not be brought back. When the head of the royal clan left across the space, the female ice dragon couldn't get over her anger, and suddenly went crazy. The closest target to the female ice dragon was only Lu Feng, and at this moment, Lu Feng had clearly become the female ice dragon's target. Lu Feng was about to despair, but at this moment, Yi Feng and Su Feiying, who had just fled away, flew back slowly. From the moment Yi Feng felt the appearance of the second giant dragon, he immediately realized that everyone in the royal family might not be able to do it this time. He reckoned that this giant dragon was already the last leader on this floating continent, and all the things that the blood dragon had told him should have been completed. Therefore, he resolutely brought Su Feiying back for a while, and entered this icy and snowy scene. He ran back not to save anyone from the royal family, but to click on the dragon pills in the hands of everyone in the royal family. If he can take this opportunity to get hundreds of dragon pills and take them back for everyone on Peach Blossom Island to absorb, his power will skyrocket in no time. However, when Yi Feng came back, he only saw the injured Lu Feng, leaning against a sand dune that had turned into an icicle, and looked over in surprise. Is she alone? Yi Feng was a little stunned. He glanced around, but saw that there were some fragments of golden robes mixed with 2 pieces of shattered ice, and there were some bright red blood stains in the fragments. Immediately he understood that the 2,000-year-old helpers of the royal family had been easily killed by the second giant ice dragon. However, when he looked around, he couldn't find any trace of the man in the golden armor's death. Could it be that the guy escaped by himself? It's really surprising that the guy was able to escape when the power of the mysterious space around here was closed. What shall we do now? Su Feiying was beside Yi Feng with an incomparably dignified expression. Yi Feng knew in his heart that the blood god dragon would definitely not let him have any accidents, but Su Feiying didn't know that now that Yi Feng returned voluntarily and entered this closed ice and snow land, it would be tantamount to throwing himself into a trap. Above, the giant ice dragon spread its wings, covering the sky and the sun, and the roaring storm with strong cold air spread out, almost freezing the air into ice cubes. It was foreseeable that in such an environment, Yi Feng and Su Feiying couldn't hold on for more than 5 minutes without the giant ice dragon making a move. While coughing, Lu Feng stood up with the help of the icicles, not afraid in his heart, but only in unprecedented tranquility. Before dying, she had only one question. That is Yi Feng's identity, and the trump card he relies on. Just now, Yi Feng and Su Feiying should have left this icy and snowy area, but it is obviously unreasonable to come back and throw themselves into the trap. Obviously, Yi Feng, a young man, must be sure of surviving in this environment. Lu Feng didn't expect Yi Feng to save her, but she was very curious about what the other party's trump card was. If she didn't figure it out, she might die without resting her eyes. After all, will she die here, or be tricked by Yi Feng? Roar. The cold wind was bitter, the giant ice dragon roared to the sky, the ice and snow were flying, and it was about to show off its power and kill the last 3 humans below. However, at this moment, she suddenly felt an unusual aura around her. This aura is full of killing intent and hatred. Even this giant ice dragon has a chilling feeling because of this aura. And this aura was also felt by Yi Feng, Su Feiying, and Lu Feng. Yi Feng was overjoyed. Of course he knew that this was the breath of the blood dragon. Unexpectedly, after waiting for so long, this product finally appeared. Of course, Yi Feng also knew that the blood god dragon appeared now because he didn't want to let go of any 2-winged dragon on this floating continent. If the blood dragon had appeared when the first wind dragon appeared just now, it is very likely that the ice dragon would have used the power of the mysterious space to escape as quickly as possible. And the mystery of the power of the mysterious space is that once you leave this world, no one can track down which other world you have been teleported to. In that way, the blood dragon would not be able to track down where the giant ice dragon went. In order to wipe out these 2-winged giant dragons, it is only natural that the blood dragon finally appeared at the last moment. Except for Yi Feng, both Lu Feng and Su Feiying showed a burst of astonishment. Could it be that this giant ice dragon is not the strongest existence on this floating continent? There are stronger dragons coming soon? Yi Feng, what are you thinking? The more this time came, the more curious Su Feiying and Lu Feng became. After much deliberation, they couldn't figure out how Yi Feng had the courage and confidence to return to this ice and snow-enclosed space. Su Feiying was fine, probably guessed that it might have something to do with the inheritance of the dragon's sword, but Lu Feng didn't know the reason at all. Could it be that this Yi Feng had lived enough and came back automatically to die? This is not scientific. While the 2 women were constantly guessing, an extremely strong bloody aura enveloped the audience, instantly making everyone feel an unparalleled oppression. Even Yi Feng was almost unable to move under the aura of the blood dragon. Not to mention Su Feiying and the injured Lu Feng, both of them could barely support themselves with their own cultivation. They each felt a strong pressure outside their bodies, which seemed to shatter her body into pieces. Fortunately, the pressure on everyone has been relieved, otherwise, the momentum alone would have smashed the 3 of them to pieces. And looking into the sky, the expression of the originally majestic giant ice dragon was suddenly filled with anxiety and fear, as if it had encountered some extremely terrifying scene. The sky of the entire floating continent turned completely blood red in an instant. Under the tumbling blood cloud, a long blood-colored dragon broke through the sky and came. Its huge body almost covered the sky of the entire floating continent, dyeing the whole world a blood-red color. The long dragon that appeared was exactly the appearance of the blood dragon that Yi Feng had seen in the Tomb of Dragon's Sword, but the one that appeared here was obviously the real body of the soul of the blood dragon. What Yi Feng saw in the Tomb of Dragon's Sword was at best just an incarnation. Seeing the real body of the blood dragon's soul at this time, even Yi Feng was taken aback. This is really a big guy. Moreover, this appearance actually changed the color of the world, as if all the creatures in this world wanted to pay homage to him. The appearance of the blood dragon was not accompanied by the demonstrative roar like the giant ice dragon, because it already disdained such artificial demonstrations. Just its own momentum is already more frightening than any demonstration. Blood dragon, come. At this moment, the 2-winged giant dragons on the entire floating continent were all oppressed by the aura of the blood dragon and crouched on the ground, trembling. The other creatures on the floating continent were all panicked. Although they didn't know what happened, they knew that the world they lived in might be undergoing earth-shattering changes. The giant ice dragon was frightened silly on the spot. The blood-colored long dragon above her head was hundreds of times bigger than her gigantic one in terms of size alone. It even covered the entire sky, turning the whole world into a blood-red color. And the ice and snow land she created, under the imposing manner of the blood-colored dragon, actually started to melt directly, and the mysterious level space power that blocked the space around it collapsed in an instant. Just all of a sudden, this giant ice dragon understood that its end was coming. She found that the mysterious space power comprehended in her body had been completely sealed and could not be used, and it was impossible to escape. It turned out that these despicable and insignificant human beings were trying to lure her out just now. At this moment, the giant ice dragon recalled the era long ago, the era when the two-winged giant dragon fell, and the biggest reason why she and her spouse fled to settle on this floating continent in a panic. Her strength is very strong. Even thousands of years ago, he had reached the 1,000-year cultivation level, attained the Tao fruit, realized the power of the mysterious space, and was able to travel between various worlds. However, the bloody long dragon that appeared in front of her was an existence that she was far from being able to match. This blood-colored long dragon is already the existence of becoming an immortal. However, even so, the giant ice dragon did not flinch in the slightest. Between the two-winged giant dragon and the eastern Shenlong, they have always been eternal enemies. Even if the giant ice dragon is no match for the blood dragon at this moment, she won't just wait to die like this. She wants to resist. Since you can't kill the bloody long dragon, let's take those tiny humans below. The giant ice dragon let out a roar, and opened its mouth without hesitation to spit out a series of icicles, like a rainstorm overwhelming, and sprinkled on Yifeng, Su Feiying and Lu Feng who were on the ground. Each icicle is enough to kill an existence like the master of the royal family. If Yifeng and the others were hit head-on by these icicles, there would be absolutely no way out. It's a pity, since the blood dragon appeared, of course everything has been arranged properly. Swish! Swish! A blood-colored spatial barrier instantly appeared around Yifeng, Su Feiying, and Lu Feng, protecting them tightly. This scarlet space barrier is far more than just the power of mysterious space. Even the icicles dropped by the giant ice dragon like a torrential rain cannot break through this thin layer of blood-colored space barrier, and are firmly blocked by this layer of blood-colored space barrier. Click! Crack! Boom! The icicles that fell like a torrential rain hit the blood-colored space barrier. One by one, they shattered into powder, rose into gas in the blood-colored brilliance, and quickly drifted away. It is not so easy to kill Yifeng. The giant ice dragon seemed to realize that the three humans below were important people that the blood-colored dragon above wanted to protect, so it let out a mournful cry. Unexpectedly, after hiding on this floating island for so many years, he was still found. In the end, not only could he not escape, but he could not even avenge his spouse. The giant ice dragon screamed, and it seemed that the two-winged dragons on the entire floating continent were screaming in unison. All of a sudden, the dragons screamed all over the world. All around this floating continent, those human beings who are being chased, killed, oppressed, and destroyed by the two-winged giant dragons, watching these two-winged giant dragons fly to the ground not far away at the same time, and let out mournful screams, one by one, my heart was incomparably shocked. In the sky, the blood-colored dragon danced like an emperor who ruled the world, making all the two-winged dragons surrender to him. However, these giant dragons are not surrendering, but weeping. The dragon grandmother who raised her is about to die in the hands of that bloody dragon. After the mournful cry, thousands of giant two-winged dragons on the entire island flew up at the same time, flying towards the blood-colored sky. If you look at this floating island from the sky in the distance, you can see the bloody dragon in the center, and soon those two-winged dragons are flying from all directions. No matter how big or how strong these two-winged dragons are, they all slammed into the bloody long dragon desperately. However, the difference in cultivation between the two sides is really too big. All the humans on this island saw the two-winged giant dragons crashing into the blood-colored long dragon in the central sky. They were broken into pieces by the irresistible force, before they even got close to the target. In an instant, the dragon's blood descended from the sky around the center of the entire floating continent, and sprinkled into the surrounding vast desert and melted ice and snow. These powerful two-winged dragons, that have oppressed humans everywhere for many years, were easily slaughtered, just like this. It's a fight between dragons. At the same time, it is also a miracle in the hearts of all humans on this floating continent. For a while, many humans began to kneel on the ground, bowing to the blood-colored dragon visible in the distant sky. If these two-winged dragons are extinct, doesn't it mean that they will be free from now on? All living beings worship. As powerful as the soul of the bloody dragon, as long as you are willing to make a move, you can reach the point where all living beings worship you at any time. Lu Feng was protected by the blood-colored space barrier, and while extremely shocked, he was also a little puzzled. The bloody long dragon that appeared in the sky was actually here to help them. While killing so many dragons, they also protected the 3 humans. This is undoubtedly a terrifying force. Just how powerful is that bloody long dragon? As soon as it came, it changed the color of the whole world, and even the incomparable giant ice dragon was shocked by it to the point of panic, and let out a mournful cry. It turned out that Yi Feng relied on such a bloody dragon? What kind of existence is this? Liu Feng's heart was full of shock. She wanted to ask something, but she couldn't ask, and she didn't know why the bloody dragon would save her too. Obviously, she and Yi Feng belonged to different forces. Perhaps, for an existence like the blood-colored dragon, saving one more of her wouldn't make the slightest difference. Unexpectedly, in the end, the master of the royal family he belonged to did not save himself, but was saved by other people who were originally hostile. Lu Feng felt a little helpless in his heart. It is unknown what the royal lord will do after leaving this floating continent, but according to Lu Feng's understanding of that man, it should be that the cross-boundary space channel between the Menghuang realm and the royal realm will be closed. After all, there is such a powerful existence in this world. If there is a cross-border space channel between the 2 worlds, it will undoubtedly put the entire royal family in crisis. If this is the case, then wouldn't she be unable to return to the royal family? Lu Feng was a little frustrated. He raised his head and glanced at Yi Feng. What is the relationship between this young man and the blood-colored dragon? Lu Feng hadn't made too many guesses yet. The blood-colored dragon in the sky had easily killed one after another of the 2-winged giant dragons. In the end, when all the 2-winged dragons around fell on the desert and the melting snow, the bloody dragon finally roared softly, and a bloody storm swept down, drowning the giant ice dragon that had been trapped for a long time. In just a split second, the tyrannical existence that killed 2 royal elders and scared away the royal master was easily killed by the bloody dragon's soul. The 2-winged giant dragons on the entire floating continent died very quickly after the invasion of the bloody dragon's soul. Hoo-hoo! After the soul of the bloody dragon expelled these 2-winged giant dragons, it seemed that the whole person became very refreshed, but it did not come down to communicate with Yi Feng. It only hovered in the sky for a moment, and then gradually disappeared into the red clouds, gradually disappearing in front of everyone. The blood-red sky finally returned to normal, slowly, leaving behind the devastation on the floating continent. It's done, Master, we can get out of here. Yi Feng felt that before the blood dragon left, it completely broke through the mysterious space barrier on this floating continent. Now if they want to leave this continent, no one can stop them. Su Feiying was still looking at the place where the bloody dragon's soul disappeared in the sky. There is no doubt that the appearance of this bloody dragon had an extremely shocking effect on her. In the past, although she knew that the dragon sword inheritance was very strong, she never thought that the dragon sword inheritance could reach such a level with only one dragon soul. What would it be like if Long Jian came out in person, or if Yi Feng became the heir of Dragon Sword? This blood dragon is undoubtedly the strongest existence that Su Feiying has seen so far, and this also strengthened her determination to follow Yi Feng to practice dragon sword art. Master, what do you think? What should she do? As Yi Feng said, he glanced at the injured Lu Feng. Lu Feng was swept into the storm by the previous wind-type giant dragon, and his whole body was severely injured, and this serious injury could not be healed even by the 1,000-year cultivation base of the powerful royal family. The current Lu Feng has completely become a weak woman, and the previous 700 years of terrifying cultivation is completely unable to be brought into play. Because of this, Yi Feng was not afraid of this former goddess general. Go and ask. Su Feiying hesitated for a moment, and finally said, in her opinion, anyway, Yi Feng has such a strong backing of the dragon sword inheritance, so it doesn't matter to compete with a cultivator with a cultivation base of 700 years. If Lu Feng is willing to follow Yi Feng, that would be great. After all, Yi Feng still lacks high-level helpers by his side. If she is not willing, then let her go. Anyway, the current Lu Feng will not pose any threat to Yi Feng. Yi Feng nodded, landed on the gradually melting ice and snow, and walked towards the injured Lu Feng. General Lu Feng, I wonder what your plan is next. Yi Feng stood still 10 meters away, expressing that he did not have any malicious intentions, and then passed on the questioning spirit. Lu Feng was still immersed in the power of the bloody dragon soul just now. After receiving Yi Feng's divine thoughts, he finally came back to his senses. She looked around, and then coughed violently. Her throat was sweet, obviously seriously injured. Fortunately, the cough did not affect her spiritual communication with Yi Feng. I should be asking you, what are your plans now? Lu Feng didn't say what he thought, but asked back, looking at Yi Feng warily. According to her opinion of Yi Feng all the time, although this kid is weird and mysterious, and has the terrifying backstage like a bloody dragon just now, his personality is quite easygoing, but he seems a bit lustful. No matter where he went, there seemed to be beauties following him. It was the same in the temple in the jungle in the wilderness below, and it was the same on the floating continent. The lord of your royal family just abandoned you and ran away. Do you want to go back and serve him? Yi Feng raised his brows and asked, casually. That's natural. As a general of the royal family, even if I die, I will die for the royal family. Lu Feng looked serious and said seriously. At this time, her face, which had been covered up before, was finally revealed, and was captured by Yi Feng's eyes. This is a woman with a delicate appearance. It cannot be said that she is so beautiful, but she looks very kind, and at the same time, she is heroic, with a tall nose bridge, big eyes, and fair cheeks. She has a special charming temperament. Oh? In that case, it's really a pity. Yi Feng saw that her attitude was so firm, but he didn't force it, but smiled lightly. Then I'll leave first, and we will meet later. The two-winged dragons on the floating continent are all dead, and now he still has a lot to do. The first thing to do, of course, is to search all the corpses of the two-winged dragons on the island, including the storage belts of the 2 dead royal elders. If all of them are collected, there may be thousands of dragon pills alone, which is a huge fortune. However, some of the giant two-winged dragons killed by the soul of the blood dragon didn't even have their bones left behind, so Yi Feng didn't expect to be able to obtain the dragon pill. All in all, now is a good opportunity for him to make a fortune, and he must not miss it. He was about to take Su Feiying around to deal with the corpses of those two-winged dragons. At this time, Jin Xinqing, the captain of the Imperial Guard who was thrown away by the wind-type dragon, finally limped and ran over from not far away. This guy is not dead. Just now, Jin Xinqing has been hiding by the side to observe the situation in the field, but he never thought that the head of the royal family would abandon Lu Feng and run away alone. Shouldn't the teachings of the generals and the royal army be never to give up a single soldier, even if they sacrifice themselves? They should not admit defeat? Unexpectedly, the Lord himself ran away like this. Jin Xinqing's disappointment is beyond words, but just like Lu Feng, since they belong to the royal family, they must serve for them all their lives. Yi Feng didn't pay attention to the injured Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing. but wanted to leave with Su Feiying, but at this moment, the surroundings suddenly shook. Earthquake? Several people in the field were stunned at the same time, but soon discovered that what happened now was not an earthquake, but that this floating continent was about to fall. Originally, this floating continent hovered over various worlds, and absorbed some practitioners and wild animals to become food for the two-winged giant dragon, but now it stays above the jungle in the wild world. When both the giant ice dragon and the giant wind dragon are dead, there will be no energy to keep the floating continent afloat, so the floating continent will start to fall down. Suddenly, a floating continent with a radius of thousands of miles quickly fell from the sky. No, this continent has fallen. Yifeng immediately reacted, his expression became serious. This floating continent is really too big. If it falls into the ancient jungle in the wild world, the Star Alchemy Temple where Lin Shiqing is now, and the teleportation array leading to the earth where other people are, will be destroyed by this continent. Hit it. The Star Alchemy Temple is fine. It is guarded by the inheritance power of the Star Alchemy Immortal Cannon. Maybe nothing will happen, but the teleportation array leading to the Earth may not be destroyed under such an impact. If the teleportation array is destroyed, there is still the one-way teleportation array of the Star Refining Temple. At least they can go back, but those who guarded the teleportation array, wouldn't they all die under this continent? As soon as Yifeng had this idea, he already felt that the entire floating continent began to fall rapidly. With his strength, he couldn't stop such a large floating continent from falling. In desperation, he could only take Su Feiying with him, and immediately started to act. Let's get out of here first. Yifeng pulled Su Feiying's wrist, took a last look at Lu Feng and Jin Xingqing, ignored them, and directly activated the power of the Eye of Wind and Thunder. Lu Feng and Jin Xingqing are members of the royal family. Since they don't want to follow Yifeng, then Yifeng doesn't bother to take care of them. Even if they force them to follow, they can't be counted on in the future, so there's no need to pay more attention to them. At this time, his most important thing is to rescue the people guarding the teleportation array temple leading to the earth, Ai Xuanhuan, the 4 great monks of Yin Shaolin, many dragon blood warriors, and so on. For the first time, Yifeng fully stimulated the power and Eye of Wind and Thunder. He still remembered the direction leading to the temple where the Earth teleportation array was located. The Eye of Wind and Thunder and the power of space activated at the same time, instantly opening a space channel. He dragged Su Feiying into the space channel, and when he stepped out again, he had already arrived at the sky above the temple covered with 1,000-image illusion. Scanning with his divine sense, he found that everything in this temple was as usual, and everyone was waiting anxiously. In the sky, it was completely covered by a floating continent at first, and then turned into a blood-red color. The people guarding here didn't know what was going on, so they were naturally anxious. Fortunately, with the protection of Qianxiang Mirage, everyone guarding here was not harmed in the slightest. I'm going to get them all out. Yifeng gritted his teeth and said. Even if it's you, it's impossible to teleport so many people away at the same time. Su Feiying frowned slightly, and when she raised her head, she saw the huge floating continent in the sky pressing closer and closer, and a nervous sense of oppression rushed over her face. I'm afraid that in just half a minute, the entire floating continent will completely fall into this ancient forest, and all creatures in this forest will be crushed to death. What Su Feiying said was the truth. The people guarding the teleportation array below, even Yifeng, couldn't take them all away at once, and it was already too late for the teleportation array to let them go back to Earth first. When he was anxious, Yifeng suddenly noticed something was wrong. That floating continent stopped its downward trend? He felt the movement in the sky, and quickly raised his head nervously, looking at the sky. The dark sky covered by the floating continent actually gradually sees through the sunlight and shines towards the dense jungle, while the floating continent that was originally falling is getting smaller and smaller. That floating continent has become smaller. Yifeng was very pleasantly surprised. He never thought that such a thing would happen at a critical moment, so he didn't have to worry that everyone in the temple would be smashed to death. And there's more to it than that. The area of that floating continent became smaller and smaller, and it gradually became the size of a palm until it was invisible to the naked eye. I could only feel the shrinking floating continent with my spiritual sense, and it was flying towards Yifeng's position. Swish! The smaller floating continent flew extremely fast, flew down from the sky in an instant, and appeared in front of Yifeng. And the sunlight from the sky, which had been suppressed and covered up just now, finally appeared on the wild jungle again, causing many creatures in the whole wild jungle to jump for joy. That annoying floating continent finally disappeared. The entire wild jungle has returned to its previous appearance. But Yifeng, who was flying over the temple with Su Feiying, was holding a square stone, for some unknown reason. The brown square stone in Yifeng's hand is the floating continent that has been shrunk countless times. The floating continent that was originally thousands of miles away was actually held by Yifeng with one hand. How is this going? Yifeng was in a daze, but suddenly heard a familiar divine thought from the distant sky. Young man, you did a good job this time. I'll let you have fun with this thing. This is a shrunken world. If you probe into it with your spiritual sense, you will find that the scene is exactly the same as the previous floating continent. Even the characters and creatures have not changed in any way. It's just that now, whether they can leave that world can only depend on your wishes. This is the divine sense of the blood dragon. Only then did Yifeng realize that it was the soul of the bloody dragon that transformed the floating continent into a square stone. Perhaps, this can be called a magic weapon, an amazing space magic weapon. Although ordinary storage treasures can store a variety of things, there are restrictions that cannot store living things. This is a consensus in the world of cultivating immortals, because there are various restrictions that are difficult to break through when making storage magic treasures. But now this square stone is condensed by a blood dragon from a floating continent, and it can actually store living creatures. Moreover, the area contained in this square stone is too large, right? With a radius of thousands of kilometers, such a large area is more than enough to accommodate even a country on the Earth, and there is no need to worry about not having enough storage space in the future. This is undoubtedly an extremely practical and precious gift from the blood god dragon to Yifeng, but to the blood soul dragon, it may just be a casual gift. Yifeng didn't think much about it, since it was created by Senior Blood Soul Dragon. Let's call you Blood Soul Stone. The Blood Soul Stone became Yifeng's new magic weapon for storage, and soon he discovered that the Blood Soul Stone can be placed in the storage space of the Dragon Sword token, which is very convenient to carry. What a treasure! Yifeng studied for a while, then told Su Feiying about the function of this blood stone, and made her amazed that such a magical storage magic weapon was casually made by the blood dragon. It can be seen that the blood dragon, the power of space that he has comprehended, has definitely reached an extremely high level. Hey, Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing left before the floating continent became a magic weapon. Yifeng checked the situation in the blood soul stone, but he was a little surprised. And now Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing are rushing towards the direction of the teleportation array from Menghuang Realm to Royal Realm. Lu Feng was seriously injured and could not move with his own strength. Fortunately, Jin Xinqing hid aside at the critical moment to save his strength. When the floating continent began to fall, Jin Xinqing immediately supported Lu Feng, mobilized the whole body's true energy to teleport several times, and finally escaped from the range of the entire floating continent. After leaving the range of the floating continent, the two discovered that the floating continent began to shrink continuously, until it was invisible to the naked eye. That is how the matter? Jin Xinqing was extremely surprised that such a huge floating continent would gradually shrink until it disappeared. It should be the ghost of the blood-colored long dragon before. Let's not stay here for too long, and find the master first. Lu Feng ordered immediately. Yes, General. Of course Jin Xinqing obeyed Liu Feng's order, and immediately took her to the direction of the teleportation array temple leading to the royal world. After a day and a night, the two finally rushed to the sky above the temple, but the sight was full of devastation, and the whole temple was destroyed by people. Just seeing this scene gave the two people an ominous premonition. When they mobilized their true energy and opened up the ruins of the temple, they realized that the cross-boundary teleportation array that was originally deep in the temple had also disappeared. Cracked in two. Can't go back? Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing were stunned for a while. The royal lord, this really abandoned them. In the teleportation array temple leading to the earth, Yi Feng finally put away the bloodstone in his hand. After tedious work, he finally picked out more than 600 dragon pills that had been piled up randomly in the blood soul stone, and placed them separately in the storage space of the dragon sword token. Each of these dragon pills can be absorbed by an immortal cultivator to forcibly raise one's cultivation base for about 10 years, and the best quality can forcibly raise one's cultivation base for 20 years. What surprised Yi Feng the most was the corpses of the wind dragon and the giant ice dragon. After a long period of processing, he finally took out the dragon pills. Among them, the dragon pill of the wind-type dragon can forcibly raise the practitioner's cultivation level for 35 years. It is indeed a tyrannical existence in the realm. And the effect of the dragon pill of the giant ice dragon is even more shocking. That dark blue ice dragon pill, if a cultivator absorbs the aura of heaven and earth in it, can forcibly raise his cultivation level by 60 years at once. Moreover, it seems that after absorbing this ice dragon pill, it seems that there will be other special effects, which seem to contain some power of ice. This kind of thing, if it weren't for the help of the blood dragon, it would be impossible to get it with my strength. Yi Feng understood in his heart that this ice dragon pill was something that completely surpassed his current level, but fortunately, the blood soul dragon didn't like this stuff, so it was cheaper for Yi Feng. There is no doubt that Yi Feng will definitely leave the best quality dragon pill for his own people to absorb. As for those second-class ones, keep them for now, maybe they will be useful in the future. Anyway, no one will want these treasures anyway. In addition, there are thousands of corpses of two-winged dragons, which are still stored in the blood stone. If this blood soul stone is obtained in the world of cultivating immortals, it will be as precious as a piece of 1,000-year-old black ice, and it is even more precious. Just the corpse of the giant ice dragon, whose cultivation base is so deep, the preciousness is already unimaginable up. It's a pity that with Yi Feng's current strength, he still can't handle the corpse of this giant ice dragon properly. Therefore, he put this matter aside for the time being, and just moved all the two-winged dragon corpses in the blood stone space to a place to bury them, so as not to be discovered by the natives. Now Yi Feng is the master of the bloodstone space. Although in this space, there are still deserts, forests, and oceans, and in the forests there are various towns and powerful humans with 200 or 300 years of cultivation, but these people are now equivalent to Yi Feng's slave, including the leader of the forest town who had previously placed Su Feiying under house arrest. Of course, the current Yi Feng is too lazy to compete with the people in the bloodstone space. When you are bored, go in and visit them. Have you dealt with it yet? The door of the secret room of the temple opened slowly, and what appeared in front of Yi Feng was Lin Shiqing, who had been brought back from the Star Alchemy Temple. After these days of worrying and fearing, Lin Shiqing obviously didn't sleep well, and she looked a bit haggard. After all, Yi Feng flew to that palpitating floating continent alone. Fortunately, they finally returned safely with Su Feiying, and took the floating continent as their own. It seems that the strength of the dragon sword inheritance behind Yi Feng is really unpredictable. Come to an end for now. Yi Feng got up and smiled. Sister Lin, have they all gone back? Well, according to your order, everyone else has returned to Peach Blossom Island. Lin Shiqing nodded. What about you? Hearing this, Yi Feng closed his eyes, opened his mouth and said, let's go back and have a look together first. and then I will go to the tomb of the dragon sword. I haven't gone back for so long. Let's settle down first, and there are so many dragon pills. It's right to distribute it to everyone first. Good. Lin Shiqing showed joy. Yifeng was finally willing to go back, although it was only for a while, but it was better than rushing to the Tomb of Dragon Sword non-stop for the next experience. In front of the cross-boundary teleportation array, Yifeng could easily open the teleportation array by relying on his true energy alone. After all, the current him has been cultivated for 110 years, and the strength of his true energy has reached twice that of a century-old cultivation base. In front of the teleportation formation, Yifeng and Lin Shiqing hugged each other for a moment. They couldn't help being a little silent. After returning, the relationship between the two was not easy to explain to everyone. It's still the same as I said at the beginning. I'll go tell Wanner and the others. Lin Shiqing said calmly. Well, then I'll wait for your news. Yifeng didn't really want to entrust this kind of thing to Lin Shiqing, but it seemed that there was no other better way under the current situation. He looked at the elegant and slender-topped sister Yujia, who was wearing a long skirt in his arms. He never thought that he would have such a relationship with her. Yifeng thought of the situation on Earth again. After returning to the Earth, the relationship with Lin Shiqing cannot be resolved by strength alone. In Huagua, the Lin family is also the first family, and in Lin Dishan's eyes, Lin Shiqing is always his unique precious daughter. Yifeng's 3 wives and 4 concubines should not be accepted by Lin Dedian. But that aspect, of course, is up to Lin Shiqing to take care of it, and Yifeng doesn't have to worry too much. Instead, a few old men, Lin Hongchuan, Yi Wendian, and Tang Xiefeng, finally achieved their dreams. The white teleportation light flashed past, and the figures of Yifeng and Lin Shiqing disappeared from the temple. And the entire temple is still bathed in the protection of the thousand-image illusion. Earth, Peach Blossom Island. At this time the island is already overcrowded. In order to make the island quiet, Yifeng let nearly 100 dragon blood warriors from the Sao tribe and other tribe members temporarily enter the space of the Blood Stone, and separated them from the other natives in the space of the Blood Stone, so as not to a conflict has occurred. The people in those forest towns have already been regarded by Yifeng as aboriginals. Once the people from the Sao tribe left, Peach Blossom Island became much quieter. Yifeng finally came back. Although this time was not too long, it felt like many years had passed, because too many things happened during this time. Even, it almost brought disaster to the earth. Benefactor, since this matter is over, it's time for this old monk to leave. The 5 monks from Yin Shaolin bid farewell to Yifeng on the island, and now they all know that Yifeng really has a way to deal with those disasters from heaven. After all, even Xingying, a wandering swordsman with 700 or 800 years of cultivation, died under Yifeng's hands. Although there are various twists and turns in it, the factual result is just like this. Thank you a few masters, please. After Yifeng finished speaking with a smile, he watched the 5 monks fly away, including the great Mithraea monk who was taken hostage before, and they also left Peach Blossom Island together. At this time, Yifeng certainly doesn't need to use hostages to blackmail the other party. After Yin Shaolin's people left, the rest on Peach Blossom Island were Yifeng's own people. He still remembered Yuechan, who was trapped in the fairy artifact of Luoha Shenzong. Of course, he would not stay on Peach Blossom Island for too long, so after sending away Monk Yin Shaolin, he immediately began to arrange the next things. Master, Wanner, Menghan, Xiao Zhang, Xiao Yu, Xiao Qi, come in with me. Yifeng looked around, and after counting the names of a few people, he walked towards his own room. These are all women who are practicing or are about to practice dragon sword art, and they will all become his maids in the future, and judging from the current situation, there is no one who is not talented enough. Su Feiying and Long Wanner's cultivation talents are obviously higher than those of the other women, and their understanding of the dragon sword art is naturally extraordinary. For example, Long Wanner has cultivated for 30 years now, and she has comprehended a certain level of sword fighting and phantom sword skills. If she can stay in the meditation space for a while, she will definitely reach the same level as Yifeng soon. But now, Yifeng wanted to discuss with the girls who wanted to go to the Tomb of Dragon Sword and formally accept the inheritance of Dragon Sword. By the way, take out the harvested dragon pills and distribute them, especially the Wind Dragon Pill and Ice Dragon Pill. The former has a 35-year cultivation base, and the latter has a 60-year cultivation base. For these two, Yifeng, definitely keep it for your own use. Master, you will go to the Tomb of the Dragon Sword with me later, accept the inheritance, and start practicing the dragon sword art. Yifeng said to Su Feiying, as for this Ice Dragon Pill, how about letting you take it after you practice the dragon sword art, Master? Su Feiying was a little surprised when she heard Yifeng's words. Logically speaking, shouldn't Yifeng take care of his own woman first? He even gave her the best dragon pill. However, she didn't think too much, she nodded and sat aside, closed her eyes and rested. As long as she has practiced the dragon sword Ju and her cultivation reaches a certain level quickly, it's time for her to go to the world of cultivating immortals and settle her previous grievances. First of all, of course, it is the Nanling Mo family who are easier to deal with. Su Feiying is a person who holds grudges. Since the Mo family in Nanling previously forced her to marry such an ugly son, brother Mo Jioga, then she must let the other party know what will happen to Su Feiying after forcing her. Then, it was the turn of the man who killed her master and left her alive, provocatively. In addition to Su Feiying, the other women were also quickly allocated a dragon pill, most of which were high-quality dragon pills that could increase their cultivation for 20 years, and they were all obtained from those two winged dragons with higher cultivation. The cultivation bases of the girls were raised to more than 50 years in an instant, especially Long Wanner. Yifeng gave her the Wind Dragon Pill that had been upgraded to 35 years, and the cultivation base was raised to 65 years in an instant. Years of cultivation. Although all the girls repracticed the Dragon Sword Ju, it was twice the result with half the effort on Peach Blossom Island, not to mention the practice speed of the Dragon Sword Ju was far faster than that of ordinary cultivators. In addition, there are various training resources such as the Flame of Eternal Night, so it is normal for Long Wanner and the others to practice fast. Originally, the teleportation effect of the Dragon Sword Order could only allow me to take one person to the Tomb of the Dragon Sword, but now that I have the Blood Stone, you can stay inside first, and then bring you out when I arrive at the Tomb of the Dragon Sword. Yifeng checked the Blood Stone placed in the Dragon Sword token. In the space formed by the floating continent, the people in those forest towns are still alive. It is obvious that using this method to lead people is a very easy way. In this case, as long as you think you are ready, you can tell me and go to the Tomb of the Dragon Sword together in 2 days. Yifeng looked around and glanced at the girls. Su Feiying was undoubtedly ready, and Long Wanner was fine. Among the remaining girls who practiced the dragon sword art, Su Menghan, Zhang Xinyun, and the Shao family sisters all looked quite determined. To the Tomb of the Dragon Sword? The girls seemed to feel that they were not ready for the upcoming inheritance. It had been a long time since they started practicing dragon sword art. The preparations that should be made, all the girls have already done. Seeing the attitudes of the girls, Yifeng smiled and nodded. Okay, let's go there together, but if anyone's talent doesn't meet the requirements, I'm afraid they won't be able to continue practicing dragon sword art. There is a way to accommodate you, don't worry. Although that is what he said, but of course, Yifeng wanted everyone to practice dragon sword art. In that way, he can use the 3 souls and 7 souls of the girls to perform the dragon control technique. At that time, as long as there are any maids by his side, Yifeng's combat power will be greatly improved. The more maids by his side, the greater his strength will be improved. After all, the long sword transformed by dragon control art can increase the power of swordsmanship to the level of a fairy weapon, and it will also come with various special effects, which cannot be replaced by other magic weapons. Unless Yifeng really becomes the heir of the dragon sword and gets that ancient dragon sword. I don't know how long this thing will have to wait. At least for now, Yifeng's dragon sword inheritance has just completed 2 links. After killing the two-winged dragon, there are as many as 7 experiences that he needs to complete before he can officially be recognized by the dragon sword. After arranging the girls practicing dragon sword art, Yifeng let them rest and chat first, while he left the room and went to find other people. It's rare to come back, and of course I have to meet everyone who should be seen. Lin Shiqing was already waiting outside the house, and when she saw him coming out, she immediately greeted him, "Are you done? Then I'll go in and chat with them." Yifeng could only smile wryly. "Well, you go first." Yifeng walked out of the yard, took a few breaths of fresh air, and saw not far away, Shu Shu, Zi Jianlan, Zhang Yang, and Mu Qingqing were chatting together, looking very happy. Seeing Yifeng coming out, the girls smiled and greeted at the same time, while Zhang Yang and Mu Qingqing's expressions were obviously respectful. On the other hand, Zi Jianlan's smile was still full of innocence and purity, which made people feel at ease at the first glance, while Shu Shu blushed a little when she saw Yifeng, but she didn't have much reaction. "Auntie, you can first tell everyone about the inheritance of the Star Alchemy Code. If you want, after I come back, you can take them to the Star Alchemy Temple and accept the inheritance of the Star Alchemy Code." Yifeng gave Shu Shu instructions. "Okay." Shu Shu nodded gently in agreement. "Jianlan, how is your practice recently?" Yifeng looked at Zi Jianlan again, and asked with a smile. "I don't know if I don't see it, but I was shocked when I saw it." During this period, Zi Jianlan's cultivation has improved so fast, it has reached 78 years. It seems that the Ice Star Immortal art that she practiced is also good, and the speed of cultivation in Peach Blossom Island is indeed much faster than that of the outside world. In addition, it also absorbed the 10-year heaven and earth aura of the eternal night fire. It's just that Zijianlan's way of cultivating immortality is different from other people's. Yifeng had to ask her to know how she is doing recently. All the natural materials and earthly treasures that can be absorbed on the island have been absorbed, and it has only been 78 years of cultivation. When it comes to her own cultivation, Zi Jianlan is a little depressed. Obviously, she is not satisfied with her progress. Maybe she thought it was pretty good at first, but when she saw that Yifeng had cultivated for 110 years, Zi Jianlan knew that her speed was really not fast. In fact, she is only not fast compared to Yifeng. If compared with the core disciples of other top sects in the world of cultivating immortals, she is not much faster. "Hey, the Ice Star Immortal art you practice seems to have changed a bit." Yifeng probed with his spiritual sense, and found that the Jinqi in Zijianlan's body was not the same as before. "Well, because of Bing'er's help, the quality of the Bingxing Xianjue has been improved, but it has not yet reached the level of advanced cultivation of immortality." Zijianlan said with some distress. "Bing'er said that if she swallows another piece of 1,000 years of Xianbing, then she can advance, and my Ice Star Immortal art can be upgraded to the level of advanced cultivation of immortality, but it's a pity, such a rare thing as the 1,000 years of black ice, where can I find another piece?" When Yifeng heard this, his heart skipped a beat. It turns out that Qianzai Xianbing can still devour each other? That being said, Yifeng really has to pay attention, go to the first sect in the world of cultivating immortals, and get out the 1,000-year-old black ice. In any case, Zi Jianlan is the person around him, his friend. For her advancement, Yifeng will of course fight hard. Of course, this matter must be put on the back burner. After all, Yifeng's strength is not strong now, not to mention that there is still Yuechan's matter that has not been resolved. Like Zijianlan, Yuechan's relationship with Yifeng in the Dragon Sword's tomb has already made Yifeng regard her as one of his own. Now Yuechan is trapped by the immortal artifact of Luoha Shanzong. He must go to rescue it as soon as possible. All this has to go back to the Tomb of the Dragon Sword, and then see what the Blood Dragon has to say. Since it is a matter of the future, there is no need to talk about it now. Yi Feng didn't say that he planned to find another piece of 1,000 years black ice for her, but took out a few dragon pills from the storage space and handed them to the 4 girls in front of him. These 4 dragon pills can directly boost your cultivation base for more than 10 years, and can absorb the aura of heaven and earth in it when your cultivation base reaches the upper limit. While explaining, Yi Feng took out the natural materials and earthly treasures from the royal family stored in the storage space. As for these 4 items, you can absorb them directly, and if you add them all up, you should also be able to increase the amount by more than 20 years of cultivation. When Yi Feng took out these things, even Zi Jianlan couldn't help but be surprised. Yi Feng came back this time, and brought back so many precious natural materials and earthly treasures. Not only the variety, but also the quantity is outrageous. Jade talc, dead grass from the abyss, Yunxian animal bones, and sky water, these 4 treasures from the royal family, needless to say how precious they are, and they are definitely in large quantities. Otherwise, Yi Feng would definitely not give Zhang Yang and Mu Qingqing a share. Yi Feng distributed these treasures of heaven and earth to each of them, and silently calculated in his mind that after Zi Jianlan absorbed these 4 treasures of heaven and earth and dragon pill, her cultivation must have been more than 100 years. Not only her, but in fact, apart from Long Weiner and the others who practice Dragon Sword Ju again, many people on Peach Blossom Island can now reach 100-year cultivation level after absorbing these treasures of heaven and earth and dragon pills. After 100 years of cultivation, it's time to condense the young god. Jianlan, Auntie, remember that after you have reached 100 years of cultivation, the young god should not be in a hurry to condense the young god. I will find the materials for condensing the young god for you. Yi Feng said to several people. How about that? Before Shushu could react, Zi Jianlan had already been born first, and said angrily, Yi Feng, now you brought back these natural materials and earthly treasures to us, now we need to condense the materials of Yangshan, how can we all leave it to you again? Yi Feng was stunned, and Shushu also said softly, that's right, the materials for condensing the young god are not so easy to find. Xiaoya, think about it, how many people are there in our Peach Blossom Island now? So many people, if you have to take care of everyone, how can you take care of them? That's right. I know that you are always very tired. If you have to entrust you with the matter of condensing the young god, is it us or you who are cultivating? Zi Jianlan's eyes were bright, and she said firmly, besides, if everything depends on you, no matter how high our cultivation base is, what use will it be? Once we encounter danger, no one will be able to react at that time. The 2 women spoke one sentence, which made Yi Feng think deeply. Indeed, from the very beginning, Yi Feng took everyone's cultivation into himself, so he was always very tired and had no free time. But according to what Zi Jianlan said now, if this continues, even if the people on the island have a high level of cultivation, it will have no effect. The real combat power can only be honed from actual combat. Self-reliance. These 4 words jumped out of Yi Feng's mind. Now that there is such an excellent place in the Menghuang realm, it seems that they can go to the Menghuang realm by themselves, find materials for condensing the young god, and exercise their actual combat ability by themselves. Since it was decided to let everyone go to the Menghuang realm to practice and find their own natural and earthly treasures for condensing the young god, then Yi Feng must ensure that there are no other 2 strong existences in the Menghuang realm. For example, the cross-boundary teleportation array leading to the royal family must be destroyed. Not only that, Yi Feng also had to explore the situation outside that safe area, to know what was beyond that vast ancient jungle. These are things that must be clarified, otherwise people who enter the wild world will encounter unknown dangers, and even Yi Feng may not be able to save them at that time. Almost after Yuechan was rescued from Luoha Xianzong's fairy artifact, he could go to the Menghuang realm and find out the situation in the Menghuang realm. However, for the specific plan, you still have to go to the Tomb of the Dragon Sword to know what your next experience will be. After Yifeng thought about it, he said to Shu Shu, "How about this, Auntie? You continue to practice during this period of time, and as for the matter of the Yang God, let's talk about it later. When I go to the Menghuang realm again, I will discuss it later. Come back to pick you up, and then you can experience yourself in the wild world." Shu Shu nodded gently, and agreed to Yifeng's plan. She had just returned from the wilderness realm, so she naturally knew how dangerous it was. If Yifeng didn't investigate first, there is a very high possibility that other people will encounter unknown dangers when they go in. After making such a decision, Yifeng turned around and left first. He had to hurry up to meet Tang Qingling, Yi Wendian, and other relatives, to find out about their cultivation status and other aspects. The reason why he made the decision so quickly to let the people in Peach Blossom Island be self-reliant was because Yifeng thought that there were already a lot of people on this island. The materials for condensing the Yangshan are not so easy to find, especially if you want to find high-quality materials. It is not so easy. From the very beginning, Yifeng wanted to help Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng find the materials for condensing the Yang God, but until now he has no clue, which shows the difficulty of finding the materials for condensing the Yang God. Even Yifeng himself was not looking for the material to anger Thunder Yangshan. It's so difficult to find a single person, let alone ask Yifeng to help so many people find materials, so why not be exhausted? And Yifeng's most important thing at this stage is definitely to complete the experience of Dragon Sword inheritance as soon as possible. Therefore, under the circumstance that the safety of everyone can be ensured, it is better to let them find the materials for condensing the Yang God by themselves, and also hone their fighting skills and fighting awareness, killing two birds with one stone. Soon, Yifeng searched for everyone on Peach Blossom Island, and distributed Tian Kadibo and Longdan respectively. After one night, everyone on Peach Blossom Island got a huge boost. There are already more than 10 people who have cultivated for more than 100 years, but at this moment, most of them cannot condense the Yangshan, and their cultivation speed still cannot be improved qualitatively. Such a force, even without the protection of Yin Shaolin and Qianxiang Mirage, is close to invincible in the cultivation world of the earth. This night, Yifeng guarded the vacant room alone, thinking about the gains and losses of the progress in recent days, and further broadened his meridian, so that the upper limit of his cultivation base was raised. After absorbing the abyss dead grass obtained from the royal family, Yifeng's cultivation has finally reached 120 years. Tomorrow, use the dragon corpse and the blood stone to repair the dragon scale armor, and then you can consider going to the Tomb of the Dragon Sword with them. Yifeng thought in his heart that he was quite looking forward to making the girls formally become dragon sword maids. After all, that would represent a further leap in his strength. And this night, Yifeng was naturally not the one who wanted to guard the vacant room alone. The reason was that after Lin Shiqing chatted with the girls immediately said that since it was Lin Shiqing, they would temporarily forgive Yifeng's crime. After all, they are already very familiar with each other, not to mention, Lin Shiqing and Yifeng have been ambiguous for a long time. With Yi Wendian, Tang Xiefeng, and Lin Hongchuan, 3 old fellows who feared the world would not be chaotic, Long Wanner and his daughters had already had a premonition that Yifeng would not let Lin Shiqing, a top-notch royal sister, be spared. However, although the girls forgave Yifeng's crime, because Yifeng didn't explain it to them in advance, they still had to be punished. The punishment is to stay on Peach Blossom Island this time and stay alone in the empty room. It was just dawn. Yifeng opened his eyes, glanced at the sunlight outside the window, and was a little puzzled, waking up so early in the morning. How good would it be if someone was by his side? He almost wanted to sneak into someone's room and make trouble, but he held back anyway. He didn't dare not accept the punishment imposed by the girls, otherwise, if the girls were in the same branch and ignored him at the same time, it would be a sad reminder. In this case, then bear with it. Yi Feng suppressed the flame rising from his lower abdomen, and slowly shook his head. Fortunately, as his cultivation level improved, his thoughts on this aspect gradually decreased. If it is not particularly strong, it can generally be controlled. What's more, he had enjoyed spending 10 years of lonely time alone in the meditation space before, and now it's not a problem to bear it for a few days. Yi Feng got up and put on his clothes, went out and turned a few corners, and came to the outside of the courtyard where Li Zong lived. Yesterday, he hadn't seen the Chinese medicine doctor he had invited over, but now that he came here, he felt that the herbs planted in the yard were growing more vigorously. It seems that the materials for refining medicine will be available in the future. In addition, Yi Feng would like to go to the world of cultivating immortals to see if there are any useful prescriptions and herbs that can be brought back. In that case, there will be enough pills in the future, and it will be better for fighting preparation. Even Li Zong, after absorbing the treasures of heaven and earth brought back by Yi Feng this time, his cultivation has reached 50 years. If Li Zong focused on fighting and practiced some celestial arts, his combat effectiveness would be comparable to that of the masters of the major sects in the world, such as the Tai Chi Hall. After communicating with Li Zong, Yi Feng knew that Li Zong's life on Peach Blossom Island was quite good, mainly because other people treated him with respect. This kind of life is much more comfortable than he was in Yangqing before. The most important thing is that Li Zong knew that Yi Feng was still fighting for the safety of the entire earth in Menghuang realm not long ago. Such a young man naturally gained Li Zong's respect. The medicinal herbs that Li Zong planted were all used by Yi Feng. Indirectly, Li Zong was also fighting for the safety of the entire earth. The meaning of this existence is sublimated in an instant. Coming out of Li Zong's courtyard, Yi Feng received the news from the Battle Soul army that the O family father and son had arrived on Peach Blossom Island in a speedboat, along with the royal family soldiers who were kidnapped by Obi from the Menghuang realm, Tianhong Wakaba. After getting the news, Yi Feng rushed over immediately. He wanted to see how this Tianhong Rui from the royal family got along with Obi. After all, they are people from different worlds. When Yi Feng met O's father and son, he was amazed that both of them had cultivated for more than 30 years. If they cooperated with the treasures of heaven and earth brought back by Yi Feng this time, they could also be raised to 70 years. Left and right are repaired. This level of cultivation has long been invulnerable in the secular world. If Yi Feng hadn't condensed the core for them, even if they were given the cultivation method of immortality, they would not be able to cultivate to such a level. Of course, for OA, it is really useful if he can prolong his life after practicing. He is so old, and it is not his style to be brave and ruthless. On the other hand, Obi still wanted to play around with Yi Feng after his cultivation improved. Yi Feng flew to the shore, saw Tianhong Rui walking in the sky, and flew to Peach Blossom Island with O's father and son. Seeing how Obi got along quite harmoniously with this beautiful girl from the royal family, Yi Feng wanted to laugh a little. This boy Obi really makes people laugh and cry, he can even lure back a schoolgirl. Tianhong Rui, I have something to tell you, please listen to me first. Yi Feng went forward, he didn't greet O's father and son first, but first talked to Tianhong Rui, wanting to tell her about the royal family such as Lu Feng. The current situation of the people of the royal family remains to be investigated. Tianhong Rui said that they are all from the royal family. Yi Feng felt that it was still necessary to explain the matter clearly to this girl, and then see what she wanted to do next. Soon, Yi Feng told Tianhong Rui about most things about Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing, and finally said, I don't know where General Lu Feng and Captain Jin are now. If you still want to go back to the royal family to see if so, I can try to help you and go to the Menghuang realm to find them. Tianhong Rui has been stunned ever since she heard Yi Feng say that she unexpectedly met Lu Feng, the goddess general of their royal family. Goddess General Lu Feng. Such a high-ranking existence actually had such an experience with Yi Feng? In the end, it was the helper Yi Feng invited that saved General Liu Feng's life? And the master of their royal family turned out to be a despicable villain who escaped at a critical moment? In any case, Tianhong Rui believed in Yi Feng's words, because she believed in Obi, and Obi believed in Yi Feng, so she naturally believed in Yi Feng. After coming to the earth, Tianhong Rui was immediately attracted by the tranquility of this place. Undoubtedly, although there are still many things fighting for fame and fortune happening in the secular world today, these small fights are simply easy and comfortable compared with the intrigue in the royal world. In addition, during this period of time, Obi took her to some of the more famous scenic spots in the world for vacation, which made her appreciate the characteristics of peace and tranquility on the earth. The peace of mind she felt during vacation was completely impossible for her to experience when she was in the royal family. From this, she has fallen in love with the earth a little, in love with this peaceful world. Little B, Rui has already decided not to go back, so don't worry about her. Obi put his arms around Tianhong Rui's slender waist, and smiled, his white hair fluttering with the sea breeze, which seemed quite chic. Oh? It's decided so soon? Yi Feng looked at Tianhong Rui, and then at Obi. Although he was asking this question, what he actually meant was, Obi, you are really a good guy, you managed to stabilize the person who was kidnapped from another world so quickly. Beauty. Actually, it's not too fast. A lot of things happened during this period. Obi shook his head and said with a wry smile. Of course he knew that Yi Feng must have encountered various dangers when he was in Menghuang realm, and he really wanted to improve his cultivation quickly so that he could go to other worlds with Yi Feng to take risks. Although he has the potential to be a profiteer, Obi doesn't like being a businessman at all. Obi, who has been used to reading online novels and Japanese anime since he was a child, prefers to live in a world full of passion and fight with his brothers. Yi Feng did not disappoint him. All these treasures of heaven and earth, you should take them and absorb them. By the way, there are also these dragon pills by the way, one for each person. Yi Feng quickly took out the things and handed them to Obi. Obi has just practiced and has no experience, so he has no concept of how precious these natural and earthly treasures are. But Tianhong Rui is different. Tianhong Rui was originally a soldier of the royal family. Although he was only a low-level soldier, he certainly knew the rewards for meritorious service in the royal family army. Jade talc, dead grass from the abyss, Yunxian animal bone, sky water, which one is not a precious reward that only the top generals in the royal army are eligible to reward their subordinates. If you want to get a reward like this, you have to make great contributions to the royal family. But now, Yi Feng took out so many natural treasures and gave each of them a share. There is no doubt that what Yi Feng said before must be true. The goddess general Lu Feng, who saved the royal family, even robbed the storage belt of the goddess general and the captain of the imperial guard. Such a precious thing. Tianhong Rui was a little apprehensive, with a trace of hesitation on her delicate face, wondering if she should give such an expensive gift. Just keep it. Obi chuckled, put his arms around her slender waist, and said, take it as a meeting gift from Little B. This kid hasn't given you any gifts before. Little B, don't you agree? Why don't you call me Little B first? Yi Feng laughed. It's easy to say, now you are no longer a little B, and you have to be called a big B in the future. Obi scratched his head and smiled. Yi Feng could only knock him on the head, hurry up and rest on the island, these natural and earthly treasures cannot be absorbed in a short while. Well, come on wife. Obi took Tianhong Rui's little hand and went to the island. Xiaoya, I really didn't miss it back then. I never imagined that you would have such a high achievement now. Oh, I walked at the back, and said to Yi Feng with emotion. Uncle Oh, why do you say that? No matter what my current situation is, you will always be my elder, and little Ozzy will always be my brother. Yi Feng laughed. Well, then I'll go up. Speaking of which, it's really nice for this brat to find such a beautiful wife for the O family. OA is obviously very satisfied with Tianhong Rui. Yi Feng thinks so too. After all, Tianhong Rui definitely can't speak Chinese at first, but now she speaks it well. It can be seen that she is smart, beautiful, and has a high level of cultivation. In OA's eyes, she is probably the best candidate for a wife. Regarding the worldly blade technology, Yi Feng didn't ask what the current situation is. Now his whole family is on Peach Blossom Island. The worldly things are not so important, but what he doesn't know is that in the future, he and this world of mortals will have an inseparable bond. Soon, almost all the people on Peach Blossom Island had absorbed the treasures brought back by Yi Feng. Xiao Feng, when your cultivation base is high enough, you can come back and absorb Horus Heaven and Earth Aura, and then you can increase your cultivation base by 10 years. In Yi Feng's room, Tang Qingling was telling Yi Feng something. Understood, mother. Yi Feng smiled wryly and nodded. Tang Qingling cared too much about him, but it's a pity that his cultivation base is always following the upper limit, and he still has 2 treasures from the royal family that he hasn't absorbed yet. If you absorb all of them, there will be no problem with 130 years of cultivation, but Yi Feng needs time to raise the upper limit of cultivation. Now, what Yi Feng lacks the most is time. Outside the house, Su Feiying was holding the twin swords that split the sky and frightened Hong, practicing the 3 moves of the divine sword that Yi Feng taught her. The destruction of 10 directions, the uselessness of heaven and earth, and the frightening of gods and ghosts are indeed quite remarkable sword skills. Although after practicing the dragon sword art, the sword skills attached to the dragon sword art must be stronger than this, but before 200 years of cultivation, there is no swordplay for defense. As a result, the move of xuanhuan swordsmanship, heaven and earth is useless, is very important. At least, it is a very effective defensive method. After Tang Qingling left, Yi Feng stayed in the house and collected the corpses of several fire dragons from the space of the Bloodstone's floating continent. His dragon-scale armor was forged from the corpse of a fire-type dragon. If he wanted to repair it now, he could only use the materials of a fire-type dragon. Perhaps we should use more materials to repair it properly? Thinking this way, Yi Feng gathered all the fire dragon corpses in the space of the Bloodstone floating continent. The result made Yi Feng a little puzzled. Among the nearly 1,000 double-winged dragons on the floating continent, there were only 12 pure fire dragons, and only 3 were more than 500 years old. Except for these pure fire-type dragons, the corpses of other dragons with fire-type power in their bodies also carry other type powers, which seem to be hybrids. Forget it, the dragon scales on the 12 fire-type dragons are enough to repair the dragon scale armor, and it will definitely improve the quality of the dragon scale armor. Yi Feng didn't think much about it, since he couldn't find so many fire dragons, he simply didn't need to look for them. Anyway, the magic weapon he made with these 2-winged dragons is definitely not as good as the magic weapon prepared for him in the Dragon Sword Inheritance. As long as he succeeds in becoming the successor of the Dragon Sword, then the magic weapons such as the Dragon Scale armor will be useless up. Now, it's just a matter of time. When there are many things in contact with, one's vision will naturally be higher. Now Yi Feng doesn't think that magic weapons of Taoist level are rare. That is to say, for immortal cultivators with less than 1,000 years of cultivation, owning a Taoist artifact may be considered more precious. If it is an existence that has reached the realm of Taoism, it seems unreasonable not to have an immortal artifact in hand. Now he knows that the level of cultivating immortals he lived with Su Feiying in the past is not very high, at least, it is not up to the level of the royal family. Now, even the head of the royal family was scared and ran back, but Yi Feng was safe and sound, so his vision would naturally rise to another level. Of course, his current cultivation is still not worthy of his vision. I only hope that in the experience after the inheritance of Dragon's Sword, his cultivation base can be improved faster, and the most important thing is to allow him enough time to practice. Several days passed. Yi Feng finally finished repairing the dragon scale armor. He gathered all the precious materials from the corpses of the fire-type dragons and condensed them to repair the dragon scale armor. In the end, this damaged treasure-level magic weapon was upgraded to a Taoist-level magic weapon after the repair was completed. He experimented casually, and found that after being promoted to a magic weapon of the Taoist level, the effect of the dragon's reverse scale has not changed at all, and it can still only resist and rebound 80% of the damage. However, the basic defense ability of the dragon scale armor has improved a lot, which instantly raised his life-saving ability to another level. After the dragon scale armor was repaired, Yi Feng got the news that Scar, Nanfeng and others who had experienced in the international cultivation world had finally returned. On Peach Blossom Island, although Zi Jianlan and the other women think it doesn't matter and there is nothing wrong with living a peaceful life, Dao Scar and Nan find it extremely boring. Therefore, these two guys took Long Baxian, Zhao Bei, Ling Chen and other brats to the international cultivation world for a stroll, and got a taste of the demeanor of practitioners from other countries on the earth. There is no doubt that compared with these cultivators like them, the strength of cultivators from other countries on the earth is no more than this. In a short period of time, Dao Scar, Nanfeng, Long Baxian and others have gained international fame, making many practitioners in the world frightened by the news, but now, these few people have not alarmed everyone. After all, there are still many hermits in the world, such as monks in Shaolin, who hide very deeply, which makes Dao Scar and others dare not be too presumptuous. But after this time it was different. Yi Feng brought back many natural treasures. After absorbing these treasures of heaven and earth and dragon pills, the cultivation bases of Dao Scar, Nanfeng and others can exceed 100 years, and it is time to condense Young God. But this is something that cannot be rushed. One day later, when Dao Scar, Nanfeng, Zhao Yi and Ling Chen had all absorbed the heavenly materials and earthly treasures brought back by Yi Feng, each reached 100-year cultivation level. Yi Feng then explained to them the plan to let them go to the Menghuang realm to practice by themselves in the near future. This made several people cheer for joy, and finally they didn't have to stay on this Peach Blossom Island to get bored with birds. As for the 8 immortals, after practicing the star refining immortal canon, they have made rapid progress, especially the comprehension of the derivative immortal art, which is far faster than others. In addition, this kid had a magical premonition, which made Yi Feng secretly wonder, does this kid have some special destiny? If there is a chance, he should take him to the star refining temple in the Menghuang realm to see what is going on, but this matter can only be postponed later. Things on the earth are basically done, so Yi Feng is going to the Tomb of Dragon Sword, to meet the Blood God Dragon, to ask for advice on how to rescue Yue Chan, who is trapped in the immortal artifact of the Luoha immortal sect, and to bring all the girls to accept the inheritance of Dragon Sword Maid. But before that, there was news from within Huagua that Lin Dedian suddenly wanted to see Yi Feng. This made Yi Feng very embarrassed. Just after finishing the matter here, and repairing the life-saving dragon scale armor, Lin Dedian actually wants to see him, and the other party's purpose is self-evident, obviously because of Yi Feng's relationship with his daughter Lin Shiqing for the sake. Forget it, anyway, I will be in Yanjing in the blink of an eye, so let's go and see it, lest I will say that I don't give face. Yi Feng activated the Eye of Wind and Thunder and the power of space, and finally used teleportation on the earth. From Peach Blossom Island to Yanjing, a distance of thousands of kilometers, Yi Feng only needs to teleport twice to get there, and it will be there in the blink of an eye. Yi Feng has 4 pillows by his side now, but he doesn't have many chances to face his father-in-law face to face. First of all, Su Menghan. Yi Feng has known her and her father Su Xincheng since he came to this world, but he and Su Xincheng have always disliked each other. It was Su Xincheng who paid too much attention to interests, so that Yi Feng had no respect for him at all, and when Su Xincheng repented, Su Xincheng had already entered the cell, and Yi Feng didn't have time to see him for a while. Long Wanner again. Long Wanner's father, Long Moran, was even more irritating. Needless to say about the various evil deeds, Yi Feng finally beheaded him with his own hands and rescued Long Wanner by his side. Then there is Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's father, Xiao Deqing, is a law-abiding businessman in Yanjing, and the Xiao family is also a big business family in Yanjing. It's a pity that Xiaoyu brought Xiaoqi along with her, and at that time, Yi Feng was in a critical moment, so he didn't have much communication with Xiao Deqing. Thinking of this, Yi Feng felt a little inappropriate, but now he really couldn't spare time to visit, so he had to give up, thinking that after saving Yuechan, he should take Xiaoyu and Xiaoqi back to visit Xiao Deqing. At that time, Xiaoyu and Xiaoqi should have successfully obtained the status of Dragon Sword Maids, and they have no other worries when they go back. The only thing that makes Yi Feng not sure is what the next experience of Dragon Sword inheritance is. I hope I won't embarrass myself too much, Yi Feng thought in his heart. The scene in front of him flashed by, and his figure had already appeared above Yanjing. At this time in Yanjing, the sky was cloudless. Yi Feng teleported over, bathed in bright sunshine. It was quite comfortable, even the air was much purer than usual. You must know that Yanjing, the capital of China, has rarely seen such good weather in recent years. The weather in this place is getting worse every year. Yi Feng didn't think too much. He disappeared towards the place informed by Lin Shiqing, flew down, and was about to meet his father-in-law. As soon as Lin Shiqing returned to Peach Blossom Island, she explained her relationship with Yi Feng to Long Wanner and her daughters, then returned to the secular Yanjing, and told her father about her and Yi Feng's affairs. Regarding the matter of Meng Huangji, now Lin Shiqing is the only one who has told Lin Dedian to know, and Lin Dedian has not informed anyone else of this shocking incident. Now Lin Shiqing finally came back and brought such news, which made Lin Dedian quite puzzled. Her own daughter is really cheaper than that brat who is Yingyan Jianyan next to her. However, seeing that Lin Shiqing's brows and eyebrows did not look annoyed, but rather happy, Lin Dedian knew that his daughter really liked that brat. Of course, Lin Dedian wanted to meet Yi Feng not only for the relationship between his daughter and Yi Feng, but also for another purpose. As the top leader of Huagua, Lin Dedian shoulders more burdens than anyone else in this country. Lin Dedian must understand things that seem to exist in myths such as the wild world. The safety of the 1.3 billion people in China must be ensured. This kind of thing has not been spread yet, otherwise it will definitely cause an uproar, but if it is said casually, the public may not believe it, but think that the people who spread the news are playing a prank. Of course Lin Dedian knew that such news did not need to be known to ordinary people. It's just that when encountering such a thing, even the National Security Bureau can't do anything about it, and even those cultivators hidden in various parts of the world seem to be no match for people from other worlds in the wild world. When Lin Dedian learned the news brought back by Lin Shiqing, he fell into anxiety. His daughter, of course, wouldn't lie to him. This kind of thing must be prevented in advance anyway. On the other hand, the wreckage of the cross-boundary teleportation array that Yi Feng brought back last time has also been researched to some extent, but there are some necessary experimental conditions. If more clues can be obtained from Yi Feng, maybe Huagua can really research space technology. Lin Dishan's goal was on the cross-boundary teleportation array placed on Peach Blossom Island. At this moment, Lin Dedian and Lin Shiqing were sitting and chatting in the courtyard of the Lin family, only to feel a flash of white light, and then a young man in a black shirt appeared next to the two of them. Yi Feng, you're here. Lin Shiqing was a little surprised, and found that it was Yi Feng who came. She couldn't help showing joy. She got up and walked to his side, and put her hand on his arm. The junior has met his father-in-law. Yi Feng smiled at Lin Shiqing, then turned to look at Lin Dedian, and greeted him respectfully. You are always dealing with practitioners, and your tone of voice is different from ours. What are you doing so politely? Lin Dedian looked kindly, and invited Yi Feng to sit down with a smile. Ahem, it's just that I'm used to it these days, and I haven't changed it. My father-in-law forgives me. Yi Feng coughed twice and said awkwardly. It has to be said that although his cultivation base has improved now, he is still a little nervous when facing Lin Dedian. The key reason is naturally Lin Shiqing. With his strength, he can ignore all kinds of secular rules on this earth, and he can turn a blind eye to the identity of the leader of Linda Tianhua Kingdom. But Lin Dedian is Lin Shiqing's father. Yi Feng had to pay attention to this point. No matter how powerful Yi Feng is, his relationship with Lin Shiqing has already been determined. No matter if it is according to the customs on the earth or the habits of the world of cultivating immortals, no matter how strong you are, you must always treat your partner's parents politely. Loyalty and filial piety are respected in the rules of most worlds, and it is also a very normal thing for Yi Feng. Why are you shouting so bluntly? It's still the same as before, just call me uncle. Lin Dedian smiled, waved to Yi Feng and the daughter who was holding Yi Feng's arm, and said, Come and sit down, Xiaoya, you are very busy recently, but I still have to ask you about some things, otherwise I will still be upset. I really can't stand it. When Yi Feng heard what he said, he immediately knew what he was referring to, nodded solemnly, and sat down in the yard with Lin Shiqing. The three of them sat around the stone table. Only in the courtyard of the Lin family would there be such a wide space for people to place objects such as stone tables. Soon, the three of them gradually began to discuss things in the Menghuang realm. Yi Feng didn't have any psychological pressure. Anyway, his strength has risen now, and he is not afraid that Lin Dedian and the people from the National Security Bureau will be unfavorable to him. There is nothing wrong with saying these things. On the contrary, most of the people around him are now on the earth. If Lin Dedian knows more about the cultivation world, then Lin Dedian will definitely start defensive preparations in this regard. Yi Feng was also happy to see this. After communicating, Yi Feng and Lin Dedian probably knew what the other was thinking. Lin Dedian also knew more about things in the cultivation world like Menghuang realm, and this also made him frown tightly. As a high-level intellectual with modern education, Lin Dedian never imagined that there would be so many independent worlds in this world. According to the current research of some scientists, those worlds may be called planes more appropriately. After all, according to Lin Dedian's analysis, whether it is the world of cultivating immortals or the world of wilderness, these worlds and the earth should not be in the same space. In other words, if there are rockets flying far faster than the speed of light on the earth, they will not be able to reach worlds such as the world of cultivating immortals and the world of wilderness if they fly towards the universe for millions of years. Because this kind of world and the earth are not in the same horizontal space at all. For this guess, Yi Feng can only ignore it, whether the guess is true or not, it has nothing to do with what he will do next. But for Lin Dedian, he was obviously very interested. The rationality of modern people is vividly displayed in Lin Dedian. If this problem is not clarified, Lin Dedian will not be able to sleep well. Seeing this situation, Yi Feng could only agree that when the situation stabilized, let the scientific researchers on Earth go to the wilderness realm to do some experiments to find out whether the laws of physics and chemistry of the two worlds are the same. Of course, this had to be done after Yi Feng ensured that the members of the royal family had left, otherwise even if one of the elite scientists sent by Huagua died, it would be a great loss to Huagua. That's how things settled. After Yi Feng went to the Tomb of Dragon Sword, he went to Menghuang realm to check the situation of the royal family. As for now, he must rescue Yuechan first. Being frightened by that giant ice dragon, the royal lord might not have the guts to go wild in the wilderness realm, but just to be on the safe side, you have to go there and confirm it. Thinking in Yi Feng's mind, he finally finished talking with Lin Dedian and prepared to leave. This time you go to the Tomb of the Dragon Sword, will you take them all with you? Lin Shiqing and Yi Feng left Yi family's courtyard side by side, and asked a question. Well, as long as you are practicing dragon sword art, you can bring it with you this time. Yifeng nodded, and looked up at the clear and cloudless sky, with a hint of thought in his eyes. Now there are 5 people around him practicing dragon sword Ju. 3 of them are his women, Long Waner, Su Menghan and Xiaoyu, and the other 2 are Zhang Xingyun and Xiao Qi. Of course, Yifeng couldn't be more clear about the cultivation status of the 5 people this time. The test of the 5 people's cultivation talents is the degree of comprehension of the fairy art derived from the dragon sword art. With the first picture of the golden dragon spinning sword and the dragon sword art, only the illusion sword art and the sword fighting art can make them comprehend. According to Yifeng's order, the 5 girls are the first to comprehend phantom swordsmanship. Now, it can be said that none of the 5 girls have succeeded in penetrating the phantom sword technique. Only Long Waner has achieved some success. She deserves to be in existence with the same level of cultivation talent as Su Feiying, that is to say, Yuechan's level. The remaining 4 girls are all slightly less talented, but according to the requirements of the maids of the dragon sword inheritance, they should be enough. This is also the worst level of talent to become a dragon sword maid. If the talent is worse, dragon sword maid will definitely not be able to do it. However, whether they can truly become dragon sword maids can only depend on themselves, and the most important thing is their performance in the dragon sword tomb. Yifeng shook his head. It's useless to think about these things now, we can only talk about them when the time comes. And when the 5 girls accepted the dragon sword inheritance test, Yifeng probably wouldn't be there. After all, he had to rescue Yuechan first. In addition, you have to accept the next round of experience. Yifeng turned his head sideways, glanced at Lin Shiqing beside him, and smiled slightly. Sister Lin, so your father agrees with us? Lin Shiqing gave him a gouged look. What can I do if I disagree? If Lin Dedian really disagrees, Lin Shiqing has every reason to believe that Yifeng will come to force the marriage when the time comes. With Yifeng's temperament, what can't he do? Hey. Yifeng laughed, a very cheap smile. Lin Shiqing wanted to hit him after seeing it, but this kid is really cheap. Lin Shiqing stayed in Yanjing. Anyway, Yifeng would not take her with him when he went to the Tomb of the Dragon Sword this time, so she decided to spend more time with her father and grandfather in Yanjing. With the star refining immortal code she cultivated, the difference in her cultivation speed would be the same whether she was on Peach Blossom Island or not. Not big. Yifeng returned to Peach Blossom Island, and after a little preparation, he prepared to take Lu Nu with him. In addition to the 5 girls who practiced Dragon Sword Ju before, there is also Su Feiying, who is determined to be Yifeng's maid. Of course, Yifeng felt helpless about this, but if Su Feiying became his maid in the future, the power around him would definitely be much stronger. No matter what Su Feiying plans to do in the future, since she has become Yifeng's maid, everything from now on will be tied to Yifeng. Yifeng's affairs are her affairs, and her affairs are also Yifeng's affairs. Whether it was going to repair the Mo family in Nanling in the world of cultivating immortals, or seeking revenge on the man who killed her master, Yifeng had a role to play. Yifeng was about to leave again, which made everyone on Peach Blossom Island very sad, especially Nanfeng, Daoskar, and others. Although they had reached 100 years of cultivation, they could not condense Yongshan for the time being. Only after Yifeng returned and went to Menghuang Realm to find out the situation, they could go to Menghuang Realm to find materials by themselves. This time, it shouldn't be long. You guys just stay in the space of this bloodstone, don't run around, you know? Yifeng took out the blood soul stone and told the girls. All the girls nodded their heads, and they naturally followed Yifeng's instructions. Regarding the origin of the blood soul stone, Su Feiying had already explained it to them during this period of time. Of course, they all knew that the space of the blood soul stone was a vast floating continent. This is a storage space that can carry living beings, And it is a treasure that is extremely difficult for people in the world of cultivating immortals to obtain. Afterwards, Yifeng mobilized his true energy to condense the power of the Dragon Sword Order's Earth-level space, and a cross-world space passageway that could only accommodate one person appeared in the sky above Peach Blossom Island. Today's Peach Blossom Island has absolutely enough self-protection ability. Yifeng can go with confidence. Let's go. Yifeng took the Blood Soul Stone, stepped into the passage that crossed the world, and headed towards the Tomb of the Dragon Sword. Seeing Yifeng disappear again, everyone on Peach Blossom Island admired him. How much cultivation would they have to possess to control the space and teleport to other worlds at will? At this level, that is the world Ren Xiaoyao, worthy of the word cultivating immortals. Immortal Cultivation Realm, Central, Tomb of Dragon Sword. This is the place with the strongest aura in the world of cultivating immortals. Because of this, the Dragon Sword Tomb was built by the previous Dragon Sword successor, for the inheritance of Dragon Sword. Around the Tomb of Dragon Sword, there are many powerful sects of cultivating immortals dotted around. By absorbing the aura of heaven and earth around the Tomb of Dragon Sword, the cultivation speed of the disciples of these sects of cultivating immortals has been greatly improved. Luoha Xianzong is a very powerful one among these sects. However, an incident that happened not long ago made Luoha Xianzong lose face, that is, in his own square, in front of thousands of colleagues around him, the prisoner Yuechan was forced to stolen. This not only shamed all the disciples of the Luoha Xianzong, but also made the suzerain Xiaoyao feel ashamed. Since his debut, Xiaoyao has never encountered such a wicked thing, and the more he thinks about it, the more unwilling he becomes, and finally he turns around and uses the immortal weapon of the Zhenpai, the Luoha Jiuding. The Luoha Jiuding is an immortal artifact passed down from generation to generation of the Luoha Immortal sect. Only the successive heads of the Luoha Immortal sect are eligible to use it, and it is not used casually. The 9 cauldrons contained extremely powerful power of space. When Yifeng came to rescue Yuechan before, only a small part of the power of the 9 cauldrons blocked the square. And this small part of power is at the discretion of the Luoha Xianzong suzerain. However, to use more space power of Luoha Jiuding, even the master of Luoha Xianzong must pay a certain price. The most important thing is that it takes time to worship. Unable to bear the humiliation, Xiaoyao finally spent a lot of time to get the power to use the Luoha Jiuding, activated the mysterious space power, and finally found Yuechan's location. At this moment, Yuechan and Yifeng were traveling through the cross-boundary teleportation channel to the Earth. Without even thinking about it, Xiaoyao used the Luoha Jiuding to destroy the teleportation channel, then captured Yuechan and imprisoned him in the Luoha Jiuding among. The Luoha Immortal sect's method of imprisonment is also one of the very commonly used methods. The immortal cultivators imprisoned in it have stagnated in cultivation, but their consciousness is very clear. The most important thing is that the Luoha Jiuding imprisoned space, it is impossible for ordinary people to escape from it. This is the case with Yuechan. On this day, she closed her eyes and rested in the Luoha Jiuding. Xiaoyao, the head of the Luoha Immortal sect, has come over to question her several times about Yifeng who rescued her, but she has never said a single word about Yifeng. Yuechan knew that once any news about the Tomb of the Dragon Sword spread out, it would definitely cause an uproar in the entire world of cultivating immortals. Although it seemed impossible for anyone to break through the Tomb of the Dragon Sword, one must be careful in everything. In case the world of cultivating immortals, there are also the most powerful people who have been hidden for thousands of years. Therefore, these days, Yuechan kept her mouth shut, not saying a word. Once again, Xiaoyao came before Yuechan, with an elegant figure like a fairy, with eyebrows like waterfalls, and with a simple movement of his hands, real energy would flow around his body. "Chaner, why is this so?" Xiaoyao sighed, staring intently at Yuechan in the Luoha Jiuding space, and slowly shook his head. Xiaoyao didn't know what happened to Yuechan, he only knew that the last time Yuechan and 2 senior brothers went out and met a big devil, but none of them came back. At that time everyone thought that the three of them had died, but Yuechan actually came back a year later, but no one in the Luoha Xianzong knew what she had experienced during this period. Because of this, Xiaoyao wanted to catch Yuechan and force her to tell everything about a year ago, but it was a pity that Yuechan was very stubborn and didn't mention anything about the past. As an immortal cultivator, Yuechan's cultivation level is not low. Of course she can control her mind and prevent herself from saying anything she should not say in her sleep. Hearing Xiaoyao sigh, Yuechan still didn't say a word, closed her eyes, as if she hadn't heard it. As the dragon sword maid, I have no reason to be trapped here forever. I want to wait for Yifeng to come back, and he will come to rescue me soon. Yuechan is quite clear about her situation, however, I only have 2 months left in Luoha Jioding. Xiaoyao stood outside Luoha Jioding for a long time, seeing that Yuechan was still indifferent. Finally he could only snort coldly, and walked away. Anyone could feel the anger in his heart. Yuechan was fully cultivated by the Luoha Immortal sect, but now she has cultivated another stronger cultivation method. The purpose of Xiaoyao is nothing else, his purpose is ultimately above this mental method. And this, Yuechan naturally knew. How could it be possible for him to succeed? However, this is because Yuechan didn't know about the activities of Myriad Realms Demon Eye and Yifeng back then, otherwise it would be hard to say whether she would be so determined. The space flows like a shuttle. After the brilliance flashed by, Yifeng finally held the dragon sword tomb and the blood soul stone, landed on both feet, and stepped on the simple ground of the dragon sword tomb. Finally reached. Yifeng thought in his heart, closed his eyes, and spread his divine thoughts to the surroundings. Senior Dragon Sword, this junior has brought 6 women, please come forward and see if they can become Dragon Sword maid. The long and distant sound of Dragon Sword came over, and then a simple long sword swish appeared above the hall of Dragon Sword's tomb, staring at Yifeng below. Yifeng didn't dare to neglect, he quickly informed the girls in the Blood Soul Stone, and then released them all. Su Feiying, Long Waner, Su Menghan, Zhang Xinyun, and Zhao's sisters appeared one after another in the quaint dragon sword's tomb. As soon as they appeared, they looked around with curiosity. Only Su Feiying and Long Waner were shocked when they appeared, and looked up to see the simple long sword hanging above everyone's heads. Seeing this long sword, the 2 women's minds were in a trance for a while, and they were instantly attracted by its ancient and long-lasting breath. Fortunately, Yifeng held the 2 women with one hand and pulled their minds back. This quaint dragon sword, just its own breath makes the girls a little bit unbearable. Fortunately, Long Jian also realized that the women Yifeng brought back this time were not of high cultivation level, so he took the initiative to restrain his ancient aura. Hee, good boy, brought so much at once. Long Jian counted the number of people, and observed Su Feiying and the girls one by one. The sword body was hanging in the air, exuding a simple halo, and it could not be seen how it had an impression on the girls. Not long. Young man, you are the first to bring so many women to the tomb of the dragon sword at once. The divine thoughts of the dragon sword came into Yifeng's mind. Let them stay, I have my own opinion, you go to see the blood dragon first, he is waiting for you in the hall. Judging from Long Jian's tone, it seemed that the chances of all the girls becoming dragon swords maids were not small, which made Yifeng heave a sigh of relief. At least Dragon Sword didn't reject it outright, which means that everyone has hope. It would be best if they all formally accept the inheritance of Dragon Sword and accept the experience given by Dragon Sword. As for Yifeng himself, he nodded towards the girls, then turned and went to the apse to find the blood dragon. Even if Su Feiying and the others can't become Dragon Sword maids, there won't be any danger. Yifeng can rest assured to find the blood soul dragon and settle Yuechan's matter first. Before, Yifeng asked Long Jian about things like that. If the woman he brought couldn't become Dragonjian's maid, then at most, Long Jian would erase a piece of memory about Dragonjian's tomb, and there would be no danger. That's why Yifeng dared to bring them here with confidence, but if the girls who have practiced dragon sword art cannot become dragon sword maids, the dragon sword art in their bodies will definitely be abolished. However, this is also a helpless thing. It is impossible for dragon sword to allow people who do not belong to the inheritance of dragon sword to practice the mysterious mental method of dragon sword Ju. After all, dragon sword Ju is one of the best cultivation methods in the whole world. Hope everything is fine. Yifeng thought in his heart, and walked to the hall where the Kueishui Shenlong was before. This time, the Kueishui Shenlong also did not show up to greet him, as if it had disappeared without a trace after completing its trial. Yifeng shook his head slightly, but still clasped his fists and bowed to the top of the hall. Then he passed the Sunflower Water Temple and came to the next Blood Soul Dragon Hall. As soon as he stepped into the hall, Yifeng felt a burst of tyrannical aura rushing towards his face from top to bottom. When he looked up, it was the shrunken version of the Blood Dragon Soul. The current Yifeng certainly knows that the real Blood Dragon Soul, whose body can cover the sky and the sun, is far from being able to accommodate such a small palace in front of him. The Blood Dragon in front of him is of course only its image, but the breath of the image can already press the blood in Yifeng's whole body to boil, which shows the horror of the Blood Dragon's cultivation. Only. Yifeng recalled the golden giant leg he saw when he first went to Menghuang realm, and he didn't know who was stronger than that guy, compared with the bloody dragon soul? Yifeng didn't know, because the level of both of them was much higher than him. Boy, you are finally here. With your help this time, I am so relieved to kill so many two-winged beasts at once. The divine sense of the Blood Soul Dragon revealed a refreshing, tyrannical aura that spread throughout the hall. What juniors should do? Yifeng said modestly. Okay, among other things, I can personally refine a magic weapon for you. It is not only a reward for you this time, but also can help you save your maid, Yue-chan, from that sect. The Blood Dragon said firmly. Huh? A magic weapon? Yifeng was taken aback for a moment. He never thought that this would be the case, before coming here. That's right, since the opponent has trapped your maid with a fairy weapon, then I will personally refine a fairy weapon for you to restrain them. When the divine sense of the Blood Soul Dragon came, Yifeng felt that his dragon sword token and the Blood Soul Stone were absorbed by the soul of the Blood Soul Dragon at the same time. Because these two items are connected with Yifeng's mind, he can clearly feel that the corpses of many giant dragons stored in them were all taken out by the Blood Dragon. As for where it was taken, Yifeng couldn't see it either, but these giant dragon corpses were killed by the Blood Dragon anyway, and Yifeng had no right to interfere with what the other party did to these corpses. If it is said that these corpses are used to refine magic weapons, then it is a good idea. Anyway, Yifeng is using them to refine the magic weapons. Instead of leaving these giant dragon corpses to rot, it is better to refine them into magic weapons, otherwise wouldn't it be a waste? Yifeng didn't say a word, just felt that the Blood Dragon took out all the dragon corpses from the Bloodstone, and there was not a single one left. I still want to use it to refine 1 or 2 magic weapons for self-defense for everyone, but now it seems that I have to find other materials. The corner of Yifeng's mouth twitched. He never thought that the magic weapon refined by the Blood Dragon would take away all the dragon corpses. However, if what the Blood Soul Dragon refines is indeed an immortal weapon, then Yifeng has undoubtedly made a lot of money. Needless to say, the most important material for refining immortal artifacts is the corpse of the giant ice dragon, and then the corpse of the giant wind dragon. Very precious. The Blood Dragon in the hall is not the real body, so the refining tool mentioned by the soul of the Blood Dragon will naturally not be refined in front of Yifeng. It takes time for me to refine the weapon. Take this opportunity, you can go to the next hall and accept your next experience. The divine sense of the Blood Dragon made Yifeng's heart tremble. The next experience is finally acceptable. Excitement surged in Yifeng's heart. For the time being, only 3 people have passed the training of the Blood Dragon. That is to say, It is indeed not easy to find a double-winged dragon in this world. If he can speed up even more, it is not impossible to truly win the dragon sword inheritance. His biggest opponent is undoubtedly the young man from the Sky Clan who is favored by many dragon souls. I don't know how many experiences that guy has completed now. Yifeng shook his head and walked to the next hall. It should take a lot of time to wait for the blood dragon to successfully refine the immortal artifact. Yifeng can take this time to see what the next experience is, and it can also save time. Immortal artifact. I didn't expect that after completing this experience, the blood soul dragon could refine an immortal artifact for me. Yifeng felt emotionally in his heart. Even the Luoha immortal sect's ancient sect only had one immortal artifact of the Zhenpai, and now he is about to own an immortal artifact. It can be seen that it is good to have a strong backing behind him. I just don't know what this fairy weapon is, but I guess it shouldn't be a sword. After all, Yifeng already has a lot of swords that can be used on him, so it's useless to have so many swords. The most important problem is that Yifeng's goal is to inherit the dragon sword. In the end, the weapon in Yifeng's hand must be the dragon sword. Wouldn't it be a waste to ask for other immortal weapons like flying swords? But it's useless to think too much now. Let's see what the next experience is. When Yifeng came to the next hall, what caught his eyes was the dense mist that filled the hall, embellishing the whole hall like a fairyland. Even the ancient walls and ground of the hall could not be seen in the mist. It was completely covered with water mist. Junior Yifeng has completed the experience of Senior Blood Dragon, so come here. Yifeng walked into the hall, his spiritual thoughts came out, he looked around, and found that even behind him was surrounded by dense mist, and the way he came from had disappeared. He, a young man who has experienced. A pleasant female voice floated over from all around. Obviously it was the soul of the dragon in this palace. Hearing that it was a female voice, Yifeng was slightly taken aback. Since he came to the Tomb of Dragon Sword, he has never heard a female voice. No, not only have I never heard a female voice, I haven't even heard a lot of speaking voices. Most of the communication is through the use of divine thoughts. Except when communicating with Yuechan, Yifeng knew the language of the immortal realm, so he could communicate with Yuechan. At other times, he used divine thoughts to communicate with the soul of the dragon. Hearing a female voice at this time naturally made Yifeng slightly stunned. The female voice that came out was the language of the world of cultivating immortals. Immediately afterwards, in the white fog, a graceful figure suddenly appeared. It was a graceful woman. Her complexion was as white as fat, black hair hung around her neck, and a pair of exquisite eyes were full of smiles. Senior, may I ask who you are? Yifeng was stunned for a moment, looking at the beautiful woman who appeared from the white mist in front of him. He didn't quite understand the situation. Just call me Wu Xian. The woman pursed her red lips slightly, and smiled slightly. It's the dragon sword maid. My stupid dragon ran out to mess around, and I'm not here for the time being, so I'm the only one here to receive you. Dragon sword maid. Yifeng was in awe. The woman in front of him named Wu Xian turned out to be the maid of dragon sword. Obviously, this could not be other maids who participated in the training, but the maid of the previous dragon sword successor. Yifeng thought that the previous successor of the dragon sword died, so he chose the next successor of the dragon sword, and called this place the Tomb of the Dragon Sword. It now appears that this is not the case. Even this dragon sword maid, Wu Xian, is alive and well, so how could the authentic dragon sword heir die? The younger generation pays respects to senior Wu Xian. Yifeng quickly saluted with a smile. Forget it, they are all inheritors of dragon sword, so you don't have to be polite. The beautiful woman Wu Xian smiled slightly, and waved her snow-white and slender arms. It's just that if you want to become the successor of the dragon sword, you still have to complete the experience that should be completed. That's natural. Yifeng was solemn, and then asked, I don't know what the training content of this junior is? It's very simple, the world of mortals refines the heart. The beautiful woman Wu Xian said indifferently, and looked at Yi Feng with a glance which seemed to see through him. There is no doubt that the cultivation base of this Wuxian absolutely surpasses the soul of the blood dragon. After all, these divine dragon souls were only condensed from the 3 souls and 7 souls of the dragon sword made in the body of the dragon sword made by the dragon sword's descendant. But the dragon sword made is a real and powerful assistant of the dragon sword heir. However, it was impossible for Yi Feng to know the cultivation level of Wu Xian, the maid of dragon sword, and it was impossible for him to ask rashly. He knew that even if he asked, the other party would definitely not tell him, otherwise the souls of the dragons would have already told Yi Feng their respective cultivation levels. The world of mortals refines the heart? Yi Feng was a little puzzled. These 4 words sounded like superficial meanings, but he understood a little bit, but he didn't know if what the other party was referring to meant what he thought. If you want to truly become the successor of the dragon sword, you must have a strong heart. The maid Wuxian said, therefore, at my Wuxian's place, I will gather a heart of a dragon for you. This heart of a dragon must go through experience in the world of mortals to become more and more stable, until finally, join with your heart and make your mind grow. The heart of the dragon? Yi Feng's expression froze, but he still didn't know what the other party meant, so he asked, what do you mean by practicing in the world of mortals? Naturally, it is to let you experience the sufferings of the world, joy, anger, sorrow, joy, separation and reunion. Every time you encounter something, you can let all kinds of emotions in the world of mortals enter the heart of the dragon, and let the heart of the dragon refine these emotions. In the end, it boils down to the pure power of the mind, solidifying the mind. Maid Wuxian's explanation was not difficult to understand. After listening to it once, Yi Feng immediately understood her meaning. If you want to accept the 3rd experience of dragon sword inheritance, you must experience all kinds of emotions in the world of mortals. From Wuxian's words, Yi Feng learned that no matter his emotions or the emotions of other people in the world, they can be absorbed and refined by the so-called dragon heart to become pure spiritual power. When the power of the mind is enough, the heart of the dragon can merge with the heart in his body, allowing him to have stronger mind power. When a cultivator has stronger mental strength, the most intuitive manifestation is that even in the face of opponents whose cultivation level is far beyond his own, he will not panic and be overwhelmed. A strong mind can keep a person calm at any time, and this is especially important for a cultivator. The junior understands. Yi Feng clasped his fists and said, it's good to understand. Now, I will give you the heart of the dragon. The maid Wuxian nodded with a smile, and even reminded her in a playful tone, I have to remind you that the speed of refining your mind is much faster. You already have 2 other competitors ahead of you. The juniors know. Yi Feng said respectfully. The major competitors started the dragon sword inheritance experience at different times, which shows that the competition for this experience is not fair. But Yi Feng didn't care. After all, everything in this world is impossible to be absolutely fair. Immediately afterwards, Wu Xiansu, the maidservant, raised her hand. In her hand, a chaotic heart-like thing gradually condensed, but it was wrapped in layers of white fog. Presumably this is the heart of the dragon. Dragon heart into the body. The maid Wuxian gave a soft shout, and the hazy heart condensed in her hands turned into a white light, which suddenly rushed into Yi Feng's body, and hibernated somewhere in his body. Yi Feng's spiritual consciousness scanned his whole body, but he couldn't find where the dragon heart was hidden. Don't waste your time, the heart of the dragon is invisible, it only exists in your heart, don't bother looking for it. There was a smile in the eyes of the maid Wuxian. Okay, you can go. Yi Feng nodded, feeling a little displeased that dragon's heart entered his body, and he couldn't find a trace of it at all. Although the maid Wuxian also said that the dragon heart is invisible, it only exists in his heart, but the question is, how does he know if the dragon heart has absorbed enough emotion and refined it into pure spiritual power? There is no way. After the maid Wuxian finished speaking, she disappeared from the white mist and disappeared very quickly. Yifeng didn't have a chance to ask more questions, so he had to give up. I haven't really become the successor of the dragon sword yet. It's normal that Wuxian, the maid, doesn't want to spend any more time on me. I'm afraid I have a lot of questions. I can only ask after I have truly become the successor of the dragon sword. Yifeng thought in his heart, and moved out of this hall full of white mist. When he returned to the hall where the bloody dragon's soul was, the bloody dragon's soul was already waiting here. Boy, your fairy weapon has been refined for you, let's go on. As soon as the divine sense fell, a multicolored glow shot towards Yifeng's place. Yifeng immediately raised his head with a serious expression, looking at the multicolored glow that shot towards him. Snapped. Yifeng stretched out his hand and took the multicolored glow in his hand. After a closer look, he saw that it was actually a bow exuding a multicolored glow, exuding a tyrannical aura all over his body. Good bow. Yifeng's expression was awe-inspiring. He knew that this five-colored longbow was an immortal artifact refined by the blood dragon. Scores of immortal artifacts, this five-colored dragon bow is only the lowest level immortal artifact, but compared to the ugly Jioding of the Luaha immortal sect, it is still stronger. This bow is more than enough to save your mage Wuchan. The divine sense of the blood dragon came over. Swish. Yifeng raised the five-colored dragon bow with one hand, stared at the whole longbow, thinking, is this a magic weapon of the fairy level? He could clearly feel that on this longbow, the breath of the giant ice dragon was attached, as well as the breath of the wind dragon, mixed with the power of various elements. Originally, with so many powers mixed together, the magic weapon refined must be low quality and messy, but in the hands of the blood dragon, the impossible became possible, and these powers were perfectly combined together. You can try it. Following the divine thought of the words blood soul dragon, Yifeng raised his head and saw a illusory double-winged dragon appearing 100 meters away from him, on the edge of the hall. Although this fiery red double-winged dragon is illusory, Yifeng can also feel that this is a big guy with a cultivation base of more than 300 years. It was condensed by the blood dragon and let Yifeng try the bow. Dragon sword Ju's true energy boiled instantly, and the meridians in Yifeng's body circulated. 3 seconds later, the true energy instantly filled the entire colorful dragon bow, and a true energy arrow combined with various forces on the colorful dragon bow to condense together. Aiming at the illusory two-winged fire dragon. Boom! Yifeng let go of his hand, and the arrows of true energy condensed from the five-colored dragon bow arrived in an instant. In this colorful dragon bow, there is an earth-level space power, which can be used. It seems that the blood dragon makes me try to comprehend higher-level space power. Yifeng could feel the terrifying energy contained in that Jinqi arrow, and his expression changed because of it. The power of the earth-level space is attached to the five-colored dragon bow. No wonder it can break through the fairy weapon that imprisoned Wuchan, but the power of the earth-level space is not so easy to activate. Although the body of the two-winged giant dragon on the floating continent is used as the material, the blood dragon itself has added some earth-level space power into this colorful dragon bow, otherwise this long bow would not be able to reach the fairy weapon level. With a loud bang, the phantom of the two-winged giant dragon suddenly disappeared under Yifeng's arrow. Yifeng's heart was shaken. The phantom of the two-winged giant dragon had a real 300 years of cultivation, but it collapsed under his arrow, which shows how this multicolored dragon bow has strengthened his strength. It's a pity that such an arrow requires Yifeng to mobilize the whole body's true energy to condense, and the condensing time is not short. The 3-second cohesion time is enough for the opponent to kill Yifeng thousands of times in a frontal battle. It seems that this colorful dragon bow is only useful in sneak attacks. However, this is already Yifeng's strongest trump card at present. And with the improvement of Yifeng's cultivation base, the power that this colorful dragon bow can exert will become stronger. Most importantly, it also has a certain amount of Earth-level space power. Yi Feng can even use this. The longbow came to shatter the space and pass to another world. This is also the convenience given to Yi Feng by the Blood Soul Dragon. Compared with other competitors in the Dragon Sword inheritance, Yi Feng didn't have any strong background, so his disadvantage was extremely obvious, but now he found such a large habitat of two-winged giant dragons, which made the Blood Soul Dragon appreciate it. In this way, it can be regarded as slightly shortening the gap between Yi Feng and other competitors. Putting the 5-colored dragon bow into the space of the dragon sword token, Yi Feng walked out of the palace of the Blood God Dragon. The experience of the Blood God Dragon has been completed, and the way to save Yuechan has also been taught to Yi Feng. From then on, there is no need for Yi Feng to have too many interactions with it. Unless, one day Yi Feng really passed the inheritance of the Dragon Sword and became the successor of the Dragon Sword. At that time, Yi Feng will naturally see another wider world. Soon, Yi Feng retreated to the Hall of Dragon Sword's tomb, looked around, but didn't see any woman there, so he couldn't help feeling a bit puzzled. It's only been half a day, where did Su Feiying and the others go? Young man, don't worry. They are all cultivating in the meditation space. I believe they will surprise you when they appear in front of you again. You should go about your own business first. The ancient sound of the vicissitudes of the dragon sword came from all directions, but there was no shadow of its sword. Yes. Yi Feng clasped his fists in response, delighted in his heart. It seems that within half a day, the 6 girls have passed the test of dragon sword. Otherwise they would not have the qualification to enter the meditation space. Entering the meditation space means that their cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds. Of course, this is at the cost of their respective lifespans, but in the early stages of practicing dragon sword art, it is worth paying this price. Yi Feng felt relieved, bid farewell to Long Jian, stepped on the stairs leading Long Jian's tomb, and walked outside step by step. It's been a long time since I saw Yuechan, and she must have suffered so much from being locked in the fairy artifact of the Luoha Immortal sect at this time. It is imperative to rescue her. Yi Feng tightened the 5-colored dragon bow in his hand, took the last step, and finally came to the side of the lake above the tomb of the dragon sword. The 9 dragon pagodas are still towering around the lake, their reflections are rippling in the lake, and the water is beautiful and the wind is clear. Yi Feng stood on the shore, looking to the south. The location of Luoha Shenzong is 400 miles away to the south, and within this distance, there is no other sect, because if it is closer, no immortal cultivator can bear the punishment of the dragon sword tomb. For 100 miles, watch me shoot Luoha Shenzong with arrows. There was light in Yi Feng's eyes. He took a drop of Luotian water, and replenished the true energy he had just consumed by trying the arrow. Then he flew into the sky and looked south. The 5-colored dragon bow is attached to the power of the Earth-level space, and 400 miles is not a distance for it. Even if it is farther away, even on the Earth, as long as Yi Feng can locate the target, he can shoot the target with one arrow. The key point is that Yi Feng must rescue Yuechan, who was trapped in Luoha Shenzong's immortal weapon after he shot it. Luckily, Yi Feng has the Eye of Wind and Thunder. With a distance of 400 miles, he can reach it in just one teleportation. All he needed to do was shoot Luoha Shenzong's fairy weapon with the 5-colored dragon bow, and then Yi Feng teleported over to take Yuechan away. Regarding Luoha Shenzong's situation, the Blood Soul Dragon also helped him. A picture scroll like a long river gradually unfolded in the sky in front of Yi Feng. It was the scene within the Luoha Immortal sect. Not only was the position of every member of the Luoha Immortal sect clearly clear, even its immortal artifact, the Luoha Jioding, the location is clear at a glance. Go. Yi Feng flew to the sky and looked south. His bow was like a full moon, and his eyes were shining brightly. Needless to say, the power of the 5-colored dragon bow, every time it is activated, it must condense the true energy of Yi Feng's whole body. At this moment, the multicolored dragon bow emits a vast glow, the reflection of the lake is bright, and an arrow exuding endless power is condensed on the bow. Go! Yifeng let out a soft shout, and loosened the colorful dragon bow in his hand. The powerful arrow broke away from the bowstring in an instant, penetrated the space, and disappeared in front of him. The next moment, the arrow attached to the power of the earth-level space has penetrated the space, and suddenly appeared in the Luoha Immortal sect, in front of the Zhenpai Immortal artifact Luoha Jioding. Swish! Yifeng's figure flashed, and the power of his eyes of wind and thunder moved him, and he followed the arrow to this place, but he saw that there was not even a single person in the hall where the Luoha Jioding was stored, which was just right for Yifeng to act. Boom! That arrow was like a shooting star, coming from shattering the void, and its terrifying power instantly defeated the Luoha Jioding. This is a fairy bow blessed with the power of the blood dragon. The majestic celestial artifact, the Luoha 9 cauldron, split apart in an instant. Yuechan, who was trapped in it, froze for a moment, and then felt that the power that had trapped her during these days was loosened. Suddenly, as soon as Yuechan's body relaxed, the Zhenqi that had been imprisoned for a long time finally began to flow again, but she was not used to it for a while, and her meridians were a little stagnant. Being trapped by Luoha Jioding for too long has a great impact on the cultivation of immortal cultivators. Fortunately, this is only a very low-grade immortal artifact. Otherwise, even if Yuechan is rescued, half of her body's cultivation will be crippled, and in the future practice is difficult. There are also grades between fairy artifacts and fairy artifacts, but the blood dragon did not inform Yifeng of the specific division method. Under normal circumstances, only those who have attained a cultivation base of more than 1,000 years can possess a celestial weapon, but this fairy weapon is also of a lower grade, or in other words, it is just a low-quality product. However, for Yifeng, these lower-level immortal artifacts are already very handy magic weapons. Not only are they extremely powerful, but they also come with many special functions. For example, the space-shattering ability of the colorful dragon bow was of great help to Yifeng. Yuechan, here I come. Yifeng looked forward, and saw Yuechan in a snow skirt appeared in front of him. Her meridians were sluggish, and she seemed to be unable to work for the time being. Without hesitation, he took a step forward and reached out to hold Yuechan in his arms. This woman was his first dragon sword maid. Ever since she became Yifeng's maid, Yifeng regarded her as one of his own and never left her. Even if he risked his life, Yifeng would still save her, not to mention that he didn't need to risk his life now. Yifeng. Yuechan opened her beautiful eyes slightly, and found that Yifeng had saved her. She was relieved. If she lived for a while, Immortal de Luo might not be able to save her. The power of Luoha Jioding is not something she can resist. If she is trapped in it for too long, she will definitely be refined into the purest spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and then absorbed by others. Want to leave after coming? It's not that easy. A cold voice suddenly came from behind the two of them, making them instantly alert. Yifeng looked back, but he saw that it was the personable and elegant Luoha Immortal sect master. Back then, happy. This guy still looks gentle and elegant, with unrestrained eyebrows and star-like eyes, which makes people unable to help but admire him. But of course, Yifeng would not be convinced by him. I'm afraid you can't stop me if I want to go. Yifeng laughed. The power of wind and thunder surged, condensed with the true energy of dragon sword art, and instantly brought Yuechan together to open up a space passage back to the tomb of Dragon Sword. Swish! It's almost here. The figures of the two disappeared from the Luoha Shenzong, leaving only the suzerain Xiaoyao with a livid face. He couldn't figure it out. He is now the most powerful person in the world of cultivating immortals with 800 years of cultivation, and now he can't stop the two juniors. What a joke. The power of space? Xiaoyao turned his gaze to the side, where the Luoha Jioding was placed. At this moment, the Luoha Jioding, the immortal artifact of the Luoha Immortal sect, had been shot through a gap by an arrow. Luoha Jiuding, broken. Xiaoyao's heart is bleeding. This is an immortal artifact handed down from generation to generation in the Luoha Immortal sect, and it is also the only immortal artifact in the Luoha Immortal sect, and now it was crushed by an arrow. But he didn't even have the slightest power to stop it. What a lament! Yuechan, I will kill you in this life, and make a blood sacrifice for the sect's ancestors. Xiaoyao's unrestrained gaze was bloodshot and determined. He knew very well that now he must break through to a 1,000-year cultivation base as soon as possible, and the most important thing is to comprehend the power of space at a higher level. As for the broken Luoha 9 cauldrons, it must not be spread to the outside world, otherwise all the cultivating sects around here will have their idea of Luoha Xianzong, which is not a fun thing. Xiaoyao was thinking about where he was going to take the next adventure, trying to get more treasures, when the space behind him suddenly distorted. Who? Xiaoyao became vigilant, and at the same time lamented in his heart, the level of the power of space is so important, now that anyone can come and go freely in front of him, how embarrassing is this for him? He turned around, but what he saw was an old man in green clothes. On his green clothes, there was a sky-blue flying bird, which seemed to be soaring in the sky. The aura emanating from the old man made Xiaoyao sweat instantly. This old guy is definitely in existence with a cultivation base of more than 1,000 years. In a fight, he is definitely not an enemy. What's more, the fluctuation of the space force coming from the old man seems to be at the same level as when that boy rescued Yuechan just now. That is to say, the old man far surpassed Xiaoyao in terms of cultivation and comprehension of the power of space. Dare to ask Senior who? Xiaoyao looked back vigilantly, his brows were gloomy, he had already been hit too hard today. The immortal artifact of the Zhenpai has been destroyed, and there is nothing that can be done, it's sad and deplorable. The old man and Xingyi looked at Xiaoyao, the suzerain of the Luoha Xianzong with pity, and gradually shook his head. If you want to take back what belongs to you and avenge your sect's immortal artifacts, I, the Sky Clan, may be able to help you. You are busy, what do you think? Hearing this, Xiaoyao's face revealed a touch of surprise. Sky Clan? Are you here to help? His face darkened, and the free spirit came out. Dare to ask where the Sky Clan came from? How would I know? You didn't use me as a spear. Xiaoyao is not an idiot. When encountering this kind of thing, the other party obviously wants something from him. Of course, he has to plan well and strive for the best interests for himself. Ha ha ha. The old man and Xingyi laughed, but didn't say anything more. Just a ray of light burst out of his eyes, and he put his hand on Xiaoyao's shoulder. His Sky Clan wants to use a person, but he can't help that person talking nonsense. Yi Feng, who had no idea that the Sky Clan had appeared beside him, rescued Yuechan back to the Tomb of the Dragon's Sword, and started to refine the dragon's heart. In his eyes, the experience of refining the mind is not difficult, it just takes some time. To practice in the world of mortals, there is no doubt that the more people there are, the faster the dragon heart can absorb more emotional power. Yi Feng thought in his heart, but wanted to have more people. The place he has seen the most people is undoubtedly Yanjing. It seems that after stabilizing, they will have to return to Yanjing for a while. The population of the capital of China on this earth has reached an outrageous level. Yi Feng had never seen a city with so many people, no matter in the wild world or the world of cultivating immortals. If he wanted to cultivate his mind, going to this city would undoubtedly be the fastest. It seems that the identity of Yanjing University student can still come in handy. Yi Feng smiled wryly and shook his head. He still had to ask Lin Shiqing to help him get him back to Yanjing University. In the Tomb of Dragon Sword, Yuechan sat beside Yi Feng and closed her eyes to recuperate, straightening out her meridians. Being trapped by the Luoha Jiuding for so long, all the meridians in her body are a bit stagnant, and it takes time to get through them. Yi Feng was also practicing at the side. He really wanted Long Jian to send him into the meditation space so that his cultivation could increase quickly. After all, it was time for him to struggle, and sacrificing a little lifespan was nothing. It's a pity that even Yi Feng, the number of times and time he can enter the meditation space is limited. At this moment, he didn't have the opportunity to enter the meditation space, so he could only wait outside for Su Feiying and Long Waner to come out, and then took them back to Earth. Yi Feng turned his gaze to Yuechan, who was at the side. Yuechan's cultivation has not changed much from when she was separated last time. After 90 years of cultivation, she still has not been able to condense Yangshen. Yi Feng thought to himself, she can lead the team, and together with so many people on Peach Blossom Island, go to the wilderness realm to search for the heaven and earth treasures that condense the young god. Yi Feng did some calculations. If Yuechan could absorb all the treasures he possessed, Yuechan's cultivation would reach more than 130 years. The 4 treasures of the royal family and the precious dragon pill, no matter what they are, can make Yuechan's cultivation improve by leaps and bounds. What's more, there are 2 incomparably precious heaven and earth treasures on the earth, the 1,000 years of black ice and the flame of eternal night, which can improve her cultivation for another 20 years. In this way, Yuechan will have a cultivation base of 150 years, which is stronger than Yi Feng's cultivation base of 120 years. After a day and a night, Yuechan finally straightened out her meridians, breathed a sigh of relief, opened her lovely eyes, and saw Yi Feng standing by her side. Thank you. Yuechan's red lips parted slightly. She sincerely thanked Yi Feng, and at the same time she was a little surprised. Could it be that you shot the arrow that shattered the Luoha Jioding? That's natural. Yi Feng smiled, and took out the 5-colored dragon bow and held it in his hand. This is an immortal weapon refined for me by Senior Blood Dragon. The arrow is attached to the power of Earth-level space, which can shatter the void and shatter the Jioding of the Luoha River. Speak. Fairy artifact. Yuechan's eyes lit up. She didn't expect Yi Feng to casually obtain a fairy-level magic weapon. If other people in the world of cultivating immortals knew about it, wouldn't they be envious and want to die? Yi Feng didn't talk to her about the colorful dragon bow, but took out the maid who had given it to Su Feiying before, and handed it to Yuechan. This is your maid, Pei, keep it well, I believe no one will obstruct us this time. Yi Feng smiled slightly. I'll take you to half of my hometown, to see. The place he was talking about was, of course, the Earth. The reason why it is half of his hometown is because the other half of his hometown is in the world of cultivating immortals, but in comparison, his nostalgia for the world of cultivating immortals is only because of Su Feiying, but his feelings for the Earth are entrusted to so many relatives on Peach Blossom Island body. Now, the Earth is already his base camp, and everyone around him has Peach Blossom Island as their base. Peach Blossom Island is now Yi Feng's home. As for the Earth, Yuechan had already heard about it. She nodded, with a curious look in her beautiful eyes. She didn't know what Yi Feng said about the world of science and technology, so this was an eye-opener. It wasn't until she became a dragon sword maid that Yuechan realized that the world in this world is not only the world of cultivating immortals. There are many different worlds outside of the world of cultivating immortals, and the situation in each world is quite different from the world of cultivating immortals. This gave her an idea to explore. There should be many interesting things in the vast world. Yuechan, how is your dragon soul? Yi Feng received the next topic and asked Yuechan. 50 years of cultivation, it is very difficult to improve the cultivation of the dragon soul, even more difficult than my own improvement. Yuechan frowned slightly. Immortal cultivators can rely on absorbing the aura of heaven and earth to improve their cultivation, but it is difficult for her to improve the dragon soul condensed by her 3 souls and 7 souls in her body, and can only naturally improve her cultivation over time. Unless there are extra treasures of heaven, material, and earth, they can be absorbed by the soul of the dragon. because the effect of absorbing the treasures of heaven, materials, and earth by the soul of the dragon is half of the effect absorbed by the immortal cultivator. For example, if a cultivator absorbs a drop of Luotian water, he can improve his cultivation for 5 years, but if he lets the soul of the dragon absorb it, he can only improve his cultivation for 2.5 years. Don't worry about this problem. Yifeng laughed, and casually turned over a lot of treasures from heaven and earth. This time during his trip to the wild world, he got thousands of dragon pills alone, not to mention an extra one, even dozens or hundreds of extras, and he didn't hesitate to take them out. At this time it is just right to raise the dragon soul. In addition to the 4 treasures of the royal family, there are a lot of them, and the people around Yifeng can't use them up. There is no bottleneck in improving the cultivation of the dragon soul, and there is no upper limit of cultivation. The upper limit of the cultivation of the soul of the dragon is the upper limit of the cultivation of its mistress. Yuechan, absorb all these treasures. By the way, what is the upper limit of your current cultivation? Yifeng handed all kinds of treasures of heaven and earth to Yuechan, let her absorb them, and asked a question at the same time. The effect of the dragon pill can directly increase the cultivation base of the immortal cultivator, ignoring the problem of the upper limit of the cultivation base. Of course it has to wait for the final absorption. However, the upper limit of Yuechan's cultivation is more than 300 years at least, so there is no need to keep a dragon pill for that long. 360 years. Yuechan replied, stretching out her plain hand to take the treasures of heaven and earth handed over by Yifeng. She was surprised when she casually looked at them. These things were all things she had never absorbed before. Jade talc from the royal family, dead grass in the abyss, animal bones in Yunxian, and water from the sky, all of them are treasures that have never appeared in the world of cultivating immortals or the earth. These 4 pieces alone can improve one's cultivation for more than 20 years, plus what Long Dan and Yifeng said about the 1,000 years of black ice and the fire of eternal night. Yuechan discovered that her cultivation could go back to 150 years so quickly. Back then, when Yuechan started cultivating from the beginning, it took about 10 years to cultivate to 150 years. Although it was considered a very fast speed, compared with the current speed, it was still far behind. The Dragon Sword inheritance is indeed much stronger than the Luoha Immortal sect, and the foundations of the 2 sides are not at the same level at all. Looking at it now, the 5-colored dragon bow, an immortal weapon refined by the Blood Soul Dragon, can smash the immortal artifact of the Luoha Immortal sect with 1 arrow, the Luoha Jioding, which is enough to show everything. Yuechan carefully observed the few treasures that Yifeng handed over. Without hesitation, she immediately began to absorb them. Yifeng gave her 2 copies of the same thing. She naturally absorbed one for herself and let Dragon Soul absorb one. Her Dragon Soul, which Yifeng called Yuechan Dragon Soul, has no self-awareness yet. It is said that a dragon soul raised in this way will have to cultivate for 700 or 800 years before it can produce initial consciousness, and for 1,000-year cultivation, it will produce spiritual consciousness and have its own thinking. Yuechan Dragon Soul is still far away from this level. A piece of heaven, material and earth treasures disappeared from Yuechan's hands, and her cultivation base continued to increase, 100 years, 110 years, 120 years. In the end, it stopped at the level of 133 years, and Yuechan had absorbed all the 4 royal treasures and dragon pills. The next step is to let the dragon soul absorb the aura in the treasures of heaven and earth, but the effect will be greatly reduced. After eating these treasures of heaven and earth, the cultivation base of Yuechan Dragon Soul has only increased from 50 years to 70 years. After returning to Earth, there will still be 1,000 years of black ice and eternal night flame, each of which can improve their cultivation for 10 years, so there is no need to worry too much now. Yifeng continued to sit and practice, waiting for Su Feiying and his daughters to appear. A year in the meditation space is a day in the outside world. Back then, Yi Feng had practiced in the meditation space for 10 years and understood the killing array in sword fighting. Now, his sword fighting skills are at the peak, and if he wants to take a step forward, he can only wait until he has reached 200 years of cultivation, visualize the next picture of the dragon sword art, and derive a new sword skill. After waiting for another 4 days, the Hall of Dragon Swords tomb suddenly became lively. It seems that this place has welcomed so many people for the first time, and these people were brought by Yi Feng alone. From now on, they will be his dragon sword maid. Almost at the same time, several slim and beautiful figures flashed from the hall. Yi Feng counted the number of people: Su Feiying, Long Wanner, Su Menghan, Zhang Xinyun, Xiao sisters. That's right, there are 6 of them, plus Yuechan, there are 7 of them. After practicing in the meditation space, the cultivation bases of Long Wanner and the other 5 girls have obviously improved a lot. Of course, Su Feiying was the exception, because she came here and abolished the original 150-year-old Star Tomb Ju, and instead practiced the Dragon Sword Ju. At this time, Su Feiying's cultivation base was 80 years, which was about the same level as Yuechan's previous level. If Yi Feng's natural materials and earth treasures were added, she could easily achieve a 100-year cultivation base, and it was time to condense Yangshan. Due to the abolition of the Star Tomb art, Su Feiying's original Yang God naturally disappeared, and now she is condensing the Yang God for the second time, and she is naturally familiar with the process. What surprised Yi Feng the most was that Su Feiying's mastery of phantom swordsmanship and fighting swordsmanship was stronger than Yuechan's. It could be felt that the sword intent in Su Feiying's body was stronger than Yuechan's now. Quite a few. Of course, Yuechan has been trapped in the Luohan 9 cauldrons during this time. Not only can't improve her cultivation, but she can't even comprehend the artistic conception of swordsmanship, which is equivalent to stagnation. But even so, it can be seen that Su Feiying's talent is no less than half that of Yuechan's. If she comes from a better background, her achievements will not be lower than Yuechan's. You know, the previous Yuechan has cultivated for over 300 years. Yi Feng continued to look at the girls, and when he saw Long Wanner, he was overjoyed. The talent of this young lady of the Long family is also outstanding. Since she had come into contact with the picture of the golden dragon spinning sword before coming to the tomb of the dragon sword, Long Wanner had a 1-step advantage over Su Feiying when it came to the dragon sword art. At this moment, Long Wanner's sword fighting skills are already moving towards the 3rd level. As long as she is given some more time, it will only come naturally when she reaches the level similar to Yi Feng's. As for Su Feiying and Yuechan, they have just reached the 2nd floor. Long Wanner's cultivation has increased by another 60 years, reaching 150 years, based on the 90 years since she came to the Tomb of Dragon Sword. Considering that she has already absorbed the heaven and earth aura of Qianzai Xianbing and Eternal Night Flame, her cultivation level is about the same as that of Yuechan. Likewise, it's time to condense the Yangshan. Yi Feng's eyes gradually turned to the rest of the girls, from Su Menghan, to Zhang Xinyun, to Xiao Yu and Xiao Qi. The cultivation bases of these girls are not too different, and they are all 120 to 130 years old at this time. Xiuwei. As for the mastery of sword fighting, it is also about to touch the 2nd level. It seems that the talents of the 4 girls are not bad, but compared to Yuechan, Su Feiying, and Long Wanner, they are slightly worse. A level. After coming to the Tomb of the Dragon Sword, accepting the real inheritance of the Dragon Sword, and having improved the meditation space, all the girls have obviously experienced a leap forward. But at the same time, the age of the 6 girls who entered the meditation space suddenly increased by 5 years, and each girl's hair grew a lot. This is the price of quickly improving her cultivation and comprehending sword fighting skills. At this moment, condensing the Yang God has become a major event in front of the women. With the Yang God, their cultivation speed can be faster, but it is not so easy to condense a high-quality Yang God. The materials to condense Yangshan can only be found by themselves. As for Yi Feng, he must put the experience of completing the inheritance of the dragon sword in the first place. Yi Feng. All the girls suddenly appeared from the meditation space and came to Yi Feng, all in a daze. 5 years passed by in a hurry. Zhang Xingyun opened her eyes, felt the 125 years of cultivation in her body, and knew that she had finally made a qualitative leap. It was indeed the right decision to abolish her cultivation and start practicing dragon sword art. As an innate ghost spirit, she can now freely control the 4 innate ghost marks on her body, and condense a powerful soul control power to subdue the souls of other dead cultivators. Although her cultivation is only 125 years old, she is not as good as Xuanhuan and Longwaner, but if she subdues enough souls, her combat power will definitely far surpass that of Yuechan, Longwaner, and Su Feiying. Female. Because, with the 4 innate ghost marks all over her body, it is enough for her to subdue the souls of those dead cultivators by 5 times. In other words, her current cultivation base of 125 years can subdue the soul of a cultivator with a cultivation base of 625 years. Of course, after surrendering, the fighting power of the immortal cultivator's soul will be halved, but it still has the fighting power of more than 300 years of cultivation. However, how easy is it to subdue the soul of a cultivator with a cultivation base of 625 years? At least, with Zhang Xinyan's own strength alone, it is definitely not enough. Even with the addition of Yi Feng and the others, it would be difficult to find the soul of a cultivator with a cultivation base of 625 years. The current Yi Feng can at most defeat a strong man with a cultivation base of 300 years, and it is still through a sneak attack. Then Zhang Xinyan can subdue 2 souls of immortal cultivators like this, so that she can have 2 helpers who are as good as her own. The soul of a cultivator with a cultivation base of 300 years has a fighting power of about 150 years. The strength of the innate ghost spirit body can be seen. Even if Zhang Xinyan is only a soul who has surrendered for 300 years, compared with monks of the same level, he is 3 against 1. It is easy to see who is stronger and who is weaker. In addition to Zhang Xinyan's innate ghost body, Longwaner's immortal jade body cannot be ignored. The 7-star immortal meridian jade body increased her basic cultivation speed by 70%, and this 70% cultivation speed was completely superimposed on the dragon sword Ju, which surpassed the advanced cultivation method of immortality. In other words, her usual practice speed far exceeds that of ordinary people. This is also one of the reasons why her cultivation is now ahead of other girls. It may not be obvious at this stage, because everyone is still in the stage of using various natural materials and earth treasures to improve, and the gap is not big. When the usable natural materials and earth treasures are all used up, then the gap will appear. Moreover, the immortal meridian jade body can also slightly increase the cultivation speed of its partner. Longwaner's immortal vein jade body permanently increased Yi Feng's cultivation speed by about 10% after Yi Feng had that relationship with her. For Yi Feng, this is also a very important factor. Coupled with Lin Shiqing's destiny, if it matches to a certain extent, it can also increase his cultivation speed by a large amount. Therefore, although Yi Feng does not have any special physique, his future cultivation speed will not be much slower than those with special physique. Things done, it's almost time to leave. But before leaving, Yi Feng has one more thing to figure out, and that is about his destiny. In the Star Refining Temple in the Menghuang realm, the inheritance power of the Star Refining Immortal Code once said that his destiny was artificially erased, and now he does not have a destiny, but in theory, everyone has a destiny. Yi Feng must figure out this matter, because there are only 3 ways to get in touch with the level of destiny and be able to erase his destiny. The first is the inheritance of the dragon sword, the second is the demon eye of myriad worlds, and the third is the existence with giant golden legs in the wilderness realm. After thinking about it, Yi Feng always felt that the possibility of inheriting the dragon sword is the greatest, because the latter 2 are unnecessary. Is Senior Long Jian here? This junior has something to ask, please answer. Yi Feng got up and looked around the hall. Oh? Ask. An ethereal and distant divine thought came over. It was the ancient dragon sword, but it didn't show up. About my destiny. Yi Feng just said these 6 words, when he heard a distant and long-lasting laughter. It was Gupu Longjian who laughed. Everyone who accepts the inheritance of the dragon sword must erase the original destiny. When you accept the inheritance of the dragon sword, you will be given a destiny that is most in line with the dragon sword formula. You can rest assured about this matter. After hearing this explanation, Yi Feng was slightly relieved. It turned out to be like this. Unexpectedly, dragon sword inheritance still has this rule, and he didn't even know it at first. But come to think of it, if the Zhangqiong clan's dragon sword inheritance contender, he must know that the mandate of heaven was erased. This is the difference between whether there is a backing in the background and the background. Of course, Yi Feng didn't think that he would lose to that Sky Clan competitor so easily. It's still unknown who will get the dragon sword inheritance in the end. Yi Feng glanced at the girls in front of him. He was a little curious, not knowing what their destiny was. According to the power of inheritance in the Alchemy Immortal Code, everyone in this world has their own destiny, and each person's destiny is different and has various effects. For example, Shu Shu's divine destiny made her superhuman in medical skills. Lin Shurqing's love and destiny allowed her and her partner to improve their practice speed after they got married. For the time being, Yi Feng only knows about the destiny of these 2 women. As for other people, he doesn't know at all. The power of inheritance in the Star Refining Immortal Code once said that as long as he reaches the 1,000-year cultivation base and attains the Tao realm, he will have enough ability to see what is the fate of others. Therefore, Yi Feng was not in a hurry. After all, most of the effects of destiny were subtle. Even if he didn't know what destiny was, it wouldn't have any effect on one's cultivation. It's time to go back. Yi Feng looked around. This time, the purpose of coming to the Tomb of the Dragon Sword has been achieved. The next thing he should do is to go to the Menghuang realm first to confirm the current situation of the royal soldiers in the Menghuang realm. How? Then, contact the inheritance power of the Star Refining Temple, and through her guidance, destroy all the remaining cross-boundary teleportation arrays in the wild world, and eliminate all unknown dangers from the source. If you want to ask Yi Feng for something about the power of inheritance, then such a small matter should not be refused. You know, going back to the original world where Star Refining Valley was located, needless to say, there are many crises in it. Even if Yi Feng has reached the 1,000-year cultivation level, he was always close to death in the past. This is not a trivial matter. Before that, the inheritance power of the Star Refining Immortal Code ensured the safety of Yi Feng and the people around him, and it was a matter of course. While thinking this way, Yi Feng let the girls enter the space of the floating continent of the Bloodstone, and then took out the Dragon Sword token, ready to activate it. But at this moment, he suddenly thought, since the colorful dragon bow already has the power of the Earth-level space in his hand, can he go back to the Earth directly with the power of the colorful dragon bow? After thinking about it for a while, he knew it was impossible. Because wherever the power of the Earth-level space of the colorful dragon bow shoots, Yi Feng's own consciousness is needed to locate it. Before Yi Feng comprehended the power of mysterious space, his consciousness couldn't cross the world at all, let alone cross the world to locate the position of the Earth. If you shoot an arrow like this casually, although it can break through the void, who knows, it will create a passage leading to some ghostly place. Even if the 5-colored dragon bow is attached to the power of Earth-level space, it is still very difficult for Yi Feng to use it to cross the world. Unless he can comprehend the power of the mysterious space, so that the divine consciousness can be positioned across the world. Whether it is to comprehend the power of the mysterious space, or to position the consciousness across the world, it is not an easy matter. The former, many strong people who have attained the Tao realm for thousands of years have not been able to do it. So easy to locate the world you want to go to? The dragon sword condensed the power of space, and after it circulated, a cross-boundary transmission channel leading to the earth appeared in front of Yifeng. Without any hesitation, Yifeng stepped into it. Space flows, hundreds of millions of miles in an instant. When Yifeng opened his eyes again, he was already standing on the ground of Peach Blossom Island. On this island, only the people closest to Yifeng were left. In addition, the 100 dragon blood warriors brought by Ai Xuanhuan, and more than 200 other Sar tribesmen, all went to Luofu Mountain Cave Heaven in Huagua. That originally belonged to the Yi family's territory, but now it happened to be taken back by Yifeng and used as the living place of the Thrall tribe. However, regarding the daily code of conduct of the people of the Sar tribe, Yifeng asked Elder Yi Wuming of the Yi family to vigorously train them. The most important thing was to educate Ai Xuan, the leader of the Sar tribe. Since they are in the country of Hua, they must abide by the rules of the country of Hua. Even if they all become immortals, they will never allow any troubles to arise in the secular world of the country of Hua. This is naturally what Yifeng meant. As for Yi Wuming's 150 years of cultivation, in half a year's time, he will be able to transform all of his true energy into a powerful immortal cultivator, which will be Yifeng's great help at that time. On Peach Blossom Island, the elders Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng played chess and drank tea all day. Especially after the inner qi of the two elders was transformed into true qi, they paid more attention to the evolution of moves. You must know that the martial arts moves the two practiced were originally motivated by inner qi, but now they have been transformed into true qi, and their properties are completely different. If you are not skilled in using them, you will definitely have big problems in battle. Fortunately, after the inner qi was transformed into true qi, the power of the martial arts moves the two practiced, such as Yi Wentian's Mad Demon Fist, Tang Xiefeng's Dragon Elephant Prajna Palm, etc., did not weaken at all, but increased a lot, and added some more mysterious things into it. Undoubtedly, after the whole body's internal qi was transformed into true qi, the strength of Yi Wendian and Tang Xiefeng more than doubled. In addition, the 4 Yi family seniors who defected to Yifeng followed Yi Wuming and guarded the Luofu mountain cave, and they were in the stage of transforming their inner energy into true energy. On Peach Blossom Island, Tang Qingling was pouring tea for the two elders. A cluster of human-shaped flames surrounded Tang Qingling, lively and agile. It was the image condensed by the eternal night fire, Huer. On the central square of the island, Yang Shuning led more than 80 members of the War Soul Army to practice on their own, and each of them had more than 70 years of cultivation. After getting the 4 royal treasures and dragon pill brought back by Yifeng last time, the weakest member of the Battle Soul Army has already possessed 70 years of cultivation. As for Yang Shuning himself, he has surpassed the level of 100 years of cultivation and reached 110 years of cultivation. Soul cultivators have been cultivating for hundreds of years, and what they condense is not the Yang God, but the soul pill. However, like the Yang God, the biggest function of this soul pill is to increase the cultivation speed of the soul cultivator. Similarly, if you want to condense a high-quality soul pill, the materials needed are not so easy to find. All soul cultivators are invisible and invisible. Except for immortal cultivators with divine consciousness, ordinary people can't even notice their existence. Even a soul cultivator can directly pass through the body of an ordinary person, and the ordinary person only feels a gust of wind. It's cold, but I don't know what's going on. Looking down, on Peach Blossom Island, Li Zong, a Chinese doctor, is taking care of the many herbs planted in the yard. Under the rich aura of heaven and earth on Peach Blossom Island, these herbs are growing vigorously, and the medicinal power contained in them is growing rapidly all the time. Zi Jianlan sat in her yard, closed her eyes and meditated, comprehending something at the same time. The image of a little girl condensed by thousands of years of Xian Bing, Binger kept secretly watching Huar not far away, with a sly look in her eyes. If Zi Jianlan didn't stop her, this restless girl would definitely run over. Huar was bullied. Mu Qingqing and Zhang Yang lived together in two houses in the same courtyard on Peach Blossom Island. At this moment, the two women left the door and came to the courtyard. They looked at each other, and they both saw determination in each other's eyes. With the 4 treasures of the royal family and the powerful dragon pill that Yi Feng brought back last time, the cultivation of the two women has also been raised to 70 years. With such a profound cultivation base, coupled with the Star Tomb art practiced by the two girls, they already have enough strength to take revenge, but before that, they must comprehend several immortal arts derived from the Star Tomb art. Immortal art, Star Control 9 days, 7-star binding art, these are the two immortal arts that can be comprehended when the Star Tomb art has been cultivated for 50 years. The former can make people fly, and the latter can trap powerful enemies and make them the meridians are stagnant and astringent, unable to use the dantian of true energy. In the world of secular martial arts, if one comprehends these two immortal arts, it is tantamount to saying that one is completely invincible. Of course, if the hidden land is counted, 70 years of cultivation might still be too weak. However, the two women have already seen that the day of revenge is not far away. In another yard, Hua Wuxue, a girl in Snow White, is standing under a peach tree, looking at the fairyland-like Peach Blossom Island, with a kind of helplessness in her eyes. Together with Sun Daiqing, the wife of the suzerain of Kunlun Mountain, she had been trapped on this Peach Blossom Island for such a long time. Although her cultivation speed had increased, she had lost her freedom. They are not allowed to leave the courtyard and run around. Originally, there was a big Mithraea monk with them, and they could usually chat and so on, but after Yi Feng came back last time, he also left with the other 4 old monks. From then on, Hua Wuxue felt that this place was cold, with no one to communicate with. The rest of the island took her and Sun Daiqing as hostages, and they never had a good face. As for Sun Daiqing, she only knew about cultivation. Originally, Sun Daiqing still had a little bit of thought, wanting to find out the details of Yi Feng after coming to Peach Blossom Island, and then let her husband come to rescue him. But until now, she has long lost her illusion. This Peach Blossom Island is a solid place. Not even the old monks of Yin Shaolin who have cultivated for more than 400 or 500 years can't help it, let alone the Kunlun Mountain where she is. Therefore, she was disheartened and squatted in the room all day long, closed the door, and did not communicate with Hua Wuxue. As for the snow wolf, Qi Shuling, brought by Hua Wuxue, let alone. Not long after arriving on Peach Blossom Island, Qi Shuling was abducted by Xiao Bai. These two snow wolves usually rarely see the same kind, but now they get mixed together very quickly. There are footprints of 2 snow wolves everywhere on Peach Blossom Island, but at this time, Qi Shuling does not have a pill core and cannot cultivate true energy, but Xiao Bai always laughs at him. This made Qi Shuling very puzzled, thinking to himself that when Yi Feng comes back next time, he must show his favor to Yi Feng and ask him to do him a favor. Otherwise it would be very difficult for a high-end and majestic female snow wolf like Xiao Bai found it again. Apart from these people, there are not many people left on the island. Long Baxian just started to practice, it was the time to lay the foundation. Of course he didn't leave Peach Blossom Island, the sacred place of cultivation. At this moment, this talented young man has already had 60 years of cultivation base. Of course he absorbed the training that Yi Feng brought last time. After returning to Tainkadibo, Yi Feng's harvest in the wild world is huge for anyone, and the strength of the entire Peach Blossom Island has been raised by a large level. There is also the original female ghost, Mandala, who also has 60 years of cultivation at this time, and has practiced the soul control art to become a member of the Battle Soul Army. However, she is obviously not as free as other members of the War Soul Army, she can only stay on the island and cannot go out. This is what Yi Feng meant. This female ghost's mind is hard to fathom, and she cannot be allowed to go out and mess around with many things. As for other people such as Li Jibua, Nanfeng, Dao Scar, Zhao Yi, Ling Chen, etc., they all continued to go out to play. In the international cultivation world, these guys seem to have found their own goals. When Yifeng came back, there were not many people on the island. Swish. Su Feiying, Long Wanner and other women appeared from the space of the floating mainland of the Bloodstone at the same time, and stood on the land of Peach Blossom Island. Mei Duochan came to Peach Blossom Island for the first time, but she was not surprised by the rich aura of heaven and earth on the island. After all, the aura of heaven and earth where Dragon Sword Tomb is located is more intense than this place, but it's a pity that she can't stay there all the time. Even so, the aura of heaven and earth spreading on Peach Blossom Island is not less than that of the Luoha Xianzong area where she has always been. If she stays here, her future cultivation speed will not be too slow. Everyone, let's rest first. Tomorrow morning, Yuechan and Wanner, I will set off for the Monghuang realm. You are all waiting for my news here. When the time is right, it's time for you to go to experience yourself and collect the materials for condensing Yangshan. Yifeng gave orders to the girls, and the girls naturally obeyed. Even Su Feiying nodded at this time, because she had just started practicing dragon sword art not long ago, and it was time to strengthen it, not to mention, she didn't have all the natural materials and earthly treasures that Yifeng obtained from the Monghuang realm. Absorb. On her body, there is an ice dragon pill that can increase her cultivation level for 60 years, which is extremely precious. Such a thing, even if it is a powerhouse at the blood dragon level, it is not so easy to get it. There is no other reason. There are not many two-winged dragons in this world. For so many years, even the blood dragon has only killed a two-winged dragon with such a cultivation level. The others are all small shrimps, and it is impossible to give birth to such a tyrannical dragon pill. Su Feiying refined the ice dragon pill on Peach Blossom Island and exchanged for the 4 royal treasures, together with the 1,000 years of black ice and the fire of eternal night. Her cultivation could be raised to nearly 200 years. This has surpassed the level before she abolished the Stargrave art. After 200 years of cultivation, one can begin to comprehend the second picture of the Dragon Sword Ju and comprehend the next level of immortal swordsmanship. Su Feiying floated away. For her, the most important thing now is strength. First stabilize her cultivation, and then go to collect materials to condense Yangshan. The rest of the sisters Su Minghan, Zhang Xinyun, Xiao Yu and Xiao Qi also left one after another. Before leaving, they were a little reluctant. They wanted Yifeng to take them with him when he went to Monghuang realm, but it was a pity that they knew that their current cultivation base was not high. Going to Monghuang realm can't help much. Wanner, come with me tonight. Yifeng turned his head to look at Long Wanner, and said with a smile. Now that Long Wanner and Duochan are selected to go to the wild world together, it's time to use Long Wanner's 3 souls and 7 souls to condense into the soul of the dragon. As long as the dragon's soul is 10%, when Yifeng is with them, his combat power will increase dramatically. The Dragon Soul Transformation Sword is no joke to increase the power of Dragon Sword Ju swordsmanship. Long Wanner nodded, but her face turned red and she gave him a blank look. She thought she knew what Yifeng was going to do at night, but she didn't expect that her idea was completely wrong. Then, Yifeng took Yuechan to choose an uninhabited courtyard on Peach Blossom Island, and settled for her. Yuechan tidied up the courtyard and the house carefully, knowing that this would be her home from now on. Luoha Xianzong's place, Xiaoyao treated her like this, so naturally she would not have any nostalgia. But Yifeng smashed Luoha Joding with an arrow, which made Yuechan feel a little bit sorry. Although she has no feelings for Xiaoyao anymore, Luoha Xianzong still has many childhood playmates. If the news of the broken Luoha Joding gets out, the life of Luoha Xianzong will not be easy in the future. Yuechan shook her head. Even so, what does it have to do with her? Getting stronger is her only choice now. It was night. Long Wanner came to Yifeng's room and sat in front of Yifeng. Use the 3 souls and 7 souls to condense the dragon's soul. From now on, you will not be fighting alone. With a solemn expression, Yi Feng told Long Wanner everything about condensing the soul of the dragon. Long Wanner listened quietly. It wasn't until then that she realized that she was thinking wrong. Yi Feng was with her tonight, there was business to do. About the dragon sword Ju's dragon control technique, only men can practice it, she has heard about it before, and now is the time for her to experience it. I don't know, what is it like to raise a dragon's soul in the body? She doesn't know, but luckily she will experience it herself soon. With Yuechan's experience, Yi Feng is already extremely proficient in the dragon refining stage of the dragon control technique, but he is still cautious when performing it. After all, it involves Long Wanner's 3 souls and 7 souls. She was out of her wits. Dragon control technique, dragon refinement. Yi Feng let out a soft drink from the bottom of his heart, his whole body was mobilized with Xinqi, and the dragon sword art was activated with all its strength, and it was sent into Long Wanner's body. The golden dragon sword art Xinqi was urged into Long Wanner's body according to the operation route of the dragon control art, and gradually touched Long Wanner's 3 souls and 7 souls. Taking the soul of fate as the heart of the dragon, the soul of the sky as the head of the dragon, and the soul of the earth as the tail of the dragon, the process of condensing the soul of the dragon started again in Yi Feng's hands. The problems that had happened to Yuechan before did not appear to Long Wanner. In the process of condensing the dragon soul for Yuechan, trust was the most hindering factor in the dragon refining process. But now, of course, Long Wanner trusted Yi Feng unconditionally. Soon, a divine dragon soul condensed from the soul appeared in Long Wanner's body, followed by a soft chant of the divine dragon, which made the two of them know clearly that the divine dragon soul was condensed. Let's call it Changbai dragon soul. Long Wanner's thought surged, and it reached Yi Feng's mind. Changbai dragon soul? Yi Feng was slightly surprised, but Long Wanner said again, we formed a fate in Changbai Mountain, so we named it after this, what do you think? Good. Yi Feng nodded, a certain emotion flashed in his eyes. The newly condensed Changbai dragon soul was very weak, but it was also extremely lively, and quickly jumped out of Long Wanner's body, flying around the two of them. The soul of the dragon is in a phantom state, just like a soul cultivator, it cannot touch the entity, but it can be seen by the naked eye. A newborn Changbai dragon soul is about the size of an adult's arm, and as its cultivation level increases, its size will naturally increase, just like the current Yuechan dragon soul. After 70 years of cultivation, it has grown to the size of a human. It's just that the souls of the dragons before the 1,000-year cultivation base do not have the ability to think, and the gap with the blood dragons, sunflower dragons, etc. is extremely far away. Raising a dragon soul is not an easy task. From now on, Yi Feng should not only pay attention to the improvement of the girl's cultivation, but also pay attention to the improvement of the soul of the dragon. In the future, it will be difficult to have superfluous treasures. Yi Feng shook his head, looking at the snow-white dragon's soul, tightly wrapped around his hand. Long Wanner's long white dragon soul is actually snow-white in color, revealing the power of fierce ice and snow. And Yuechan dragon's soul is light blue in color, attached to some kind of soft power. There is no doubt that compared with Yuechan dragon's soul, Long Wanner's Changbai dragon soul is more suitable for killing and fighting. The Changbai dragon soul quickly became familiar with Yi Feng's breath, and then returned to Long Wanner's body, resting and dormant. After refining the dragon, you will be able to control the dragon, which requires a period of time to get used to it, and it is impossible for Yi Feng to complete it for the time being, and only after completing the dragon control, can you transform the dragon's soul into a sword. That is to say, when going to Menghuang realm this time, Yi Feng could only turn Yuechan dragon's soul into a long sword and use it in battle. As for Long Wanner's long white dragon soul, we can only get familiar with it first. There are a total of 7 dragon sword maids, and it is still quite troublesome to match up with their dragon souls one by one to the point where they can transform swords. The night was shrouded in darkness, and the full moon over Peach Blossom Island sprinkled silver light, covering the ground of the courtyard and the calm sea in the distance. In Yifeng's room, a moving movement gradually played. Wild World. The goddess general Lu Feng from the royal family, and Jin Xinqing, the captain of her guard army, are advancing in the vast and boundless ancient forest. The two had just killed a two-winged giant dragon with a cultivation base of more than 400 years and occupied its territory, panting. If the strength of the two was in their heyday, it would not take much effort to kill such a giant dragon, but now, the two of them were seriously injured, and they could only display 1/10 of their strength. The two of them hadn't faced the giant ice dragon head-on, but were enveloped by the attack of the giant wind dragon that had been cultivated for thousands of years. In pain, Jin Xinqing forcibly used teleportation to escape from the floating continent before, which made him even more injured, and more than half of the meridians in his body were broken. It's fine if it's just an ordinary injury, but this is the power attached to the wind attribute. Even if they heal the meridian, the wind force like the tarsal maggot will appear immediately, cutting off the meridian that has just been repaired again. It would be great if I could return to the royal world. While resting, the two of them thought at the same time that if they returned to the royal world, those senior military doctors could easily cure it and drive it out of their bodies with this level of wind attribute power. It's a pity that the cross-boundary teleportation array leading to the royal family was destroyed artificially, and the two of them walked for so long in the jungle of the wild world, but they didn't find any members of the royal family. Obviously, the royal master led all the royal soldiers and retreated. Before retreating, he did not forget to destroy the cross-boundary teleportation array. There is no doubt that this is because the royal master was afraid. In this wild world, a two-winged dragon can easily kill two royal elders. With the strength of that giant ice dragon, it is impossible to defeat it with all the power of the entire royal family. The current goddess general Lu Feng and the commander of the imperial guard Jin Xinqing are already homeless. The two rested on the territory of the two-winged dragon with more than 400 years of cultivation, exhausted physically and mentally, and they didn't even bother to deal with the corpse of the two-winged dragon that fell in front of them. Originally, they could still get dragon pill after killing the giant dragon for the benefit of the royal family soldiers, but now, the royal lord has abandoned them, so what's the use of long pill for them? They themselves have absorbed long down long ago and improved their cultivation base. It is useless to ask for more at this time, and they cannot bring them back to the royal family. General, how are you injured? Jin Xinqing looked at Lu Feng and asked respectfully and worriedly. As the captain of Liu Feng's imperial guards, Jin Xinqing naturally admired Lu Feng very much. Although the two men had similar cultivation levels, Lu Feng was a level stronger than Jin Xinqing in actual combat effectiveness. At this moment, Jin Xinqing had already been disappointed with the royal family. He witnessed the scene where the head of the royal family left Lu Feng behind and ran away by himself. In fact, at that time, as long as it lasted for a while, the royal master might not die when the blood-colored dragon appeared. But now, it's useless to say anything. It's okay, Lu Feng said 2 words, and then fell silent. She didn't know where the two of them should go next. Now they lost their belongings all of a sudden. After leaving the royal family, the two of them didn't know where to go. Let's find a place to practice quietly and strive to comprehend the power of a higher level of space. Then, one day we will be able to return to the royal family. Lu Feng closed his eyes and said lightly. General, do you still want to go back? Jin Xinqing frowned slightly. Forgive me for speaking bluntly, now that the Lord has returned to the palace of the Emperor, he must have rewarded the general. The general's family has been posthumously crowned prince and enjoys the glory of generations. Speaking of this, his tone was slightly joking. Under such circumstances, if the general goes back, how will the Lord treat the general? Lu Feng closed her beautiful eyes tightly, and also frowned slightly. Indeed, the reward has already been given, and the reason for the reward is that she has meritorious service in escorting Lu Feng. If she goes back now, wouldn't she slap the Lord in the face naked? The current head of the royal family, 9 out of 10, does not want Lu Feng to appear in front of him again. Moreover, in the heart of the royal lord, Lu Feng is probably already a dead person. After recognizing this situation clearly, Lu Feng was a little at a loss. The goal she has been fighting for all along is the royal family. For the glory of the royal family, she would rather give up everything, but when the goal she has been fighting for all her life is broken, even she suddenly fell into a state of confusion. I don't know how my relatives at home. Lu Feng thought in his heart that her family is not a big family in the royal family, but there are hundreds of people, young and old, because she has become a goddess general, and there are signs of rising. In the royal family, strength is the most important thing. Now Lu Feng can't go back, without the cover of the goddess general, even if his family is posthumously named prince, so what? It's still nothing more than bullying. In a world like the royal family, a mere empty name is useless at all. Lu Feng thought about it, and a bad premonition cast over his heart. But now, she has no way to go back to the royal family. You can only work hard and try to comprehend the power of space at a higher level. In the ancient jungle of Monghuang realm, there is an ancient temple surrounded by a mirage of thousands of images. In the teleportation formation at the bottom, 3 figures gradually appeared from the beam of teleportation light, 1 man and 2 women. They were Yi Feng, Yu Chan, and Long Waner. At this time, there was no one in this ancient temple, but surrounded by a myriad of illusions, I didn't worry about any other ghosts breaking in. Unless you are a Taoist who has cultivated for more than 1,000 years, there is nothing you can do about the 1,000 phantasm illusion. Let's go, first go to the Alchemy Star Temple next to it, and find the inheritance power of the Alchemy Star Immortal Code. Yi Feng walked towards the outside of the ancient temple while talking. With his current strength, it is impossible to destroy the ancient temple at all, and the power of space and divine sense are also isolated by the ancient temple. If he had comprehended the power of mysterious space, he could teleport outside the temple, but now Yi Feng couldn't, he could only rely on his 2 legs to get out. Fortunately, as long as you walk out of the ancient temple, it is not too far to go to the Alchemy Star Temple. For a distance of thousands of kilometers, Yi Feng only needs to activate the power of the Eye of Wind and Thunder, and teleport a few times. Even the power of the Eye of Wind and Thunder can't be exhausted. The 3 walked out of the ancient temple. Looking around, there was a dense jungle, far away, and the blue sky could not be seen when they looked up. Huge trees block out the sun, casting only mottled shadows in the sunlight. Not far away is the location of the original Thrall tribe. It's just that now, all the people of the Thrall tribe have arrived in the Luofu mountain cave on the earth, and there is no one there. Coupled with the fact that the royal family had raided this area, the power of the nearby tribes was greatly weakened. Not to mention conquering each other, it is extremely difficult to resist all kinds of ferocious beasts in the wild world, because many priests of the tribes have been captured by the royal family. Did not come back either. The affairs of these tribes have nothing to do with Yi Feng. Yi Feng took Yu Chan and Long Waner with him, with the wind and thunder surging in his body. He looked for the right direction, and prepared to teleport towards the direction of the Star Alchemy Temple. Yi Feng has become more proficient in using the power of wind and thunder, but this time he is still cautious. Because he didn't know what the situation of those royal soldiers in Monghuang realm was. If they waited outside the Star Refining Temple, then Yi Feng would be in distress. Yi Feng has no way to resist the existence of the royal master's level. He is afraid that he will be wiped out in a short while. Ready to fight at any time, let's go. Yi Feng nodded to Yu Chan and Long Waner, then urged the power of wind and thunder and the power of yellow level space to combine together, and took the first step towards the Star Alchemy Temple. Swish! With this step, the 3 of them directly crossed a distance of 300 kilometers. The ancient temple surrounded by 1,000 images and illusions had already left sight, replaced by a boundless ancient jungle. Continue to go. Yi Feng observed the surroundings and saw that there was no abnormality, so he continued to stimulate the power and teleported forward. The second time, the third time. After teleporting 3 times in a row, Yi Feng finally brought the 2 girls to the vicinity of the Star Alchemy Temple, where countless ruins of ancient temples existed. Here, it was unusually peaceful, exactly the same as when Yi Feng first arrived, and there was no sign of any disturbance from the royal family soldiers. Hey, is there really no one there? Yi Feng was a little surprised, but he didn't dare to look around. Regarding the whereabouts of the soldiers of the royal family, he didn't need to deliberately search for them. He just needed to enter the Star Alchemy Temple and ask the power of inheritance to find out. Without thinking too much, he took Xuanhuan and xuanhuan and walked directly into one of the gates of the central Star Alchemy Temple. Guided by the power of inheritance, Yi Feng came to this temple as if he had returned to his own home. All kinds of organs would not be open to him at all, and he went all the way to the Star Alchemy Saint in the center without hindrance. Court. This is where the power of inheritance lies. Yi Feng stepped inside with the 2 girls. Senior Lianqing, this junior is here to visit. I have something to ask. Yi Feng cupped his fists and asked respectfully. His voice echoed in the star refining holy pavilion. Both Xuanhuan and xuanhuan looked around curiously. This strange building made of sky blue stones seemed to be exuding an intoxicating mysterious atmosphere. Go ahead. A female voice came into Yi Feng's mind. It was from the power of inheritance. This lifted Yi Feng's spirits, and immediately asked, I don't know what happened to the members of the royal family who came to the Menghuang realm before. Although the power of inheritance does not know the situation of the outside world, it is related to the cross-boundary teleportation arrays around the wild world. If the royal soldiers act through the cross-boundary teleportation array, they will definitely not be able to escape the detection of the power of inheritance. They have returned to their own world and have destroyed the transboundary teleportation array. The power of inheritance said without emotion, this kind of thing is very normal for her, because many similar things have happened in the past. Gone back? Yi Feng was stunned. The people of the royal family have all retreated? That is to say, there is nothing in the current Menghuang realm that makes him too afraid. The junior wants a map of the distribution of the cross-boundary teleportation formations in the wilderness realm, and destroys all those cross-boundary transmission formations. What do you think? Yi Feng made the request, of course for the safety of the earth. There was no sound from the power of inheritance, but immediately after, a piece of simple sky blue paper appeared in Yi Feng's hand. Yi Feng took a closer look, and found that this piece of paper was a map of the entire Menghuang realm. This was no small matter. He hurriedly looked carefully and found that the map recorded in detail the location of every ancient temple built by the people of Star Refining Valley in the wild world, but did not indicate the world to which the cross-boundary teleportation array leads. Some of the cross-boundary teleportation array icons that have been destroyed are broken and very conspicuous. Yi Feng was overjoyed to have such a good thing. With this thing, wouldn't the entire Menghuang realm be like his back garden? However, wanting to destroy the cross-boundary teleportation array is not something he can do with his current strength. He can only try it. The biggest reliance is of course the fairy weapon he just got, the colorful dragon bow. 500-year-old fierce bear. The power of space contained in the colorful dragon bow is the power of Earth-level space, and it is beyond the existence of the power of mysterious space used by ordinary cross-boundary teleportation arrays. Yi Feng is not surprised if it is said that the colorful dragon bow can be used to destroy those cross-boundary teleportation formations. It's just that every time Yi Feng uses the colorful dragon bow, the true energy in Yi Feng's whole body will be consumed. However, with Yi Feng's current cultivation base, it takes 2.5 hours to recover his whole body's true energy. With all the true energy in his body exhausted, it is absolutely impossible for Yi Feng to walk recklessly in the wild world. That is to say, looking at the map of the vast wasteland and starry valley, there are still 70 or 80 cross-boundary teleportation arrays that still exist. Destroying all the 70 or 80 cross-boundary teleportation arrays will definitely not be accomplished overnight. Even if Yi Feng destroys 10 buildings in one day without any hindrance, it will take about 10 days for so many. What's more, the wild world is full of dangers. Once encountering a powerful beast next to the cross-boundary teleportation formation, it is not so easy for Yi Feng to kill it. And he looked carefully at the map of Menghuang realm drawn by Liang Xinggu for a moment, and found that the map only contained the detailed landforms and building distribution of a safe zone in the center. As for the situation outside this safe zone, there is not much to be seen from this map. The ancestors of Star Refining Valley did not expand beyond this area, because it would make them lose more than they gain. In the Menghuang realm, the scope of this safe area is about the size of 2 Hua kingdoms on the earth. For Yi Feng, he can easily cross it with a few teleportation. For the beast, no matter what, these cross-boundary teleportation arrays cannot continue to exist. Yi Feng made up his mind, if he didn't destroy these cross-boundary teleportation formations, he wouldn't dare to let the people on Peach Blossom Island come to this world to search for materials to gather the young god. In addition, after all these cross-boundary teleportation arrays were destroyed, he still had to try to go outside this safe area to see what the situation was like. There is a wild jungle nearby, so outside this area, will it still be a wild jungle? Yi Feng was guessing in his heart, but he couldn't get any results at all. This kind of thing can only be known by himself. He solemnly put away the map, then raised his head, and continued to ask towards the power of inheritance in the Star Refining Pavilion. Senior, Junior would like to ask, by the way, what are the destiny of my 2 friends? Of course he was asking Long Wainer and Yuechan beside him. Everyone in this world has destiny, even ordinary people who cannot cultivate, but the power of destiny is very hidden, and it is hard to see it in daily life. Some people are particularly talented in certain aspects, and it is very likely that it is due to the influence of destiny, such as my Aunt Shushu's divine destiny, which gave her a talent different from ordinary people in medical skills. Only a tyrannical existence who has reached the 1,000-year cultivation base and attained the Tao realm can try to find out what a person's destiny is. Yi Feng is far from reaching this level, so he can only come here to find an opportunity to inquire about the power of inheritance. Who asked Yi Feng for the power of inheritance? When he was in the Tomb of the Dragon Sword, Yi Feng also thought about asking all the women's destiny, but after thinking about it, he still didn't ask. After all, whether he knew it or not had no effect on their strength. Feng felt that he had too many questions, and I'm afraid it would make those seniors feel bored. But now, just don't ask for nothing. Iceling destiny, Soulwood destiny, the former's comprehension of ice-type powers has been improved, and the latter's comprehension of wood-type powers has been improved, and they will be closer to their respective powers. They are quite common destinies. The power of inheritance spread out without any emotion, letting Yi Feng know the destiny of Yuechan and Long Waner. Bingling destiny made Long Waner more able to comprehend and get close to the power of ice. Simply put, in the secular world of China, she should be very resistant to cold. The destiny of the soul wood is Yuechan's destiny, no wonder the softness and the power of the dragon soul she condensed should be the influence of destiny. Since it was a common destiny, Yi Feng didn't have much to say. Let's go. Yi Feng smiled and nodded to the 2 girls, then turned his body to say goodbye to the power of inheritance. Senior, when I really get the dragon sword inheritance, I will fulfill your wish. Now this junior will take my leave first. Go, I can afford to wait for such a short time. The divine sense of the power of inheritance was calm, and did not make any demands or opinions on Yi Feng. Soon, Yi Feng, Yuechan, and Long Waner arrived outside the Star Alchemy Temple. Looking around, the temple was surrounded by ancient temples, but the ancient temples nearby had all been destroyed. The nearest undestroyed cross-boundary teleportation array is more than 400 kilometers away from the three of them. In fact, the distance between any two ancient temples is almost the same. This requires Yi Feng to perform a teleport with all his strength to be able to reach it. The power of the Eye of Wind and Thunder can be used to travel extremely quickly. When besieging Xingyin Yangshan before, if the four monks of Im Shaolin hadn't used the formation to trap the opponent, they would definitely not be able to kill the opponent so smoothly. Yi Feng teleported to the nearest ancient temple with the two girls. The quaint dragon sword was flown by Yi Feng's imperial emissary, carrying the two women. The three of them looked down and saw a bottomless jungle valley. The terrain of this jungle is not flat. Yi Feng knew about it earlier, and now he saw that it was indeed the case. There was an ancient temple built in a deep valley. It seemed that no one had visited it for a long time. Near this place, not to mention other people, even the indigenous tribes like the Sar tribe, did not exist. The denseness of the jungle is more than 10 times that of the vicinity of the Thrall tribe. There are all kinds of moth-poisonous insects hidden in it, and ordinary people will die instantly after entering it. Even the three of Yi Feng began to be cautious at this time, because they all felt that the valley below belonged to a ferocious bear and beast. Fierce beasts can be seen everywhere in this wild jungle, but there are still a few who have reached 500 years of cultivation. Even some two-winged dragons have only 300 or 400 years of cultivation. And the ferocious bear lurking in the valley below the three of them is exactly 500 years old. Even ferocious beasts, whose cultivation base is so deep, if they are provoked, they will definitely be able to rely on their tyrannical cultivation base to fly in the air for a short time. Human beings are able to fly against the sky entirely because they have various fairy arts. After all, human beings are the top of all creatures, and their natural skills are superior to fierce beasts. Ordinary ferocious beasts cannot master fairy arts, and have no magic weapons to use, so they cannot fly. However, it is no problem for them to glide for a short time, and their jumping ability is extremely strong. It is undoubtedly a very risky behavior for a cultivator without certain means to attack this fierce bear. But Yi Feng and the others had no choice, because this fierce bear actually used the ancient temple hidden deep in the valley as its lair. That brazen bear should have noticed our presence. Yuechan flew beside Yi Feng, thinking about it and said, "Why don't you let me lure it away, and you take this opportunity to destroy the cross-boundary teleportation array in the ancient temple?" Although Yi Feng had just rescued her from the Luaha Immortal sect and had just left the Immortal cultivation realm, Yuechan had already started thinking from Yi Feng's standpoint. Because she has determined that the inheritance of Dragon Sword is her home, and Yi Feng is her master, and she is Yi Feng's maid. Inappropriate. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes and slowly shook his head. The existence of 500 years of cultivation is not so easy to be deceived. Although Yi Feng's consciousness cannot penetrate the ancient walls of the ancient temple, he can still guess that in the ancient temple, there must be someone on the other side. Brave bears are more important things. After all, that is its lair. Under such circumstances, it is unlikely that the bear will be distracted. Let's get ready and try to kill it. Yi Feng quickly made a decision. Kill? But this fierce bear has a 500-year cultivation base. Yuechan was a little surprised. She knew Yi Feng's methods. With Yi Feng's current ability, it was easy to avoid this fierce bear. Even if the other party chased him down, it was impossible for him to win Yi Feng. However, wanting to kill that fierce bear is not the same concept at all. You know, the three of them are only a little over 100 years old now, and the difference in strength between them and the other party is hundreds or even thousands of times. 500 years of cultivation compared to 100 years of cultivation is more than 5 times the difference. Even if the cultivation base is only 50 years higher, the difference in strength is dozens of times, Not to mention the difference in cultivation base between the two parties is more than 300 years. Even if Yi Feng possessed an immortal weapon, his strength would not be able to reach this level. Being able to sneak attack and kill an opponent with a cultivation level of 300 years is already very shocking. It is a beast, and we are humans. We have enough time to lay a trap here and lure it into the trap. Yi Feng squinted his eyes and said after thinking, no matter what, I'll go check the facts first, and you are waiting here. After he finished speaking, he immediately flew the xuanhuan sword to the ancient temple in the dense jungle below, and his divine sense was staring at the fierce bear at the entrance of the temple. Swordsmanship, all directions are destroyed. Yi Feng held the xuanhuan sword in his hand, and unleashed the brilliant swordsmanship handed down from the wandering swordsman Xing. Immediately, 10 tyrannical sword chi spread towards the surroundings, tearing apart the dense ancient forest in an instant. There was a loud bang, towering giant trees fell to the ground, grass clippings flew. Under Yi Feng's sword technique, an open space suddenly appeared at the entrance of the ancient temple in the deep valley. Ah! The fierce bear guarding the entrance of the temple immediately sensed the menacing Yi Feng and let out a roar. Its huge, black body stood up immediately, its sharp claws reflected the strong sunlight at noon, and its eyes were fierce. With a bang, the fierce bear stepped on the ground and flew towards Yi Feng. The speed made Yi Feng jump. This beast looks so big, but its movements are extremely nimble. Without feeling clumsy at all, it has already jumped more than 20 meters away in an instant, and a pair of bear claws are about to touch Yi Feng's body. The power is so strong. The strong wind that hit his face made Yi Feng know that this claw was definitely not something he could face head-on, so he immediately activated the power of wind and thunder, teleported a distance of hundreds of meters towards the sky, and returned to Yuechan and Longwan. Next to my son. Yuechan, turn into a sword. Yi Feng let out a soft drink, and the Zhenqi in his body immediately surrounded the path of the dragon control technique and began to boil. Dressed in snow-white clothes, Yuechan felt the throbbing of the dragon's soul condensed from the 3 souls and 7 souls in her body, and the true energy in her body immediately followed Yi Feng. Next moment. Swish! A dark green long sword condensed out from Yuechan's body, and was held in Yi Feng's hand. Dark green? Yi Feng was taken aback. Why did the sword turn dark green? Could it be because of the improvement of dragon soul's cultivation level? The more the dragon's soul is cultivated, the closer its shape will be to the destiny. My destiny is the soulwood destiny. This sword, maybe also has some wood-type power. Yuechan's eyes shone brightly, and she guessed. Yi Feng nodded. What is going on with this sword? Let him try it out. With the Yuechan dragon sword in his hand, Yi Feng could really feel that this long sword suits him well. Even the xuanhuan sword under his feet is not as powerful as this Yuechan dragon sword. After all, Yuechan and Yi Feng already partially communicated with each other, and this Yuechan dragon sword was formed by Yuechan's 3 souls and 7 souls, which to a large extent represented Yuechan's thoughts. Fighting swordsmanship, the 3rd floor. Yi Feng did not hesitate. Yuechan dragon sword started, and immediately stabbed towards the 500-year-old fierce bear below. That ferocious bear's original jumping momentum had weakened, and it was about to fall to the ground at this moment, when Yi Feng struck with his sword. A dark green sword light pierced through the sky, and slashed heavily on the back of the pitch-black bear. Puff! A shallow bloodstain appeared from the back of the pitch-black bear, but this bloodstain a few centimeters long was negligible compared to the huge body of the bear. It's like a child on the earth holding a pencil and accidentally poking the palm of his hand. It's not a wound at all. According to the difference in cultivation between the two sides, Yi Feng's sword can have such an effect, which is already very good. However, Yi Feng did not retreat like this, but narrowed his eyes, and his whole body stagnated in mid-air, his consciousness completely covering the shallow bloodstains of that fierce bear. It can be clearly felt that a little bit of dark green color began to appear on this shallow bloodstain, and penetrated into the body of the fierce bear, which made this huge monster feel a little strange. It really has a special effect. Yifeng's face showed joy, and just as he was about to see what special effect the dark green Yuechan dragon sword had in his hand, suddenly a familiar divine thought came from the entrance of the ancient temple below. Yifeng, it turned out to be you. It is the voice of the royal goddess General Lu Feng. Yifeng was taken aback by this divine thought, and quickly looked down, only to see that the injured bear was obviously a little embarrassed, and walked to the entrance of the ancient temple shyly. And at the gate of the temple, isn't the goddess General Lu Feng wearing broken silver armor standing there? It turned out to be the carefree bear. Yifeng was stunned, but he was very strange in his heart. The cross-boundary teleportation array leading to the royal family world was destroyed. How could this goddess general stay here? When he caught sight of Yifeng and the two girls behind him, the eyes of goddess General Lu Feng showed a gleam. Unexpectedly, I saw this mysterious young man again here. For Yifeng, Lu Feng has always been full of doubts. What is the background of this guy? Could it be that the bloody long dragon covering the sky is Yifeng's backer? However, how could such a long blood-colored dragon have a connection with the young man in front of him? Lu Feng's eyes flashed, and she was a little nervous. After all, the impression Yifeng had given her all the time made her a little bit stressed. Not to mention that Lu Feng is seriously injured and can only display 1/12 of her original strength. Even if she is in her prime, it is absolutely impossible to fight against the blood-colored dragon before. Now with her strength, defeating the 500-year-old fierce bear in front of her, subduing it is already the limit, and she also saw that Yifeng dared to fight this fierce bear. General Lu Feng, I never expected to meet you again here. Where in the world do we not meet again? Yifeng laughed. When he saw Lu Feng, he had a guess in his heart, and at the same time he had an idea. Maybe he could negotiate with this goddess general. The bear is being rude. When the Lu Feng divine sense came, the heroic figure showed a slight smile on his delicate face, and he put away the silver spear that he was holding in his hand when he heard the movement. With a slight twist of his wrist, the tip of the silver spear hit the bear's back hard, causing the bear to make a woo-woo sound, as if it was very aggrieved. Then without hesitation, he turned around and ran away, apparently driven away by Lu Feng. Originally, this fierce bear was used by Lu Feng to guard the door, so that it could detect in advance if anyone came to this place. Now that he saw Yifeng, there was no need for this fierce bear to guard the door. General, it is said that the cross-boundary teleportation array leading to the royal family has been destroyed. I wonder why the general is still here. Yifeng watched Lu Feng's actions from the sidelines, and did not express any opinion on it, but directly shifted to another issue he cared about. This? Lu Feng hesitated, wondering if he should tell his current situation. She was thinking, Yifeng is so mysterious, maybe there is a way to send her and Jin Xinqing back to the royal family, but she dare not trust Yifeng completely, otherwise she will count the money for him when he is cheated. Don't worry, General, there is no conflict of interest between me and you. Speaking of which, I am still very afraid of you. After all, your cultivation level is higher than ours. Yifeng raised his hand, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, and his spiritual thoughts passed over. Since the cross-boundary teleportation array in the royal family has been destroyed, what should the general do now? Listening to what he said, Lu Feng felt that it made some sense, but of course she didn't dare to rest assured. A faint spiritual thought came to Yifeng. There seems to be no need to talk between us, unless you have a way to get Lao Jin and me back to the royal family. As soon as these words came out, Yifeng's eyes lit up. Sure enough, this goddess General Lu Feng has no way to go back. This is really God's help. Although the cross-boundary teleportation formation leading to the royal realm has been destroyed, Yifeng can still go to the royal realm if he wants to go through the one-way teleportation formation through the power of inheritance in the Star Alchemy Temple. I'm fine, but I'm afraid not now. Yifeng laughed. In exchange, the General and Captain Jean will stay by my side first. How about staying for a while? When the time is right, I will send you back to the royal family. Since he helped them leave, Yi Feng must find a way to get some money, and the biggest money for Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing is naturally their current cultivation. Both of them have cultivation bases in the early 700s, and their combat effectiveness is even more extraordinary. At least they can easily fight in the entire world of cultivating immortals. A top sect, like Luoha Xianzong, can't help Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing at all. As for the injuries on the two of them, Yi Feng wasn't worried. The star-refining art of star-refining immortal cannon had excellent healing effects, and it wasn't too much to heal the internal injuries caused by the wind-type dragon to the two of them. Through difficult things. Can you take us back? Lu Feng was wearing a broken silver armor, and his heroic and depressed look was swept away, and his eyes lit up instead. Is this true? Lu Feng didn't doubt that Yi Feng had mastered a higher level of space power. Even if Yi Feng didn't, his backer would definitely be able to teleport her and Jin Xinqing back. Therefore, Yi Feng's words should be true, but Lu Feng was still a little unhappy if he had to follow Yi Feng's side and be his thug in exchange. Ever since she was a child, she has obeyed the orders of the royal family, and has never obeyed the orders of other people. She was suddenly asked to follow Yi Feng, and she felt a little unacceptable. Of course it's true. Just my 5-colored dragon bow has the power of Earth-level space attached to it. Are you still worried that I can't do it? As Yi Feng conveyed his spiritual thoughts, he held the colorful dragon bow in his hand, and the power of the Earth-level space spread around. The strong spatial fluctuations made Liu Feng's heart tremble. It really is a higher level of spatial power. However, she doesn't seem to know the classification of the power of space. After all, in the royal family, no one has yet comprehended even the power of space at the mysterious level. Of course, no one knows about the classification of power of space. The power of Earth-level space, the power of space at this level, can allow us to cross the world and return to the royal family? Curiosity flashed in Liu Feng's eyes. The power of space is divided into 5 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, yellow, and human. The power of space at the mysterious level can already travel across the world. Yi Feng pretended to be very proficient and sent out his divine thoughts, laughing, but even if it is me, it is not so easy to send you back. So, you are by my side and do a few things for me. Will be willing to send you back. Yi Feng's words sound very tempting, but Lu Feng is not a fool. What if you repent at that time and don't send us back? Lu Feng's divine sense passed over vigilantly. Although she wanted to return home, she didn't want to work for Yi Feng for nothing. With your cultivation base, are you still afraid that I will go back on my word? Yi Feng was surprised. Lu Feng looked at Yi Feng's pretending and wanted to hit him. This brat, with such a terrifying background and backstage, who knows what he is thinking now? Fortunately, she's not alone here. The secret art of the royal family, the command of the gods, she had let Jin Xinqing use it just now, and conveyed the news to the royal family. It must be completed by now. Sure enough, when Lu Feng and Yi Feng were confronting each other, Jin Xinqing's figure gradually appeared from the ancient temple. At this moment, Jin Xinqing's face became extremely gloomy, which gave Lu Feng an ominous premonition. Jin Xinqing, who came out of the ancient temple, had a rather gloomy face. It was obvious that he had just received some bad news. Yi Feng was flying in the sky. He didn't send any inquiries from his spiritual thoughts, but just watched quietly. Looking back, Lu Feng saw Jin Xinqing's gloomy face, and asked quickly, as if he was asking how the situation was going. Jin Xinqing glanced at Lu Feng, raised his head again, and looked outside at Yi Feng, who was in mid-air, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Obviously he didn't expect that it would be Yi Feng who called over. For Yi Feng, Jin Xinqing is naturally full of hatred, among other things. Just because Yi Feng snatched his storage belt full of natural materials and earth treasures is enough to make him hate it. But now, it's obviously not the time for him and Yifeng to care about this matter, and he also knows that Yifeng's background is terrible, and he and Lu Feng together can't afford to offend him. Why is Yifeng qualified to negotiate with Lu Feng here? It was entirely because of the shock of the bloody dragon soul to the two of them. All kinds of signs indicated that there was some kind of connection between Yifeng and the blood-colored dragon that appeared in the sky. Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing chatted quickly. "General, we got in touch, but the situation is not very good." Jin Xinqing first reported to Lu Feng. "Who did you contact?" Lu Feng was calm and composed, and asked first. "Commander Xuanhuan." Jin Xinqing said in a deep voice, "Right now, only Xuanhuan, the commander, knows that the general and I are still alive, but I have told her not to act rashly. Besides, the current situation in the Emperor's palace is very bad." "Xian Shuang." Lu Feng was silent for a while, then raised his head. "Go on." "General, although Liu Feng's family has now been conferred the title of prince, they have been assigned to a territory far away from the Emperor's palace. It is said that this is the decision made by the Lord based on the people around him." Jin Xinqing's face was full of indignation. Who doesn't know that the territory is close to the wilderness, and the people are in dire straits? After going to that territory, there is nothing wrong with it, and they are often in danger of being hunted down by monks in the wilderness. Wilderness? Lu Feng's eyes lit up, and he suddenly became worried. The Wilderness clan is a major force in the royal family that is hostile to the royal court. Although the entire royal family is now under the rule of the royal family, there are always some situations that the royal family cannot control, and the wilderness is one of them. This group of people in the wilderness have 700 or 800 years of cultivation, and their patriarch is a terrifying strong man with 1,000 years of cultivation. It is because of this that they can maintain themselves under the rule of the royal family, which makes the royal family a headache. The wilderness people, who are best at burning, killing and looting, wandered in the northwest area of the royal family. Although they couldn't break through the two fortresses of the royal family, the people of the royal family in the northwest area were miserable. "Want to migrate? Ask the palace of the emperor if you can agree to talk about it." But now, the Lu Feng family, who had been promised to be named princes, was dispatched to such a place. The royal master is ruthless and ruthless. Liu Feng's face became more and more ugly. If the facts were true, then her people would face unparalleled danger in a short time. If encountering the battle group of the wilderness tribe, the entire Lu Feng family would not even be able to survive a single person. As for the people in the two fortresses of the royal family, ghosts will come out to help. Isn't that courting death? It was because of the two fortresses that the royal family could keep the brave wilderness people out of the fertile territory. However, it was impossible for the two fortresses to send troops to rescue ordinary people. Impossible. If he really had enough power, would the Lu Feng family be sent to this place? Obviously impossible. And all this is because Lu Feng is no longer there. In the royal family, strength is the most important thing. Liu Feng's family, without Lu Feng sitting in charge, was immediately driven out of the emperor's palace. To put it bluntly, Liu Feng's family was sent to the northwest region to supervise the mining of spirit stones, but in fact they were kept away from the center of power and disappeared from the history of the royal family. This caused Lu Feng to feel an indescribable anger. "Lord of the royal family, you are too deceitful." Even if it was to take care of the thoughts of other ministers of the emperor's palace, Lu Feng family was driven to the northwest region to face the people of the wilderness. What's the matter? If Lu Feng really died in the Monghuang realm, then no one would have any opinion on it. But now, Lu Feng is angry. The royal family is really not a thing. Thinking about how much contribution she had made to the royal family back then, she even took the lead in this wild world, but in the end, she ended up like this. It's disgusting. Lu Feng's face also turned gloomy, and this news also prompted her to cooperate with Yifeng. She has to go back to the Imperial realm to rescue the entire Lu Feng family. As for the commander Xuanhuan who tipped off the news and kept secrets, he was a female friend of Lu Feng in the royal family, and the deputy commander in charge of marksmanship training in the royal army, and his trust degree can be said to be 100%. Lu Feng raised his head and looked at Yi Feng. Yi Feng, I agree to your conditions, but I will only follow you for 7 days. Once the time is over, I hope you will keep your promise and send Lao Jin and me back to the royal family. The spiritual thoughts from Lu Feng were extremely solemn, and then he threatened, if you don't keep your promise after 7 days and go back on your word, I will kill you with all my life. Even if I can't kill you, I will kill you everywhere people around you. This divine sense was obviously a bit heavy, but it made Yi Feng feel the determination in Lu Feng's heart and the urgency of her current situation. It seems that something urgent has happened that made her want to go back in such a hurry. Yi Feng was guessing in his heart, but he didn't ask aloud. Just now Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing communicated in the royal language. Yi Feng of course couldn't understand, and he didn't know about the xuanhuan commander, the wilderness people and so on. Regarding Lu Feng's threat, Yi Feng didn't take it seriously, but seeing her let go, he heaved a sigh of relief, smiled and sent out his spiritual thoughts. Don't worry, 7 days is enough. Among other things, let these 2 people from the royal family help break down the cross-boundary teleportation arrays that still exist. Before that, Yi Feng had to let Shu Shu from the earth come over to help the 2 of them heal their injuries first. Although the royal family did not have a quick cure for this injury, there should be no problem with the art of refining stars and returning to heaven, not to mention that Shu Shu also has the destiny of a holy hand. The verbal agreement between the 2 parties was established in this way. Their existence at this level naturally couldn't sign an ancient contract like Yi Feng, Wan Jiamatong, and Kueishui Shenlong. The agreement was only verbal. In order to show that he was about to follow Yi Feng and help Yi Feng, Lu Feng pursed his lips and put away the silver spear in his hand. Now that Lu Feng agreed to Yi Feng, he was really forced to do so. If the Lu Feng family is living well in the royal family, then she doesn't need to go back in such a hurry. After all, in the eyes of the royal family, she has already died in the wild world, and it would be inappropriate to rush back. This is exactly the result of her discussion with Jin Xinqing at the beginning. They have enough time to practice in the wild world and try to comprehend the power of space at a higher level. Even if they couldn't return to the royal family for the rest of their lives, it was fate, and they didn't force it. But now, Liu Feng's family has been exiled to the northwestern region of the royal family, which makes Lu Feng furious. Even if he couldn't go back in time to rescue them, Lu Feng couldn't just watch them go to the northwest region to face the brave wilderness people. Even if she lost her own life, Lu Feng had to go back and work hard, so she was forced to agree to Yi Feng's contract, agreeing to follow him for 7 days first, and then let Yi Feng send her back. Although she didn't really believe that Yi Feng would send them back, but at this moment, she had no choice but to agree to cooperate with Yi Feng. She and Jin Xinqing came to this ancient temple, and let the 500-year-old fierce bear guard the gate, in order to get close to the cross-boundary teleportation array, so as to try to comprehend the power of mysterious space. It's just that before it started, it was interrupted by Yi Feng, who came suddenly. What, you want to destroy these intact transboundary teleportation arrays first? When Lu Feng knew Yi Feng's purpose, he couldn't help being startled. Why would this kid be so leisurely to do such boring things? You must know that each of these cross-border teleportation arrays has the opportunity to lead to another world rich in resources, and perhaps you can get a lot of natural materials and earth treasures at once. Or else? Yi Feng's faint spiritual thoughts came out. Since we have all cooperated, let me tell you the truth, I am also not from this wild world, but from a world called Earth. You have also seen that the world is vast and powerful. Creatures are everywhere. If these teleportation arrays are not destroyed, some horrible creatures may come to our world, and by then, it will be too late to regret. The divine thoughts from Yi Feng made Lu Feng stunned, so he was worried about this? However, this kid named Yi Feng in front of him, doesn't he have an incomparably terrifying backstage and background? He is also afraid of powerful existences from other worlds. Lu Feng thought about it for a moment, then shook her head. She didn't think too much. She felt that maybe even Yi Feng with such a strong backstage background still has fear in this world. Destroy the cross-boundary teleportation array, can you do it? Yi Feng turned his face sideways, and glanced at Lu Feng, who was wearing silver armor, and Jin Xinqing, the commander of the Imperial Guards, who was wearing blue armor. I don't know, but you can go in and try. Lu Feng said, greeted Jin Xinqing, and then sent a spiritual thought to Yi Feng, please come in. Yi Feng nodded without any doubts. He has the eyes of wind and thunder, combined with the colorful dragon bow. He can already teleport from the ancient temple to the outside in an instant, without worrying about being plotted by Lu Feng in the temple. Yuechan, Wanner, wait at the door for a while. If you feel something is wrong, stay away from here first. Yi Feng said to the two girls. He didn't ask the two women to follow him, because this trip was just for Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing to try to destroy the teleportation array. If the cross-boundary teleportation array is destroyed, if there is any change in the entire ancient temple, then Yi Feng can escape relatively quickly by himself. Yuechan and Long Wanner nodded at the same time. The dark green Yuechan dragon sword turned into an illusory long dragon, and was put back into Yuechan's body by Yi Feng, then turned around and followed Lu Feng into the ancient temple. For a strong man who has reached the level of Lu Feng, the walls of this ancient temple are not particularly strong. The structures of these ancient temples are basically the same. The cross-boundary teleportation array is at the bottom, and before the teleportation array, there will be a channel with a formation. There are various formations, for example, the Sea of Fire formation that Yi Feng saw first. This formation, as long as there are people who have practiced the star refining immortal code, it can be broken easily. But now, none of Lu Feng, Jin Xinqing, and Yi Feng has practiced the star refining immortal code, so they can only break it with strength. Of course, this is also handed over to Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing. Although the two were seriously injured, their actual combat power was still many times stronger than Yi Feng's. At the end of that passage, the two of them attacked together. The two of them were obviously familiar with destroying the formations in the ancient temples. When the royal soldiers first came to the Menghuang realm, they destroyed many formations in the ancient temples. At this moment, the shadows of guns from the two of them overlapped, and the silver gun shadows and the blue gun shadows overlapped, shooting towards the ceiling on both sides of the passage respectively. After the loud bang, the entire passage lined with formations was shattered by the shadows of the two gunshots, sending dust flying. Let's go. Lu Feng didn't waste a moment, and went straight to the cross-boundary teleportation array at the end of the passage. Yi Feng and Jin Xinqing followed closely behind, and quickly stepped into the altar hall where the cross-boundary teleportation array was located. A familiar cross-boundary teleportation array appeared in front of the three of them. Try it and destroy it. Yi Feng's faint spiritual thoughts came out. He has the map of Meng Wangji, given by the power of inheritance. Of course he knows where the destination of the cross-boundary teleportation array in front of him will be. It was a prehistoric era full of dangers. In the era when Star Refining Valley was still in the wild world, only those with more than 500 years of cultivation would dare to enter that world and kill some ferocious beasts to obtain some precious materials. As for the treasures of heaven, material, and earth, that prehistoric era has not yet been conceived, so it is of little significance to go to that world. Destroy. Yi Feng sent out his divine thoughts, without hesitation. Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing looked at each other and nodded. They haven't really tried to destroy this cross-boundary teleportation array, but since the royal family's teleportation array has been destroyed, then this teleportation array should also be able to be destroyed. It just depends on whether their destructive power is strong enough. The two men held spears in their hands, and they were heroic. The cyan spear shadows and the silver spear shadows overlapped, interweaving into a violent tornado and roaring towards the central cross-boundary teleportation array. Yifeng watched the two move from behind, his eyes narrowed slightly. With the power of the marksmanship of the two together, it is impossible for him to stop it now. Even the speed of the gun's shadow was too fast. Yifeng felt that even if he wanted to teleport and escape, it would be difficult for him to do so. Sure enough, you are worthy of being the powerful of the royal family. The destructive power of such two people training hands is more than 100 times stronger than my current cultivation base to perform sword fighting. Yifeng was amazed by the power of Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing's joint efforts. Although this was not the power of the two at their peak, it was still enough to destroy the cross-boundary teleportation formation in front of them. These cross-boundary teleportation arrays built by Liang Xinggu are not very strong materials. The teleportation arrays on the Earth will be destroyed by accident, not to mention that Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing are now working together to deliberately destroy them. The silver gun shadow and the blue gun shadow intertwined to form a tyrannical tornado, which instantly rolled the cross-boundary teleportation array into dozens of pieces. On the map of Menghuang realm that Yifeng held in his hand, the cross-boundary teleportation array engraved on the spot where he was at the moment was completely torn apart, marking that the cross-boundary teleportation array here had been destroyed. Thank you to the two generals for taking action. The cross-boundary teleportation array here has been destroyed. Come with me first. I will let someone try it first and see if you can heal your injuries. Yifeng sent a divine thought to the two who had just made a move. Since Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing could destroy the teleportation array according to his wishes, then Yifeng didn't need to take action, and he could heal their wounds with confidence. It can be seen that these two people must be in a hurry to return to the royal family, and if they go back with serious injuries like this, they will definitely not last long. Anyway, after Yifeng sent the two of them back, he didn't have much chance to see them again. Healing the two of them was also a chance to get to know each other. Healing? Lu Feng turned around, looked at Yifeng with some doubts, then raised the corners of his mouth and nodded. All right, thank you Yixia for that. Let's go. Yifeng nodded, took out the dragon sword token first, activated his true energy to open the storage space, and put the fragments of the cross-boundary teleportation array that had been broken into dozens of pieces into it. These fragments also contain a certain amount of mysterious space power, and if they are brought back to Huagua scientists to study, maybe they can research something. Yifeng has not comprehended the power of mysterious space until now, maybe he can comprehend some because of it. After putting away the fragments of the cross-boundary teleportation array, he ignored Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing's suspicious gazes, turned around and walked out. Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing didn't ask much, and they followed closely behind. They destroyed the cross-boundary teleportation array so decisively because they knew very well that the teleportation array could not lead to the royal world. At that time, the royal army was pressing down on the border, and they had explored many cross-boundary teleportation arrays in the vicinity. Facts have proved that there is only one cross-border teleportation array leading to the royal realm. Now that the cross-boundary teleportation array is destroyed, the two want to go back, only through other methods. These teleportation arrays will be destroyed if they are destroyed, and they have nothing to do with them. The three left the ancient temple, went outside, and joined Yuechan and Long Waner. The two women obviously had a lot of vigilance towards Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing, because the cultivation of these two people from the royal family is too high. If something happens, it will definitely be devastating to Yifeng. But fortunately, Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing followed behind Yifeng, and they didn't look like they wanted to mess around, so the two girls were slightly relieved. For Yuechan, even Xiaoyao, the former suzerain of the Luaha Immortal sect, might have no way to deal with these two people. This cultivator from other worlds is really terrifying. The 5 people joined together and were led by Yifeng's Eye of Wind and Thunder, and they were sent together towards the ancient temple leading to the earth. Just when Yi Feng and the royal family wanted to return to Earth, a hidden crisis gradually emerged. The head of the Luoha immortal sect, Xiaoyao, was annoyed and resentful because the Luoha 9 cauldrons were smashed by Yi Feng's arrow, but an old man in Xingyi who was able to freely cross borders was ushered in, extremely powerful. Go and kill that Yi Feng, I will give you an immortal weapon, and I will teach you a higher level of Taoism to help you cultivate, and 1,000 years of cultivation is just around the corner. The words of the old man in Xingyi still echo in Xiaoyao's ears until now. At this moment in the world of cultivating immortals, the moonlight was like frost, and Xiaoyao sat alone in the courtyard of the suzerain, playing with a pair of bells in his hands. This pair of bells has a strong enough power of space attached to them, which can support him to carry out cross-boundary teleportation, one time to go, one time to return. The one he went to marked the location where Yi Feng was. As long as he activated the pair of bells, he would be able to reach the world where Yi Feng was in an instant. Kill Yi Feng. This is the request made by the old man in Xingyi, and for this reason, the fairy artifact has been given to Xiaoyao in advance to help him, so as to ensure that there is nothing wrong with it. Xiaoyao didn't know that this old man in Xingyi was an elder from the Sky Clan, and he didn't even know that there was any enmity between this old man in Xingyi and Yi Feng. He just needs to know that someone is helping him to avenge and kill Yi Feng, that brat who robbed Yuechan and shattered Luoha Jioding. It's almost time to think about it. Xiaoyao lightly shook the pair of bells in his hands. His face was unrestrained and free, but the depths of his eyes were deep and terrifying. With 700 years of cultivation, Xiaoyao knows that with his current strength, it is easy to kill that brat. The key issue is that he can't let that brat escape, otherwise not only will he not be rewarded by the old man in Xingyi, but he may even be killed. He was silenced by the old man in Xingyi. The power of space, it's still close. Xiaoyao kept comprehending in his heart, and there was a hint of longing in his eyes. The power of the mysterious space is only a little bit short of being able to comprehend it. At that time, it should be able to rely on the power of the profound space to trap that brat. The old man in Xingyi had already told Xiaoyao about the classification of the power of space, and let Xiaoyao know that the power of space contained in the Luoha Jioding is the power of earth-level space. Since he has been with Luoha Jioding all the time, Xiaoyao also has some understanding of the power of space at a higher level. After getting these two bells at this time, he began to constantly comprehend. So far, there is finally a glimmer of results. As long as I take one step further, I will set off. There was a bright light in Xiaoyao's eyes. Time waits for no one. If no action is taken, God knows when the news of Luoha Jioding being crushed will spread. At that time, the entire Luoha Xianzong will definitely fall into catastrophe. Luoha Xianzong's thousands of years of inheritance must not be destroyed in his hands. Xiaoyao thought so in his heart. It would be a disaster for him. At this time, Yi Feng brought the two royals back to Earth, and was going to let Xu Shu and Li Zong join forces to heal Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing. He had no idea that before he had met other competitors for Dragon Sword inheritance, someone was already planning to attack him. With the help of the fairy bell and the power of space, if Yi Feng can't resist Xiaoyao's attack, then Xiaoyao's arrival will definitely be a devastating crisis for the entire Earth. On Earth, no one can resist a powerful immortal cultivator with 700 years of cultivation. Unless Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing's injuries are healed by Yi Feng. Swish! Yi Feng brought the four of them back to Peach Blossom Island, and the fragrance of peach blossoms overflowing around them lifted the spirits of Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing, who were new to this place. Yi Feng brought the four of them back to Peach Blossom Island, and let Yuechan and Long Waner go to rest first. Let Li Zong and my aunt come to my yard. Yi Feng asked Long Waner to call someone. Although Yi Feng didn't care about it, he also knew that Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing are in a hurry now. It's better not to waste too much time, heal the two of them quickly, and continue to destroy the teleportation array after they are done. Only by destroying all those teleportation formations, Can Yifeng let everyone in Taohua Island go to the wilderness realm to search for the materials for condensing the Yang God? Condensing the Yang God is hindering the progress of everyone's cultivation, and this matter must be resolved quickly. Until now, Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing still expressed doubts about Yifeng's ability. Even the head of the royal family couldn't handle the injuries on their bodies. Could it be that this kid Yifeng really has a way to heal them? If this is the case, then they really have to thank Yifeng. But the two of them came to this territory belonging to Yifeng for the first time. Their hearts were still full of vigilance. Don't accidentally get caught. It would be too bad if there is no redemption. Therefore, the spirits of Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing began to tense up when they came to Peach Blossom Island, fearing that this was a trap that Yifeng brought them here. But soon, the two followed to the courtyard where Yifeng lived, and immediately knew that this place could not be a trap. Because obviously, this courtyard is full of daily life, and it looks like Yifeng's old lair. Coupled with the rich aura of heaven and earth in Peach Blossom Island, the two of them certainly understood something. This place is the headquarters of Yifeng and everyone around him. This kid is really not from that world, and the royal family is really not the only one who discovered the teleportation formation in the wild world. A random kid from another world can make them so fearful. In this way, there are likely to be many unknown dangers in the worlds leading to the wild world. No wonder, after many soldiers of the royal family went to other worlds through the cross-border teleportation array, no news came back. It seems that something unexpected happened. Shaking his head, Lu Feng didn't think much about those things. Now that the royal family's cross-boundary teleportation array has been destroyed, if Yifeng can really send them back, there probably won't be any chance to go to the wilderness realm in the future. Soon, Li Zong brought a lot of precious medicinal herbs and came to Yifeng's courtyard together with Xu Xu. When they saw Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing, their eyes lit up. Are these two powerful practitioners from the royal family in the legend? According to what Yifeng said, the people of the royal family almost hit the earth before, but they didn't expect to heal the wounds of the people of the royal family now. Of course Xu Xu and Li Zong didn't know what happened in Menghuang realm, but since Yifeng asked them to heal Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing, they would naturally do so. At this time, Xu Xu's cultivation base has reached 100 years, and she has already started to cultivate the third star map of the star refining immortal code, and her understanding of the art of refining stars to return to heaven is even better than before. Moreover, during this period of time, Xu Xu focused on comprehending the art of refining stars and returning to heaven, which gave her a further understanding of the healing principles of the art of refining stars and returning to heaven. In addition, she has been to the Menghuang realm and received the guidance of the inheritance power of the star refining immortal code. At this time, her star refining and returning to heaven art has stepped into the realm of perfection. Although he has only cultivated for 100 years, it should be no problem to heal Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing. Of course, it is not realistic to want to cure the two of them at once. After all, the wind attribute internal injuries suffered by the two were caused by a 1,000-year-old wind dragon. When seeing Xu Xu enter the door, Jin Xinqing's eyes lit up. Yifeng, this boy, is sure enough that any woman around him is graceful and graceful. He is not inferior to the goddess general at all. Even, in terms of charm and allure, Lu Feng is not as good as the beautiful women beside Yifeng. Ahem. Seeing this, Lu Feng coughed twice, making Jin Xinqing's face turn red, and he quickly turned his head away. Unknowingly, Jin Xinqing stared at Xu Xu non-stop, which is a bit embarrassing to the royal family. Although the royal family has abandoned them now, it is too contemptuous. In the royal army, the word color is the most taboo. Jin Xinqing did not expect that he would lose his composure because of it today. Xu Xu herself didn't care too much. After all, she was used to Jin Xinqing's eyes, but she felt a little grudge to help that Jin Xinqing heal later. Let's start. Yifeng smiled and nodded towards Xu Xu, then stood up and asked Xu Xu to sit on the sofa where he was sitting before. Although this Peach Blossom Island is a paradise, some modern furniture such as sofas have also been moved by Yi Feng. With the magic weapon of storage in hand, it is much more convenient to do this than any moving company. Xu Shu sat on the sofa, looked at Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing who were sitting in front of her, and stretched out her consciousness, ready to check the injuries first. Please gather your minds, and don't resist. Let me see how your injuries are. As Xu Shu said, she poked out her spiritual consciousness towards the two of them. Li Zong put away all kinds of medicinal herbs, by category. Xu Shu's treatment is inseparable from these medicinal herbs. After putting the medicinal herbs away, Li Zong stood aside and closed his eyes to rest his mind, quietly waiting for Xu Shu's investigation results. As an old Chinese doctor in the past, Li Zong's medical attainments were much higher than Xu Shu's, but now, Xu Shu's practice of refining stars and returning to heaven is beyond Li Zong's reach. Therefore, on Peach Blossom Island, Li Zong became a gardener specializing in planting medicinal herbs, and he enjoyed such a life quite a bit. After practicing, Li Zong's spirit is much better than before. Even his white hair has started to turn black and shiny. At first glance, he looks much healthier than before. This is exactly the benefit of cultivation. Physical fitness is its most basic function. After a certain level of cultivation, prolonging life is nothing more than a normal thing. Yi Feng stood quietly aside, waiting for Xu Shu's investigation results together with Li Zong. But at this moment, Yi Feng's face suddenly changed, because he suddenly felt that there was an extremely strong spatial fluctuation coming from the sea above the sea more than 200 kilometers away from Peach Blossom Island. No, who made the noise? Yi Feng's heart trembled, and he immediately regarded it as the top priority. Such a strong spatial fluctuation can only be produced by crossing the world. If such a spatial fluctuation occurs on the Earth, there is definitely a big event about to happen. You guys try to move as fast as possible, I'll go out and have a look. Yi Feng said solemnly, the eyes of wind and thunder in his body moved, and instantly moved to the place more than 200 kilometers away, where the strong spatial fluctuations came from. Many people on Peach Blossom Island felt the sudden spatial fluctuation. All together, Yang Shunning immediately began to gather all the members of the Battle Soul Army, ready to go and have a look. Whether it is on the Earth or in the wild world, the War Soul Army has not suffered many losses so far, which makes all the members of the War Soul Army inevitably have a proud attitude. Summoned by Yang Shunning at this time, everyone gathered in the square without any hesitation, wanting to observe the place where spatial fluctuations were heard not far away. They were very boring during this time, and they just practiced and practiced and practiced. Nothing happened near Peach Blossom Island. It was said a while ago that there might be powerful enemies coming to the Earth, and they had been nervously preparing for the battle for a long time, but in the end nothing happened to them. This space fluctuation is extraordinary. I am afraid that we will encounter an unprecedented crisis. Everyone should be careful. Yang Shunning solemnly ordered all the Soul Army, including the female ghost who switched to the Soul Control art, to become a member of the Soul Army. Every time something happened around Peach Blossom Island, the War Soul Army was the first to react and send people out to solve it. As for soul cultivators, especially at this time, there are already quite a few members of the Battle Soul Army who have cultivated for hundreds of years, and there is no force on Earth that can invade Peach Blossom Island. Even without the protection of Thousand Images illusion, Peach Blossom Island at this time is as solid as gold. Yang Shunning, a follower of most of the entire War Soul Army, flew towards the sea 200 kilometers away. Each of them was invisible and invisible like ghosts, but they didn't know that after the space fluctuation, the people who descended would have an impact on the entire Earth. Catastrophe. Yi Feng's reaction was naturally faster than that of the War Soul Army. Although Soul Cultivator's flying speed is extremely fast, no matter how fast it is impossible to teleport faster than Yi Feng. The Eye of Wind and Thunder in Yi Feng's body activated, regardless of what happened to Li Zong and Shu Shu, he teleported to 200 kilometers away, approaching the place where the spatial fluctuation was coming from. The space flowed, and Yifeng's figure flashed above a vast ocean. Looking around, the sky was clear, but at this time, there was a white fog above the ocean. Yifeng frowned slightly, and found that his spiritual sense could not detect and entered this thick fog, which made him extremely vigilant, and the true energy in his whole body was circulating, ready to cast defensive magic at any time. The range of the dense fog gradually expanded, and there was a mysterious aura in it, which made Yifeng quietly cast the illusion sword technique, concealing his figure. Until now, I still don't know what happened in this place, but being careful and vigilant is an attitude that must be had no matter what. Suddenly, a passage was opened in the thick fog ahead, followed by a loud laugh. Ha 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 ha. This loud laughter seemed to contain the taste of nowhere to find if you break through the iron shoes. It will take no effort to get it, and as soon as the sound came out, Yifeng immediately felt familiar. It turned out to be the suzerain of Luoha Xianzong, Xiaoyao. Yifeng's heart trembled, and he frowned quickly. Xiaoyao's cultivation base has reached more than 700 years, and he is definitely not able to compete with him now. I didn't expect this guy to chase all the way to the earth. This arrow shot through the Luoha Jiuding, the immortal weapon of the sect of the opponent's sect. How could there be such a great hatred for this guy to come across the world? This made Yifeng quite surprised. You must know that even the powerhouses of the royal family who have cultivated for 1,000 years and attained the Dao realm failed to comprehend the power of Xian-level space to break open space, but this Luoha Xianzong suzerain Xiaoyao comprehended it. Of course, the current Yifeng didn't know that Xiaoyao had received help from a certain force, otherwise his vigilance would definitely have deepened. Are you actually breaking into the earth and trying to do evil on the earth? It's just delusional. Without hesitation at all, Yifeng took out the colorful dragon bow, gathered his true energy immediately, and prepared to shoot an arrow with the power of earth-level space into the dense fog. His phantom sword technique is hidden, and it is conceivable that it may not be effective for Xiaoyao who has a cultivation base of 700 years. It is better to take the initiative to attack than to hide and guard. I hope this arrow can catch the opponent off guard. Thinking in Yifeng's mind, he pulled the colorful dragon bow in his hand, and suddenly, an arrow condensed by the power of the earth-level space shot from the colorful dragon bow into the white fog. With a sound of, the arrow pierced through the air, and the power of the earth-level space attached to it suddenly dispersed the white thick fog and shot straight at the center. An ethereal figure dressed in white appeared in the middle of the dense fog above the ocean, with sword eyebrows and starry eyes, and unrestrained eyes. It was undoubtedly Luoha Xianzong happy. Yifeng's arrow came extremely fast. Xiaoyao was about to break through the thick fog, looking for Yifeng's trace everywhere, but saw a familiar arrow coming through the air, making his eyes fixated, and endless hatred burst out. It was this kind of arrow that shattered the Luoha Jiuding, the celestial weapon of his Luoha Immortal sect. In the past, Xiaoyao would definitely be afraid of the power of earth-level space attached to this arrow, but now, he has the help of mysterious forces. Jingle bell. The pair of golden bells were directly taken out by Xiaoyao, and then inspired by his true energy, a burst of golden light spread out, condensing into a bell-shaped light curtain, covering Xiaoyao's elegant figure in white clothes. Boom! There was a loud noise, and a more violent spatial fluctuation erupted in the sky above the ocean. The arrows of the colorful dragon bow collided with the golden light curtain formed by the golden bells, and they exploded with extremely powerful power. Spatial fluctuations erupted, actually teleporting Yifeng's body several tens of kilometers backwards, causing the whole body's true energy to scatter. On the other hand, Xiaoyao, who was protected by the golden bell light curtain, remained motionless and unscathed. That golden bell, judging from that aura, it's actually a fairy weapon. Yifeng's heart was shocked. It stands to reason that the Luoha Immortal sect only has one Zhenpai immortal artifact. Where did this golden bell come from? Taking a closer look, one of the pair of golden bells is slightly dim, and the power of space on it is a little weak, but the other one is very strong. It seems that the Luoha Immortal sect master was sent to the earth through these golden bells. This time, no matter what, I can't back down. Yi Feng's eyes shone brightly, making up his mind. Behind him is the Peach Blossom Island where friends and relatives around him live. After Peach Blossom Island, there is the entire Huagua mainland, and further away is the entire earth. If Yi Feng backed down at this time, Xiaoyao would definitely follow him all over the world, and it would be a disaster for the entire earth. Fortunately, Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing were invited by me and are being healed. Yi Feng thought quickly in his mind. For the current plan, he could only rely on Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing from the royal family. In the world of cultivators on Earth, it is completely impossible for Xiaoyao, the head of Luoha Shenzong who has cultivated for more than 700 years, to fight against Xiaoyao. As for high-tech weapons, Yi Feng didn't know if they would be effective against immortal cultivators, but even if they were effective, their power would be limited. Under normal circumstances, a cultivator with a cultivation base of 700 years can break through mountains and seas by himself, which is no less than some powerful modern weapons. Yi Feng only had a few decades of cultivation at that time, and he was able to destroy nuclear submarines and missile ships with his own power, not to mention his 700-year-old cultivation. Yi Feng thought about it. As long as Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing recover from their injuries and come to help, this Luoha Immortal sect master is nothing. Now, Yi Feng can only be thankful that he brought Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing here to heal their injuries. According to the agreement, the two must obey Yi Feng within 7 days, so it is not difficult for them to deal with Xiaoyao. Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing both have cultivation bases in the early 700s, not much different from Xiaoyao, but their combined power is definitely much stronger than Xiaoyao. Yi Feng doesn't know which one is stronger, Luoha Immortal Zong's immortal art or the Imperial clan's heart technique, but he only knows that Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing should not be a problem against Xiaoyao. The only variable is that the pair of golden bells in Xiaoyao's hands seem very evil. Fairy. Yi Feng frowned slightly, and didn't think much about it. Of course he couldn't ask where the pair of golden bells came from. Xiaoyao, you actually have the guts to chase here. There is a way to heaven, you don't go, and there is no way to hell, you break in. Yi Feng thought about the current situation clearly, and immediately appeared in the air, shouted loudly, made an opening line according to the usual plots in novels, and passed on his spiritual thoughts. Ahead, in the thick white mist that spread out, Xiaoyao was covered by a golden curtain of light transformed from golden bells. As soon as he received Yi Feng's divine thoughts, his whole body became vigilant. Under such circumstances, the kid didn't even think about avoiding, but provocatively. Could it be that the kid set up an ambush here? Or, that kid is strong enough to ignore his arrival? The golden bell in my hand is a fairy weapon, how could it not be able to deal with a young boy? Xiaoyao shook his head, getting rid of the doubts in his heart. He was deeply impressed by the arrow just now. It was such an arrow with strong spatial power that shattered the Luoha Jioding, the immortal weapon of his Luoha Immortal sect. However, such an arrow was blocked by the golden bell in his hand at this moment. It can be seen that the power of this pair of golden bells is extraordinary. With such a pair of bells in hand, what else does Xiaoyao need to be afraid of? What's more, behind him is the support of that mysterious force. Humph, brat, you're so arrogant to cast doubts and pretend to be fools. Xiaoyao let out a cold snort, and his spiritual thoughts reached Yi Feng's mind. Just this divine thought shook Yi Feng's mind, and he almost missed the soul pass. Fortunately, a special energy came out of the dragon sword order in time, which made him calm down again. This special energy is what he has come into contact with before. After being cursed and poisoned, the energy emitted by the ancient ring of dragon sword can relieve many abnormal states on his body. When Yifeng came back to his senses, his consciousness swept over Xiaoyao, the master of the Luoha immortal sect who was dressed in white, and rushed directly towards where he was. The pair of golden bells were held by Xiaoyao in his hands, and his true energy surrounded them, urging a golden sword light to slash towards Yifeng. Don't fight recklessly, dodge. Yifeng immediately made a judgment. Without hesitation, he activated the Eye of Wind and Thunder, and retreated hundreds of meters to the side. Swish! The golden sword light cut through the air, splitting the entire ocean into two halves. Yifeng's figure flickered, and he appeared directly hundreds of meters away. Seeing the power of this sword, cold sweat oozes from his forehead. If he hadn't been helped by the special energy of Dragon Sword token just now, he would have been beheaded by this sword right now. Those golden bells are indeed powerful fairy artifacts. Thinking in his heart, Yifeng took out the repaired dragon scale armor and covered his whole body. The dog thief Xiaoyao, you imprisoned the girls of your sect, and you still have the face to chase and kill them this time. Are you still human? Yifeng didn't even think about it. He went back to the past, with a series of divine thoughts. Now he is talking nonsense. The main purpose is to delay time, let Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing on Peach Blossom Island react. By then it will be the time of this happy death. Before this, Yifeng would never confront Xiaoyao head-on. Such behavior was just looking for death. Stinky boy, stop talking nonsense, and save your life today. Xiaoyao didn't bother to talk nonsense with Yifeng. He held the pair of golden bells and flicked them in Yifeng's direction, and three sword lights swept from three directions respectively. Yifeng didn't dare to be careless. The power of wind and thunder surged in his body, and the comprehended power of the yellow level space was pushed to the extreme, and he teleported away again in an instant. From the time when the three golden sword lights came out to when the three sword lights came to Yifeng, only a short 1/10 second passed. It can be seen that its response speed is fast. This kind of reaction speed has already surpassed the limit of the human body. If Yifeng was not a cultivator, he would definitely not be able to react. It's so fast. Xiaoyao frowned slightly. He found that if he couldn't trap Yifeng, it seemed that he couldn't do anything to win Yifeng by attacking alone. Because Yifeng's speed is really too fast, if Xiaoyao's cultivation base is not much higher than Yifeng's, I'm afraid he can't even see clearly how Yifeng dodged. Xiaoyao knew that when he was only 100 years old, he was definitely not Yifeng's opponent now. This further deepened Xiaoyao's determination to get rid of Yifeng. For such a top-notch enemy, to give the opponent a way to survive is to let himself die. Xiaoyao still sees this very clearly. At this time, Yifeng dodged the three golden sword lights from the other side, and he was also grateful in his heart. Fortunately, he got the Eye of Wind and Thunder when he was in the wild world, otherwise he would have been in danger by now. The speed after activating the Eye of Wind and Thunder is really extraordinary, so that Yifeng has the capital to avoid and run for his life in the face of a powerful immortal cultivator with a cultivation base of 700 years. That Lulang swordsman really gave me a good thing. Thinking in Yifeng's heart, he finally held the Chuanlong sword in his hand, and looked at Xiaoyao from the air, with obvious contempt in his eyes. Dog thief, come and kill me if you have the ability. Yifeng's provocative spiritual thoughts came out, making Xiaoyao, who was suspended in the air, furious. This stinky boy is really too hateful. Xiaoyao held a pair of golden bells and was dressed in elegant white clothes, staring at Yifeng in front of him. But at this moment, suddenly there were some strange auras from all directions, which made Xiaoyao alert. The situation is not right. This aura is a soul cultivator. Xiaoyao noticed it immediately, and became vigilant in his heart, but soon, his tense spirit relaxed, because he found that although there were many soul cultivators suddenly appearing around him, their cultivation bases were the same as those of Yi. Like that kid Feng, vulnerable. For immortal cultivators, soul cultivation is just a special cultivator, not something like ghosts as people in the secular world think. Xiaoyao has cultivated so much in his life, and he has met countless soul cultivators, but in the world of immortal cultivation, soul cultivators usually act alone. How could they appear in groups like now? These soul cultivators are naturally members of the War Soul Army. Yang Shunning asked 20 or 30 members of the War Soul Army to stay on Peach Blossom Island, and the rest followed him to this sea area where spatial fluctuations were heard. Xiaoya is there. Yang Shunning flew in the forefront, and saw Yifeng flying in mid-air, holding the xuanhuan sword, confronting a handsome man in white. The man held a pair of golden bells in his hand. It seemed that the few golden sword lights that opened up the ocean just now were cast by this very elegant-looking man. Yang Shunning was amazed by the power of those golden sword lights just now, because even the modern and high-tech Chinese Navy would not be able to do such a shocking thing as splitting the ocean into two halves. This let Yang Shunning know that the man in white was an unprecedentedly powerful enemy. Everyone is limited to 10 kilometers to surround this sea area, and don't act rashly. Yang Shunning immediately issued the best order, and did not act rashly, but he also knew that it was impossible for such a terrifying existence to advance even half a step to the mainland. What to do next still depends on Yifeng. After finishing the arrangement, Yang Shunning cast his eyes on Yifeng, who was flying in the air, confronting the white-clothed man Xiaoyao. "Uncle Yang, let them all back away." Yifeng waved his hand and shook his head. Now in front of Xiaoyao, who has cultivated for 700 years, it is impossible for these soul cultivators who have cultivated for more than 100 years to do anything to the opponent, and they may even be buried here. There is no need for the Battle Soul Army to stop the enemy. No matter how greedy Yifeng is, he will not be able to sacrifice their lives in exchange for his own. What's more, Yifeng didn't die so easily. "Xiaoya, this person?" Yang Shunning nodded, but still questioned Xiaoya's identity. "It's from the realm of cultivating immortals. You go back to Peach Blossom Island and tell everyone to prepare for battle." Yifeng's eyes shone brightly. He was always on guard against Xiaoya's attack again, and at the same time he gave Yang Shunning instructions. He spoke in Chinese language, so what if Xiaoyao heard it? Anyway, he can't understand. Especially those two people I just brought back today, General Lu Feng and Captain Jin Xinqing. You go back and inform them, and let them rush over as soon as they are almost injured. Yifeng continued to speak, but saw that Xiaoyao suddenly raised the golden bell in his hand. "Go back." Yifeng immediately reacted and shouted at the surrounding members of the Battle Soul Army. The golden sword light flickered. The bell in Xiaoya's hand turned into a huge sword, and it was about to sweep towards the surrounding members of the Battle Soul Army, making Yifeng's whole heart stand in his throat. Even though they were all 10 kilometers away from Xiaoyao, the golden giant sword was 7 or 8 kilometers long, and the dazzling sword light directly enveloped all the members of the War Soul Army. "Colorful dragon bow, shoot." Yifeng didn't even think about it. He took out the colorful dragon bow, swallowed a drop of Luotian water, gathered his true energy, and shot Xiaoyao forward. He had to stop Xiaoyao from making moves, otherwise all the members of the War Soul Army around would have to die under his sword. An arrow from the 5-colored dragon bow should be enough for Xiaoyao to stop temporarily and give the surrounding members of the War Soul Army enough time to evacuate. Sure enough, even Xiaoyao didn't dare to be careless about the arrow Yifeng shot with the 5-colored dragon bow. Seeing the arrow coming, Xiaoyao immediately turned his hands, and swept the huge golden long sword towards the arrow. The tyrannical spatial fluctuations erupted on the sea again, and Yifeng had already swallowed several mouthfuls of Luotian water up to this time, which can be said to be a waste of money. And Luoshenchui is such a precious natural and earthly treasure that even money can't buy it. If Yifeng didn't have such a small bottle of Luotian water, he wouldn't be able to shoot arrows with Earth-level space power continuously at this time. One must know that such an arrow would need to consume all the true energy in Yifeng's body. Fortunately, such an arrow successfully blocked Xiaoya's attack speed, so he could only turn his head to deal with Yifeng's arrow first. "Go back!" Yifeng shouted loudly, continued to hold the colorful dragon bow in his hand, and drank another drop of Luotian water. The whole body is full of true energy, and the next arrow is ready soon. Hateful. Xiaoyao watched Yifeng swallow drop after drop of Luotian water. His heart was bleeding. This is a treasure that no amount of money can buy in the world of cultivating immortals, and Yifeng wasted it like this at this time. It is simply a reckless waste. He was also thinking about what treasures he could get if he killed Yifeng later, so this small bottle of Luotian water was already regarded as his own. Now, Yifeng is wantonly wasting his Luotian water. How could he not feel distressed? Quick fix. This thought came to Xiaoyao's mind. As for the retreating soul cultivators around him, he didn't want to pay any attention to it. Right now. In the sky not far away, suddenly there were several abnormalities, which attracted Yifeng and Xiaoyao's attention at the same time. That is? Yifeng raised his head, squinted his eyes slightly, and recognized several rockets. Unexpectedly, the Huogua side could react so quickly and shoot rockets directly towards this place, but these rockets are afraid that they will not have any effect on an existence like Xiaoyao. Even Yifeng couldn't be killed by such a rocket, let alone Xiaoyao. No, not just a few rockets. Yifeng squinted his eyes, and soon discovered that behind those rockets, there were actually many precision-guided missiles rushing towards Xiaoyao's position in a hurry. Since the distance between Yifeng and Xiaoyao is about 10 kilometers, the target of the rocket and the missile can be clearly distinguished. What is that? Xiaoyao also saw the rockets and missiles in the sky, and was a little baffled. When rockets and missiles pierced the sky one after another, Xiaoyao was a little confused, so in his knowledge, he had never seen such a strange thing. Is this some kind of strange magic weapon? That's not right. Even a person who has attained the Tao realm with 1,000 years of cultivation, it is impossible to manipulate magic weapons so far away to fight against the enemy, right? Xiaoyao's spiritual consciousness spread to the surroundings, and he looked around, but he didn't see any suspicious figures, and he was even more puzzled in his heart. However, the more unknown things, the more cautious and vigilant Xiaoyao is. The rockets and missiles are extremely fast. This is Huogua's quickest reaction after discovering the space fluctuations. It can be regarded as a small favor for Yifeng. After all, it has helped to delay the time. Yifeng flew away with a swish. He didn't place his hopes on these high-tech weapons, but he didn't want the power of these weapons to affect him. Boom! Loud noises began to be heard one after another, and those rockets and missiles were separated by an extremely long distance. Just like this, they hit Xiaoyao, who was suspended in the air above the sea. A golden light flashed. The golden bell in Xiaoyao's hand condensed into a solid mask at the moment the missile rocket exploded, isolating the power of the explosion from the mask. Xiaoyao barely moved, just protected by the golden light, and the dust and smoke from the explosion completely surrounded him. With the naked eye alone, it is impossible to see Xiaoyao surrounded by smoke and dust at this moment, but Yifeng can clearly detect through his spiritual consciousness that the head of Luoha Xianzong, who is protected by the golden bell mask, has not been injured at all. A little fur. Sure enough, ordinary modern technology is still unable to deal with such a powerful enemy. Yifeng nodded secretly. Even so, these rockets and missiles delayed the time, which was of great help to Yifeng's whole plan. I don't know how the injuries of Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing on Peach Blossom Island are. East China Sea, Huogua Naval Base. Admiral, the target is unscathed. Do you want to continue the attack? In the hall of the extremely heavily guarded base, someone reported to Admiral Huogua. A neatly dressed middle-aged man with beards frowned slightly as he looked at the surveillance images in the arena. When the dust and smoke from the explosion dissipated, revealing a handsome man protected by a golden mask, the middle-aged man frowned even tighter. Unexpectedly, under the blow of these precision-guided weapons, the sudden man was able to escape unscathed. Stop it first, don't act rashly. The middle-aged man raised his hand, preventing his subordinates from preparing for the next attack, guessing, "Let's see how that kid will deal with this situation." "Admiral, I heard that Yi Feng was able to destroy a nuclear submarine with his bare hands. Is this true?" Immediately, someone asked cautiously, because this topic is taboo in the army, and only the elites directly under the headquarters can know about it. Even so, every time this topic is brought up, the upper echelons of the army still keep it secret. "What do you ask so many questions? Do your own thing." The middle-aged general scolded casually, then turned around and walked to the side of the communicator, and reported the situation to the leader. Standing in his position, there are only a handful of people in Huagua who can have a higher status than him. Now, the leaders he notified are members of the Miao family in Yanjing. This middle-aged general was supported by Miao Feng from Yanjing Miao's family after being taken down by Yi Feng. For his position, his background alone is not enough, he must also have sufficient ability, so it is of course impossible for the Miao family to arrange for members of his Miao family to do it for a while. And this middle-aged general has always been a member of the Miao family. It is reasonable for Miao Feng to step down, and he just took the stage. All kinds of power confrontation in the Huagua Navy are quite complicated, and of course it is not something Yi Feng wants to understand, but now, due to the past grievances with the Miao family, it has brought trouble to Yi Feng again. Soon, the instructions of the leaders of the Miao family were passed down. "Stand still, let's see what that kid will do." Sure enough, the opinions of the upper management were the same as that of the middle-aged general. The middle-aged admiral nodded, hung up the communication, and looked at the surveillance image on the sea near Taohua Island again. In the image, the smoke and dust produced by the rocket and missile explosion had basically dispersed. Yi Feng once again confronted that handsome and elegant man. It can be seen that Yi Feng and that man have some hatred, no matter from which aspect. It is irrational for the country to intervene now. If Yi Feng can get rid of that man, that would be great. The country can solve this matter without using any resources. If Yi Feng is not that man's opponent, then the country has nothing to lose. Instead of spending a lot of resources now, it's better to wait for Yi Feng to lose, and then play to pick up a bargain. As for the rockets and missiles just now, they just want to test the strength of that handsome and elegant man, at least let all the members of the Admiralty know what level of existence it is. Of course, even so, no one in the Navy would know how far Xiaoyao's level had reached. That is a person who has attained the Tao realm by a little bit and can step into the 1,000-year cultivation base. One can attain the Tao in 1,000 years, and one can become an immortal in 10,000 years. If one wants to become an immortal, one must first obtain the Tao. It can be said that the Tao is the threshold for becoming an immortal. If one attains the Tao, one can already be regarded as a half-immortal after entering the hall. The naval base soon quieted down because of the decision made by the admiral, and one by one began to carefully observe the pictures on the sea captured by the satellite. They have never seen such a scene in their entire lives. They have a premonition that what happened today will probably not be uncommon in the near future. On Peach Blossom Island, in Yifeng's courtyard room, Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing were resting with their eyes closed. After the first joint treatment by Li Zong and Xu Shu, the wind-type internal injuries in the two of them were cured by a small part, so just a few more times can completely restore them to their full strength. But at this moment, the news of the confrontation between Yi Feng and Xiaoyao on the sea finally came back to Peach Blossom Island, which made Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing stunned. A powerful immortal cultivator with 700 years of cultivation is coming? Could it be that Yi Feng is a good boy, calling them to this island just at this time? Is this treating them as thugs? However, according to the previous agreement, they really had to listen to Yi Feng in this situation. Not to mention anything else, but if Yi Feng died at the hands of that middle-aged man, how would the two of them return to the royal family? Get out, help! Lu Feng immediately made a decision. Although Lu Feng now knows that neither she nor Jin Xinqing's injuries have healed, and they can still only display less than half of their overall strength, but the two of them together should not lose to that immortal cultivator named Xiaoyao. What's more, with the help of Yi Feng, a boy who has been unexpected many times, Lu Feng doesn't think he will lose this battle. Let's go. Lu Feng changed into a white skirt that Yi Feng had prepared for her, and walked out of the room. Jin Xinqing's eyes lit up with her tall and slender figure. "General, this suit is really beautiful, better than yours." Jin Xinqing's heart itched to see it, and he couldn't help but speak out. "Is it better than a battle armor?" Lu Feng's pretty face suddenly turned cold. "If the suit of battle armor hadn't been broken, I would never have put on this alien costume." "Let's go." "Yes." Jin Xinqing also put on a set of ordinary casual sportswear, looking quite energetic, of course, except for the beard. The two changed into modern looser attire, feeling a lot more relaxed, but it's a pity that people feel strangely uneasy. After all, this attire is completely defenseless. If it weren't for the broken armor of the two of them, it would be impossible for them to change into such clothes. Even if you are curious and want to try it, it is impossible to change it in battle. But now, the two have no choice. When the two of them left the yard and wanted to go directly to Yi Feng's place, Shu Shu stood guard outside the yard, and was taken aback when she saw this. "Both of you, your injuries haven't healed yet, so it's inconvenient to act rashly." "It's okay, we'll come as we go." Lu Feng sent out his spiritual thoughts and replied to Shu Shu. Lu Feng still has the necessary respect for this woman who has treated her internal injuries and has excellent medical skills. "Girl, don't worry about us, those little thieves, the general and I will take care of it." Jin Xinqing liked Shu Shu even more, and said directly with a smile. "No, Yi Feng told me that I will let you go after your injuries are completely healed." Shu Shu was a little anxious. Why are these two so impatient? The injury on his body is still not healed, and he wants to make a move just like that, in case. But after thinking about it, the current Yi Feng is more dangerous than Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing on the island. What if something happens to Yi Feng because they didn't make a timely move, wouldn't it be? Thinking of this, Shu Shu was speechless. Lu Feng saw it and knew what she was thinking, but he didn't say anything. Since he belongs to Yi Feng, it's normal to have such thoughts. At least, this Shu Shu still came forward to stop them from playing, which shows that this woman is still very kind, but when it comes to the people she cares about, she inevitably thinks more about her own people. Of course, Lu Feng didn't think too much about these things. Anyway, once the matter here is over, she and Jin Xinqing will go back to the royal family. It's hard to say whether she will have a chance to meet people like Yi Feng in this life. Not to mention anything else, after returning to the royal realm, if something unexpected happens when saving the Lu Feng family, then even if Yi Feng goes to the royal realm in the future, he won't be able to see them alive. Lu Feng shook his head, forgetting all these things. No matter what happened in the future, at least for now, she had to join forces with Jin Xinqing to defeat that immortal cultivator named Xiaoyao first, otherwise they would have no way to return to the royal family once Yi Feng died. They themselves understand that with their talents, it is definitely not something that will happen overnight if they want to comprehend the power of space at a higher level. Even if one day they can comprehend the power of space that transcends space, by that time, the Lu Feng family and the royal family will definitely die at the hands of the murderous wilderness people. Swish! Swish! Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing took a feel of the direction, and immediately used their means to leap towards Yi Feng's direction. The two of them didn't have the eye of wind and thunder, so naturally they couldn't teleport directly to a place 200 kilometers away like Yi Feng, but even with their cultivation base alone, it would be a blink of an eye to fly over 200 kilometers away. The two of them were flying in the air, their speed was comparable to those of supersonic planes, and in the blink of an eye they arrived not far from the sea area where Yi Feng was. When the two arrived, Yi Feng shot another arrow towards Xiaoyao who was in midair, the powerful power of space pierced through the air, making Xiaoyao dare not underestimate him at all. After the rocket and missile exploded just now, the Hua army didn't make any moves, which made Yi Feng a little puzzled, but he guessed what the military was thinking. This is to see his ability first, but this Xiaoyao was attracted by Yi Feng in the first place, and it is an existence far beyond the capabilities of all forces on the earth, so it is considered to be handed over to Yi Feng to deal with this guy normal. Without hesitation, after the dust and smoke from the explosion dissipated, Yi Feng swallowed a drop of Luotian water again, and drew the colorful dragon bow. This arrow was no different from the previous two arrows, but it was such an ordinary arrow that condensed all of Yi Feng's true energy, but Xiaoyao didn't dare to be careless at all. This arrow contains the power of Earth-level space. Suddenly, the golden bell light curtain flashed again. This time, it was Xiaoyao himself who urged this fairy-level magic weapon to block Yi Feng's arrows. The golden streamer and the arrow collided with each other, and a strong spatial fluctuation erupted, which shocked Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing, who rushed over. Such a powerful power of space surprised both of them. At first, they thought that the guy named Xiaoyao had no special abilities, but now it seems that they were completely wrong. The golden bell on his hand. Lu Feng saw the key at a glance. The golden bell was the most precious magic weapon in Xiaoyao's hands, and judging from the aura above, it turned out to be a magic weapon of the fairy level. You must know that in the entire royal family, magic weapons of the immortal level are in the hands of extremely high-level people. Generals like Lu Feng can usually only get one Taoist tool, and they are all spears. Compared with this pair of bells, the function of the Dao weapon-level spear seems to be much less. At least the spear is difficult to use for defense. Even if it is defended, it is to use the power of one's own true energy to display marksmanship defense, which has nothing to do with the spear itself. Kill him and get the golden bell. Lu Feng immediately made a decision. Once she returns to the royal world, she will definitely face a fierce battle. If she has an extra fairy weapon in her hand, her combat effectiveness will obviously be significantly improved. Although she promised to help Yi Feng, she never said that all the things she got during this period should be handed over to Yi Feng. This pair of bells, she is going to be in a hurry. Old Jean, let's go. Lu Feng let out a soft drink, swung the silver spear in his hand, and rushed towards the mid-air where Xiaoyao was. The figure in the white dress appeared in an instant, like a fairy floating in the sky. Jin Xinqing followed closely behind, and the cyan spear shot out suddenly, emitting multiple cyan spear shadows, which instantly intertwined with the silver spear shadows released by Lu Feng, and instantly condensed into a violent tornado. The shadows of the green and silver guns overlapped and shot out, like a roaring dragon. Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing teamed up and once again unleashed an extremely powerful gun shadow tornado, flying towards Xiaoyao who was still covered by the golden light. Seeing this, Yi Feng was overjoyed that Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing finally appeared. However, after being overjoyed, he was a little worried, because he could clearly see that the injuries these two suffered in the wilderness realm still hadn't fully recovered. Under such circumstances, whether Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing can defeat Xiaoyao together is still not certain. Excluding the problems of both parties' cultivation, the most important thing is that Xiaoyao still has a fairy weapon in his hand. That pair of golden bells had a defensive ability that Yi Feng had never seen before. Even the spear shadow tornado jointly displayed by Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing, it was extremely difficult to defeat it. Seeing the blue and silver spear shadow tornado sweeping towards Xiaoyao, Yi Feng's eyes burst out with brilliance. Fights between immortal cultivators usually don't take too long, but with Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing's move, if handled properly, it is enough to determine the outcome. Yi Feng's expression was dignified, but Xiaoyao, who was attacked, was quite surprised after realizing the situation he was facing now. Unexpectedly, this kid Yi Feng really has helpers lurking beside him, and there are actually two cultivators with such profound cultivation bases, with 700 years of cultivation base, which is almost the same as his Xiaoyao. Unfortunately, Two wounded bodies, why stand shoulder to shoulder with me? Xiaoyao laughed loudly, shaking the golden bell in his hand. Jingle bell. The golden bell swayed, making pleasant noises, and condensed into a vast transparent sound wave wall, directly blocking the front of the gun shadow tornado. Under the loud bang, the gun shadow tornado couldn't break through the transparent sound wave wall. Just like that, it exploded in mid-air, a cloud of dust and smoke scattered, and violent spatial fluctuations spread towards the surroundings. The Battle Soul army dismissed by Yi Feng once again retreated a big step towards the rear. The violent fluctuations produced by the battle between the two sides were by no means something that their soul cultivators who had cultivated for about 100 years could resist. Even Yi Feng had difficulty breathing in the bursting spatial fluctuations. Fortunately, he had comprehended the power of yellow-level space, so he would not retreat as unbearably as the War Soul army. Colorful Dragon Bow, shoot! He poisoned a drop of Luotian water, and the true energy in his body once again overflowed to his limbs and bones. At this moment, he finally felt a particularly tired feeling in his meridians. It seemed that as soon as he lay down now, he could fall asleep immediately. He had taken too much Luotian water, and his body was exhausted, and the sequelae, at this moment, finally appeared. However, Yi Feng still gritted his teeth, took this opportunity to shoot the arrow of the colorful dragon bow, and instantly came to Xiaoyao's side. You're just a joke. Xiaoyao turned his head, with contempt flashing in his eyes. If your cultivation base is higher, you can defeat my strength with this very 5-colored dragon bow, but unfortunately, with your current cultivation base, it is really too weak. The golden light flashed past, and the mask produced by the bell blocked the arrow again, and burst out a burst of space fluctuations, causing strong eddies to appear on the sea below, and the waves suddenly became turbulent. Take another shot at me. Lu Feng let out a soft drink, and the silver gun shadow flashed a frightening light, stabbing towards Xiaoyao through the air. It's annoying. Xiaoyao was very annoying, but he also knew that the biggest threat to him on the field was not Yi Feng, but the two mysterious powerhouses with 700 years of cultivation in front of him. Even though Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing were injured, they were still much stronger than Yi Feng. For the arrows of the colorful dragon bow, Xiaoyao only needs to pay attention to it, and he can easily resist it, but for Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing's spear shadows, he has to put in more effort, otherwise accidents will happen if he is not careful. Therefore, he set his sights on Lu Feng, flying ahead. Although she is a beauty, at this moment, you can't blame me for destroying flowers with my hands. Xiaoyao thought in his heart, shaking the golden bell in his hand, and finally prepared to use the power of the bell fairy to display the fairy art he cultivated. Immortal art, Luoha waves. The golden light flashed, and a violent fluctuation of true energy spread to the surroundings, condensing into a long golden river and floating in mid-air, sweeping towards Lu Feng and her spear shadow. The golden waves came fiercely, and immediately swept Liu Feng's figure into it, but Liu Feng's silver gun shadow pierced through the golden long river, and then Liu Feng's figure in a white skirt flew out of the golden long river come out. This shot is extremely powerful, and the most important thing is that it breaks the surface a little bit. It is very cruel. Innocent. Xiaoyao smiled contemptuously, raised his right hand, and the pierced golden river suddenly condensed in mid-air again. The waves turned around, rolling up more turbulent power towards Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing at the same time. The waves of the Luoha River in this fairy art are condensed waves from the Luoha River, which no one can cut unceasingly. The more they are defeated, the more turbulent this long river will be. Such a difficult fairy art made Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing fall into a predicament all of a sudden. Damn, what kind of spell is this? It's so disgusting. No matter where Lu Feng went, there would be waves of the long golden river sweeping towards her. Gradually, her whole body seemed to be surrounded by the waves of the long golden river. Looking around, it is full of golden waves. Jin Xinqing, whose actual combat effectiveness was not as good as Liu Feng's, was even more unbearable. After the cyan gun shadow defeated the Golden River several times, his whole body was swept in by the Golden River and disappeared. This guy, the fighting power is really extraordinary. Yifeng felt terrified in his heart, but he was not afraid, but took this opportunity to implement the plan he had from the beginning. Bloodstone. Yifeng took out the Blood Soul Stone, and the power of space penetrated into it. Go, Bloodstone! Yifeng shouted loudly, opened the space of the Blood Soul Stone, and threw it towards Xiaoyao. What? Xiaoyao was very vigilant, and immediately turned around. At this moment, he was in the critical period of performing the Luoha Wave Immortal technique. If he slacked off, Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing might escape. If so, all previous efforts would be wasted, and it would not be so easy to separate the two next time people are stuck. Therefore, he didn't intend to spend much time defending against Yifeng's attack. Even Yifeng's strongest five-colored dragon bow and arrow, he can easily resist, as long as the arrow does not easily hit him. Therefore, Xiaoyao directly threw a wave of true energy backwards, condensing into a golden mask, trying to directly resist Yifeng's attack. It's a pity that he was wrong. Yifeng is attacking him at this moment? Receive. Yifeng laughed out loud when he saw this, and the power of space gushed out, and the storage space of the bloodstone expanded suddenly. Swish! In an instant, in Xiaoyao's astonished eyes, the bloodstone storage space took him in at once, and at the same time, Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing, who were entangled by the waves of the Golden River, were included in it. Entering the bloodstone space, I have a great advantage. Yifeng's eyes shone brightly, and things were finally moving towards a better direction. Yifeng and Ruichan had also discussed a lot about Luoha Xianzong's immortal technique during this period. Therefore, Yifeng still has enough understanding of the Luoha wave that Xiaoyao is performing at this time, knowing that he needs to concentrate enough when performing this very technique. If not, Yifeng would not have boldly thrown the Blood Soul Stone to try to capture Xiaoyao. But at this time, he saw the opportunity and threw the Blood Soul Stone, and directly captured Xiaoyao into the space of the floating continent, together with the golden double bells in his hand, and the Luoha Wave Immortal technique. Zhen Qi, as well as Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing, who were involved in it. The entire sea surface finally began to return to calm, only Yifeng was left flying above the sea surface with a bloodstone in his hand. Everyone go back to Peach Blossom Island, tell them to wait for me. Yifeng released his divine thoughts to everyone in the Battle Soul Army, and then threw the Blood Soul Stone into the depths of the ocean. Afterwards, he used the power of the Eye of Wind and Thunder, and also got into the space of the Blood Soul Stone. The reason why the Blood Soul Stone was thrown to the bottom of the sea was, of course, to prevent the stone from being discovered by people from the Hua *** side. And when he enters the space of the Blood Soul Stone, it shouldn't take much time to solve Xiaoyao. After all, the Blood Soul Stone belongs to Yifeng's magic weapon, and it is connected with him. Fighting in the Bloodstone space, Yifeng can completely weaken Xiaoyao's combat power by more than 10 times, so that Jin Xinqing and Lu Feng can kill him smoothly. Moreover, the floating continent in the entire Bloodstone space is still shrouded and sealed by the power of the mysterious space. Even if Xiaoyao sees the situation is not good and wants to escape, it is not so easy. Judging from the way Xiaoyao used the pair of golden bells, the golden bells definitely did not belong to his fairy artifact, so he couldn't use the power of space in the golden bells as he wanted. It shouldn't be difficult to trap him. Thinking in Yifeng's heart, he plunged into the bloodstone that sank into the bottom of the sea. The vast floating continent. Ever since Yifeng got the Blood Soul Stone, he had never come in by himself, but at this moment in order to kill Xiaoyao, he had no choice but to come in again. Swish! His figure in a black shirt appeared in the center of the floating continent, where the giant ice dragon died. Of course, at this moment, the body of that giant ice dragon was already taken away by the blood dragon's soul, and refined into this multicolored dragon bow in Yifeng's hand. In the colorful dragon bow, there are all kinds of power attached, different attributes, but perfectly combined together. If not for this, even if it has the power of Earth-level space, it is impossible to increase the power of the arrow shot by Yi Feng by dozens of times, allowing him to kill a tyrannical existence with 300 years of cultivation. General Lu Feng, it's time to encircle Xiaoyao. With a thought, Yi Feng sent Lu Feng's figure in a white skirt to his side. At the same time, Jin Xingqing's figure in casual clothes also appeared beside Yi Feng. The three gathered together, but at this time, the situation of Lu Feng and Jin Xingqing was not optimistic. Just now, the two of them were sucked in by Xiaoyao's fairy art, the waves of the Luohe River. The wind was not bad, and their actual combat ability was extremely strong. They have resisted it unscathed until now, but Jin Xingqing has not been able to do it. At this time, Jin Xingqing suffered from injuries, and once again he could not exert 1 or 2/10 of his overall strength. "Leave it to me, Lao Jin, you go to rest," Lu Feng said in a deep voice, for her confidant. Of course she couldn't let him die like this. "Yes, in this space, General Lu Feng and I are enough to kill that person." Yi Feng squinted his eyes, raised his hand, and without waiting for Jin Xingqing's reaction, he directly teleported to other places in this space with Lu Feng. This place is exactly where Yi Feng took Xiaoyao into. Suddenly coming to this strange space, Xiaoyao's whole body became vigilant, knowing that he might have fallen into Yi Feng's trap because of his carelessness. "I don't know, what kind of ambush will be in this place?" Xiaoyao was vigilant, but suddenly found that a strong suppressing force suddenly appeared in this space, suppressing towards him. He felt that after coming to this space, Lu Feng and Jin Xingqing, who were trapped in the turbulent golden river of the Luo River, disappeared. Of course, he stopped this fairy art without hesitation at this time, and began to resist the attack from this space with all his strength. The power of suppression. It's a pity that he found that although his cultivation base is as high as more than 700 years, he is still unable to resist the suppressing force from this space. This bloodstone space magic weapon is the magic weapon refined by the Blood Soul Dragon for Yi Feng. Although there is no specific grade, there is a certain power of law faintly attached to it. The power of law, let alone a cultivator like Xiaoyao, even a strong man who has cultivated for 1,000 years and attained the Tao realm, don't even think about comprehending it so easily. It is purely normal for Xiaoyao to be unable to resist the suppressing power of this space. In just a moment, Xiaoyao found that his strength was suppressed by this suppressing force to only 1/10 of its original strength, and he was still exerting pressure on him. Damn it! What the hell is this place? Xiaoyao began to secretly hate himself for being careless, for falling into that kid's scheme, and now he couldn't even find Yi Feng's trace. Could it be that this trip was a failure? Ever since Xiaoyao used the power of space in the Golden Bell to come to the earth, the battle with Yi Feng has always been weird. All kinds of strange things that he has never seen before appeared in front of him one after another. This let Xiaoyao know that this world is wider than he imagined. If Yi Feng hadn't smashed Luohe Jiuding with an arrow, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to come to other worlds, and he cherished such an opportunity. How could he give up like this? Only by killing Yi Feng can he be qualified to fly freely under this vast sky, otherwise, he will definitely be obliterated by that mysterious force. Xiaoyao gritted his teeth, restrained his aura, prepared to hide first, and then searched for Yi Feng's aura in this space. However, at this moment, Yi Feng's figure in a black shirt flashed in front of him, and the one with Yi Feng was the woman in the white skirt. Yi Feng! Xiaoyao shouted loudly, and the whole person became deeply vigilant. At this moment, if he wasn't careful, he might really fall into Yi Feng's hands. After all, his fighting strength is already less than 1/10 of what it was in its heyday. Soon Xiaoyao discovered that the strength of Yi Feng and the woman in the white skirt in front of him was not suppressed. This cast a shadow over Xiaoyao's heart. The effect of the suppression force of the bloodstone space is very good, but if Xiaoyao hadn't underestimated Yi Feng too much and concentrated on using the Luoha Wave Immortal technique, Yi Feng would not have had the chance to capture him into the space of the Blood Soul Stone. Come. General Lu Feng, I leave it to you. Yi Feng nodded to Lu Feng, and his spiritual thoughts passed on. Lu Feng didn't answer, but took action directly. Royal Marksmanship. The silver spear draws a stream of silver light, like a sharp arrow, and shoots towards Xiaoyao in front, while Liu Feng's figure dances in this bloody space. The marksmanship of the royal family is used to kill the enemy, without any fancy elements, simple and rude. If it was Lu Feng in its prime, this shot would definitely kill Xiaoyao. Even if Xiaoyao had the pair of golden bells protecting his body at this time, it would be useless. After all, the current Xiaoyao is suppressed by the space suppression force of the Bloodstone, and can only exert 1/10 of its original strength. However, the current Lu Feng was also injured, and she had consumed a lot of true energy when dealing with Xiaoyao's immortal technique Luoha Buetao just now, which limited the combat power she could display at this time. The gun shadow struck, Xiaoyao looked awe-inspiring, and flicked the golden bell in his hand. Immortal art, the water of Luoha River, comes from the sky. True qi emanated from Xiaoyao's body, condensed into a golden stream, and rushed down towards the wind from top to bottom, submerging her body in it instantly. It's just that Xiaoyao's strength is suppressed too badly now, and this trick of immortality has no effect on Lu Feng at all. The silver gun shadow instantly broke through the golden water flow, completely defeating the immortal technique, and then stabbed towards Xiaoyao without any sign of diminishing momentum. Xiaoyao's pupils contracted. The suppression force in this space is too strong. No, he will definitely lose if this goes on. Even if there is a golden bell, it is useless. In an instant, Xiaoyao made a decision, and fixed his eyes on Yi Feng, who was not far behind Lu Feng. His goal is to kill Yi Feng. Why bother with this woman with profound cultivation in front of him? The power of space surged, and Xiaoyao finally erupted with his strongest strength at this moment. In an instant, his figure disappeared from Lu Feng's face and came to Yi Feng's back. Immortal art, Luoha Turtle. Xiaoyao said silently in his heart. The whole body of true energy condensed on the top of Yi Feng's head into a huge tortoise, and descended towards Yi Feng like a mountain top. This kind of fairy art is really too slow. However, Yi Feng's mouth turned up, and the power of wind and thunder surged, and he easily dodged hundreds of meters away, avoiding the huge tortoise that came down forcefully. Immediately afterwards, with a wave of his hand, he sent Liu Feng's figure to Xiaoyao's back. Royal Marksmanship. Without hesitation, Lu Feng flashed a silver gun shadow, stabbing Xiaoyao's back straight. This kid, see where you can go. Xiaoyao gritted his teeth, and shook the golden bell in his hand again, but at this moment he suddenly found that the golden bell, which was so good as a finger, suddenly seemed not very obedient now. Time was running out, and he didn't have time to think about it, so he dodged directly to get out of Liu Feng's gun shadow attack range. But he was shocked to find that the golden bell in his hand restrained him instead, and a violent and terrifying force poured into his body, making his whole mind blurred. Just this one, let him fly out of his mind. Liu Feng's silver long spear condensed a fierce spear shadow, piercing straight into Xiaoyao's chest, and fresh blood gushed out, hitting the vital point instantly. Lu Feng frowned slightly. Why is it so simple this time? Could there be fraud in it? Before she could analyze anything, she saw that Xiaoyao's figure in white fairy clothes began to dissipate and was swallowed by the golden bell. This bell is weird. Lu Feng and Yi Feng came to this conclusion almost at the same time, especially Yi Feng began to think about it. This bell is obviously not Xiaoyao's own, nor Luoha Xianzong's. Now such a powerful fairy weapon appears in Xiaoyao's hands. Could it be that someone else is helping Xiaoyao? From this pair of golden bells, Yi Feng could feel a stronger power than the five-colored dragon bao and Luoha Jiuding. It can be seen that this pair of golden bells may not be as simple as a fairy weapon. Hearing what the bloody dragon said, there are also grades among fairy artifacts. Although Yifeng doesn't know how the grades are divided among fairy artifacts, it is obvious that the grade of this pair of golden bells is higher than that of the colorful dragon Bao and Luoha Jioding. Both are much higher. Who is standing behind Xiaoyao? Yifeng frowned, and at a glance, Jian Xiaoyao was pierced into the chest by Lu Feng's silver spear, pointing at the vitals, and his vitality quickly dissipated. Not only that, the golden bell in Xiaoyao's hand actually began to absorb the true energy in Xiaoyao's body at this moment, which accelerated Xiaoyao's death even more. Just for a moment, Xiaoyao, who was in a daze, died like this, but in fact, if there was only Liu Feng's shot, it would be powerless to kill him, at most it would only seriously injure him. The culprit of Xiaoyao's death is still the golden bell. If the golden bell hadn't disturbed Xiaoyao's mind, Xiaoyao wouldn't have been hit by Lu Feng just like that. Of course, Lu Feng could also see all these, and looked at Yifeng, as if he was asking what was going on with this guy, but he was actually backlashed by his own fairy weapon. Yifeng didn't understand the mystery, but his spiritual thoughts passed on. This golden bell is not his, it seems that someone wants to use his hand to kill me. Lu Feng nodded, and without hesitation at all, he retracted the spear, bringing blood all over the sky. Immediately afterwards, she condensed all her true energy, and grabbed the golden bell in the hand of Xiaoyao, who died in front of her with one hand. If she could get this fairy artifact, Lu Feng would be more sure of saving her own people after returning to the royal world. But all of a sudden, the pair of golden bells burst out with a burst of violent space power, and before Liu Feng's hand touched it, it shattered the void like this and disappeared in an instant. This. Yifeng's eyes widened. Just now he wanted to mobilize the space power of the Blood Soul Stone, but he found that even the suppression force of the Blood Soul Stone space could not restrain the pair of golden bells at all. Ran. Yifeng frowned tightly. This matter was obviously not as simple as it appeared on the surface. It ran away. What should I do now? Lu Feng was a little disappointed that he didn't get the golden bell, but he wasn't too entangled. After all, the whole thing is confusing now, so let's listen to what Yifeng has to say first. Go back first, let me analyze this matter first, let's go. Yifeng didn't think much, just waved his hand, and together with Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing, who was in the distance, he broke through the space of the blood stone and left here. Swish. 3 figures appeared at the bottom of the deep Pacific Ocean. In a certain space that Yifeng didn't know at all, several old men wearing green clothes with sky blue flying birds carved on them were gathering together to discuss something. It seems that the action against Yifeng must continue. One of the old men spoke slowly, as if he didn't pay attention to what he was dealing with. TSK, I didn't expect that the dragon soul of the dragon sword inheritance personally refined 2 magic weapons for him. It seems that the probability of this Yifeng getting the dragon sword inheritance is not small. Another old man said with a smile, of course, this is under the condition that our Sky Clan does not participate in the competition. The young master has already completed the 8th experience. Even if you don't care about Yifeng, can he catch up? Another old man closed his eyes and said leisurely, we still keep this matter a secret, and we must not let the young master know. As for that Yifeng, just send someone to make trouble, and you don't have to kill him. After all, if the young master becomes the successor of Dragon Sword, that Yifeng will also be the young master's servant. That's fine, then do as the great elder said, and I will arrange it right away. As they spoke, a pair of golden bells broke through the space without a sound and came to this place, then disappeared directly, entered the green clothes of one of them, and disappeared. Immediately afterwards, several old men in green clothes gradually disappeared, as if they were discussing an insignificant matter. Indeed, to the Sky Clan, Yifeng alone is too insignificant. Even the dragon sword inheritance, in their eyes, is just a relatively powerful tool that can be used. Earth, Peach Blossom Island. Yifeng, Lu Feng, and Jin Xinqing had already returned to the island, and were once again jointly treated by Xu Shu and Li Zong. Yifeng wasn't injured, but Jin Xinqing's injury seemed to be more serious, but if he and Lu Feng didn't hold Xiaoyao back, it's unlikely that Xiaoyao would end up in this situation. It should be that a certain force wanted my life, but they didn't dare to show up, so they used this despicable method to order Xiaoyao to kill me. Yifeng squinted his eyes, and discussed with Long Wanner beside him, at the last moment, it should be someone from that faction who discovered that Xiaoyao could no longer kill me, so he simply let the Golden Bell kill Xiaoyao, lest he leak any news. Well, if that's the case, you have to be careful in the future. Long Wanner frowned. Xiaoyao's 700-year-old existence, with Yifeng's current strength, was completely unable to fight against it. If Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing were not there, Yifeng would have died hundreds of times. Fortunately, the crisis was resolved in the end. However, what kind of power will the opponent be? No matter how much Yifeng thought about it, he couldn't figure out what force wanted his life. After all, among those who could possess the Golden Bell and the power to shatter space, he didn't seem to have offended anyone. First of all, the other party will not be a person from the earth, nor will it be a person from the world of cultivating immortals. It is impossible for these two places to have a strong man with the strength of the Golden Bell. Just crossing the world is not something anyone in these two worlds can do. Then, the other party is either from the Menghuang realm, or it is related to the Tomb of the Dragon Sword, or it is related to the Demon Eye of Myriad Realms. However, judging from the fact that the other party did not dare to show his face at all, the identity of the other party was about to be revealed. Could it be a competitor of a certain Dragon Sword inheritance, and the power he belongs to? Before Yifeng thought about it, he learned in the Tomb of Dragon Sword that there was someone from the Sky Clan like him who was a candidate for the inheritance of Dragon Sword. If it was to kill him so that he could successfully obtain the inheritance of the Dragon Sword, the motive was reasonable. It's just that there are a total of 9 competitors for the Dragon Sword inheritance, and it's hard for Yifeng to guess which force is attacking him, and it's not very sure that it's because of this reason. It's also possible that it's some other secret reason that Yifeng doesn't know about, and maybe the hostile forces he provoked. Auntie, I'm counting on you here. Yifeng raised his head and said something to Xu Shu, who was busy in the room. Xiaoya, go and rest, it's enough to have me and Mr. Li here. Xu Shu smiled slightly, and said softly, the injuries of General Lu Feng and Captain Jin will recover completely tomorrow, just rest assured. Well, thanks. Yifeng nodded, smiled, and left with Long Wanner. Along the coast of Peach Blossom Island, Yuechan was stopping to look out. Her eyes were a little dazed, and she didn't know what she was thinking. When Yifeng came back, he brought Xiaoyao's body to her, and she burned it casually and threw it into the sea. Yuechan still has some feelings for Luoha Xianzong, but Xiaoyao's actions really chill her heart, so she resolutely wants to leave Luoha Xianzong. But now, Xiaoyao has died, and the hatred she accumulated has disappeared with his death. Perhaps we should find time to go back to the sect to have a look. Yuechan thought in her heart. Now that Xiaoyao is dead, Luoha Jioding is destroyed, the strength of the entire Luoha Immortal sect has been greatly reduced, and there is no strength to gain a foothold in the Xiuxian sect around the Dragon Sword Tomb. Yuechan was born in Luoha Xianzong, but she didn't want to see Luoha Xianzong fall to the end of the sect being destroyed. However, now is obviously not the time for her to go back. She stood by the sea all night. Returning to the island the next day, when I saw Yifeng again, I found that he had raised his cultivation for another 10 years in one night, reaching 130 years. Congratulations, young master, for improving your cultivation. Yuechan greeted and congratulated. Yifeng was coming out of the courtyard, and he smiled when he heard the words, Yuechan, you'd better learn our language when you are on this island in the future. After all, the language of the world of cultivating immortals is only me, you, and my master. I understand. Yuechan nodded, agreeing. With the memory and comprehension ability of a cultivator, it is not difficult to learn a new language, and it will not take long to be able to communicate fluently if you study hard. Just like the royal soldiers who came back with Obi, Tianhong Rui. Last night, Yifeng felt that the upper limit of his cultivation was enough, so he directly absorbed the abyss dead grass, one of the 4 treasures of the royal family, and raised his cultivation for more than 9 years, raising his cultivation to just 130 years. The improvement of his cultivation made Yifeng feel refreshed. Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing should have fully recovered. It's time to go to Menghuang realm to destroy the remaining cross-boundary teleportation arrays. However, before destroying it, Yifeng could follow the content marked on the map of Star Refining Valley, and go to the world where he can get some oil and water. For example, in some worlds, there is not much danger but rich in natural materials and earthly treasures. It would be a pity to destroy the cross-boundary teleportation array like this. Wild World. In a dilapidated ancient temple, the cross-boundary teleportation array is still operating normally. As long as there is enough true energy input into it, it can be activated, and a beam of teleportation light will be stimulated, allowing people to be teleported to another world. In front of the teleportation formation at this time, Yifeng, Lu Feng, and Jin Xinqing stood quietly. After the joint treatment by Xu Xu and Li Zong, Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing had fully recovered from their injuries in just one night, and their combat effectiveness had reached its peak again. For this, Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing were both amazed at the magic. This mysterious fairy art is simply breathtaking. The training method of the Star Refining Immortal Code is carved on the ceiling of this temple. You can take it away after a long look. If you have the opportunity to return to the royal family, you can also let your relatives and friends practice it. The effect should be good. Yifeng said. Lu Feng nodded. He was quite pursuing the Star Refining Code. However, it is impossible for her to switch to practicing the Star Immortal Code, so she can only bring it back and let the family members practice together. Of course, the prerequisite is that the family members can be rescued from the hands of the wilderness clansmen. It's not without reason that Yifeng gave Lu Feng the Star Refining Code. Anyway, doing so would do nothing to Yifeng, so it's better to give Lu Feng more favors and let her help Yifeng in the next time. After all, it is not that simple to destroy 70 or 80 cross-boundary teleportation formations. If it is to be done in a few days, Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing must do their best. Needless to say, Yifeng also wanted to go to a few more special worlds and get some more precious natural materials and earth treasures. For example, the cross-boundary teleportation array in front of me. The people of Star Refining Valley reached the opposite world through this teleportation array thousands of years ago, and found that it was an ancient world, where various dinosaurs, giant mammals, giant amphibians, etc. lived. Intelligent life like human beings can be born. However, in this world, these giant creatures are relatively weak to cultivators, and the treasures of heaven and earth are very rich, so in the past, Lianqing Valley regarded it as a rich world of cultivation resources. At this time, Yifeng also wanted to go over to see if he could get some more precious natural materials and earthly treasures. It's just that, after so many thousand years, I don't know if the people from the Liangxinga tribe who came to that world in the past still exist now, and whether there are any traces of civilization left behind. When the Alchemy Star Valley forces encountered the invasion of the mysterious world powerhouse, the Alchemist Valley clansmen who went to this ancient world did not return to the Menghuang realm, but survived in that world all the way. No one knows the current situation. Yifeng raised one hand, his true energy burst out, and quickly transported into the cross-boundary teleportation array in front of him. General, Captain Jean, come with me and see if you can gain anything. As Yifeng said, he watched the teleportation beams of the teleportation array condense in an instant. It is obvious that the teleportation array can still be used. Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing looked at each other and nodded. The reason why they are willing to run around with Yifeng is because Yifeng has a map of the wild world in his hand, and he knows the world behind every cross-boundary teleportation formation. Otherwise, if they randomly passed through these cross-boundary transmission arrays, they might not even know how they died in the end. The three of them stepped onto the cross-boundary teleportation array one after another, entered the teleportation beam, and soon their figures gradually dissipated from the teleportation beam. The brilliance flowed and the space shattered. When Yifeng opened his eyes again, he found himself in the teleportation array of another ancient temple. It's really broken, it seems. Yifeng took a breath, and felt the damp and rotten smell in this temple, as if no one had been to this place for a long time. His consciousness suddenly noticed something strange around him, which made him vigilant. Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing, who appeared behind him, were the same. The surroundings were pitch black, and they couldn't see their fingers. However, relying on their spiritual sense, the three of them could still clearly understand the surrounding situation. Dense black spiders rushed towards the teleportation array, where the three of them were located, like a tide. Be careful, there may be a spider leader here. As Yifeng spoke, he stimulated his meridians, and gathered his true energy in his hands. Boom! A fireball exploded in midair, allowing the three of them to see the surroundings clearly. Sure enough, above a large group of black spiders, there was actually a huge black spider hanging. Its legs alone were bigger than a person. To be long. I will deal with the big one, and you will deal with the small one. Yifeng reminded immediately. Seeing that big spider, Yifeng thought that Su Feiying had been hurt by such a thing before, which made him furious. The current him is no longer the boy with low cultivation level, back then. The black spider, with a cultivation base of 130 years, please die. Yifeng found out the black spider's cultivation level. He naturally had boundless confidence in his heart. With the dragon sword in his hand, he came out with sword fighting skills. A sharp and simple sword light swept straight towards the giant black spider. The black spider was originally directing the little guys to besiege the three people who appeared suddenly. If it didn't work, it would attack suddenly from behind itself, but it didn't expect the people who came to find it all at once. This made it a little panicky. After all, it has lived in such an environment for too long, and its ability to respond is completely incapable. One sword. The sword energy was sharp, and it split the giant black spider in half, fell from the spider web, and fell heavily to the ground. Originally, those relatively small black spiders were constantly rushing towards the three of them. Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing were about to kill them, but when the giant black spider died, these little spiders were all a little scared and retreated one by one. Want to run? Lu Feng raised his eyebrows, raised the silver spear in his hand, and several shadows of the guns diverged. Puff! 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 Under the shadow of the gun, the small black spiders burst open. Under the shadow of the gun, there were no corpses left, and they turned into fly ash. The entire teleportation altar suddenly became a mess, and the voices that had been whispering just now suddenly became extremely silent. It's done, let's go. Yifeng put away the xuanhuan sword. Without stopping at all, he smashed the wall in front of him with a backhand sword, and a passage leading to the upper floor of the ancient temple and the outside world appeared in front of the three of them. Such a giant black spider was a great threat to Yifeng in the past, and it was even impossible to defeat it alone, but now it can be solved with a single sword. The three of them advanced in the ancient temple, and there were no survivors wherever they went. One after another, the black spiders were killed and turned into fly ash. Soon, the three finally arrived at the entrance of the ancient temple. Look around and search around, then go back. Yifeng gave an order, and then asked the three to act separately. It's a search, but it doesn't really count, because in such an ancient world where there are no creatures that have evolved the ability to cultivate, the natural world's natural treasures are all unowned. Yifeng considered that he would stay in the secular world for a while. If the hoarding of natural materials and earthly treasures is not enough, then the growth of cultivation base will undoubtedly stagnate. During the time when Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing destroyed the teleportation array, Yi Feng had to store enough heavenly materials and earthly treasures so that he could absorb enough heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the process of refining the dragon's heart in the world of mortals, so as to ensure that his cultivation base could be enough. Follow the upper limit of cultivation. After the three of them came to this world, they immediately split up. It can be seen that no one has entered this ancient temple for a long time. Since this is the case, there should not be any strong cultivation forces nearby. With the strength of the three of them, there should be no danger in spreading their actions here. Even if there is danger, Yi Feng can immediately bring the three of them together by relying on the Eye of Wind and Thunder, making it very convenient for fighting or fleeing. Yi Feng flew towards the front of the ancient temple alone, but found that this place was actually a deep mountain forest, not like the ancient forest in Monghuang realm, but in an ordinary mountain forest. Looking into the distance, mountains, rivers appear staggered, which is actually a great river and mountain. Yi Feng felt a little emotional in his heart, and soon discovered that there was a huge ruins of buildings in a valley below, which attracted his attention. This is one of the 12 cities built by Alchemy Star Valley in this world. Yi Feng holds the map provided by the inheritance power of Star Refining Immortal Code. Of course he knows that the ruins of this building complex are one of the 12 cities built here by Star Refining Valley. Around the teleportation array of the ancient temple, 12 cities were built around the Alchemy Star Valley, which were used to hoard natural materials and earthly treasures. This point, Yi Feng did not explain it to Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing. It was because Yi Feng wanted to obtain more natural materials and earthly treasures alone. There should be quite a lot of heavenly materials and earthly treasures stored in the 12 cities. Anyway, Yi Feng has blood stones, so he can store as many as possible, the more the better. As for Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing, let them do whatever they want. If they can be found, Yi Feng feels that they will not hand over the treasures of heaven and earth to Yi Feng. Instead of this, it is better to search separately, and whoever finds it will belong to him. Yi Feng checked the surroundings. The situation was normal, only a group of huge birds flew farther and farther in a line, and a giant crocodile was resting not far from the ruins of the building complex. It was obviously the overlord of the surrounding area. This giant crocodile has no cultivation at all. It really is a creature from the ancient world and has not yet learned how to cultivate. Yi Feng smiled softly, and flew directly towards the ruins of the building below. Since the building complex has become ruins, the members of the Liangxinga tribe who were originally in the building complex must be gone, but when Yi Feng went down, he was still full of energy. In this unknown world, anything can happen. The divine sense didn't detect anything, everything is normal. Yi Feng quickly went around the ruins of the entire building complex, but he didn't find anyone there, but he found several places where heavenly materials and earthly treasures were stored. In the east of the city, west of the city, and north of the city, under the ruins of 3 underground warehouses, many treasures of heaven and earth are buried. As for the underground warehouse in the south of the city, they have been looted, and many treasures of heaven and earth are left on the ground. On the ground, weathered by time, lost the aura of heaven and earth. It seems that the people in this city are retreating in a hurry. Yi Feng thought in his heart. In this ancient world, there should be no existence that can threaten the cultivators of Star Refining Valley. The only possibility is that the powerful force that almost wiped out the Star Valley, or that has already wiped out the clan, hit this world through a cross-boundary teleportation array. All the members of the Liangxinga tribe were wiped out. No matter what, there is no one in the ruins of the city, not even a human skeleton. In such an ancient world, even if someone died here, the corpse would have been eaten by those creatures long ago, leaving no bones left behind. Yi Feng landed, stood in front of the ruins of the underground warehouse in the east of the city, and swept his consciousness inside. Under the concealment of the phantom sword technique, no creature around found that Yi Feng had come to this place. Go in. With a thought, Yifeng teleported to the warehouse, buried deep in the ground. This is a cold and dry underground warehouse. The surrounding walls are all made of stones. It is divided into several warehouses, each with different treasures of heaven and earth. Some treasures of heaven and earth can be stored for a long time, and even the longer they are stored, the more they can improve people's cultivation. But more treasures of heaven, material, and earth cannot be stored for too long. When they are stored, the aura of heaven and earth will gradually disappear until they turn into a pile of yellow sand. Among the underground warehouses in the east of the city, there are 4 warehouses where various treasures of heaven, material, and earth are placed. Most of the treasures of heaven, materials, and earth in 3 of the warehouses have rotted and failed, leaving only the treasures stored in one warehouse. Yifeng was greatly surprised. All kinds of treasures that have never been seen before, which can be upgraded for 5, 10, or even 15 years, are all stored in this place. With the passage of time, these treasures of heaven and earth, the aura of heaven and earth contained in them has become more ancient and extremely thick. You must know that these treasures of heaven and earth have been in this underground warehouse for at least 1,000 years. Receive. Yifeng didn't hesitate, and directly collected all the hundreds of natural materials and earth treasures in the warehouse into the bloodstone space. Yifeng didn't calculate the specific species too carefully. He wanted to wait until he left this ancient world, and then make a unified statistics. Yifeng did the same, and quickly searched for the heaven and earth spiritual energy that could be used in several other warehouses in the ruins of the building complex, and even harvested a giant vine that was still growing. This vine has been growing for thousands of years, and the aura of heaven and earth it contains is extremely strong, and most importantly, Yifeng transplanted the whole vine to a forest in the bloodstone space, and this thing can still survive. Keep it up first, maybe it will have some special effect. Yifeng doesn't know what kind of vine it is, so let's put it in place for now. After looting all the ruins of this building complex, Yifeng immediately flew towards the ruins of the other 11 cities marked on the map. This is definitely a great harvest for Yifeng. However, such an opportunity does not always exist. In an ancient world like this, among the remaining cross-boundary teleportation formations, only this one can reach, and many of the places that the rest of the cross-boundary teleportation formations can reach are very dangerous places for the current Yifeng. Even the Star Refining Valley forces in the past randomly went to other worlds to occupy and dominate, and eventually provoked powerful enemies and brought about the crisis of extinction, not to mention the current Yifeng. Fortunately, if it goes well this time, Yifeng will be able to store enough natural materials and earthly treasures. The Ancient World. This is the ruins of the 7th building complex that Yifeng has arrived at. Among the previous 6 ruins, he has already obtained hundreds of copies of natural treasures of various varieties. Then subdivide into categories. Huh? Corpse? Yifeng came to the ruins of the 7th building group, and suddenly found in a corner of the ruins, buried by gravel and sand, an immortal humanoid corpse. Yifeng squinted his eyes. It is not that simple to see a humanoid corpse in this kind of place. Even if it is the existence of a 1,000-year-old Taoist realm, the corpse after a 1,000-year death must have been weathered into dust. The humanoid corpse in front of me. Yifeng didn't think too much. He was moved by the force of wind and thunder, and teleported to the humanoid corpse. With a flip of his hand, he pushed away the gravel and sand buried on it. This corpse. Yifeng discovered that the corpse was completely a mummy, wearing a dark black cloth all over the body, and the dark black cloth looked extremely brand new, as if it had just been made or had just been washed. And in this kind of place, of course, it is impossible for someone to make new clothes for this mummy, and it is impossible for someone to wash his clothes. The only possibility is that the dark black cloth is made of special material, which can survive thousands of years without being damaged, and it is not stained. Dust. Yifeng's expression suddenly became serious. Under the dark black cloth was a tall mummy, whose appearance was similar to that of an ordinary person, but when Yifeng penetrated his consciousness into the mummy, his mind was shocked. Because there is still a strong barrier on the surface of this dry corpse, which is blocking Yifeng's spiritual detection. Yifeng estimates that with his current cultivation base of 130 years, he wants to break through this barrier and see through it. This mummy is absolutely impossible. Maybe you can show Lu Feng. Thinking in his heart, Yifeng directly opened the space of the bloodstone, and then threw the mummy together with the deep black cloth into the floating continent. At this time, Yifeng also had some guesses in his mind. This mummy might be one of the enemies encountered in Star Refining Valley. As for the reason why he died here, Yifeng has no way of knowing. He only knew that now that he had this mummy and this deep black cloth, he would have plenty of time to study it in the future. Immediately afterwards, Yifeng continued to search for the treasures in the ruins of the building complex. Just as he expected, the 12 buildings and cities around the ancient temple are located in quite remote locations. They were originally built to make the terrain easy to defend and difficult to attack. Therefore, Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing did not find any of them. The ruins of the complex. In just 2 hours, Yifeng rummaged through the ruins of the 12 building complexes, searching for a total of thousands of treasures, until he searched all the things in the ruins of the 12 building complexes. Satisfied, he returned to the gate of the ancient temple. Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing have been waiting here for a long time. They haven't gone too far, but they have already obtained a lot of wild treasures. Each of them is satisfied. If the two of them knew what Yifeng got, they would definitely feel ashamed to death. The heaven, material, and earth treasures that the two of them have obtained together can only improve their cultivation for more than 10 or 20 years, which already makes them feel that the harvest is very huge. And the treasures of heaven and earth that Yifeng searched for are thousands of copies. Of course, there are only a few categories, which cannot be absorbed repeatedly, but they can be added together to improve one's cultivation level by 30 to 40 years. The most important thing is that Yifeng obtained a large number of natural materials and earth treasures, enough to create a high-level power of his own. Have you found anything worth noting in this world? Yifeng asked. Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing looked at each other and shook their heads one after another, obviously not finding anything special. That's good, let's go back. Yifeng nodded. It seems that Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing are not like him, seeing a strange mummy. On the way back, Yifeng carefully counted the treasures of heaven, material, and earth that he had obtained. There are 11 kinds of treasures in total, which can improve one's cultivation level for 1 year to 10 years, and each has hundreds of copies. The 11 kinds of heaven and earth auras are all added together. If the upper limit of the cultivation base is sufficient, it is enough to improve the cultivation base of about 40 years, which can be called a great harvest. It's a pity that most of the people around Yifeng's upper limit of cultivation is full, and only people like Yuachan, who have been practicing for a long time, will have enough upper limit of cultivation to absorb these natural treasures. The rest of the treasures of heaven, material, and earth can only be stored and used when needed. Destroy this teleportation array, and then the next one. The beam of teleportation light disappeared. Yifeng walked out from the cross-boundary teleportation array, and then ordered Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing. Soon the cross-boundary teleportation formation was destroyed by the two of them. The ancient world just now, unless Yifeng can comprehend the power of mysterious space and locate that world, otherwise it will never be able to reach it. And the power of the mysterious space, how can it be so easy to comprehend? There are still 55 more to destroy all the cross-boundary teleportation arrays in the Menghuang realm. Yifeng led Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing to work all the way, but he didn't encounter any obstacles. The ancient temples where these cross-boundary teleportation arrays are located are all in deep mountains and evil waters. Even if there are fierce beasts guarding them, it is not Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing. A united enemy. And in the world opposite these cross-boundary teleportation arrays, most of them are uncivilized and wild worlds, with ferocious beasts who have begun to practice, etc., and like the ancient world, only giant creatures have not started to practice. In addition, there are many cultivation worlds, such as the world of cultivating immortals, which is one of them, but the cross-boundary teleportation array was destroyed hundreds of years ago. What makes Yifeng somewhat reluctant is that there are still many worlds that are technological worlds like Earth. In such worlds, people do not focus on cultivation, but mainly rely on technology to improve their own clan's combat effectiveness. Compared with certain worlds, the current Earth is still very immature. There was even a world with very advanced technology, which was completely destroyed by some kind of terrorist force and turned into ruins. This made Yifeng realize that there are too many crises in this world. There is an existence like the Earth. It's really too weak. Within 5 days, Yifeng took Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing to destroy all the teleportation arrays except the cross-boundary teleportation array leading to Earth. As a result, Yifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief temporarily. There are still 2 days before Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing leave. Of course, Yifeng would not waste the remaining 2 days. General Lu Feng, Captain Jin, come with me to go outside the wild jungle. Yifeng stood at the gate of the Star Refining Temple, and said to the two with a smile. Although all the redundant cross-boundary teleportation formations were destroyed, Yifeng is still not sure if there will be any danger when everyone comes here. The most important thing is that the ancestors of Lianqing Valley once said that outside this wild jungle is a very dangerous place. Even the existence of Liang Xinggu, who has attained the Dao realm with more than 1,000 years of cultivation, does not dare to leave this wild place easily. A deserted jungle place. This made Yifeng think for a long time, and now he guesses, could it be that the world outside the wild jungle is the world where the ancient gods' remnants lived? Otherwise, why would Ai Xuanhuan say that there will always be some tyrannical remnants of ancient gods in this world? Yifeng also relied on the ancient dragon sword ring to summon a terrifying existence with golden legs. What the specific situation is, he still has to go and find out in person. If he was in danger, Yifeng felt that relying on his eyes of wind and thunder, he should be able to escape with Lu Feng and Jin Xinqing. No matter what, Yifeng does not allow any potential unknown dangers to threaten the people from Peach Blossom Island who are going to practice in the wilderness realm and look for condensed Yongshan materials. Let's go. But Lu Feng has no objection to Yifeng's words, but he still has some doubts. You said that you want to send us back to the royal family. What method do you want to use? Can you let us know in advance, so that we can be prepared? It's very simple, in this temple. Yifeng stretched out his hand and pointed to the temple on the light blue wall behind. There is a one-way teleportation array, which can be activated by me, and I can freely choose the world that Star Refining Valley has been to as the destination. After 2 days, I will take you, come here and activate the one-way teleportation array. Lu Feng nodded, and glanced inside the door of the Star Alchemy Temple. Of course she knew that there was an extremely powerful inheritance in this temple, and that was Star Refining Valley. The alchemy of Star Alchemy can completely heal her and Jin Xinqing's injuries overnight, and its strength definitely exceeds that of the entire royal family. And according to what Yifeng said, all the cross-boundary teleportation formations in this wild world were built by people from Star Refining Valley thousands of years ago. So there is no doubt about the ability of people from Star Refining Valley. There is a one-way cross-boundary teleportation array in this temple, which is reasonable. The most important thing is that Yifeng's people have obtained the approval of the power of inheritance, so it should not be difficult for the power of inheritance to activate the one-way teleportation array. After solving the problem, Lu Feng didn't ask any more questions. As for Jin Xinqing, he completely followed Lu Feng's actions and would not raise any objections at all. Under the leadership of Yifeng, the two began to fly high into the sky, and gradually flew towards the direction beyond the wild jungle. Looking ahead, there is still an ancient jungle that cannot be seen at a glance, but it can be noticed that if you go all the way in this direction, there are fewer and fewer various beasts in the jungle below. In fact, soon even the birds were unwilling to come to this direction. Generally speaking, this wild jungle is a circle with a radius of thousands of kilometers, and the safe area marked by the ancestors of Liang Xinggu is within this circle. As for what will happen after leaving this circle, Yi Feng didn't even tell Yi Feng about the inheritance power of the Star Alchemy Temple, but just reminded him carefully that he must be careful, lest he never come back once he leaves. Be careful, of course you will be careful, Yi Feng will not make fun of his own life. However, it was necessary for him to take a look outside this wild jungle, otherwise it would be terrible if something happened to Long Wanner and others when they came here. Soon, the three of them traveled hundreds of kilometers in the air, gradually approaching the edge of the wild jungle, and the forest below became more and more sparse. And in the air in front of the three of them, a white mist began to appear at a loss. Be careful, these white mist can even block the consciousness. Lu Feng quickly became dignified. Ever since he saw the bloody dragon that Yi Feng called out to him, Lu Feng no longer had the sense of superiority in his heart as a goddess general of the royal family. In the royal family, there were only a handful of people stronger than her. But now, she knew that on the real stage in this world, she couldn't even be considered a soy saucer. Even your spiritual consciousness can block. Yi Feng's heart was awe-inspiring. Lu Feng's cultivation had reached more than 700 years, and even his spiritual sense could not penetrate the thick white fog, so it can be seen that there is indeed a lot of weirdness in this fog. And when they arrived at this place, the faintly visible ground under the three people's feet had completely lost the traces of green trees, and instead turned into a gray-white wilderness, like a dry river bed, with cracks extending to an invisible distance. Meng Wangji, this name was given by Star Refining Valley back then, but now Yi Feng thinks it is worthy of the name. The ancient jungle before was just a jungle where all kinds of beasts lived, and it was far from being wild. When they got here, the three of them gradually slowed down and focused all their energy on paying attention to the surrounding situation. After all, no one knew what kind of terrifying existence would appear in the surrounding white mist. Stop, do you hear anything? Suddenly, Lu Feng frowned slightly, and transmitted the voice to Yi Feng and Jin Xinqing beside him. The two immediately stopped and hovered in midair. What sound? Yi Feng was cautious, but found that he could only hear some very ordinary wind noises. It didn't seem like there was anything unusual. However, Liu Feng's cultivation base is much higher than his, and it's normal to have a more sensitive hearing, so Yi Feng turned his attention to Jin Xinqing, wanting to see if he heard something. When Yi Feng turned around, he saw Jin Xinqing's expression was also serious, as if he had heard something. With a movement of his lips, Jin Xinqing was about to speak, but at this moment, a gust of extremely fierce and swift wind hit, and directly rolled on Lu Feng, who was beside the two of them. Swish! The two of them didn't react at all, and saw Lu Feng's figure disappear all of a sudden, leaving only a tyrannical force of space left in place. What happened? Jin Xinqing was shocked and wanted to exclaim, but Yi Feng covered his mouth with one hand. Walk! Yi Feng gave a low shout, and the power of the Eye of Wind and Thunder in his body began to surge most violently. Lu Feng's cultivation base of more than 700 years was inexplicably taken away in an instant. It seems that the things in this thick white mist are definitely not something that Yi Feng can provoke now. There's nothing to do if Lu Feng is gone, but Yi Feng can't get himself into it, so he wants to take Jin Xinqing and leave directly. But suddenly, the power of space is sealed. Yi Feng's heart sank all of a sudden. In the thick white mist, he couldn't see his fingers. Yi Feng could only slightly feel Jin Xinqing's breath was still beside him. As for Lu Feng, he just disappeared all of a sudden. I don't know what was taken away. Yi Feng thought in his heart, his expression became more dignified, because the power of the surrounding space was actually shielded by inexplicable power. For him now, even if he wanted to rely on the power of the Eye of Wind and Thunder to leave this place, it became impossible. It is impossible to escape alone, let alone run away with Jin Xinqing. As for Lu Feng, Yi Feng felt that this girl might. Swish! Just as he was thinking this way, a gust of wind suddenly came from the side, blowing away the thick white mist, and then a wild scene appeared in front of Yi Feng. This time, Jin Xinqing was not taken away, because the target of the strong wind was not Yi Feng or Jin Xinqing. The two opened their eyes wide, looking at the scene in front of them after the white mist cleared, and saw that it was a dry and chapped wasteland surrounded by a dense white fog. On this gray-white wasteland, there are two huge figures that cannot be seen clearly, seeming to be confronting each other. One of the figures was golden in color, with a giant leg the size of a mountain, standing straight in front of Yi Feng and Jin Xinqing, with his back to them, standing still. It's the golden giant. Yi Feng felt awe in his heart. Since he came to Menghuang realm last time, he had never seen that golden giant leg again. He did not expect to see him again in this situation after leaving that ancient jungle. This is the remnant of the ancient gods. Yi Feng no longer has any doubts in his heart. Outside the ancient forest in the wild world, there are all kinds of ancient gods and spirits. Although he doesn't know why these people usually don't enter the wild forest, there is no doubt, the wild jungle is generally safer. After leaving the wild jungle, even an existence like Lu Feng is like an ant. Yi Feng didn't know where Lu Feng was taken by the strong wind just now. He was alright. Jin Xinqing was already running around in a hurry, beads of sweat ooze from his mature and resolute face. In front of the two of them, the figure of a golden giant stood straight in the thick fog, soaring into the clouds. It was impossible to see what the top of his head looked like. Only two mountain-like golden legs could be seen, standing firmly in front of the two of them, and above them was a body made of gold, towering into the clouds, with two golden arms hanging down. The posture of the golden giant seemed to be confronting another figure, ready to fight. And in the dense fog opposite him, there was also a huge figure, but because they were far away, neither Yi Feng nor Jin Xinqing could see the appearance of that huge figure clearly. It can only be seen that the huge figure seems to be dark red, also in the shape of a human being, but the two arms are surprisingly long, almost hanging down to the dry gray wasteland. Without any words, there was only the tense atmosphere before the battle. The thick white fog around was dispersed towards the surroundings, because of the appearance of two huge figures. Looking at the situation, it seems that after a while, the true faces of the two huge figures will appear in front of Yi Feng and Jin Xinqing. This golden giant seems to be protecting me. Yi Feng thought in his heart, because he could feel a burst of tyrannical power emanating from the golden giant, protecting his surroundings. Otherwise, the huge dark red figure in front of him could kill Yi Feng just by his aura. Hundreds of times. Mao. A huge sound came from above. It seemed to be the golden giant's voice, and immediately after, Yi Feng felt an irresistible force of space, surrounding himself and Jin Xinqing together. Could it be that the golden giant wants to take them away? No. Jin Xinqing's eyes are about to burst. Just now Lu Feng was taken away inexplicably, and she had no idea of her current situation. Could it be that he and Lu Feng are going to die here now? Jin Xinqing didn't know that the golden giant was with Yi Feng, so he thought that the golden giant in front of him was going to kill him and Yi Feng. Until the next moment. The two only felt the space around them flow, and then the scene changed suddenly. The gray wasteland under the thick white mist suddenly turned into a lush ancient forest. Came back. Yi Feng was calm and calm. Yu Jian flew in the air, and was the first to send out his spiritual thoughts to Jin Xinqing. Back. Jin Xinqing's head was covered with cold sweat, and he was still in shock. The two huge figures that appeared in front of him just now were like the bloody dragon that appeared in the sky last time, which shocked him greatly. Not only that, last time the blood dragon was floating high in the sky, far away from him, but now the golden giant is only tens of meters away from him, standing in front of him like a mountain peak. Even Jin Xinqing could still see the pores and scars on the golden giant's skin, all of which showed that the golden giant was a battle-tested warrior. But now, it's back. Jin Xinqing gradually calmed down. Anyone who experienced the scene just now would probably be shocked for more than a while. It was not easy for Jin Xinqing to recover so quickly. As soon as he came to his senses, he thought of Lu Feng. Where is General Lu Feng now? Jin Xinqing gritted his teeth. Yi Feng, do you know what kind of existence those two figures just now are? Tell me. I don't know either, but... Yi Feng frowned slightly, and said honestly, you should still remember that the bloody dragon that appeared last time was the soul of the bloody dragon, one of the inherited powers I accepted. As for the golden giant just now, it is a friend of the inheritance I accepted, but I don't know what kind of existence that golden giant is. Is that so? Jin Xinqing was stunned for a while, digested Yi Feng's words, and then asked, is there still a chance to rescue the general now? Even if the hope is slim, he doesn't want to give up like this. Lu Feng really represents too many things in Jin Xinqing's mind. Try it. Yi Feng nodded and said solemnly. If possible, he didn't want to let Lu Feng disappear inexplicably like this, and he knew that in Jin Xinqing's heart, he would be willing to exchange his life for Liu Feng's. Under such circumstances, Yi Feng couldn't stop Jin Xinqing at all, he could only try to help him. But now in this matter, with the participation of the relics of the ancient gods at the level of the golden giant, Yi Feng knew that if he wanted to help Jin Xinqing, it might not be so easy. After deciding on the next action, Yi Feng began to prepare. The power of the Eye of Wind and Thunder surged in his anger, and the power of the yellow level space he had comprehended began to try to locate the target in the space that was sent back just now. As long as he activated his true energy, he could instantly teleport to the location he was located at, but then, he discovered that he could not locate the gray wasteland that he had just been teleported back to at all. His power of space can only extend to the edge of this ancient jungle, at most. This changed his expression. I can't make it through, the space is closed by people. Yi Feng sent out his spiritual thoughts to Jin Xinqing in a low voice. What? Jin Xinqing's face darkened, he didn't quite believe what Yi Feng said. After all, he and Yi Feng didn't get along for a long time, and now he was just doing something for Yi Feng, in exchange for the opportunity to return to the royal family. But now, even Lu Feng has disappeared, what's the point of him returning to the royal family alone? Without thinking about it, he turned around and flew directly towards the edge of the ancient jungle. Seeing this, Yi Feng followed without hesitation. If there was only Jin Xinqing alone, who knew what would happen, but with Yi Feng around, at least they would get help from the golden giant. If there is any danger, the safety of life should be guaranteed. Not to mention, there are still 2 days left for Jin Xinqing to play for Yi Feng. Yi Feng can use these 2 days to do more things, it's not good to just waste it like this. At least now, Yi Feng can be sure that beyond this ancient forest is a world belonging to the remnants of the ancient gods, and the ancient forest seems to be a safe area set up by some kind of existence. The remnants of the ancient gods rarely appear in this ancient jungle, either there are some restrictions or it is unnecessary. It's okay to come to the wilderness to practice, but you must never leave the range of the ancient forest. Yi Feng set the rules for everyone on Peach Blossom Island, and this is based on the fact that Yi Feng can go back smoothly. If there is any abnormal situation during this period, then the plan will definitely be changed. Soon, Yi Feng and Jin Xinqing came to the edge of the ancient forest, the trees were sparse, and the ground began to turn into a chapped, dry gray wasteland. But when they got here, the two found that a white mist barrier suddenly appeared in front of them, preventing them from moving forward. Break in! Without hesitation, Jin Xinqing rushed towards the white mist barrier. A burst of spatial fluctuations spread out from the white mist barrier, and Jin Xinqing was bounced back directly, and the rebound was so strong that he fell to the ground like a dog eating shit. Ahem. Jin Xinqing struggled to get up and saw Yifeng flying in front of him with his sword, frowning and thinking about something. Yi, what can you do? Jin Xinqing asked straightforwardly. Have no idea. Yifeng frowned slightly and shook his head. This white mist barrier has a very strong power of space. I can only try it first, but there is no guarantee of success. Earth-level space power is attached to the five-colored dragon bow. Yifeng might use all his strength to break through this level of space power. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out the colorful dragon bow, bent it towards the white mist barrier and set up an arrow. A burst of land-level space power emerged from the colorful dragon bow, which made Jin Xinqing not far away happy. He could feel that the space power emerging from this colorful dragon bow was not inferior to the power in front of him. That white mist barrier. Yifeng also compared it himself, and found that it should be possible to break through the white mist barrier, and the levels of space power of the two sides are almost the same. Only, he felt a little uneasy. At the beginning, there was no white mist barrier here, and it passed smoothly to the gray wasteland area. However, when the golden giant appeared and rescued him and Jin Xinqing, this white mist barrier appeared. Could it be that the golden giant is warning them not to leave this area again? If this is the case, then Yifeng breaking through the barrier of white mist would obviously go against the intention of the golden giant. Yifeng shook his head. No matter what, he still had to try to save Lu Feng. Unless there was something he couldn't do, he would be willing to give up. This is also Yifeng's attitude towards Lu Feng. If the other party is Long Wanner and one of the girls beside him, then even if there is a Bai-Hell in front of him, Yifeng will make a breakthrough no matter what. Colorful dragon bow, shoot. While Yifeng was thinking, he activated the colorful dragon bow, and shot an arrow carrying the power of Earth-level space towards the white mist barrier in front of him. Hoo-hoo! A gust of wind blew past, and the arrow Yifeng shot dissipated immediately, turning into dust after a while. Yifeng was dumbfounded by this scene, and Jin Xinqing, behind him, almost lost his eyeballs. Jin Xinqing knew the power of Yifeng's arrow. Although the absolute power was not very strong, it contained extremely strong power of Earth-level space. However, such an arrow, together with the power of the Earth-level space in it, was directly dissipated by some kind of force, completely ineffective, which could not but surprise Yifeng and Jin Xinqing. What power is stopping? Yifeng only thought for a moment before he roughly understood the situation. Since the golden giant teleported him and Jin Xinqing away from the gray wasteland, he definitely didn't want him to enter it again and take risks. Now that he and Jin Xinqing actually wanted to enter it again, it was perfectly normal to try to stop it. When Yifeng raised the five-colored dragon bow in his hand again, he found that the power of space in this long bow was actually suppressed, and now he couldn't use even a tiny bit of the power of space in it. This made Yifeng feel puzzled, but seeing that the white mist barrier in front of him showed no sign of receding, Yifeng sighed helplessly. Captain Jin, it seems we can't make it through this time. Yifeng shook his head and sent out a divine thought. Jin Xinqing also noticed that the five-colored dragon bow in Yifeng's hand suddenly lost its luster. Of course he knew that what Yifeng said was not a lie, but, let him just give up like this, how could he be willing? When the two were at a loss, behind the barrier of white mist, hundreds of miles away, where Yifeng and Jin Xinqing could not see, the golden giant on the gray wasteland wiped blood from the corner of his mouth heavily. This brat knows how to make trouble. The golden giant hated secretly, but a pair of eyes shining in the sky were staring at the huge dark red figure with strangely long arms. The battle between the two sides is not the first time, nor will it be the last time. Of course Yifeng didn't know what the golden giant who had helped him twice was thinking, let alone what the golden giant was facing at this time. He didn't even know what a golden giant was. How could he think of this? He only knew that when the colorful dragon bow was suppressed, the power of the Earth-level space in it could not be used, and it would be impossible to break through the white mist barrier in front of him. To put it simply, he has no way to rescue Lu Feng. The most important thing is that Yi Feng and Jin Xinqing don't know where Lu Feng was taken and who took him away. It seems that there is no way. Yi Feng said in a deep voice, and sent out a divine thought to Jin Xinqing. We'll wait here for 2 days to see if the Golden Giant can rescue General Lu Feng, if there is still no movement after 2 days. Hateful. Jin Xinqing raised his fist and slammed it down on the ground, immediately throwing up a piece of gravel and sand. The captain of the Imperial Guards gritted his teeth, his face full of unwillingness, watching the general he was guarding being taken away, but he was powerless, this feeling. However, regarding Yi Feng's suggestion, he didn't have any doubts, because now the two of them had no other choice. However, in front of the white mist barrier, Jin Xinqing never gave up. The cyan gun shadow swept towards the white mist barrier again, and then the tyrannical force was bounced back, shaking Jin Xinqing out of internal injuries again and again. Half a day passed, the barrier of white mist was still there. The ancient jungle changed from day to night, but Jin Xinqing was already covered with scars. Enough, you can't break it, you'd better wait for 2 days. Yi Feng stood up to stop him, shook his head and said, You and General Lu Feng are in such a hurry to go back, there should be some urgent matter. Now that General Lu Feng has an accident, if she can't come back, then the affairs of the royal family will depend on you, you think carefully for yourself. After these words, Jin Xinqing finally calmed down a little. He and Yi Feng stood side by side at the edge of the ancient forest, looking at the white mist barrier in front of him, feeling unwilling, but he also knew that with his current strength, it was impossible to break through the white mist barrier. Even the Earth-level space power in Yi Feng's 5-colored dragon bow was suppressed, not to mention his meager power of Jin Xinqing. Thinking of this, Jin Xinqing immediately sat down cross-legged, and began to adjust his breath in order to recover the true energy he had consumed and rest his wounds. Yi Feng raised his head slightly, and looked at the white mist barrier. What is happening behind this white mist barrier? He had no idea that neither the naked eye nor his spiritual sense could penetrate this white mist barrier at all, which made Yi Feng feel as if the wild ancient forest he was in was locked up and raised in it. What kind of place? Shaking his head, Yi Feng felt that this should be impossible. After all, he had never seen any special things being raised in the wild jungle. The sun rises and the moon sets, and then the sun sets and the full moon rises. 2 days passed, and the time agreed by Yi Feng and Jin Xinqing was not long left. As for the missing Lu Feng, there is still no news at all. However, the expression on Jin Xinqing's face was not disappointed. At this moment, there was a trace of firmness in his eyes instead. Because, returning to the royal family to rescue the entire Lu Feng family, this task is also difficult, which means that he, Jin Xinqing, will fight against the entire royal family. If it was a different person who could return to the royal family, most of them would not pay attention to those members of the Lu Feng family. After all, for Jin Xinqing, serving Lu Feng is a thing of the past. In the eyes of the royal family, Lu Feng had already died in the hands of the Longjiao archer in the Menghuang realm, and in the eyes of Jin Xinqing, Lu Feng had also disappeared in this mysterious place, which was more or less ominous. No matter from which point of view, Jin Xinqing didn't need it. Going to fight against the royal family for the sake of Lu Feng would be a matter of losing his head. However, the iron blood in Jin Xinqing's heart made it impossible for him to just leave Lu Feng and Liu Feng's family behind. Send me back. Jin Xinqing's spiritual thoughts reached Yi Feng's ears, which contained incomparable firmness. He naturally had some complaints about Yi Feng coming to this kind of place to take risks for no reason, but he also knew that this was totally unpredictable. In the final analysis, Lu Feng's disappearance was because he was not strong enough. There is no doubt that Jin Xinqing's only goal in this life is to become stronger. Let's go. Yi Feng stood up and opened his eyes. In the past 2 days, he has practiced quietly, consolidating the cultivation base he had raised not long ago. With the cultivation base of 130 years, he already looks a bit like a fairy, and his every move is extremely natural charm. Lu Feng didn't come back, and the golden giant didn't hear anything, and the two of them didn't know what happened behind the white mist barrier. And this also means that Yi Feng's exploration action this time came back in vain. On the contrary, Lu Feng also disappeared inexplicably. Could it be taken away by some ancient god's remnant? Yi Feng thought about it and shook his head. About this matter, he might be able to ask those seniors from Dragon Sword Tomb, but he is definitely not the one who can think about the result alone. I will promise you that if General Lu Feng shows up later, I will send her to the royal realm to find you. Yi Feng sent a divine thought to Jin Xinqing. Thank you very much. Jin Xinqing said casually, turned around and flew away. Now he already knew that there was little hope for Lu Feng to be alive. After all, those existences behind the white mist barrier were so powerful that he and Lu Feng had no ability to resist at all in front of the golden giant. Instead of waiting, try hard. At least, the Lu Feng family of the royal family is still waiting for him to rescue them. In the entire Lu Feng family, except for Lu Feng himself, there is no one who has cultivated for 300 years. If you can't enter the royal army with talent, you can't climb up to get rewards. Of course, you can't have many cultivation resources in the royal world. Reluctantly, with Liu Feng's support, one of her younger brothers has reached nearly 300 years of cultivation, but to such a level, it is useless in the face of the vicious and brutal wilderness people. If Jin Xinqing didn't hurry back to help, I'm afraid the entire Lu Feng family would be slaughtered by the wilderness people. Although Lu Feng usually won the support of many people in the army, but now that Lu Feng is gone, it is not difficult to guess what those people will do. If he was still on Liu Feng's side, how could he allow the Lu Feng family to be sent to such a place? Seeing Jin Xinqing fly away, Yi Feng narrowed his eyes, and then followed Jin Xinqing away from the edge of the ancient forest. And after the two left, the white mist barrier did not dissipate for a long time, as if it had existed there since ancient times, preventing anyone from leaving the wild jungle. Menghuang Realm, Star Alchemy Temple. Yi Feng and Jin Xinqing stood together, facing the ethereal and invisible power of inheritance of the star refining and immortal code. You mean, you saw the remains of the ancient gods outside the jungle? The female voice of the power of inheritance is ethereal, probably because Star Refining Valley has traveled to all major worlds in the early years. This power of inheritance can speak the language of the world of cultivating immortals. If that's the case, then don't leave this jungle. At least I've been in this jungle for thousands of years, and I've only seen the descending of the relics of the ancient gods once, and that was not long ago. Hearing the words of the power of inheritance, Yi Feng was a little puzzled. What this guy said, wasn't it the case that when Yi Feng first came to Menghuang Realm, he greeted the golden giant? In the past 1,000 years, the power of inheritance has only seen this one time when the relics of the ancient gods came to the wild jungle. It seems that this wild jungle is really not dangerous under normal circumstances, but outside the wild jungle, there are remnants of ancient gods. This made Yi Feng feel a little worried. What if Long Wanner and the others happened to come across something in the wild jungle when they came to practice? With their strength, it is impossible to escape from the hands of the remnants of the ancient gods. If they encounter them, they can only drink hatred. Forget it, if you want to gain something, you naturally have to take risks, not to mention that the probability of encountering the remnants of the ancient gods in the wild jungle is not high. Yi Feng shook his head. Let's arrange this matter after we go back. Right now, it's time to send Jin Xinqing back to the royal family. Captain Jin, let's go. Yi Feng nodded to Jin Xinqing, and walked towards the cabinet of the Star Alchemy Temple. The one-way teleportation array was deep in the cabinet, protected by the power of inheritance, If it wasn't for Yifeng's reason, it would be impossible for Jin Xingqing to use this teleportation array. The move of the two of them was also approved by the power of inheritance. Soon, a relatively small cross-boundary teleportation array appeared in front of the two of them. The engraved pattern on this teleportation array was different from the many cross-boundary teleportation arrays they destroyed before, and it seemed simpler. As soon as Yifeng saw this one-way teleportation array, Yifeng immediately remembered it. At that time, after chasing the Huiyun demon lord in the world of cultivating immortals and entering the Huiyun cave, didn't he just see such a similar pattern? Yifeng was teleported to the earth precisely because he got close to this pattern and went to pick up the ancient dragon sword ring that looked very charming. This is a one-way teleportation array. After you go back, it's not easy to come back. Yifeng's faint spiritual thoughts came out. Jin Xingqing looked as usual. I know, if you see General Lu Feng again, please tell her, I will definitely take good care of her family. Yifeng nodded when he heard the words, and only then did he know that one of the reasons why Jin Xingqing and Lu Feng wanted to return to the royal family was that they still had their families in the royal family. Thinking of this, Yifeng also felt a little emotional. Why doesn't he have a family? If he was trapped in a certain world and couldn't return to Earth, would he be as anxious as Lu Feng and Jin Xingqing? Everyone on Peach Blossom Island is Yifeng's family members, relatives. Yifeng clearly knows that he is the backbone of Peach Blossom Island. If he is like Lu Feng and can never go back, then the situation of the whole Peach Blossom Island will probably change. As soon as he thought of this, Yifeng felt that some kind of change seemed to have faintly occurred in his body. It's Dragon Heart. Yifeng's heart skipped a beat. A certain change was taking place in his body. Wasn't it the Dragon Heart that Senior Wu Xian planted for him? In the past, whenever the people around Yifeng had some emotional fluctuations, he would feel that the dragon's heart had changed, as if it had absorbed the energy of those emotional fluctuations. But at this time, the degree of change in the dragon's heart is far beyond usual. A series of mysterious lines began to appear in Yifeng's dantian, and the invisible dragon's heart began its first transformation, making Yifeng feel that his whole body had been purified once. This is the world of mortals. As long as the heart of the dragon has undergone 9 changes, it can complete this experience. Yifeng's eyes lit up. The world of mortals refines the mind, not just an experience. He could clearly feel that when the first change occurred in Shenlong's heart, his mind suddenly became much clearer, which brought about a slight improvement in his level of strength. It is conceivable that if the dragon's heart undergoes 9 levels of transformation, then Yifeng can exert several times the power with the same cultivation level. Huh? The inheritance power of the star refining immortal code obviously also discovered this change in Yifeng's body, but he didn't know what the specific change was. All he knew was that Yifeng's aura had suddenly become stronger, but after careful inspection, he found that his cultivation base hadn't changed at all. It was still only 130 years of cultivation base. This made the power of inheritance a little puzzled, but she didn't take it seriously. There were too many things she didn't understand about such a tyrannical existence, like dragon sword inheritance. Thousands of years ago, the figure who killed 3,000 princes with one sword still has the impression of the power of inheritance. And this is the fundamental reason why the power of inheritance wants to make friends with Yifeng. The power of inheritance belongs to Alchemy Star Valley after all, and she also misses the people of Alchemy Star Valley, but now, she doesn't know how the world of Alchemy Star Valley is. If you want to know, you can only rely on Yifeng, the disciple of the Dragon Sword inheritance. Of course, not now. Everything can only be done after Yifeng has truly become the Dragon Sword inheritance. Tell the power of inheritance to know the situation in Star Refining Valley. A force of space gradually lit up from the one-way teleportation array, condensing into a small white teleportation beam. Since only Jin Xingqing was sent, it didn't need to consume too much energy. Without hesitation, Jin Xingqing stepped forward. Before entering the white teleportation light beam, he just looked back at Yi Feng with an incomparably firm expression. Gradually, Jin Xingqing's figure disintegrated and disappeared. Yi Feng watched quietly, without making a sound. He felt the dragon's heart in his body. The first stage of transformation was coming to an end, making his whole soul pure to a higher level. This first change alone has purified the Jinqi in his body a lot. With the same level of cultivation, the power of swordsmanship can be increased by 30% compared to before. It turns out that the change of Shenlong's heart has this level of function. It seems that I will go back to Yanjing soon to train my heart. Yi Feng thought in his heart. There are many people in Yanjing, and all kinds of emotions are filled in the space. It is undoubtedly the most suitable place for training. After this first change in the dragon heart, Yi Feng felt that his emotions towards some things seemed to have faded a lot, and he didn't feel much about Jin Xingqing's departure. By the way, let's study that mummy first with the power of inheritance. Yi Feng suddenly remembered something, his eyes lit up. After sending Jin Xingqing away, Yi Feng temporarily put Lu Feng's matter behind him. After all, if Lu Feng was taken away under such circumstances, the person who took her away must be in existence like the remnant of the ancient gods, the golden giant, and there is nothing Yi Feng can do now. Before returning to the earth, he was going to ask about the inheritance power of the star refining immortal code to see if the mummy was the person from the powerful hostile force provoked by the star refining valley. Soon, he returned to the main hall of the Star Alchemy Temple. Senior, I have a dead body here, I want you to check it out. I don't know if you know his origin. As Yi Feng said, he was about to take out the mummy from the storage space. Oh? The power of inheritance looked a little curious. Take it out and have a look. Yi Feng nodded, took out the mummy dressed in dark black cloth, and placed it directly on the ground. As soon as this mummy appeared, the power of inheritance immediately exclaimed, "This is people from the shadow world. Where did you find it?" Shadow realm? Yi Feng frowned slightly. This was the first time he had heard of this name. The Shadow Realm is the powerful world that destroyed the inheritance of Star Refining Valley. The power of inheritance finally began to explain, saying the name that Star Refining Valley named that world. In this world, there are countless existences who have attained the Tao realm for thousands of years. The kings are divided according to their cultivation, and each king is counted. The existence of 1,000 years of cultivation. Yi Feng didn't know the specific strength of the Shadow Realm until this time. It was obviously a world that far surpassed the worlds of the royal family, Immortal Cultivation, and others. However, the king chief who had cultivated for thousands of years was actually beheaded by a dragon sword heir to 3,000 people with a single sword. It is conceivable how deep the dragon sword heir who came here last time was. I'm afraid it will be the legendary existence of 10,000 years of cultivation and immortality. This corpse is just the corpse of an ordinary soldier in the Shadow Realm. The power of inheritance came from that era anyway, and he knew a lot about the Shadow World, so he saw the identity of the corpse in front of him at a glance. However, this warrior was also in existence in the Tao Realm before his death. As for its specific cultivation, just look at the nameplate on the chest of this corpse. Nameplate? Yi Feng's heart moved, and he opened the dark black cloth, and he saw a bronze nameplate embedded in the shriveled chest of the mummified corpse, which recorded something in unknown characters. I can't understand this text. Yi Feng shook his head helplessly. 1,526 years. The power of inheritance immediately replied, this is not a strong person in the Shadow World, but for our Star Refining Valley, such a person is already an invincible existence. Where did you find this corpse? In an ancient world, there were 12 city ruins left by Star Refining Valley in that ancient world. I went there to get some natural materials and earthly treasures, and I found this corpse, by the way. Yi Feng was afraid that there was something wrong with this corpse, so of course he told the truth. Although I don't know what's going on, there is one thing I must remind you. The dignified voice of the power of inheritance said, even if a person in the shadow world dies, his body will be taken back to his hometown by his companions for burial. It is very unusual for you to get this body. I see. Yi Feng nodded and frowned. People in the shadow realm would take the corpses of their warriors back to their hometowns for burial, and that must be a normal situation. Now this corpse was obtained by Yi Feng, probably because of some accident in the ancient world at that time. This accident caused this existence of more than 1,500 years of cultivation in the shadow realm to die in the ancient world, and no other people in the shadow realm discovered it. Or, they discovered his death, but were unable to bring his body back. That is to say, people in the shadow world also encountered existences that threatened them in the ancient world. The more Yi Feng thought about it, the more he felt that this was a possibility, and his heart became more dignified. He originally thought that the strength of the world of cultivating immortals was already good, but later he met the world of the royal family, and knew that the strength of the world of the royal family was much stronger than the world of cultivating immortals. After that, I learned about Star Refining Valley. Compared with the world of Star Refining Valley, the royal family is also at an absolute disadvantage. However, the world of Alchemy Star Valley was completely defeated by the people from the Shadow Realm, and was even basically destroyed. Now it is speculated that even the Shadow Realm is threatened by a more powerful existence. Above this, there are existences such as the soul of the dragon inherited by the dragon's sword, the golden giant left by the ancient gods, and the magic pupil of the myriad worlds. It is a pity that such existences are only a few in the entire world. This world is unfathomable. What Yi Feng understands now is just the tip of the iceberg. So, is there anything that can be used for this corpse? Yi Feng observed the mummy in the shadow realm in front of him, and asked about the power of inheritance. That black cloth is a fairy-level magic weapon, but only people in the shadow world can activate its defense function, and it is useless to others. The power of inheritance said. Yi Feng finally realized why this dress can be immortal for thousands of years. It turned out to be a fairy weapon. Come to think of it, fairy artifacts should be very common in the shadow world. Of course, it's not surprising that this warrior of the shadow realm who has been cultivated for more than 1,500 years has a fairy artifact on his body. Immediately afterwards, the power of inheritance continued. As for the use of the corpses of the fighters in the shadow world, we, the elders of Star Refining Valley, have studied it before, but before we can get too many results, our Star Refining Valley has been basically destroyed and repelled. After talking for a long time, the power of inheritance still doesn't know what is the use of this mummy. Yi Feng shook his head. Since this is the case, I will study it slowly by myself. Maybe someone in my inheritance will know. Although the inheritance power of the Star Refining Immortal Code is friendly enough to him, Yi Feng feels that he still needs to properly mention his dragon sword inheritance. After all, the other party only cooperates with Yi Feng because of the face of the dragon sword inheritance. Yi Feng put away the black-cloaked mummy, threw it into the storage space, and thought for a while. It's hard to say that there won't be anything strange about this mummy, so it's better not to take it out of the storage space too often before studying it clearly. It would be bad if all the people from the Shadow Realm were attracted. Yi Feng thought in his heart, luckily the blood stone is a space magic weapon refined by the soul of the blood dragon. If he throws the mummy in it, nothing will happen. After throwing the mummy into the bloodstone space, Yi Feng finally heaved a sigh of relief. It's about time to go back to Earth, and work hard to let the dragon's heart in his body go through 9 levels of transformation. And everyone on Peach Blossom Island should also come to Menghuang Realm to find the materials for condensing Yangshan. It is a long process to refine one's heart in the world of mortals. Yi Feng didn't want this process to be prolonged indefinitely. For him, it was best to complete this experience as soon as possible. After all, the inheritance of the dragon sword can be won through competition. Whoever can complete the power of the 9 dragon souls first can truly become the successor of the dragon sword. Yifeng doesn't want to spend any more time on this experience. To refine the mind, the more people in the surrounding environment, the better, because no matter what the emotion is, the heart of the dragon can absorb it. The speed of refining the mind is only related to the emotional level of the people around it, and has nothing to do with strength. This point, Senior Wu Xian has already made it clear to Yifeng, and when refining the mind, one needs to absorb all kinds of emotions, a single emotion is not enough. So returning to Yanjing is the best choice for Yifeng to complete this experience. Now the dragon's heart has undergone the first level of transformation. As long as it goes through the 8th level of transformation, I can complete this experience, and at the same time, my actual combat power will also increase by leaps and bounds. Yifeng thought in his heart, the white light in front of his eyes finally dissipated. He has already stood on Peach Blossom Island. I'm finally back. Let's pack up the natural materials and earthly treasures I found on my body first, and then leave for Yanjing. Yifeng thought in his heart, he didn't call out to other people on the island, but went back to his courtyard first, and started to pack up the harvest he brought back this time. Except for the mummy from the Shadow Realm, which cannot be taken out, everything else can be tidied up. The first is the giant rattan that contains extremely strong aura of heaven and earth. Yifeng thought about it. The total length of this rattan may be several hundred meters. If it is transplanted to Peach Blossom Island, it may not be easy to raise. It's fine in the Bloodstone space. In the current Bloodstone space, Yifeng can mobilize a large part of the space suppression power. Although there are some other people living in the Bloodstone space, it is impossible for those people to overcome the force of space suppression and reach the place where Yifeng stores all kinds of things. It's just that now, those people in the Bloodstone space have also discovered that the entire floating continent seems to have stopped floating, and instead is in a void. And the two-winged giant dragons that were originally on the floating continent all disappeared overnight, not even leaving their bodies behind. This made those people who originally hid in the forest start the process of expanding outwards. On the edge of the desert, towns began to be built, a thriving scene. And Yifeng's giant vine was transplanted to the center of the forest by him, and that area was sealed off by him with space suppression, preventing anyone from entering. In this Bloodstone space, even the existence of 300 or 400 years of cultivation would not be Yifeng's opponent. After all, there is space-suppressing power for Yifeng to use. Yifeng had a taste of this giant rattan. The aura of heaven and earth can be absorbed by hundreds of people, and everyone can improve their cultivation for 7 or 8 years. And there is a special aura in it, and I don't know what effect it will have on people. Yifeng didn't think about it for the time being. Anyway, he will have time to study later. Let's raise this giant rattan first, and then consider this rattan after all the other natural materials and earthly treasures outside are used up. Then Yifeng started sorting out other natural treasures. There are a total of thousands of treasures of heaven, material, and earth, which are divided into 11 types, which means that they can be absorbed by people 11 times, and can improve people's cultivation for about 40 years. This batch of treasures is the largest batch of treasures Yifeng has seen since he was born, enough for him to use for a long time. Even if it is distributed to everyone else on Peach Blossom Island, it is more than enough. It's a pity that the cultivation base of most people on Peach Blossom Island has reached the upper limit, and these natural materials and earthly treasures are not easy to use for the time being. Yifeng could only prepare some for Yuechan and Su Feiying first, and there was only the upper limit of the cultivation base of the two women, which was much higher than their current cultivation base. 40 years of cultivation base can be directly improved. Soon, Yifeng called Su Feiying, who was practicing on Peach Blossom Island, and Yuechan, who was walking by the sea. Master, Yuechan, you have absorbed the 11 treasures of heaven and earth first, and then with your cultivation level, there shouldn't be any problem in going to the wild world. Yifeng looked at the beautiful faces of the two women, and smiled lightly. There are quite a lot of materials needed to condense Yangshan, so you guys have to work hard. Su Feiying and Wuchan each nodded, and took all kinds of treasures in Yifeng's hands. Of course, they would not be polite about what Yifeng gave them, after all they are now Yifeng's dragon sword maids. If Yifeng doesn't give them what, who else can they give it to? As for the daughters of Long Wanner, Su Feiying and Wuchan believed that Yifeng would not treat their women badly. The two women did not hesitate, and soon began to absorb the treasures of heaven and earth in Yifeng's courtyard. As the time approached evening, the two women finally absorbed all 11 kinds of natural materials and earthly treasures, and the two women's cultivation bases once again made a huge breakthrough. Among them, Su Feiying's cultivation base finally returned to 120 years, while Wuchan it has reached 200 years. Due to Yifeng's order, during this period of time, the 1,000 years of black ice and the flame of eternal night were all absorbed by Su Feiying and Wuchan, so the progress of the two girls' cultivation was so fast. Yifeng's purpose, of course, is to speed up the cultivation of the two girls, and from now on, the two girls will be the strongest existence around Yifeng. When the two women absorbed the treasures of heaven and earth, Yifeng had already distributed all the treasures of heaven and earth to the people on the island. Each person had 11 shares of treasures of heaven and earth, one no more and one less. This means that soon, the strength of everyone on Peach Blossom Island will be greatly improved. After doing these things, Yifeng finally relaxed, and began to call all the people on the island who had cultivated for 100 years to gather together. Among them, of course, also included the many members of the War Soul Army led by Yang Shunning. From now on, as long as you think you are ready, you can go to the wilderness realm to practice and search for materials that you can use to condense the Young God. Yifeng said to everyone, only by condensing the Young God can you go further in your cultivation, but in the process of training, everyone must pay attention to safety. No matter what, your own safety is the most important thing. In addition, if you want to go to Menghuang Realm, you can file a report with Uncle Yang, and no one is allowed to go to Menghuang Realm without Uncle Yang's consent. Do you hear me clearly? Listen clearly. Everyone, especially the War Soul Army, responded one after another. Among other things, they would definitely obey Yang Shunning's orders, but Yang Shunning was a little puzzled. He could understand that he asked the soldiers from the War Soul Army to report to him, but asking the other people around Yifeng to report to him, too, it's a bit unscientific, right? For example, if Long Wanner wants to go to Menghuang Realm, does she have to report to him? For this, Yifeng certainly has his own ideas. Although before, the Peach Blossom Island forces formed around Yifeng had no rules, but now that everyone has started the stage of rapid cultivation, it is obviously impossible to have no rules. Yang Shunning's age and experience are enough to be the supervisor of the entire Peach Blossom Island. As for Yi Wentian and the others, Yifeng certainly wouldn't let the old people take care of things. I'm afraid he wouldn't be happy to let them take care of them. These old guys only know how to drink tea and play chess all day long, nothing else. With Yifeng around, they don't need to worry about anything at all. After Yifeng arranged everything and distributed all kinds of natural materials and earthly treasures to everyone, he knew that it was time for him to return to Yanjing. The last time he went back to Yanjing, Yifeng didn't have much time. He just went to the Lin's house in Yanjing, and met Lin Shurqing's father. But this time, Yifeng knew that he had to stay in Yanjing for a while in order to bring about ninefold changes in his dragon heart. Last time, Xiaoyao of the Luaha Xianzong wanted to deal with me with the help of someone who didn't know. Yifeng's eyes flashed brightly. If there is a first time, there will be a second time. I want to see what kind of waves you guys can make. As for the force that was secretly trying to deal with him, Yifeng naturally had to be careful to guard against it. Thinking about it, it must be some force that competed with him for the inheritance of the dragon sword. Judging from the fact that the other party was sneaky and did not dare to show up, this kind of behavior must be prohibited by the dragon sword inheritance. As long as I find any evidence, you are finished. Yifeng thought in his heart, and then temporarily pressed this matter. Anyway, Xiaoyao had just died not long ago. Yifeng believed that the other party would not take any action so quickly. The entire Peach Blossom Island had undergone tremendous changes within one day. When Yifeng announced a series of things, many people applied to Yang Shunning, wanting to go to the wilderness realm to practice. Staying on Peach Blossom Island all day makes them feel free. Ever since Nanfeng, Dao Scar, and others made some famous names in the international cultivation world, no one dared to come to the vicinity of Peach Blossom Island to act wildly. Even now, Kunlun Mountain and Penglai Island have sent people over to show their friendship to Peach Blossom Island, but it's a pity that Yifeng is not around these days, and it's all handled by the people on Peach Blossom Island. Regarding this situation, Yifeng felt that it was not appropriate. Such matters of communicating with other forces should be handled by one person. Like before, Yang Shunning came out for a while, Yu Wendian came out for a while, and Long Wanner and the others came out for a while. As a result, the overall arrangement of Peach Blossom Island seemed a bit chaotic. Now, Yifeng has handed over all matters in this area to Yang Shunning, and let the others focus on improving their strength first. After finishing all the work, Yifeng is going to rest for one night on Peach Blossom Island, then return to Yanjing the next day, and stay in Qingfeng Garden for a while. As for the next step, the most important thing to condense the heart of the dragon is to go deep into the crowd. After much deliberation, let Lin Shiqing arrange herself in Yanqing University. Living in such a place, the various emotions that Shen Longxin can absorb will undoubtedly be very rich, and the ninth change of Dragonheart will come soon. But that night, Yifeng received a message from a member of the War Soul Army. Island Master Yi, the representatives of the 4 great courts of Huagua Wulin seek to see you. The members of the Battle Soul Army flew in front of Yifeng, silently, and their spiritual thoughts came out. Master Yi? Yifeng was standing in his courtyard, thinking about condensing the heart of the dragon. He couldn't help but smile when he heard this name. Unexpectedly, before he knew it, he had such a name in the world of Peach Blossom Island. But that's right, except for Dao Scar and Nanfeng, who call Yifeng Yi Ge, other people's addressing Yifeng is a problem. Now a Yi Island Master will undoubtedly solve this problem, and I don't know if it is who came up with it. 4 courtyards? Let their people go to the island, call Mu Qingqing, and tell her that her enemy has arrived on the island, and let her find me in the square. Yifeng ordered casually. Of course, Yifeng remembered the 4 great courts in the martial arts world. This was originally the 5th great court. Unfortunately, the Qingsong court where Mu Qingqing was located was wiped out by the other 4 great courts. In that operation, the 4 great courts gained a lot of benefits. At least they occupied the mountain gate of Qingsong Court and obtained more cultivation resources. Of course, these cultivation resources may be very precious in the eyes of the 4 courtyards, but in the eyes of Yifeng now, they are completely worthless. If these treasures of heaven and earth he brought back from Monghuang realm spread to the entire martial arts world, it would definitely drive the entire martial arts world crazy. Soon, Yifeng put away his thoughts and came to the Peach Blossom Island square to wait. Mu Qingqing ran over impatiently after Yifeng called for someone to notify her. For her, it was her life's long cherished wish to avenge her master's fellow disciples. She followed Yifeng to Peach Blossom Island to practice hard. Wasn't it for this day? Zhang Yang came here with Mu Qingqing, and the 2 women have become friends who talk about everything, and even discussed that they will act together in their revenge trip. Unexpectedly, tonight, the people from the 4 courtyards came to Peach Blossom Island. Mu Qingqing gritted her teeth, making it clear that she didn't want to show them. Don't worry, Qingqing, what to do with them later is up to you to decide. When they come to our Peach Blossom Island, life and death are not up to them. Looking at Mu Qingqing's expression, Yifeng naturally knew what she was thinking. Since the other party followed him to Peach Blossom Island, Yifeng must give her a chance to take revenge with his own hands. Don't say that the opponent is just the 4 great courts, even if it was replaced by a force like the entire royal family, Yi Feng would not back down in the slightest. Listening to Yi Feng's words, Mu Qingqing nodded. She knew what Yi Feng meant very well. Originally, she and Zhang Yang wanted to absorb the treasures of heaven and earth that Yi Feng brought back this time, and then go back to revenge after reaching 100 years of cultivation. She would be more confident. After all, 2 fists are hard to beat 4 hands, and the strength can be stronger. It is 1 point. However, now the people from the 4th courtyard suddenly came over first. It's no wonder Mu Qingqing let them go. Soon, a group of 7 or 8 men, led by 2 members of the Soul Corps who had condensed their souls, walked onto the island and arrived at the square in the center of the entire Peach Blossom Island. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes, with interest. He really wanted to know what kind of impression Peach Blossom Island gave people in the martial arts world. This point could be clearly seen from the representatives of the 4 courtyards in front of him. I am Qin Yug of Wanlin Academy, and it is a great honor to meet Island Master Yi. A white-haired old man stood up, looking at Yi Feng with twinkling eyes. Qin Yug of Wanlin Academy, just when there was internal strife in the 5 courtyards, stood up to accuse Mu Qingqing and killed the old man who was the inexplicable head of their courtyard. Seeing this guy, Mu Qingqing's face instantly turned frosty. This Qin Yug is one of the managers of the Wanlin Academy, and he definitely has a part in the idea of the 4 courtyards joining forces to deal with the Qingsong Academy. But now Mu Qingqing didn't say anything in a hurry, but stood behind Yi Feng, waiting for Yi Feng to speak. Hearing Qin Yug's words, Yi Feng smiled lightly. Qin Yug, are you here looking for me, or someone else? If you have anything to say, you may as well just tell me. These words were not polite at all. Not only did they call him by his first name, but he also didn't seem to take Qin Yug and his group seriously. This was the case with Yi Feng's current cultivation and knowledge, not to mention Qin Yug, a member of the 4 major courtyards in the martial arts, even the masters of Punlai Island and Kunlun Mountain. He would not be afraid in front of him. What's more, this Qin Yug is Mu Qingqing's enemy. But now, Mu Qingqing is from Yi Feng's Peach Blossom Island. Qin Yug is naturally Yi Feng's enemy. What are you doing politely with this old guy? Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Qin Yug's expression froze. Apparently he did not expect Yi Feng to say such a sentence. Island Master Yi, I respectfully call you Island Master, but I'm afraid you don't know that your position as Island Master is coming to an end soon. Qin Yug was gray-haired, with a shrewd look in his eyes, gleefully said, if you promise me something, maybe I can still think about it, and I will stand by your side when the time comes. The position of the island owner is about to end? Yi Feng was a little strange. This guy said this out of nowhere. Could it be that Peach Blossom Island is facing some kind of crisis? He didn't underestimate the other party's words, but on the surface, he still didn't care at all. Promise you one thing. Do you have such a big face? If you came here just to talk about it, then you don't need to say more next. Whether you can leave this Peach Blossom Island or not depends on your ability. After Yi Feng said these words, the 8 representatives of the 4 courtyards all became serious at the same time. Island Master Yi, don't bully others too much. Do you know that your Peach Blossom Island is facing a crisis now? Qin Yug yelled sharply. If you don't know how to reflect on yourself, I'm afraid it will be destroyed soon. Facing a crisis? Yi Feng chuckled. If there is any crisis, you can tell it out. You don't have to hide your head and show your tail. Besides, I'm afraid I don't think that our Peach Blossom Island will face any crisis. In his eyes, there is no crisis on the entire earth that can threaten the current Peach Blossom Island. Even Yin Shaolin cannot be the opponent of Peach Blossom Island. After all, there are nearly 100 cultivators who have cultivated for 100 years in Peach Blossom Island, and they are all immortals, or soul cultivators. In terms of combat power, they are all existences that can compare to the 200 years of martial arts world, or even higher. The overall strength of the current Peach Blossom Island is dozens of times that of the previous Peach Blossom Island. You must know that there were only a few people in the martial arts with 200 years of cultivation in the original Peach Blossom Island. Under such circumstances, Yifeng really couldn't think of any forces on the earth that would put Peach Blossom Island in crisis. Unless it is a crisis from other worlds. Thinking of this, Yifeng's eyes flashed, and he just glared at Qin Yug. Could it be that this old fellow colluded with the forces behind Xiaoya's back? Young people cannot be arrogant. Qin Yug laughed. Do you know that the people from Taohua Island caused a catastrophe outside, and now the global cultivation world is uniting to deal with you? That's it? Yifeng was taken aback. This is different from what he imagined. Involuntarily, he heaved a sigh of relief. If it was only a power on the earth, then he would not need to be afraid. Among other things, he would be invincible among all the masters on the earth just by virtue of his eye of wind and thunder. Land. Seeing Yifeng's expression, Qin Yug and the other 8 disciples from the 4th Academy were stunned. Just such a reaction? The 8 people originally thought that Yifeng would be terrified when he heard the news. After all, the global cultivation world is no fun. The cultivation circles of the Red Sun Kingdom and Tianzhu alone are not something China can handle, let alone a small Peach Blossom Island. But now, the global cultivation community is preparing to deal with Peach Blossom Island. Under such circumstances, Kunlun Mountain and Punlai Island are holding an emergency meeting, allowing the entire sect in the martial arts world to elect representatives and vote. For courtyards, a total of 4 votes. The content of the vote was whether the sects in Huagua would help Peach Blossom Island to overcome this difficulty. It was precisely because of this that Qin Yug brought several representatives from the other 3 courtyards to Peach Blossom Island to negotiate terms with Yifeng. Without the help of the entire Huagua martial arts world, just a single Peach Blossom Island will definitely not be able to deal with the masters of the world's cultivation world. At least in Qin Yug's eyes, that's what he thought. He briefly explained these things to Yifeng, and then snorted coldly, "If you want us to vote to help you Taohua Island, it's very simple, just hand over Mu Qingqing. I will say good things for you." After hearing this, Yifeng was a little speechless. It seems that all parties in the global cultivation world do not have a thorough understanding of the strength of Peach Blossom Island. In other words, the series of things that happened in other worlds before have not been disclosed to anyone else. The whole world knows that Peach Blossom Island is actually involved in other worlds, and there are so many experts on the island. I am afraid that apart from Peach Blossom Island's own people, there is only the Chinese government. Only in this way can it explain why the global cultivation community will find a way to deal with Peach Blossom Island. However, what kind of trouble can the people of Peach Blossom Island cause outside? Yifeng thought about it. Scar, Nanfang and others have always been active in the international cultivation world, and they don't know what they did. When he came back to make arrangements this time, they were not on the island. It seems that I have to find time to ask a few people about their specific situation. As for now. Okay, I understand what you said. Yifeng waved his hand and said indifferently, "Since that's the case, Qingqing, I'll leave them to you." After Yifeng finished speaking, he smiled softly at Qin Yug. "Qin Yug, I handed Mu Qingqing to you. As for whether you can take her away, it depends on your ability." He has long noticed that each of the 8 representatives of the 4 courtyards has only 60 to 70 years of cultivation, at most 80 years of cultivation. For quick sake. Even if there are 8 such people, it is impossible for Mu Qingqing to be an opponent. The current Mu Qingqing, who has been cultivated for 85 years, has true energy in her hands, and has a sense of consciousness, so she has no problem with the 8 people in front of her teaming up. But upon hearing Yifeng's words, Qin Yug's expressions became a little ugly. They came to Peach Blossom Island to ask for someone from Yifeng, relying on their 4 voting rights in the Huagua Martial Arts Conference. But now, Yifeng made it clear that he didn't take this matter to heart. As for handing over Mu Qingqing to them, the devil would believe it. The 8 representatives of the 4 courtyards looked at each other, but then, Qin Yug snorted coldly, and said to the other 7 people, "In this case, then we should obey orders instead of being respectful. Come on, take Mu Qingqing away." He didn't believe it, the 8 of them couldn't take care of Mu Qingqing. And if Yi Feng intervened to stop them, they would justifiably come forward and vote for the other sects in Huagua not to help Peach Blossom Island. I believe that Yi Feng should consider the pros and cons. Qin Yug also made a bet. He really didn't know whether Yi Feng valued the 4 voting rights in their hands. But after his words, Yi Feng stood leisurely by the side, without any intention of making a move, which gave Qin Yug confidence. This kid must have been scared, so he willingly handed over Mu Qingqing to curry favor with the representatives of their 4 courtyards. Humph, this Mu Qingqing has finally fallen into our hands. Qin Yug thought to himself, and immediately surrounded Mu Qingqing with representatives of the other 4 courtyards. Seeing this situation, even Zhang Yang, who was standing next to Mu Qingqing, backed away, as if expressing that he did not want to interfere in this matter. This made Qin Yug and the others even more delighted. This time the matter should be accomplished. It seems that Mu Qingqing is not doing well on Peach Blossom Island. Several people thought in their hearts, looking at Mu Qingqing, who was surrounded with malicious intentions, thinking that as long as they brought this woman back, they would be able to force out many secrets about the former King Songyuan. Although they have already occupied King Songyuan, there are still many places that they have not been able to enter, and there will undoubtedly be many treasures in those places. Now, they can only get in through Mu Qingqing. Mu Qingqing was surrounded by 8 delegations from the 4 courtyards, but her pretty face was surprisingly calm. The time for revenge has come, but Mu Qingqing's enemies are not just the 8 people in front of her. Since the other party came to the door, let's take their heads as a blood sacrifice to the dead master. Mu Qingqing thought about it, but closed her eyes instead. From the perspective of Qin Yug and the other 8 people, it seemed that Mu Qingqing had given up resistance, but they didn't know that Mu Qingqing's spiritual consciousness had long been entangled with the 8 of them. Every move of the 8 of them will be easily felt by Mu Qingqing. Yi Feng and Zhang Yang stood outside the arena together, observing the situation in the arena. If it is a normal situation, Mu Qingqing should only need 1 move to deal with these 8 people. Yi Feng squinted his eyes, guessing in his heart. Soon, Qin Yug and the other 7 people moved, each displaying their famous stunts. With internal energy, they swept towards Mu Qingqing in the center. In the eyes of the 8 of them, Mu Qingqing can only be captured now. However, at this moment, Mu Qingqing moved. The true energy of the whole body was condensed in her hands, and the power generated was stronger than the sum of the 8 people surrounding her, followed by a burst of star blue light. Immortal art, Star Burial Arrow. No, it's not the Star Burial Arrow, but the Star Burial Arrow on the 2nd floor. The stars fell, and starlight arrows condensed from Mu Qingqing's hands, and then swept towards the 8 people around them accurately. What's this? Qin Yug and the others were taken aback. Mu Qingqing's method was beyond the scope of martial arts moves. Is this an exhalation of internal energy? It's unscientific, even Qin Yug and others have seen it before. However, the trick Mu Qingqing used at this time is more terrifying than the usual way of releasing internal energy. Of course they don't know that Mu Qingqing has already become an immortal cultivator, and what she uses is not martial arts moves but immortal techniques. 8 sky blue starlight arrows burst out, hitting the hearts of 8 people in an instant. Under the perception and control of Mu Qingqing's spiritual consciousness, any of her moves could hit the target with incomparable precision. The 8 people groaned in unison, and then blood flowed from their chests, and they fell heavily to the ground. The 8 representatives of the 4 courtyards, although not the strongest among them, were definitely the best. They were killed by Mu Qingqing in 1 move, and there was no room for resistance and begging for mercy. Immortal art, the shield of the stars. Surrounded by Mu Qingqing's hands, a blue qi shield appeared beside her, easily resisting the inner qi moves released by the 8 people. Looking at the 8 corpses on the ground, Mu Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the first step has been taken on the road of revenge. Before she knew it, her strength had become so tyrannical, and all of this was brought to her by this man, Yi Feng. Having been on Peach Blossom Island for so long, Mu Qingqing certainly knew that the current Yi Feng was enough to sweep away the cultivation forces on the entire Earth. Of course, the premise is that there are no other hidden powerful forces on the Earth, but the possibility of this is not great. After all, even the existence of Shaolin is impossible to be Yi Feng's opponent. The possibility of a hidden force stronger than hidden Shaolin existing on Earth is too small. Seeing the corpses all over the floor, with more and more blood flowing, Mu Qingqing couldn't bear it for a while, but when she recalled the scene where her Sherman King Songyuan was massacred by the 4 courtyards in the past, and the blood flowed like a river, her will became firm again. The lives of these 8 people can only be regarded as interest at best. Yes, you have comprehended the star-bearing arrow to the 2nd level. It seems that your talent for cultivating immortals is quite good. Yi Feng smiled and said to Mu Qingqing, and casually released a few fireballs, incinerating the 8 corpses present, without leaving a trace. Even the bright red color soaked in the square, directly evaporated into gas. In a short time, the entire square regained its previous sanity, and the killing just now seemed to have never happened from the beginning to the end. Hearing Yi Feng's praise, Mu Qingqing felt a little embarrassed. She did not comprehend the 2nd level of the burial star arrow by herself, but after Long Wanner's guidance, she broke through and comprehended it in one fell swoop. In terms of talent for cultivating immortals, she and Long Wanner's level are absolutely incomparable of. Perhaps in the world of martial arts, Mu Qingqing's talent can be ranked at the forefront, but in Peach Blossom Island, it can only be regarded as mediocre. Zhang Yang on the side quietly watched Mu Qingqing kill 8 people, and the flame of revenge gradually burned in his heart. Zombie cult, it's time to find those shameless people and pay back something. Of course Yi Feng would not follow Mu Qingqing and Zhang Yang to bully members of the 4th courtyard and the corpse sect. The reason why the people in these 2 aspects did not do anything personally, isn't Yi Feng just to let the 2 girls take revenge in person? Now it's meaningless to follow the 2 women. Even if the 2 women haven't reached 100 years of cultivation, it is easy to deal with these 2 guys. Yi Feng doesn't have to make a move. After one night, most of the people on Peach Blossom Island were gone, except for the guards of the War Soul Army arranged by Yang Shunning. Almost all of them went to the Menghuang realm for training. 10 years of Yin gods, 100 years of Yang gods. It is self-evident that the divine consciousness derived from the Yin god plays an important role in cultivating immortals. Now that everyone has reached a century-old cultivation level, they are naturally eager for the condensed spirit of the Yang god. However, there is still danger in the wild world. I just hope that there will be no major accidents. In the early morning of the next day, Yi Feng packed his luggage and arranged everything. With the help of his Eye of Wind and Thunder, he teleported directly from Peach Blossom Island to Yanjing, the capital of China. King Feng Giyuan. Yi Feng's figure directly appeared in his own villa. This villa has not been lived in for a long time. It seems that it needs to be cleaned, but Long Wanner and the others have all gone to the Menghuang realm to find materials for condensing the Yang god, and they probably won't be able to come back for a while, so the cleaning task has to be handed over to Yi Feng himself up. Although Yi Feng is quite strong now, killing people is easy, but it is still not easy for him to clean a villa. After working for a long time, the villa was cleaned and became habitable again. Finally, I can relax and just wait for the next 8 changes in the heart of the dragon. Yi Feng stood on the balcony and stretched himself. The air in Yanjing is not fresh, and the aura of heaven and earth contained in it is even rarer, but fortunately, Yi Feng has practiced the Dragon Sword Ju, which is beyond the advanced level of cultivating immortals, and has condensed the furious Thunder Yang god of Xian level quality, plus Long Waner with the influence of Immortal Meridian Jade body and Lin Shurqing's emotional destiny. His cultivation speed has become very fast. In particular, now he only needs to increase the upper limit of his cultivation, which is equivalent to raising his cultivation. All in all, he still has 50 or 60 years of cultivation of heaven and earth treasures that he has not absorbed, which is enough for him to toss for half a year. In just half a year, Yifeng will be able to reach the cultivation base of 100 or 10 years. This speed is in the past, he dare not even think about it. I believe that looking at the entire world of cultivating immortals, there is probably no one who can practice faster than him. The Dragon Sword Ju is an existence that surpasses all the methods of cultivating immortals in the realm of cultivating immortals. After tidying up, Yifeng took out his mobile phone and called Lin Shurqing. Among the people Yifeng is familiar with, there are only a few people who have not gone to Menghuang realm. Lin Shurqing is one of them, and she is still at the Lin family in Yanjing. In addition, Nanfang, Dao Scar and others, including Li Jibue and Long Baxian, are all mixed in the international practice circle. Yifeng didn't know how to contact them, but after calling Lin Shurqing, he could call them again, and call them back to ask, what happened to the so-called international cultivation community to join forces against Peach Blossom Island. Soon, Lin Shurqing got through the phone. Honey, come to Qingfeng Huiyuan to accompany me? Yifeng said directly. There is no one else around him now, which made him a little unscrupulous. Humph, who is your wife now? Lin Shurqing was a little upset. He heard that Yifeng had returned to Peach Blossom Island the day before yesterday, but he hadn't called her until now. But she didn't say much. As soon as she heard that Yifeng was in Qingfeng Huiyuan, she immediately hung up the phone and rushed over here. It stands to reason that now that Lin Shurqing has cultivated for 100 years, she should be able to fly. It's a pity that Lin Shurqing doesn't have any magic weapon, so the matter of flying can only be thought about. Even the current Yifeng can't fly with the sword without Chuanlongjian, but he already relies on the Eye of Wind and Thunder to teleport most of his journeys, and only uses it for flying a few times. Yifeng stood and waited on the balcony. Not long after, he saw a taxi stop at the door, and then Lin Shurqing walked out of the taxi with a slim and attractive figure. Lin Shurqing, who had been in Yanjing for a while, was now wearing a black dress, showing her exquisite figure, and a pair of snow-white feet under the sandals were fascinating. Her long hair hung down like a waterfall, lightly blowing in the wind. Gently shake. She got out of the car and walked towards Yifeng's villa step by step. Although Yifeng has not been here for a long time, the environment in Qingfeng Garden has not changed much, and the people living in Qingfeng Guiyuan are still living their lives in a cycle. Everything Yifeng experienced was too far away from them. When Lin Shurqing walked over, it was the time when she was leaving get off work. Many cars passed by her, and everyone in the cars, no matter whether they were men or women, all cast their eyes on her. Beautiful. In the past, Lin Shurqing always turned her head 200% of the time when she was walking on the street. When people took one look, they wanted to take a second look, or a third look. But now, ever since she had that relationship with Yifeng in the Menghuang realm, Lin Shurqing exuded a more mature and seductive temperament, and her attraction to men became even more deadly. Although Qingfeng Guiyuan is not a very high-end villa, it is not something that everyone can afford to live in. Someone like Su Xingcheng is already a successful businessman in Yanjing. So when the people around looked at Lin Shurqing, they were all thinking about it in their hearts. Soon a white Citroën stopped beside Lin Shurqing. The owner rolled down the window and greeted Lin Shurqing. Hey, beauty, who are you looking for here? Do you want to give you a ride? Although Qingfeng Guiyuan is not big, it occupies a large area. If you walk from the gate of the villa community to the end, it will take a lot of time. Seeing Lin Shurqing walking, this guy came up to strike up a conversation and wanted to seize the opportunity. It's a pity that Yi Feng's 2 villas are not far from the entrance of the villa complex, and it won't take long to get there. Besides, even if they are far away, will Lin Shiqing get in his car? Lin Shiqing glanced at the car, saw that it was a young man wearing glasses, and he was not very annoying, so she said lightly, "Sorry, I don't need it." After finishing speaking, she turned a corner and walked towards the door of Yi Feng's villa. The young man wearing glasses was obviously a little disappointed, but he still looked at Lin Shiqing's back with unsatisfied interest, and was unwilling to leave like this. He wanted to see which villa Lin Shiqing was going to, and to find out about her identity in the future. Soon, Lin Shiqing walked directly into Yi Feng's villa garden, took out the key, and opened the gate of the yard. This made the young man a little strange. Could it be said that this top-ranking lady is the owner of this villa? No, it has been a month since he moved here, and he has never seen such a beautiful woman living in Qingfengyuan. Returning to Yanjing, a peaceful city, Yi Feng still had a sense of tranquility at first. But soon, this peaceful feeling was destroyed by the scene in front of him. No matter where it is, conflicts exist. Especially with Yi Feng, surrounded by a top-quality yujia like Lin Shiqing, in a place like Yanjing, it is foreseeable that he will cause some troubles. Although Yi Feng would not take these ordinary people seriously, it would be troublesome if they came too many. No. Yi Feng suddenly thought, isn't his purpose of returning to Yanjing to condense the heart of the dragon? The more emotional conflicts there are among the people around, the faster the dragon's heart can be condensed. It seems that with Lin Shiqing by his side, the dragon's heart can be condensed faster. Thinking of this level, Yi Feng shook his head with a smile. Anyway, the soldiers came to cover him up. No matter where he was, any woman who wanted to get his hands on him had to be prepared to pay the price. Soon, Lin Shiqing opened the door of the villa and came in. The white Citroën at the intersection over there slowly drove away. But it is conceivable that the young man in the car will definitely investigate this villa. Yi Feng is not worried about other people's investigations. Now that he has a daughter of the first Yanjing family as his wife, there is no need to be afraid of anyone else in Huagua. Even without Yi Feng's presence, the strength of the Lin family alone can shield Lin Shiqing from most of the troubles. Stinky boy, come down quickly and go shopping with me at night. Lin Shiqing entered the villa and immediately groaned. After Yi Feng was with her, he didn't go shopping with her properly, which made her very unbalanced. Finally, all the other girls ran to Menghuang realm. This time, Lin Shiqing didn't want to go with her, so she better take this opportunity to have fun with Yi Feng for a while. In Lin Shiqing's heart, Yi Feng is much more important than condensing the young god. If Long Wanner and the others come back, Yi Feng will not be hers alone. It is much more difficult to go shopping alone with him. When Yi Feng walked down the stairs, he saw Lin Shiqing standing at the bottom of the stairs, staring at him. It is of course excellent to go shopping with your own woman, and on Yanjing Street, you can absorb the emotional power of the people around you faster, so that the heart of the dragon can be condensed faster. In his own home, there was no one else present. Yi Feng was so courageous, he went downstairs and hugged Lin Shiqing's body in his arms. Good wife, I miss you to death. I miss you, what do you want for dinner? Lin Shiqing couldn't break free, she could only be held in his arms. Feeling the temperature in Yi Feng's arms, her face turned red all of a sudden. Although on the surface, she and Yi Feng were not polite, but in her heart, she was full of love for Yi Feng. Feeling the affection in Yi Feng's hug, her heart immediately warmed up. Go out to eat? Yi Feng asked back. He hasn't eaten in the world for a long time. When he was on Peach Blossom Island, it was Shu Shu and the others who cooked, and every time he was a feast. Now that they are in Yanjing, Shu Shu and the others are not around, so they can only run out to eat. Well, go to Jinghua Hotel. Lin Shiqing said, casually. Yi Feng wondered, this chick is going to such a high-end place. As soon as she comes back, she is definitely playing her petty temper. Under normal circumstances, Lin Shiqing would not be such a prodigal, but this is not bad for Yifeng. The Jinghua Hotel is a place where rich and powerful people gather, and there are all kinds of emotions around, which is exactly what Yifeng wants. After a little preparation, the two went out hand in hand. Lin Shiqing didn't drive here, and now Dao Scar and his little brothers are no longer Yifeng's exclusive drivers, so in order to avoid shocking the world, Yifeng could only take Lin Shiqing and call a taxi to Jinghua Big Hotel. At the gate of King Fengyuan, it is relatively easy to hail a taxi. The driver was a middle-aged bald man. When he saw Lin Shiqing, his eyes straightened. Even after so many years of taxiing in Yanjing, it is rare to see such a beautiful woman. The Metropolitan Hotel. Yifeng got into the car and sat in the passenger seat, and said something casually. These words made the middle-aged bald man put away his thoughts immediately, not daring to pay more attention to Lin Shiqing in the back seat. A man who can go to Jinghua Hotel and has such a top-notch yujia must be of extraordinary status. He, a little driver, must not be offended. Ruined. The bald man sat upright, stepped on the accelerator, and the taxi drove towards Jinghua Hotel. It has been more than 2 years since Yifeng stumbled from the world of cultivating immortals and came to Earth for the first time. It's autumn now, leaves are falling on the roadside, and the semester courses at Yanqing University are halfway through. In the car, Yifeng used voice transmission to discuss with Lin Shiqing about Yanqing University. In the end, Lin Shiqing said that it would be easy for him to get another Yanqing University student status, as long as he went through the formalities of returning to school. That's it. In the past, Lin Shiqing had gone through the formalities for him to suspend school, and now returning to school is also in line with the rules. However, after such a long time, the turmoil caused by Yifeng at Yanqing University has faded away, and Yifeng has disappeared from campus forums. As for Lin Shiqing, she is already in her senior year. Even if she practiced with Yifeng, etc., Lin Shiqing's studies did not fall behind. On the contrary, after practicing, her memory is better and her learning ability is stronger. In the blink of an eye, Lin Shiqing was about to graduate, and Yifeng was still a freshman even though he had gone through the formalities for returning to school. Regarding this, Yifeng didn't care much, anyway, he was not interested in going to school, as long as he had fully condensed the dragon heart. The taxi was gradually approaching the city center, and the location of Jinghua Hotel had naturally fallen into a state that the people of the capital hated very much traffic jam. The dirty air around made Yifeng frown slightly. Alright, let's get out of the car and walk over there. Lin Shiqing had exactly this intention. The traffic jam like this one cannot be resolved in a short while, it is better to walk over quickly. When Yifeng paid the money and got out of the car with Lin Shiqing, his consciousness swept around. Sure enough, there were so many people. It was hard to find people like this no matter in the Immortal Cultivation realm or the Menghuang realm. Many places. And because of the traffic jam, all kinds of anxiety, tension, and boredom around him entered Yifeng's heart one after another, absorbed by the heart of the dragon, and then refined into the purest emotional power. The speed at which the dragon's heart changes is really unusual. Yifeng was pleasantly surprised at once. If according to this speed, it might not take a few days for Shenlong heart to undergo the second transformation. Soon, Yifeng and Lin Shiqing walked to the entrance of Jinghua Hotel, not far ahead. People who come and go to places of this level will not be so blind. When they see Lin Shiqing, they immediately know that she is from the Lin family of Yanjing. Many people came up to say hello one after another, and at the same time they looked at Yifeng curiously, a little strangely. The relationship between Lin Shiqing and Yifeng has not been widely spread in Yanjing, so the appearance of the two of them at the Jinghua Hotel today will undoubtedly surprise everyone around. This Yifeng was once well known in the elite circles of Yanjing, but he suddenly disappeared for a long time a while ago, making many people secretly speculate whether something happened to this guy. But when I saw him today, I realized that nothing happened to Yifeng, but he got Lin Shiqing instead. Originally, Yi Feng and Lin Shiqing had a marriage contract, but in the end it was just a marriage contract, and everyone was not optimistic about it. After all, most people knew Lin Shiqing's character, and it was difficult for her to accept her men and other women. But Yi Feng is recognized as a man who has several wives. Looking at it now, this Yi Feng has extraordinary means. He was able to get Lin Shiqing into his hands. In the lobby of Jinghua Hotel, under the splendid lights, many young people of the right age cast envious glances at Yi Feng. As far as Lin Shiqing's beauty is concerned, she is one of the best in Yanjing. What's even more rare is that she has an exquisite figure, and she is a top-notch imperial lady in all aspects. The most important thing is that this is a woman with a lot of brains in business, and she is also from Yanjing Lin's family. If anyone can marry her and get started, she will definitely rise to the top in the business world of Huagua in the future. Now, this top-ranking sister Yu was captured by a brat like Yi Feng. Looking at the intimacy of the two, one can tell that the relationship between the two is definitely no longer ordinary friends. A group of young people sighed sadly, even some middle-aged men did the same. Back then, they all thought about getting this top-ranking royal sister, but now it is impossible. However, the current Yanjing Lin family's position in Huagua seems to be a bit subtle. Although most people don't notice it, those present are all bigwigs from all walks of life in Huagua, at least people with certain social status. They will also get some news about the struggle between the upper echelons. Although on the surface, the division of power in Huagua Yanjing's upper class is still the same as before, in some respects, the power of the Yanjing Lin family seems to be shrinking, gradually being replaced by several other families. It is difficult for outsiders to know all of them, but if they can seize the opportunity, anyone can take advantage of this turmoil to reach a higher social level. Of course, Yi Feng didn't know what these people were thinking, but his dragon heart received various emotions, including envy, jealousy, sighing, and other strange things. It seemed that someone was planning something secretly, but Yi Feng didn't need to pay attention to these people's calculations. Soon, Lin Shiqing and the service desk booked a room and took Yi Feng to the elevator. In addition to the two people in the elevator, there were 4 or 5 other people, all of whom came to Jinghua Hotel for dinner, or were invited to dinner. In this most upscale hotel in Yanjing, the rooms are almost fully booked every day, and are used by upper-class people from all walks of life to entertain distinguished guests, and each table costs tens of thousands. The owner of this Jinghua Hotel can be said to be making money every day, but it is a pity that this little money is not too much for the owner who can open the Jinghua Hotel. The most important function of this hotel is to win over the upper class from all walks of life and spread the relationship network to the whole country. Yi Feng didn't want to know about all these. The two of them came down to a small hall under the guidance of the waiter. Although this small hall was not big, it had a unique decoration. Looking out of the window, you could see the scene of most of Yanjing City. The lights were always on at night, and it was full of prosperity. The two sat down in the small hall. This is a small hall that can accommodate up to 4 people, but it is also expensive. Of course, Yi Feng doesn't care about this little money anymore. Worldly money is of no great use to him. After sitting down, Lin Shiqing began to order food, while Yi Feng looked at the night scene outside the window, and gradually spread his consciousness towards the surroundings. Now he has a cultivation base of 130 years, and the detection range of his consciousness reaches 1,300 meters, which can almost cover the entire Jinghua Hotel. During this period of time, in this hotel, people of all colors came and went, with different emotions. Waves of emotional power were absorbed by Yi Feng's dragon heart. Yi Feng could almost feel the changes in the dragon's heart, but it would take several days for it to reach the level of the second level of changes. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. An aura that made him feel a bit chilly flashed past the detection range of his consciousness, and made his whole body tense up. I didn't expect to feel such a breath on earth. Yifeng thought in his heart. The chilly breath just now seemed to emanate from some existences who practiced magic arts. Although they were not sure who they definitely couldn't be ordinary people in the world, even some mundane killers, such as the killers from the Viper organization that Yifeng had seen before, would not have such a strong chill on their bodies. Who will it be? Yifeng immediately wanted to get up and go out to investigate, but on second thought, it's not appropriate to act rashly now. No matter why the opponent came here, Yifeng didn't need to chase him out now, because he wasn't sure that he could catch the opponent directly. That being the case, it is better to wait for the other party to act, and to respond to all changes with the same. The cold breath disappeared in a flash. Lin Shiqing's cultivation base was not as good as Yifeng's, so she didn't notice this scene, and she was talking with the waiter to order food. Yifeng's mind was no longer on eating, he was secretly on guard, and kept the repaired dragon-scale armor at the entrance of the storage space at all times, so that he would be able to respond immediately in case of an emergency. Reminiscent of the previous scene where Xiaoyao chased and killed him across borders, Yifeng was 80% sure that the flickering chill just now was aimed at him. I don't know what forces are behind it. It's best to capture that person alive, so that I can ask something. A cold light flashed in Yifeng's eyes, and he remained calm. Soon, Lin Shiqing ordered the dishes and asked the waiter to leave. Little Yizi, did you bring me any presents when you came back this time? Lin Shiqing squinted her eyes, lay on the comfortable sofa chair, and asked leisurely. Of course I did. Knowing what she said, Yifeng immediately smiled and took out a batch of natural materials and earthly treasures from the ancient world. Naturally, he prepared a copy of these treasures for Lin Shiqing and carried them with him. As for Nanfang and Daoscar's share, Yifeng did not take it with him, but stored it in the warehouse on Peach Blossom Island. Among them, it was handed over to Yi Wendian for safekeeping. Apart from Yi Wuming, who is still transforming inner energy into true energy, Yi Wendian is considered to be the person with the highest cultivation level on the island. After Yifeng brought back so many treasures, his cultivation level can jump up 200 years. As for Yi Wuming, with a cultivation base of 150 years, he has already stored a lot of natural materials and earth treasures. As long as the transformation is completed, his cultivation base can be raised to more than 200 years. After taking out the batch of natural materials and earth treasures obtained from the ancient world and handing them to Lin Shiqing was a little puzzled. With such a pile of things, I don't have anything like a storage ring on me, so let's put them on you first. In fact, in the entire Peach Blossom Island, apart from Yifeng, very few people have storage rings. Yifeng listened to Lin Shiqing's words, thought for a while, and felt that it was time to get a batch of storage rings for everyone. The easiest place is to go to the world of cultivating immortals, but the value of the storage ring is not cheap, and now he is busy condensing the heart of the dragon. It seems that we can only go to the world of cultivating immortals after completing this experience. By then, Su Feiying should already have enough cultivation base and successfully condense Yangshan. It's time to go to the people of the Mo family in Nanling and show them some color. In addition, Yifeng can easily exchange his harvest in the earth, wild world and other places into huge wealth in the world of cultivating immortals. As a result, buying more heavenly materials and earthly treasures for cultivation in the world of cultivating immortals will be another leap in strength for the entire Peach Blossom Island. Of course, this is all for later. Now is when Yifeng and Lin Shiqing are enjoying dinner. Lin Shiqing had never been able to experience a scene like this before. Although she and Yifeng had dinner alone several times, they were all as senior sisters and friends. Only from this time, the relationship between the two has become a real couple. Soon, the waiter served the food. Working in the Jinghua Hotel, the waiters naturally have to have a little discernment. For Lin Shiqing, the young lady of Yanjing's Lin family, she can definitely recognize her. Therefore, the hotel's service to the two of them was very thoughtful and warm, and no one came to bother them in the middle. Even if the hotel management wants to curry favor with Lin Shiqing, that's not the time to come. Who can't tell that Miss Lin brought her boyfriend over for dinner today? If anyone dares to disturb them at a critical moment, isn't that courting death? Yifeng's spiritual consciousness enveloped the entire Jinghua Hotel, but he found out that there were many people in many aspects, and he really put his mind on him and Lin Shiqing. In a luxurious office on the upper floor of the hotel, a middle-aged fat man was talking to his subordinates. He must treat Miss Lin and her boyfriend Yifeng well, and after they finished their meal, he would personally go to greet them. And everywhere in the hotel, it was not uncommon for people to talk about Miss Lin and Yifeng. This made Yifeng a little puzzled. He didn't expect to be treated as the focus when he came back occasionally. Lin Shiqing also possessed divine consciousness, so of course she was aware of this phenomenon, but the corners of her mouth were slightly raised, and she didn't have any special reaction. Apparently, in normal times, because she has the consciousness to detect any small movements of the people around her, she will hear such remarks wherever she goes. It's just that the topic of discussion today has shifted from her personally to her and her boyfriend. Yifeng, this young man, was a high school student about 2 years ago, but he suddenly rose miraculously and became the son-in-law of the Yanjing Lin family. Not only that, some people in the Lin family who disliked Yifeng were punished by Yifeng one by one, which caused a storm in the whole Yanjing. But not long after, Yifeng disappeared, and no one heard from him for a long time. Things like Peach Blossom Island and the world of martial arts are not things that ordinary people can know. In their eyes, Yifeng, of course, disappeared for no reason. Unexpectedly, at this time, Yifeng came back suddenly, and he came back in such a high-profile way. He directly entered Jinghua Hotel with Lin Shiqing's hand. Is this announcing the ownership of Lin Shiqing to the whole Yanqing? As we all know, even though Yifeng was well known in Yanjing before, but he hasn't appeared much in the past year, it is still easy for the world to forget. In the past year, although Lin Shiqing did not appear many times, every time she appeared, she still encountered the pursuit of many young people. Among them are many outstanding young talents, who are absolutely worthy of Lin Shiqing in all aspects. It's just that Lin Shiqing has always turned a blind eye to all other people who pursued her. No matter what means are used to catch her, it is useless. Now it seems that he and Yifeng have come together a long time ago. It's really a secret. In the entire Jinghua Hotel, more than half of the guests discussed this topic, which gave Yifeng a deeper understanding of the speed of information transmission in the secular world. Even in the world of cultivating immortals, it is impossible for this kind of gossip to spread so quickly. At 8:30 in the evening, Yifeng and Lin Shiqing had almost cleaned up the food on the dining table, and were about to pack up and pay the bill to leave. However, the two of them were not ready to get up yet, but at the same time they detected with their spiritual sense that a familiar figure suddenly broke into the gate of Jinghua Hotel. Is it Lu Yingying from the Lu group? Lin Shiqing was the first to react, a little stunned. Yifeng didn't pay much attention, he just asked, "What's wrong with her?" Lu Yingying has always been a person who cooperates with Daofeng technology, but since Yifeng asked Xiaoyu to practice the dragon sword art and stayed on Peach Blossom Island, most of the things here have been handed over to OA and OB and his son. Even Yifeng himself doesn't know how the cooperation between Daofeng technology and Lu Yingying is going, because it doesn't have much impact on him. It was Lin Shiqing, because she had been in Yanjing for quite a long time, so she might have met Lu Yingying. I haven't had any contact with her recently, but she seems to be in a hurry. Lin Shiqing frowned slightly, but she didn't care too much now. But soon, the two found that Lu Yingying, who had walked into Jinghua Hotel, asked the hotel manager, and then walked straight towards the small private room where they were. Is she here to see us? Yifeng was a little stunned, feeling that the matter might really be a bit urgent. From the expression on the face of Lu Yingying who ran up, it could be seen that this woman was indeed in a very hasty state. Yifeng faintly felt that the other party might be looking for him, and what happened was related to him. Soon, Lu Yingying ran to the door of the room where Yifeng and Lin Shiqing were, but instead of knocking on the door or barging in, she leaned against the door, closed her eyes, and took a rest. Obviously, she came here in a hurry. From the clothes on her body, it can be seen that she definitely put on a coat in a hurry and came out of the house. Not only did the jacket and trousers not match well, but they were also a bit messy. Moreover, she also knew that Yifeng and Lin Shiqing probably didn't want to be disturbed when they were dining together, so despite the emergency, she chose to wait outside for a while. It's a pity that Yifeng and Lin Shiqing discovered her long ago. Lu Yingying, come in. Yifeng said something aloud, without thinking too much. No matter what it was, he would know when Lu Yingying came in and said it. Lu Yingying outside was startled when she heard the words. Did Yifeng call her in? No way, obviously he came outside their door just now. How did Yifeng know that she was looking for him? Could it be that Yifeng can see through his eyes? Lu Yingying didn't know, although she didn't guess the truth, she was not far from the truth. Of course, she didn't pay too much attention to these small details, but after sorting out her mood, she gently opened the door, looked inside, and saw Yifeng and Lin Shiqing sitting at the dining table, and at the same time glanced at her. Yifeng, Sister Lin. Lu Yingying hurriedly greeted her. You don't have to be polite, talk about being so anxious, what happened? Lin Shiqing waved her hands and asked with a smile. For Lu Yingying, she did regard her as one of her own, but they didn't have much contact with each other. After all, Yifeng has always asked Obi and Xiaoyu to contact Lu Yingying. Something really happened. Hearing Lin Shiqing's words, Lu Yingying's expression suddenly became solemn. Yifeng, I just received a mysterious text message informing me that Obi has been captured, and the other party asked me to take you to a place, otherwise, they will tear up the ticket. Kidnapping? Yifeng looked strange, he never thought that this would happen to him. However, that kid Obi must have cultivated for 7 or 80 years, so he would be caught. Yifeng soon realized that this matter was not simple. What is the number of the other party who sent the text message? Yifeng wanted to ask about this, and then asked Lin Shiqing to send someone to check the other party's identity. It's a foreign number, and the place that let you go is also abroad. Lu Yingying looked nervous. After receiving the text message, I immediately called Obi, but when I got through, it really sounded like a foreigner's voice. Foreign? Yifeng frowned slightly. This matter doesn't seem to be easy to solve. First of all, Obi is in the opponent's hands. In that case, no matter how strong Yifeng is, he will be passive. After all, Yifeng had to worry about Obi's safety at all times, so his actions were controlled by others. Since the opponent can catch Obi, his strength is obviously not too bad. The most likely thing is that some people from the foreign cultivation world have made a move. Besides, there is still Tianhong Rui beside Obi. Tianhong Rui's cultivation has exceeded 100 years, and his strength is even more extraordinary. Yifeng knew that the news of his return would not escape the prying of some forces. After all, he came to Jinghua Hotel with Lin Shiqing in a big way. In this way, it is estimated that the international cultivation community wanted to attack him in advance. That being the case, there is no need for Yifeng to run away. Instead of being timid, it is better to openly tell the whole world's cultivation community that he, Yifeng, is not easy to mess with. Tell me the location, and I'll go for a walk. Yifeng said with a soft smile. No, Yifeng, why don't you find out who they are first? Lu Yingying became anxious all of a sudden, although she knew that Yifeng was very strong. Those foreign kidnapping forces were obviously not weak either. Especially in recent days, Lu Yingying found that Obi seems to have begun to have martial arts. All aspects have changed a lot from before, and she also has a wife who is as beautiful as a fairy. It doesn't matter. Yifeng comforted Lu Yingying, and then asked, Compared to investigating the other party's identity, I am more concerned. Lu Yingying, do you know that Obi has a wife named Tianhong Rui? Tianhong Rui? Lu Yingying was stunned. Did you mean Oroi? Oroi? Yifeng was embarrassed for a while. He didn't expect that kid Obi to lure Tianhong Rui back to Earth, and even change his name. However, this has nothing to do with him. The key is how Tianhong Rui is doing now. Was he arrested together or something else? It's her. Yifeng was sure that Rui was Tianhong Rui, so he nodded and said, "When I received the text message just now, I also called her, but unfortunately no one answered, and Obi's father, O.A., was also in the same situation, so I couldn't find anyone else. I heard that you and Sister Lin came here, immediately ran over," Lu Yingying said. Yifeng smiled wryly when he heard this. He never thought that the news that he and Lin Shiqing came to Jinghua Hotel spread so quickly. According to what Lu Yingying said, the whole Yanjing might know that he and Lin Shiqing came here for dinner. However, this is also irrelevant. Tell me the location they notified, and I will take care of it. Don't go to other places during this time and stay with my wife. As Yifeng said, he hugged Lin Shiqing beside him with a smile on his face. Wife. When Lu Yingying heard this, she was stunned. Oh my god, after a while, Lin Shiqing has become Yifeng's wife? Don't be in a daze, go back to Qingfeng Huyuan first, and make some arrangements. Lin Shiqing glared at Yifeng, but didn't say much, but took Lu Yingying's little hand, and walked straight out of the room. To arrange, indeed to arrange. Yifeng's eyes flashed coldly. No matter who wants to do something to Obi or the people from Taohua Island, he will not make it easy for the other party. Now he has condensed the god of wrath and thunder, and he can completely act in two ways. Thinking about it, no one on earth can stop him. His body, he went to the place notified by the other party to attend the appointment. As for the god of thunder and thunder, he was on standby in Qingfeng Huyuan. On the one hand, he was ready to rescue Obi at any time, and on the other hand, he protected Lin Shiqing. Of course, Yifeng will never forget, when he just sat down in the Jinghua hotel room, that fleeting chill. Compared with the kidnapping of Obi, this was the most troublesome thing for him. After all, that fleeting chill was an existence completely unknown to him, and it was still hidden in the dark. If there was a sudden fatal blow, Yifeng would not be sure that he could withstand it. Yanjing, Qingfeng Giyuan. Lu Yingying and Lin Shiqing were sitting in the lobby watching TV together. Lu Yingying looked anxious, while Lin Shiqing was smiling. It wasn't that she wasn't worried about Obi's safety, but that now she knew Yifeng's strength very well. Yifeng's angry thunder sun god is squatting upstairs, always vigilant about the situation around the villa. As for Yifeng's body, he was already flying with his sword, flying across the ocean, heading for the appointment location stipulated by the forces that kidnapped Obi. The reason why the god of fury and thunder stayed to protect Lin Shiqing and the others was, of course, because the god of fury and thunder possessed the eyes of wind and thunder. Yifeng wanted the main body and Yangshan to act separately, so the ability to easily teleport from a long distance could only be left on furying Yangshan. Once there is any danger in the villa, the god of wrath and thunder can immediately activate the power of the Eye of Wind and Thunder to move Lu Yingying and Lin Shiqing to other places. What Yifeng was most worried about was the flashing chill outside the Jinghua Hotel. He still didn't know what it was, so he had to be careful. On the side that kidnapped Obi, the agreed location was a small island in the Pacific Ocean. Yifeng glanced at the map and flew directly to Yujian. It is conceivable that Obi himself may not be on that small island, but Yifeng can fly in advance to find out the situation. It is best to catch one or two key people and search for Obi's whereabouts, then he can directly run over to save someone. The news that Yifeng can fly with a sword has probably spread throughout the martial arts world, so it is very likely that people in the international cultivation world know about it. It's a pity that Yifeng's cultivation base has improved now, and his speed is completely unimaginable by others. Thousands of miles in a blink of an eye. Yifeng used the quaint dragon sword to walk on the wolf, and at the same time used the phantom sword technique to completely hide his figure. This is more reliable than the previous invisibility technique. No matter it is radar or satellite, it will never be detected. His figure. Soon, an isolated island in the barren sea appeared before Yifeng's eyes. However, this isolated island does not look primitive, but rather modern. Several streamlined white buildings are located on the island, which looks like several villas. Yifeng didn't think much about it, and flew towards the island directly under the condition that he was concealed by the phantom sword technique. There is also infrared surveillance in the hidden place. Yifeng quickly detected some surveillance cameras with his consciousness, and carefully flew through the red lines sensed by his consciousness. Although he is in the hidden state of phantom sword technique, if he bumps into the infrared monitoring line, he will still be noticed by the people on the island. Although the people on the island couldn't find him, any abnormalities might make the people on the island more vigilant, making it difficult for Yifeng to get him. Under the detection of divine consciousness, everything on this small island is invisible. I thought it was some kind of organization's technology center, but it turned out to be just an ordinary holiday island. Yifeng quickly figured out the situation of the entire island. Apart from the infrared monitoring equipment, there were no other high-tech facilities on the entire island. Those streamlined white buildings are just resorts and villas. It can be sensed with spiritual sense that there are many people coming for vacation in these villas, and in the center of the island agreed by Yifeng and the other party, there is a beautiful fountain square. The agreed time is 12 o'clock tonight, and there are still 6 hours from now. The sun has just set in the west. Yifeng still has enough time. In the fountain square in the evening, there were already many people playing and playing. Yifeng swept his mind and didn't see any suspicious people. The other half of the island remains. The entire island occupies a large area, and Yifeng's spiritual sense couldn't detect it all, so he flew to the other side cautiously. Just as he released his consciousness again, Yifeng actually found several familiar figures, the suzerain of Kunlun Mountain. That middle-aged man was in a villa at this time, wearing Taoist robes and discussing something with a few foreigners. He didn't know which language he was using. Yifeng really couldn't understand it. However, the kidnapping of Obi was actually done by the suzerain of Kunlun Mountain in cooperation with foreign partners? Yifeng was thinking strangely, thinking to himself, could it be that the suzerain of Kunlun Mountain didn't see his wife being released back for so long, so he jumped the wall and wanted to force him to hand over Sun Daiqing? It's also possible. Sun Daiqing and Hua Wuxue have been under house arrest on Peach Blossom Island for half a year. Although they ate and drank well during this period, outsiders don't know about it. No wonder the suzerain of Kunlun Mountain was worried. It's just that this middle-aged man teamed up with foreigners, which made Yifeng very unhappy. After scanning with his spiritual sense, Obi is not on this island. The only clues are the few foreigners who are with the suzerain of Kunlun Mountain. Yifeng checked the cultivation bases of those foreigners. Each of them has about 150 to 60 years. They can't be regarded as weak on Earth, but it's a pity that they don't have pill cores, so they can't cultivate true qi. There are 150 to 60 years of cultivation in the body, but the actual combat power is only half of that of a cultivator with the same cultivation. Judging from the auras of the foreigners, they are a bit like the auras of the jackal, flying fish, and Sirius that Yifeng met before, and they are probably people from those two organizations. Killer Organization, 88 Constellations, Viper Organization, Star Killer. The former is an independent hiring organization, and anyone who can afford it can hire the killers in it, but this time it is obviously not someone who hired them. Yifeng had killed the jackal and flying fish of the 88 constellations before, and he had already made enemies with this organization, so it's not surprising that they would be targeted by the other party at this time. As for the Viper organization, the hatred with Yi Feng has lasted for a long time, but it is a pity that every time, the Viper organization will suffer a big loss in Yi Feng's hands. In that villa, apart from the suzerain of Kunlun Mountain, there were 4 other people, 3 men and 1 woman, probably 2 killers of the 88 constellations, and 2 star killers of the Viper organization. Only these few people are here. Do you want to deal with me? Yi Feng thought for a moment. The other party must have other means, hidden in the dark, and did not use it. Not only that, but the 5 people who appear on the other side are all cultivators, which is very disadvantageous to Yi Feng, because the effect of hypnotism on cultivators will not be very strong. If the other party is determined, it will be difficult to ask questions from them. What come? Once it fails, let the other guys hiding in the dark react, then OB is very likely to be in danger. However, no matter what, Yi Feng must give it a try. It is not a problem to deal with the following guys. The key is to be fast and not let them have the opportunity to notify other parties. If you say do it, do it. Yi Feng didn't hesitate at all. When he scanned the surroundings several times with his consciousness, to make sure that there were no traps and formations around, he immediately started to act. Sovereign of Kunlun Mountain, you have teamed up with foreigners to deal with the people of Huagua. Now is the time for you to pay the price. As Yi Feng thought in his heart, the power of space and true energy surged in his body. Swish! In an instant, his figure broke through the space, came to the villa building, and broke into the center of the 5 people who were discussing something. The suzerain of Kunlun Mountain and the 4 foreign killer practitioners were startled, obviously unable to react. Brilliant swordsmanship, all directions will be destroyed. Yi Feng waved the dragon sword in his hand, and the 10-sword chi spread out towards the surroundings, and arrived in front of several people in an instant. Puff! 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 The 5 people didn't have any ability to resist, and they were severely injured by Yi Feng's slash. Each of them was hit by 2-sword chi, and they were scarred. Ah! One of them fell to his knees, his arms and thighs were stabbed twice, until he finally realized that he had encountered a surprise attack, and the sneak attacker was the target of their operation, Yi Feng. He reacted extremely fast. He moved his fingers to press a button of a precision instrument on his waist, but immediately after Yi Feng, another sword energy swept over him. Puff! The white man with curly hair had his arm chopped off by Yi Feng, dripping with blood. This series of actions was as quick as lightning. Less than a second had passed since Yi Feng teleported into the villa. The Kunlun Mountain suzerain who was present, plus 3 men and 1 woman who were cultivating foreign assassins, had all been seriously injured by Yi Feng. Sect Master, long time no see. Yi Feng put away the xuanhuan sword, and said something coldly to the Kunlun Mountain Sect Master, who was lying on the ground with a sword wound on his chest and thigh. Yi Feng, you are not afraid that your good brother will die? The suzerain of Kunlun Mountain spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were full of disbelief. I haven't seen him for a while, but he didn't expect that Yi Feng's strength was so strong that he instantly killed all 5 of them with a cultivation base of 150 or 60 years. The sword move just now is obviously not from any sect on the earth. Where did this kid, Yi Feng, learn such a sharp sword skill? He didn't know that the destruction of all directions was not the strongest swordsmanship Yi Feng knew. If he used the fighting sword technique, with his current cultivation level, there might not be a single person in the cultivation world on the entire earth who could receive the sword. Not to mention that if he made a sneak attack, the power of the 5-colored dragon bow could completely sink the current island. The reason for using the move of destroying all directions is because this move can seriously injure all 5 opponents at the same time, making them lose their ability to move. In less than a second, the entire hall of the villa changed from a peaceful scene of 5 people discussing something to a scene of blood flowing like a river. In any case, you are now in my hands. Whoever tells the whereabouts of Ob will live. As for the others, Yi Feng sent out his spiritual thoughts towards the 5 people, and at the same time, his face became extremely gloomy, looking very ferocious. Because he didn't know if the other 4 could understand Chinese, Yi Feng could only use his spiritual thoughts to convey his thoughts, but when they saw that Yi Feng's mouth hadn't moved, a voice came into their heads, which shocked them all. What kind of method is this? Even if they use their internal energy to transmit sound, it is impossible for them to not even move the corners of their mouths. At this moment, several people felt a kind of fear towards Yi Feng in their hearts, and at the same time, they also began to think about the content of what he conveyed. Whoever tells the whereabouts of OB will be able to live, otherwise he will die. Undoubtedly, even the suzerain of Kunlun Mountain, who is also from China, cannot escape the rule set by Yi Feng. Why, don't you believe it? A cold light flashed in Yi Feng's eyes, and he directly held the xuanhuan sword again, and put it across the neck of the foreign blonde woman. Tell me, where is OB now? The blonde woman felt a chill in her heart, but she thought that if she betrayed the organization and revealed the whereabouts of Ober, then what awaited her would be worse than death. While hesitating, Yi Feng's sword flashed in his hand. Puff! A bloodstain was drawn directly on the blonde woman's neck, and she fell to the ground with her life cut off. It's your turn. The xuanhuan sword in Yi Feng's hand suddenly crossed to the neck of the curly-haired white man who wanted to tip off the news. The death of the blonde woman made the curly-haired white man tear up his eyes. He and the blonde woman are well-known killers of mandarin ducks in the 88 Constellation organization, that is to say, the dead blonde woman is his wife. Unexpectedly, this Yi Feng killed people without blinking an eye, so he killed his wife. Fact. Regardless of the sword wounds on his thigh and arm, and the other arm severed by Yi Feng, the curly-haired white man struggled desperately to stand up and bumped into Yi Feng head-on. Looking at it, there is no doubt that he wants to avenge his wife. Immortal art, extreme inflammation. A ball of white fire was randomly condensed by Yi Feng, directly burning the curly-haired white man to ashes. Yi Feng's expression became more and more cold, and he glanced at another black man wearing a denim leather jacket. It's your turn. Since these killers were doing murder, they should have thought that they would end up being killed. Yi Feng showed no mercy at all. Moreover, this group of guys took their minds on themselves, so I can't blame myself. The black man is the star killer of the Viper organization, and the star killer is still very important in the Viper organization. If they make any small mistakes, the organization will not do anything to them. However, kidnapping OB to deal with Yi Feng is a big move by the whole organization this time. If the news is leaked and the whole plan falls short, even if you can save one life from Yi Feng now, the end will not be easy. While the black man was thinking, Yi Feng seemed to see what he meant, raised his chin towards him, and sent out a divine thought. Don't worry, if you tell the whereabouts of OB, I will keep you safe. After all, your organization also it won't be long before we can jump. That's right, after Yi Feng rescues OB, he will take over the Viper organization, the 88 constellations, and the like. Although he is not afraid of these organizations at all now, if they often attack people around Yi Feng, it will be troublesome. After all, the current Peach Blossom Island has not yet reached the point where a single person can sweep the world. Hearing Yi Feng's words, the black man fell into deep thought. Obviously he was also thinking about himself. Although a killer is indifferent to other people's lives, he still cares about his own life. When the black killer was deep in thought, Yi Feng narrowed his eyes. I only give you 3 seconds to think about it. Yi Feng's spiritual sense was passed to the black killer alone. Among the remaining 2, apart from the suzerain of Kunlun Mountain, there was also a man from the United States with a mohawk haircut. DC. Seeing Yi Feng start to interrogate the black killer, the American man obviously panicked. I said. The American man had already broken his legs. He didn't want his life to be put in this place like this. After all, the Viper organization's punishment was still to come. If Yi Feng could guarantee his life, then why would he work for the organization? Now his life is in danger, and no one from the organization came to rescue him. From the face of this American man, Yi Feng saw the above meaning. Then tell me, remember, only one of you can survive. Yi Feng squinted his eyes, staring at the black killer and the American man, sending out his divine thoughts. Alb was kidnapped to another small island, and I know the location of that small island. A fluent Chinese came to Yi Feng's ears at this moment, not from the mouth of a black killer or a man from the United States, but from the mouth of the master of Kunlun Mountain behind Yi Feng. Oh? Yi Feng laughed, waved his hand casually, boom. He threw an extremely flaming fireball and burned the body of the blonde woman in the villa, and then the power of space rose up, sending the remaining 3 people directly into the sky with teleportation. Now, take me to the small island you mentioned. If I find out that what you said is false, then you will die. Yi Feng warned the suzerain of Kunlun Mountain and said. In this direction. The middle-aged suzerain raised his injured arm and pointed in one direction. How far? Yi Feng asked, casually. About 100 kilometers. As the middle-aged suzerain said, he suddenly realized that the space around him became distorted. This scene made him feel a little horrified. What kind of means does Yi Feng have? It can even distort the space. It seems that he chose to surrender in time, and it was correct to explain the whereabouts of OB. This kid named Yi Feng has already surpassed the range that the cultivation world on Earth can deal with. No wonder those old monks in Yin Shaolin valued this kid so much. The suzerain of Kunlun Mountain was thinking in his heart, a little regretful. If he knew it, he would have listened to the old monk Yin Shaolin, and went directly to Peach Blossom Island to find Yi Feng's dignitary. After all, the current Yi Feng is not worried about the safety of the people on Peach Blossom Island, and there is no need for Sun Daiqing to be a hostage. It's a pity that he, the suzerain of Kunlun Mountain, still couldn't swallow this breath, so he came up with an idea to join hands with other national forces to deal with Yi Feng. However, Yi Feng's strength far exceeded his expectations, which made him fall into the current fate. Swish! The space was distorted, and to a certain extent, Yi Feng, the suzerain of Kunlun Mountain, as well as the black killer and the American man felt a burst of tearing force sweeping over at the same time, followed by a sudden change in the surrounding environment. A moment later, everyone appeared on a sea area again, and they were already hundreds of miles away. This was Yi Feng's teleportation using his own space power. This action directly consumed his whole body's true energy, but he had no choice. In order to prevent accidents, he had to rush to the place where Alb was arrested as quickly as possible. Yi Feng swallowed a drop of Luotian water, then pointed to a small green island not far away. But that island? The Kunlun Mountain suzerain was dizzy just now during the teleportation process, and now he came back to his senses a little bit, and nodded when he heard Yi Feng's question. Yes, that's right there. The suzerain kept praying in his heart, it is best that Obi is fine, otherwise he and his suzerain's wife will definitely end well. The black killer and the American man finally came to their senses, looked at each other, and each gritted their teeth. Now the suzerain of Kunlun Mountain has already said what Yi Feng wanted, just wait for Yi Feng to confirm that Obi is on that small island, then the two of them will surely die. Instead of waiting meaninglessly like this, it is better to fight now. The black killer took out a cold dagger from his waist with his backhand, and stabbed at the back of Yi Feng's neck while Yi Feng was not paying attention. As for the man from the United States, both legs were cut off, but he was unambiguous, clenched his fists with both hands, and punched Yi Feng's back. Innocent. Yi Feng laughed. Seeing the two people resisting, he immediately knew that what the Kunlun Mountain sect master said was true. Otherwise, why didn't the two people make a sound, but directly attacked? With two fireballs in hand, white flames ignited in the air, burning the black killer and the American man to ashes. Even though the two of them have cultivated for 150 or 60 years, they are not at all threatening in front of Yi Feng today. Yi Feng brought a Kunlun mountain suzerain alone, and flew to that island in an instant. The situation above the island has obviously been discovered by the people on the island, and someone immediately made preparations to prevent the invasion of foreign enemies. This island is completely different from the purely tourist island just now. Yi Feng swept his consciousness, and found that the island is full of high-tech precision equipment, and the armed forces are so powerful that ordinary people can't get even half a step closer to the island. This is the headquarters of the Viper organization. The suzerain of Kunlun Mountain was on the side, and said to Yi Feng. Headquarters. Yi Feng's eyes lit up. He really had nowhere to look, and it took no effort to get there. He didn't expect that this was the headquarters of the Viper organization, and it saved him the time to look for it. The people on the island reacted quickly, which made the suzerain of Kunlun Mountain a little strange, thinking to himself that Yi Feng was so swaggering. Wouldn't he be afraid that Obi would be killed by Viper's people? Immediately afterwards, he saw a longbow shining with 5 colors suddenly appear in Yi Feng's hand. Since it's Viper's headquarters, it can sink to the bottom of the sea for me. A cold light flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. He drew the colorful dragon bow, and with the power of true energy and space, he condensed a fierce arrow towards the entire island. You. The suzerain of Kunlun Mountain was stunned, thinking that Yi Feng was crazy. What would be the use of shooting an arrow at the island where Viper's headquarters is located from such a distance? Listening to what he said, it seems that he wants to sink the island? How can this be? Moreover, even if the island can be sunk with one arrow, what about Ob on the island? The suzerain of Kunlun Mountain couldn't figure it out no matter how he thought about it. How could he know that just when Yi Feng approached and burned the Black Killer and the American man to ashes, the angry thunder god had already teleported across the space and easily killed Obi rescued? It is precisely because of this that the people of the Viper organization on the entire island can react so quickly. When Yi Feng was basically sure that Obi was on this island, he mobilized the wrathful thunder sun god who was far away in Yanjing, let him use the power of the Eye of Wind and Thunder, and instantly came to the sky above this island. With a sweep of consciousness, he swept to the position where Obi was, and then teleported again, easily reaching in front of Obi, holding him with one hand, and the power of the Eye of Wind and Thunder was activated again. The whole rescue process was extremely easy. As for Yi Feng's body, he originally just wanted to use it as a bait, never thought of breaking into the opponent's encirclement himself. Colorful dragon bow, shoot. Yi Feng flew in midair with the suzerain of Kunlun Mountain, drew the multicolored dragon bow, and the power of true energy and space quickly condensed into an arrow. On the island ahead, due to the sudden disappearance of the hostage Ob and the sudden appearance of Yi Feng above the island, the entire island was mobilized. Several anti-aircraft missiles are on standby immediately, and will launch towards Yi Feng as soon as the order is issued. As for Yi Feng, who can fly, everyone in the Viper organization knew about it. There was no time for them to think about why Yi Feng could fly. They had only one way to go, and that was to kill Yi Feng completely. Not only are some high-tech weapons on standby on the island, but many star killers on the island are also ready to dispatch one by one to deal with Yi Feng together. Originally, they wanted to wait for Yi Feng to arrive at the appointed place, and then sink the island directly, but they didn't expect Yi Feng's strength to be so cruel. He directly killed the few people who were waiting on the island, and even chased them down. They are Viper HQ. This Yi Feng is too terrifying. On the island, several leaders of the Viper organization felt chills in their hearts. At this time, someone reported that Yi Feng, who was flying in the air, had actually taken out a multicolored longbow, and seemed to be aiming at the entire island. Whatever he's up to, shoot him down. A big boss gave an order, very unhappy. What's the point of dawdling at this time? Regardless of whether that Yi Feng was a ghost with 3 heads and 6 arms, or a monster, under the defense force of the entire island, he would definitely be wiped out. You must know that there are a total of more than 10 star killers on the island, including 5-star killers, with a cultivation base of more than 200 years. The entire island was mobilized, but the overall movement of this organization was naturally not as fast as Yifeng's power-gathering speed. A multicolored arrow condensed on the multicolored dragon bow in an instant, and then Yifeng's true energy poured into it. Shoot! The multicolored arrows pierced through the void and swept towards the entire island, turning the surrounding area into a vacuum. The Kunlun Mountain suzerain next to Yifeng stared at the arrow in astonishment. From the moment when the colorful arrows started to condense, he felt the infinite power contained in this arrow. Although he didn't know what kind of power it was, he felt that the power could break through the space. Bringing up a long vacuum dragon, the colorful arrows reached the island in the blink of an eye. With a loud bang, the multicolored arrows shot directly into the center of the entire island with the power of infinite Earth-level space, penetrating below the ground. Immediately afterwards, the power of the Earth-level space on the entire colorful arrow exploded directly. The entire island with a radius of several kilometers began to tremble immediately, and such tremors did not last long. A burst of violent space power gushed out from the bottom of the sea, covering the entire island. The members of the Viper organization on the island, including the bosses, were all panicked, and the dozen or so star killers who were about to dispatch to deal with Yifeng were also panicked. They only saw an arrow shooting towards the island from Yifeng's hands in the air, but such an arrow could have the power to shake the entire island? But there is more to it. Several anti-aircraft missiles swept towards Yifeng, but unfortunately, under the force of the berserk space gushing out from under the ocean, these anti-aircraft missiles were twisted into pieces just after they were launched, and exploded in mid-air. The power of space exploded, spread from the ground, and then enveloped the entire island from the outside to the inside. Soon, the force of tearing space reached the surface of the island. All kinds of boulders, mountains, and giant mechanical facilities, none of them could remain intact under the sweep of this force of space. In an instant, the entire island was divided into hundreds of space fragments. Everyone, including everyone on the island, was sucked in by this force of space, and some people's bodies were even split into several large pieces. The whole island, like being cut into hundreds of pieces by a big knife, began to sink in the blink of an eye. This scene made Yifeng quite emotional. The 5-colored dragon bow's Earth-level space power is so destructive, it's a pity that such an arrow will consume his whole body's true energy, that is, it will waste a drop of Luotian water. Although he still has a lot of Luotian water, it will eventually run out one day. And the suzerain of Kunlun Mountain on the side was already scared to pee. The entire island was shattered into pieces like this, and sank into the bottom of the sea in the space cut into hundreds of pieces. There is no doubt that the entire Viper organization was completely destroyed by this arrow. If such an arrow were to be shot at Kunlun Mountain, wouldn't it be able to tear Kunlun Mountain apart? Horrible. It's just, isn't there Yifeng's friend, Obi, on the island? The suzerain of Kunlun Mountain didn't ask too much. No matter what Yifeng's actions were, he couldn't interfere with it now. He knew that the current Yifeng was already countless levels higher than him, and during this period, only half a year had passed. Let's go, suzerain. Yifeng looked at the place where the island sank, and soon the waves calmed down and returned to a peaceful sea area. Then he said to the suzerain of Kunlun Mountain lightly, I know you miss Mrs. Sun Daiqing, so I will take you to see her. Don't worry, she's doing well these days. Forehead. The suzerain of Kunlun Mountain was taken aback for a moment, and then quickly reacted, thank you, Xiaoxiayi. Why be polite, we are all from Huagua. After Yifeng finished speaking lightly, he waved his hand casually, and flew towards the Huagua area with the figure of the suzerain of Kunlun Mountain with his sword. The suzerain of Kunlun Mountain was quite ashamed when he said this. He never expected this young man to have such a heart. Yi Xiaoxia said so. The suzerain of Kunlun Mountain seemed to have realized everything, changed his past, and immediately said, since this is the case, then there is something that Yi Xiaoxia needs to know. Oh? Please tell me. The Viper and 88 constellations were able to capture OB because someone from Huaguo responded. Although the connection between the other party and the Viper and other organizations is very secret, I still know it. The suzerain of Kunlun Mountain told all the things he knew, in order to gain Yifeng's favor. There are still people in Huaguo colluding with people from the Viper organization. Yifeng's eyes flashed coldly. You tell me, who has the guts? Seeing the cold light in Yifeng's eyes, the Kunlun Mountain suzerain certainly knew that this young man was really angry this time. His Kunlun Mountain lord wanted to deal with Yifeng. There was a reason for it. After all, he and his wife's son Daiqing hadn't seen each other for more than half a year, and there was no other way to find his wife back from Peach Blossom Island. But other people in Huaguo don't have such a good reason. The suzerain of Kunlun Mountain took pleasure in other people's misfortune, and said directly, it is a member of Yanjing Miao's family. To be honest, the ambition of Yanjing Miao's family this time is not small. If you know anything else, just tell me everything. When Yifeng heard the words Yanjing Miao's family, he immediately narrowed his eyes. The people in this family are really wicked. Fortunately, Obi has now been rescued by the god of wrathful thunder and returned to Qingfeng Heyuan. Otherwise, if something happens to Obi, Yifeng will not let the people of the Miao family go. It is said that now Huaguo has mastered the key to the space teleportation technology. As long as we get some more samples of the broken teleportation array, we can truly research the space teleportation technology across the world. Kunlun Mountain gradually revealed the secrets he knew, and the Miao family wants to be one step ahead of other families, so they want to catch you and ask you to help. Spatial teleportation technology? When Yifeng heard this word, he couldn't help being shocked. Cross-boundary teleportation can only be realized by comprehending the power of mysterious space. Even if it is researched by scientific and technological means, it is just to express the power of mysterious space in another way. Unexpectedly, Huaguo could research the key to the space teleportation technology just by relying on those fragmented cross-boundary teleportation arrays. Regardless of whether this matter is true or not, all in all, the Miao family in Huaguo Yanjing is undoubtedly playing Yifeng's idea. The Miao family. Yifeng snorted lightly, and without saying anything more, he took the Kunlun Mountain sect master and headed towards Huaguo with his sword at an extremely fast speed. After the two left, an island in the Pacific Ocean sank to the bottom of the sea forever, and Viper, an organization with important international influence, was directly destroyed in this way. Even some members of the Viper who were on missions outside could not afford to be overwhelmed by the wind after leaving the organization's shelter. And once an organization like Viper is destroyed, most of its members will not take revenge for it, and the remaining people will definitely not go to trouble Yifeng. The loyalty of members of this kind of organization is impossible to be high. After all, this organization binds its members entirely based on interests and threats, without any feelings at all. Yanjing, Qingfeng Giyuan. 4 people stood in the hall of the villa. Lin Shiqing and Lu Yingying stood together. Opposite to them was Yifeng's wrathful thunder god and Obi, who had been rescued. At this time, Obi was stunned, unable to figure out what was going on with him now. Obviously just now, I was caught by the people of the Viper organization and locked in an iron prison on the Pacific Island, but why did I return to this familiar Qingfeng Giyuan villa just because the surrounding space was distorted? Hey, little B, Mrs. Lin. Obi barely came back to his senses, and was startled when he saw the thunder god of fury beside him, and Lin Shiqing and Lu Yingying standing in front of him. After thinking about it, I realized that it must be Yifeng who came back to save him from that place with such great powers. However, what surprised him was that Yifeng, beside him, seemed to be a little dazed, with a demented appearance. This is Yifeng's young god, not himself. Lin Shiqing briefly explained, then smiled, and said, "It's good that you're back safely. Call your father and wife quickly, don't make them wait." Yanshen? Obi followed Yi Feng in cultivating immortality and practiced the star-refining immortal code, so of course he understood the meaning of the word Yangshan. But Lu Yingying at the side was at a loss. What is Yangshan? This guy who looks like Yi Feng in front of him is his young god. Lu Yingying couldn't figure it out at all, but now that Obi had just been rescued, it wasn't the time to ask this question. Obi's mobile phone was confiscated when Viper organized it. At this time, he had to use Lin Shiqing's mobile phone to call Tianhong Rui and OA from memory, and briefly explained the situation. It's not that he doesn't want to go into details, it's that he doesn't even know how he was rescued. What? You are on your way to Viper headquarters? Soon, Obi cried out in surprise. What? You must destroy the Viper organization? Hey, wait a minute, I have come back alive, and the little bee is here, you should come back quickly, everyone can discuss it before. Beep, beep, a busy tone came from the phone, obviously the other party had hung up the call. Obi spread his hands helplessly, it can't be helped, my father and Luo Yi are together, Nan Nan and Dao Scar are also there, and they rented a freighter together, and they are rushing to the Pacific Ocean. What about the Viper headquarters? Lin Shiqing was speechless. She didn't expect OA and Tianhong Rui to be so quick and stubborn. Now that Obi has been rescued, they refuse to let the Viper organization go. However, with just a few of them, can the Viper organization be wiped out? The current Peach Blossom Island forces are very jealous in the whole world, they should not fall into the trap. Lin Shiqing thought of this, and glanced at the furious Lei Yangshan who was standing still at the side. Although the thunder god of fury looked dumbfounded, he still possessed keen perception, and what he felt could be conveyed to Yi Feng exactly. Presumably, the current Yi Feng already knew that OA and Tianhong Rui were going to the headquarters of the Pacific Viper organization, and wanted revenge. Yi Feng, who was flying with his sword in the direction of Huagua, did know about this through the god of furying thunder Yang at this time. What a headache. When Yi Feng thought of Nan Nan and Dao Scar, he felt a little puzzled, these guys are really reckless, so isn't he afraid that a few of them would rush over and end up in a trap? As for Tianhong Rui, Yi Feng also knew that this girl came from the royal family, no matter who bullied her husband, she would definitely get it back thousands of times. In this way, the group got a freighter and set off towards the Pacific Ocean. Yi Feng made some calculations in his heart, so he had to change his route, and decided to find a few people in the Pacific Ocean first. On the island just now, in addition to the people from the Viper organization, there are also 88 constellation killers. Since the other party has kidnapped Obi and set up this trap, there must be a trap waiting for them. Yi Feng would not just sit and watch his brothers fall into the trap, although with the presence of the South, the chance of them having an accident is not high, but Yi Feng still has to go and see if he can catch 88 constellations or other organizations in one go woolen cloth. As for the situation of Yanjing Miao's family, we can discuss it together after we bring everyone back. Soon, Yi Feng sent the suzerain of Kunlun Mountain to Peach Blossom Island and landed there. You just wait here, and I'll come back as soon as I go. Yi Feng said, then turned to warn, but on this island, don't run around, or if something happens, don't blame me for not reminding you. This? The suzerain of Kunlun Mountain looked around. The beautiful Peach Blossom Island and the rich aura of heaven and earth were not inferior to the Kunlun Mountain where he was. Yi Xiaoxia, can you let me meet Madam? The suzerain of Kunlun Mountain asked. He knew that now that he came to Peach Blossom Island, which was Yi Feng's territory, Yi Feng had the final say on every move, otherwise with Yi Feng's ability, he could be wiped out with a wave of his hand. Although he, as one of the 3 great hidden places in Huagua, the suzerain of Kunlun Mountain, has more than 200 years of cultivation, but after seeing Yi Feng's methods, he knew that he was definitely not Yi Feng's opponent. And this Peach Blossom Island, since Yi Feng occupied it, he has never been here again, and at the same time, no one else can come up at will. Obviously, there are many secrets hidden, which he cannot fathom. The current suzerain of Kunlun Mountain only wants to find his wife, Sun Daiqing, and return to Kunlun Mountain. It's been half a year, and I don't know if Madame is doing well here. She and Hua Wuxue are both in the front yard, you go. Yifeng said lightly, but before I come back, please don't leave that courtyard, or you will bear the consequences. Of course, the Kunlun Mountain suzerain's warning to Yifeng would not fall on deaf ears. He quickly agreed, and followed Yifeng to the courtyard where Sun Daiqing and Hua Wuxue lived. There are 2 houses in the north and south in this courtyard. It happens that Sun Daiqing and Hua Wuxue share one room. Yifeng pointed him to the house where Sun Daiqing lived. Let him go in. The suzerain of Kunlun Mountain hurried into the house. Yifeng maintained his phantom sword technique to hide his figure, and flew over the Pacific Ocean with his sword. Not long after, he found a freighter that was heading towards the direction of the small island where Viper's headquarters was located just now. After flying over there, his consciousness swept away, and sure enough, everyone was on this freighter. This freighter was rented by Oe with money, and the original crew of the freighter was still driving it. At this time, there was no cargo on the freighter, only a group of people were sharpening their knives. Oe stood on the deck and looked at the sea area in front of the freighter, with a look of incomparable anger on his face. That hateful Viper organization actually made the idea of kidnapping his son Ob. It's simply impatient to live. In the same mood as him is Tianhong Rui, who is sitting cross-legged behind him, practicing with the sea breeze. Of course, she should be called O Rui now. After following Obi from the Imperial realm to Earth, her relationship with Obi has become even closer, and now they are like husband and wife. If someone dared to kidnap her husband, wouldn't she be too weak not to kill him? Even in the royal family, if someone dared to bully her Tianhong Rui, with her status as a royal soldier, she was enough to deal with most troublemakers. Now on this earth, there are so few cultivators, and they are all cultivating without alchemy cores. It would be strange if she could swallow this breath. There were several people from Peach Blossom Island standing behind the deck and on the side of the freighter. Nanfang was playing with a dagger in his hand, with a playful smile on his face. Scar led his 8 brothers to practice non-stop, catching and fighting 2 by 2, which can be regarded as an actual combat exercise. Li Jibua closed his blinding eyes tightly, and his spiritual consciousness moved around sensitively. Due to the loss of vision, his spiritual consciousness was more sensitive than anyone else. Zhao Yi and Ling Chen are 2 soul cultivators, although they belong to the War Soul Army, but their actions are free. At this time, they are also following the crowd, flying above the freighter, ready to fight at any time. Both of them have been cultivated for just over 100 years. Among the cultivators on the earth today, their strength has reached the top. In addition, they are practicing the soul control art, which has a greater advantage compared with other cultivators on the earth. In addition, there is another person who shares the same hatred with them, and that is Ai Xuanhuan from the Sar tribe in the wild world. At this time Ai Xuanhuan, who has cultivated 120 years, is sitting on the top of the entire freighter, with her little feet up, looking into the distance, with an innocent smile on her face. Her curse technique has not been used for a long time. After all, it is not like ordinary fairy techniques, which can be practiced in normal times. The tribal curse technique she inherited would be fatal if used on people. Of course, it is impossible to use it on her own people in normal times. Yi Feng observed the situation on the entire freighter, and knew that the whole thing must be under the control of the South. This guy's brains have always been very good, and it is impossible to rush to the headquarters of the Viper organization without preparation. The other party kidnapped Obi, notified Lu Yingying on the one hand, and notified Nanfang and others on the other hand. It can be seen that Gigi wanted to catch them all. It's a pity that Yifeng's speed was too fast. He appeared several hours ahead, and directly wiped them out. Even so, the ambushes against the South must still exist, and we must not take it lightly. Yi Feng didn't show up, but took the lead in front of the freighter, and if he found any suspicious things, he would wipe them out immediately. The sky over the sea area was clear and cloudless, and the sea was extremely calm, without any suspicious ships appearing in Yi Feng's field of vision. In such an open place, the role of the naked eye is much greater than that of the spiritual consciousness. Even with Yi Feng's divine sense, he could only detect a distance of 1,200 meters around him, but he could see hundreds of kilometers away at a glance. It's just that the line of sight will be blocked by objects, but the consciousness will not. Seeing that there was nothing in the sea area ahead, Yi Feng thought about it for a while, and with the power of space, he teleported into the sea water below. Immortal art, Dragon Tortoise Hold Breath Formula. When he performed the fairy art, his whole body swam like a fish in the deep sea. Sure enough, there is an ambush here. Once in the sea, Yi Feng swam around, and finally found some clues. In the nearby sea area, there were submarines ambushing one after another. These submarines are not necessarily nuclear submarines, but without exception, they are all models with very large attack and destructive power. He approached a nuclear submarine quietly, and found out that it was indeed the joint submarine fleet of 88 Constellation and Pecan Group, and the purpose of appearing here was to ambush the Nanfeng and others who came to rescue. But now, who is ambushing whom? The corners of Yi Feng's mouth curled up slightly. He probably understood Nanfeng's thoughts. The reason why they insisted on going after Obi was rescued was to lure these ambush guys out. And Yi Feng's arrival had long been within Nanfeng's calculations. After figuring out Nanfeng's plan, Yi Feng did not hesitate at all, and immediately prepared to act. These submarines seem to want to wait until the freighter arrives at the designated location before attacking together, but now, I'm afraid they won't be able to wait for that time. Yi Feng quietly held the quaint xuanhuan sword in his hand, and the power of space surged in the sea water, allowing him to come to the most expensive nuclear submarine among them. Sword fighting. Yi Feng swung his sword with the strongest sword technique, cutting the entire nuclear submarine in half. Yi Feng's offensive finally started, and the people on the freighter above also noticed something, and spread their consciousness to the surroundings one after another. Plop, plop. Scar and his 8 brothers jumped into the sea first, followed by 2 soul cultivators, Zhao Yi and Ling Chen. In the sea area, a war of destruction without any suspense kicked off. What's going on? Didn't this Yi Feng just destroy Viper's headquarters? It's 500 kilometers away from Viper's headquarters. How could that guy come here so quickly? On a submarine, a fat man from the Pecan Group was speaking anxiously. Sir, why are you panicking? A thin man said lazily behind him, even in such a sea area, we still have enough strength to deal with that Yi Feng. As for that freighter, we just need to sink it directly. That's right. This time, our Pecan Group and the 88 Constellation powerhouses are dispatched to get rid of this Yi Feng, so as to avoid future troubles. Now that he is here, it is the best. Another dwarf, wearing dentures, said that his teeth were like a shark's and his eyes were small, which made him look sinister. At the same time, many powerhouses of the 88 constellations lurking on the surrounding submarines started to act one after another. Although there was a mistake with the plan, since Yi Feng appeared, there is no reason to let him go. These 88 constellation cultivators, a total of 40 or 50 people, appeared densely in diving suits from the submarine, and directly met Yi Feng, Dao Scar and others in the sea water. When Yi Feng saw Dao Scar jumping into the sea, he knew that his guess was right. Nanfeng took everything that happened now into account. However, Yi Feng was startled by the many densely packed practitioners who ran out from the remaining submarines. The forces of the 88 constellations are mobilized in full force. But thinking about it, if this battle is won by Yi Feng, even if the 88 constellations are not destroyed, their strength will be less than 1/10 of what they used to be. Is there any point of existence? So it's a fight to the death. However, for Yi Feng, this battle was over before it even started. Scar, the people with you back away first. Yi Feng's spiritual thoughts passed towards Scar, who had jumped into the sea, and then he took out the colorful dragon bow, held it in his hand, and aimed at the sea area where a group of practitioners gushed out in front of him. Yi Feng condensed the arrows very quickly. In less than half a second, a multicolored arrow with the power of Earth-level space had already left the bow of the multicolored dragon, breaking a tornado in the sea water. The vortex turned the entire sea area upside down. Although the 40 or 50 cultivators of the 88 constellations appeared scattered from various submarines, Yi Feng's arrow enveloped the entire sea area in front of him. The power of Earth-level space is raging. The arrow penetrated all the way, creating space and sea vortexes one after another along the way, sucking the cultivators of the 88 constellations in one after another, leaving no bones left. This kind of power far surpassed the cognition of ordinary people on the Earth, and made the opponent's entire submarine fleet panic. Yi Feng is too strong. Destroy them. When Yi Feng's spiritual thoughts came out, Dao Scar and others swarmed up, each cast their magic skills from a distance, and attacked the submarines one by one. And these submarines were not to be outdone, launching torpedoes and missiles one after another, but it was a pity that these were of no use to everyone who had defensive magic. The opponent's entire submarine fleet has a total of 8 submarines, including 2 nuclear submarines. The total value of these submarines is enough to make anyone crazy when they are on the Earth, but now, under the combined attack of Yi Feng, Dao Scar and others, one by one has been destroyed. Not long after, a total of 8 submarines were completely destroyed by Yi Feng and others, and in such a sea area, the submarines were destroyed, and the people inside could hardly survive. Even the few who surfaced in the rescue cabin were watched by Zhao Yi and Ling Chen in the sky above, and they would be killed immediately if they appeared. The whole battle didn't last more than 5 minutes. Yi Feng and others completely wiped out the opponent. This submarine fleet includes the vast majority of people from the 88 constellations, and there is also a part of the power of the Pecan group. The leader of the Pecan group must not be here. It's really wretched. Yi Feng snorted coldly. It seems that he has to find some time to go to the land of the United States to completely deal with the Pecan group. Of course, not now. After all, there are other threats beside him now, such as that fleeting chill. Soon, Yi Feng left the sea, flew up and landed on the stopped freighter, and joined the crowd. Brother Yi, that arrow just now was so handsome. New learner? Immediately, someone started chatting and asking. Even they in the south were incomparably amazed at Yi Feng's arrow that was enough to break through the space just now. Under such an arrow, even they had no room to resist. Although the difference in cultivation between them and Yi Feng didn't seem to be that big, their actual combat power was much worse. Could this be the difference between Dragon Sword Inheritance and other ordinary cultivators? After a long time no see, Yi Feng answered everyone's questions one by one, especially Tianhong Rui. OB is already in Yanjing, we can go back. As for the headquarters of the Viper organization, I have already sunk it. The Viper headquarters is an island, and it was sunk? Everyone thought it was inconceivable, but Yi Feng's words were never false. Judging from the power of the arrow just now, sinking a small island seems really easy. The freighter began to return, and this time the battle of annihilation ended perfectly. Nanfang, tell me about the current situation in the international cultivation world. I heard before that many forces seem to join forces to deal with our Peach Blossom Island. Yi Feng pulled the delicate and handsome Nanfang and asked alone. The leader of this matter is the Pecan Group. The Viper Organization and the 88 Constellation Killer Organization are all participants, but they are all eliminated by us now. Nanfang briefly explained the situation, and Yi Feng finally understood the whole situation. Nanfang, Dao Scar, and others have been acting in the international cultivation world recently, especially dealing with the group of ninjas from the Red Sun Kingdom. It has to be said that the current strength of Nanfeng and others cannot be underestimated. With just a few shots from them, no one in the Red Sun country can stop them. One of the top 4 ninja masters of the Red Sun Nation was directly beheaded by the South in a one-on-one duel before, which shocked the cultivation world all over the world. What the South practiced was from the Ancien Ju of the Ancien school, but because he condensed the core of the pill, what he cultivated was true energy. After practicing the Ancien Ju, his aura was erratic and difficult to track. Even in a formal duel under the eyes of everyone, he could not be noticed at all. As long as you hide your figure well, and then directly use the powerful ghost crying sword technique, you can kill the 4 top ninja masters with one blow. With his 100 years of cultivation, ordinary people in martial arts with 200 years of cultivation can't resist him, let alone in a sneak attack situation. Although it was a duel, with Nan's body skills, it was no different from a sneak attack. If he wants to launch an attack, unless he has divine consciousness and his cultivation level is not lower than his existence, otherwise no one will be able to detect it in advance. Because of this, the rapid rise of Peach Blossom Island has caused panic in the entire international cultivation community. Especially the Picayune group, they had the greatest hatred with Yifeng, so they took the lead in organizing the Anti-Peach Blossom Island Alliance, charged Peach Blossom Island with a threat to human safety, and attracted dozens of cultivation forces around the world, including the Viper Organization and the 88 Constellation Killer Organization. It's a pity that these 2 organizations have now been uprooted by Yifeng. Even so, the Anti-Peach Blossom Island Alliance has definitely not been disbanded, and it is even foreseeable that after that, the other party will find out more crimes against Peach Blossom Island. For example, what violates humanitarianism, sinking the island of the Viper Organization headquarters, etc. Since they are all united, why don't they attack aggressively? Yifeng narrowed his eyes and asked. Brother Yi, you don't know something. Nanfeng smiled, showing a mouthful of white teeth. They are still worried about the other 2 hidden places in Huagua. After all, the ninja circle of Red Sun Kingdom has been hurt, and the Tianju cultivation circle has been closed since the last attack on Peach Blossom Island failed. If, without the restraint of old enemies, Kunlun Mountain and Punlai Island will still be very dreaded by practitioners in the world. Good boy, the Red Sun Kingdom was maimed by you. Yifeng smiled, and then began to think. The Anti-Peach Blossom Island Alliance established by the Pecan Group was not taken seriously by Yifeng. After all, the 2 sides were no longer at the same level. However, Yifeng was quite concerned about the attitude of the other 2 hermits who were Huagua's own people. Yifeng even knew from Qin Yug and his colleagues in the 4th courtyard that soon there will be a vote by the entire power of the Hua Kingdom on whether the Hua Kingdom's martial arts community will help Peach Blossom Island to resist foreign invasion. If the vote is passed, then the entire Hua Kingdom will be monolithic. If the vote is not passed, then Peach Blossom Island will be isolated by the Hua country's cultivation community. Yifeng himself doesn't care, but in this way, Su Menghan, Long Wanner and others may feel very uncomfortable, let alone an old guy like Yi Wendian. These people still have relatively deep feelings for Huagua. If they are isolated by Huagua's cultivation circle, they will definitely not feel good in their hearts. Today that Boyab was kidnapped, and it was Yanjing Miao's family who tipped off the Viper Organization. There was a cold light in Yifeng's eyes. Most of the people who kidnapped him have already been shattered into pieces and sank to the bottom of the sea along with the headquarters of the Viper Organization. We can ignore it. However, this Yanjing Miao family has to find a way to deal with it. Not only that, Huagua has actually researched a part of the space teleportation technology. If Yifeng doesn't take some measures, maybe he will really research the technology of cross-boundary teleportation. In that case, it would definitely be a disaster for the whole planet. Because, the current Earth simply does not have the strength to face the invasion of foreign worlds. Yifeng connected all the clues together, and found that no matter whether it was the international cultivators targeting of Peach Blossom Island or the domestic cultivators' attempt to isolate Peach Blossom Island, they were all directed by Yanjing Miao's family. There is no doubt that the Yanjing Miao family, which controls a large part of the resources and power of the Hua Kingdom, can definitely do this as long as they plan carefully. If it wasn't for the tip-off from the suzerain of Kunlun Mountain, Yifeng really wouldn't have thought of it. After all, the Miao family in Yanjing had already disappeared from his sight. The ambition of this family is not small. After listening to Yifeng's analysis, Nanfeng couldn't help but fell silent. It's not that they can't deal with the Miao family in Yanjing, but it's more stressful to deal with them. After all, many members of the Miao family hold important positions in Huagua. It's impossible for Yifeng and the others to go up and destroy the entire family. Devastating blow. All in all, Yanjing Miao's family cannot be allowed to obtain any more information about space transmission. Yifeng quickly made a decision. After going back this time, in the south, tell Uncle Yang that you must strictly guard the entire Peach Blossom Island, especially the location of the cross-boundary teleportation array, and don't allow any outsiders to come closer. Understood, Brother Yi. Nanfeng nodded. If the cross-boundary teleportation array on Peach Blossom Island was obtained by Huagua, then they would definitely be able to research something, and if they obtained something due to an oversight, it would be too late. This kind of technology is extremely precious, and any country that masters it can lead the world, but it is a disaster for the world. As for those of you who have reached 100 years of cultivation, you can apply to Uncle Yang to go to the wilderness realm to find materials for condensing the Yang God. Yifeng then said with a smile, as an immortal cultivator, cultivation is still the most important thing. Yangshen is an indispensable part of every immortal cultivator's cultivation path. Good. South nodded in agreement. He has wanted to condense Yangshen for a long time, but it is a pity that he has never had the chance, and now he can finally achieve his wish. However, he knew that going back to Peach Blossom Island this time, it might not be so easy to apply to go to Menghuang Realm, because he brought Yifeng's order, so Yang Shuning must take the lead in ensuring the defense of Peach Blossom Island. If all the people who have cultivated for 100 years go to Menghuang Realm, wouldn't the entire Peach Blossom Island be defenseless? And if the South returned late, Yang Shuning would definitely stop her. Thinking of this, Nanfeng sighed sadly. It seems that the days of condensing the Yangshan will have to be postponed. The freighter headed westward, and after more than an hour, it finally approached a pier along the coast of the East China Sea. I'll go back to Yanjing first, and find out the reality of Yanjing Miao's family. Yifeng got off the freighter, suddenly thought of something, turned his head and said to the south, by the way, the suzerain of Kunlun Mountain and the suzerain's wife, you can send them away when you go back, don't let them stay on the island to get in the way. Although he returned to Earth, it seemed that Yifeng's comfortable days still hadn't come. Nanfeng, Dao Scar, and the others returned directly to Peach Blossom Island under Yifeng's arrangement, and brought the results of Yifeng's analysis to Yang Shuning on the island. The Miao family wanted information about the teleportation array, but Yifeng would never give it to him. Not only that, on the Earth, no one can have the data related to the transmission technology, because the current Earth is too weak. Even a world like the Immortal Cultivation world can easily slaughter all the people on the Earth, not to mention other more powerful worlds. Once they come to the Earth, the people on the Earth will have no ability to resist. Everyone split up on the shore. Dragon Bashian, if you are free, you can ask Shu Shu to take you to the Star Alchemy Temple in the Desolate Realm, and accept the inheritance of the Star Alchemy Code. Yifeng said to the handsome young dragon Bashian, by the way, let the power of inheritance see what destiny you are. Yifeng always felt that the fate of the 8 immortals should be unusual, and he still couldn't see the specifics, so he could only find out by asking him to go to the Star Refining Temple. Long Bashian nodded. He and Shu Shu were originally members of the Long family in the martial arts world. Although they didn't have much contact with each other, they knew each other. There is nothing wrong with letting Shu Shu take him to the Menghuang realm. Long Baxian followed Dao Scar, Nanfeng and others to leave for Peach Blossom Island. Yi Feng, on the other hand, went to Beijing with Tianhong Rui and his uncle Oa. Obi is still waiting for them to charge in Yanjing. Yanjing, King Fengyuan. Yi Feng came back with the two of them, and finally saw Obi, who was safe and sound. The two looked at each other and smiled. Xiaozi, what's going on, who caught you? For this, Yi Feng has always been very curious. A member of Miao's family called me and said he had a business deal and asked me to go out and talk alone, but Obi was very upset and said, only halfway, the 5-member team of 88 constellations suddenly appeared and caught me. If I were stronger, how could the 5 of them be my opponent? It really is the Miao family. A cold light flashed in Yifeng's eyes. Now that the Viper organization and the 88 Constellation Killer organization have been wiped out, you don't have to think about it. As for the Pecan group, we will settle accounts with them sooner or later. Our current target is only Yanjing Miao's family. The Miao family? In the hall of the villa, the O family father and son, Lin Shiqing, were a little surprised, but Yi Feng did not expect Yi Feng to target the Miao family in Yanjing. Although Obi was called out by members of the Miao family at that time, he really never thought that it would be the Miao family of Yanjing who made troubles. But now that I think about it, if it wasn't for the passport given by Yanjing Miao's family, how could the 5 guys from the 88 constellations have come to Huagua? For Yi Feng, targeting the Miao family in Yanjing, the O family father and son, and Lin Shiqing didn't have much reaction. If the Miao family is really playing tricks, then it is imperative to deal with the Miao family. A mere Miao family is really not in the eyes of their group of immortal cultivators now. However, Yifeng's tone seemed to say that the entire Miao family was worthless, which made Lu Yingying on the side a little confused. Ever since she saw Yifeng's so-called young god appearing and brought Obi back just now, she has been muttering in her heart, what is this Yi Feng doing? It seems that she has some special abilities that she can't understand. Now it seems that Yifeng's abilities are completely beyond her imagination, even Yanjing Miao's family doesn't pay attention. In Lu Yingying's eyes, the Yanjing Miao family is one of the few large families in the entire Hua Kingdom. It is extremely powerful, and it is absolutely impossible for ordinary people to fight against it. Although Yi Feng and Lin Shiqing seem to have that kind of relationship now, even with Lin Shiqing's help, it is impossible for the entire Lin family to help deal with the Miao family. After all, the impact is too great. Okay, Sister Lu, I'll take you back first, there's nothing to do here. Seeing this, Obi took the initiative to send Lu Yingying back, on the one hand to ensure her safety, on the other hand, he also took the opportunity to lie to her about the current situation and explain it casually, so as not to let her think wildly. It's not suitable for Lu Yingying to know about things like cultivating immortals. Lu Yingying could only nod her head. After all, Obi had already spoken, and she and Obi were already very familiar with each other due to business cooperation. After Obi sent Lu Yingying away alone, Tianhong Rui felt a little uncomfortable staying in the villa. Yi Feng could see that this chick was jealous. Okay, Luo Yi, there is something I haven't told you yet, about your royal family. Yi Feng then called out to her, trying to attract her attention. What happened to the royal family? Tianhong Rui was slightly taken aback, raised his head, and asked, with bright eyes blinking. Goddess General Lu Feng, she. When Yi Feng thought of this, his face darkened. He really didn't expect to encounter such danger outside the wild jungle, and let Lu Feng get lost in it. Although he didn't have much connection with Lu Feng, after all, he had known each other for a while, Yi Feng was naturally uncomfortable because the other party disappeared like this. If he had had enough strength at that time. Yi Feng shook his head, probably until he really became the heir of Dragon Sword, when he first obtained the inheritance, his strength would not be enough to save Lu Feng from beings like the Golden Giant. After briefly talking about the matter in the Menghuang realm, Tianhong Rui was in a trance for a while. In this world, there is such a terrifying existence as the Golden Giant. Even the goddess general Lu Feng is not an all-in-one enemy? It seems that she was really watching the sky from a well in the past. This world is extremely vast. If practitioners like them don't have enough strength, sooner or later they will disappear, like Lu Feng, without any reason. Seeing that Tianhong Rui's mind was transferred to these aspects, Yi Feng nodded in satisfaction. At the side, Lin Shiqing heard Yi Feng talking about the wild world, and her pretty and perfect face was full of worry. The existence of the Golden Giant appeared again. Yi Feng saw it, and was about to say something to comfort her, when his mind suddenly moved. He discovered that the huge vine that he had placed in the space of the blood stone had begun to change. He obtained this huge rattan from the ancient world. At that time, the rattan was attached to an underground storage room, filling up the entire storage room. Now that it was placed in the bloodstone space, Yi Feng didn't notice anything abnormal at first, but now, it unexpectedly began to absorb the power in the bloodstone space. This huge rattan is by no means a simple thing. Yi Feng's face turned serious, and he was going to study this thing first, otherwise, the vine would continuously absorb the power of the blood soul stone, and it might collapse the entire space of the floating continent. After letting Tianhong Rui and Lin Shiqing go to rest, Yi Feng went back to the room alone, and was going to study the giant rattan for a while. He discovered that when this giant rattan began to absorb the power of the surrounding space, it was exactly when its total length reached 10,000 meters. It is estimated that it has grown to a certain level. This giant rattan actually has the ability to absorb space power. This shocked Yi Feng. With a flash of his figure, he entered the bloodstone space. This bloodstone space is now connected to his mind, and because of this, he can suddenly feel the power of the space in it being absorbed by the giant rattan. As soon as he entered the bloodstone space, he immediately felt a faint tearing feeling, just like the feeling that the entire space was absorbed by the giant rattan. Yi Feng's heart trembled, and the power of wind and thunder surged, and he teleported to the place where he placed the giant rattan. This is a bottomless valley. Yi Feng transplanted giant vines into this deep valley, and set up a powerful space barrier around it. Originally, the human beings living in this space of bloodstones had no possibility of breaking through this layer of space barrier, but now, under the absorption of giant rattan, the strength of this layer of space barrier is suddenly reduced to 1/10 of the original strength. 1. Although the feeling is not very strong, Yi Feng knows that the absorption power of this giant rattan is already terrifying. However, the speed of its absorption is still a drop in the bucket compared to the entire bloodstone space. It would take at least a year to absorb the entire bloodstone space, or even collapse the entire space. Even so, it is impossible for Yi Feng to let it continue to absorb. The bloodstone is a very important storage tool for him now. If it breaks down, it will not be so easy to want such a storage space that can allow living things to survive in the future. When Yi Feng landed on the valley where the giant vines were transplanted, he found that the space barrier was already crumbling, and outside the space barrier, there were actually many beings with profound cultivation bases gathered. Those are all cultivators who were originally absorbed into the floating continent and lived in the forest. Each of them has a cultivation base of 1 or 200 years, and even the strongest has a cultivation base of 300 years. At this time, several groups of hundreds of people are surrounding this bottomless valley, preparing to enter it for exploration. Undoubtedly, the fluctuation of the power of absorbing space coming out of this valley attracted them. Perhaps they thought they could use this to get out of trouble. Look, there's someone up there. Dozens of people from Sunhai town immediately spotted Yi Feng, who suddenly appeared above their heads. Sunhai town is exactly the forest town where Su Feiying was put under house arrest at the beginning. Its leader is a burly middle-aged man who was defeated by Lu Feng before, and I am afraid that he will cast a shadow on Lufeng for the rest of his life. At this time, the burly middle-aged leader of Sunhai town caught sight of Yifeng in midair, and couldn't help being surprised. This kid. He is not familiar with Yifeng, he has never even met him, he has only seen Su Feiying and Lufeng. Su Feiying was once under house arrest by him, and Lufeng once killed his people to the brim. He still doesn't know who rescued Su Feiying, who was under house arrest. As for the various changes that occurred on the floating continent due to the arrival of the blood dragon, he didn't even know that it was related to Yifeng. Naturally, the same is true for other people present. That guy, who can fly above the valley space barrier, must not be an ordinary person. Someone immediately speculated about Yifeng. Soon, Yifeng's spiritual thoughts directly passed into the minds of this group of people. This place is dangerous, people who have nothing to do with it leave quickly, or you will bear the consequences. The giant rattan began to absorb the power of space, and when the space barrier was completely destroyed, the space near the deep valley would probably begin to collapse. In this case, if this group of people continues to enter, there is no doubt that there is only a dead end. However, this group of people did not believe what Yifeng said at all. Who is this kid who threatens us so much? That's right, I don't know that our leader has a cultivation base of 320 years, and he is the strongest existence in the vicinity. A group of people looked at Yifeng in the sky with disdain, but the burly middle-aged leader of Sunhai town squinted his eyes, and then he was really angry, and the whole person flew towards Yifeng's place. Young man, seeing your extraordinary strength, if we join forces, maybe we can break the shackles of this world and go to a wider outside world. The spiritual thoughts of the middle-aged leader directly passed into Yifeng's mind. His eyesight is much better than that of his subordinates, he can see Yifeng's goodness at a glance. After all, it is directly above the deep valley, people with weak cultivation can't fly steadily. Even with his 320 years of cultivation, when he flew right above the deep valley, he was staggered by the force of space swept from below, making his flight unstable. On the other hand, Yifeng was as stable as Mount Tai, motionless in the air. Not only this burly middle-aged leader, but also several leaders of forest tribes in other directions, each flew up and conveyed their willingness to seek cooperation to Yifeng. Seeing this situation, Yifeng raised his mouth slightly. These guys don't even know the situation they are in. However, such a group of guys is quite powerful. If they are added together, they are stronger than the current Peach Blossom Island. Even from the outside world, even Yifeng is not the opponent of most of them. Maybe you can absorb these people for your own use. Yifeng thought in his heart, and soon he had a preliminary plan. The first step of this plan is naturally to intimidate these guys, and let them know that Yifeng now has the power to dominate them. Cooperate with you? I don't think it's necessary. When several leaders with 300 years of cultivation flew to Yifeng's side, Yifeng's faint divine sense swept out, accompanied by a burst of strong spatial suppression. Boom! The power of space suppression instantly enveloped them completely, so that they could only display 1/10 of their original strength. A total of 5 chiefs of the forest town with a cultivation base of 300 years changed their faces drastically. It seems that the young people in front of them are not as simple as they imagined, they can suddenly suppress their strength to 1/10 of their original strength. In this way, it became impossible for them to fly and stay directly above the deep valley. All of a sudden, 5 leaders of forest towns, with more than 300 years of cultivation, all fell into the deep valley below. Yifeng watched indifferently and did not rescue him. Even if Yifeng wants to take some people in this forest under his command, he must choose those who can be controlled. The leaders of these 5 forest towns all have more than 300 years of cultivation, and they are all people who are used to being leaders. Yifeng knew that even if he temporarily used tricks to make them obey, he might cause some trouble after he left. That being the case, it is better to get rid of them directly. Second, it can deter other human cultivators living in this forest. Second, it can be regarded as removing some potential threats, which is more conducive to Yifeng's next plan. After their cultivation was suppressed by Yifeng, 5 leaders with cultivation bases of more than 300 years fell all the way. This scene stunned all the human cultivators living in the forest. Judging from the short confrontation between the two sides, the young man in the strange black clothes in the sky was obviously much stronger than their town leader. Just now, it was just a face-to-face meeting, and their 5 forest town leaders fell into the deep valley together. Everyone knows that this deep valley is an extremely dangerous place, especially now. It seems to exude bursts of space destruction. There is only one dead end to enter. These people are naturally not clear about what happened in the deep valley. They only feel that the space barrier is being destroyed, and they think that it is exuding the power of space destruction. As everyone knows, there is a giant vine absorbing the surrounding space power. As long as the remaining space barrier is broken, they will all die. Just like the current 5 forest town leaders. Their figures quickly fell towards the deep valley. Although there was still a thin layer of space barrier in it, under Yifeng's space pressure, the 5 of them directly passed through the space barrier. Completely fell into the depths of the abyss. A burst of terrifying space-absorbing power emanated from the giant rattan, engulfing 5 people in it at once, becoming the nourishment of the giant rattan. Yifeng frowned slightly as he felt the violent space absorption power. It seems that even he can't handle this giant rattan. Others did not see the death of the 5 forest town leaders, but they could also guess what would happen to the 5 people who fell into the deep valley. Seeing this scene, and then contacting the reminder that Yifeng's divine sense sent to them just now, made them all tremble with fear. There were a total of 300 to 400 people around. At this moment, they all panicked and scattered amidst the noise. Originally, they were thinking about whether they could get out of this space through this abnormal situation, but they didn't expect to kill such a young man. Even the forest town leader was defeated by this young man, let alone them. Not long after, there was no one around the entire deep valley, and no one would put their own life and death aside. At this moment, that thin space barrier was finally about to shatter. In Yifeng's perception, the power of the giant rattan is growing continuously, and part of the space in the deep valley has been absorbed and completely collapsed. In the depths of the valley, it became a void. This void is a more terrifying existence than a vacuum. At least there is still space in the vacuum, but in the void, there is no space at all, and it is all broken. Ordinary people may still survive in a vacuum, and immortal cultivators who have attained the Tao realm for 1,000 years can even act in a vacuum. However, if it is replaced by the void, then the immortal cultivators who have attained the Tao realm for thousands of years will all be wiped out in it. If you stay here all the time, it seems a bit inappropriate. Yifeng frowned slightly, and began to think. When the thin space barrier below is broken, the absorption power of the giant rattan will obviously start to be unscrupulous, and the entire bloodstone space will become its food. At that time, Yifeng felt that even he himself might fall into the void created by this giant rattan. Just when he felt it was inappropriate and wanted to retreat temporarily, suddenly a majestic and familiar divine thought came into Yifeng's mind. Boy! This is Void Vine, hurry up and put your blood essence into it, let it absorb and recognize the master. It is the divine sense of the blood dragon. Void vines? Yifeng's expression froze. The giant rattan below turned out to be an existence that even the blood god dragon seemed to value. You know, even precious existences such as the flame of eternal night, the dragon sword inheritance can take out a lot at once. But the void vines are considered a treasure in the eyes of the blood dragon. It can be seen how great potential and power this giant rattan possesses. With its ability to create void, there are not many things in this world that can resist it. If you can master its power, wouldn't it be? Yifeng didn't hesitate at all, when the divine sense of the bloody dragon came, he immediately mobilized his xunqi, forced out the essence blood in his body, and dripped it down into the deep valley below. This void vine is too big. If Yi Feng throws it casually like this, it will definitely be absorbed by it. Even if it can't be thrown on the void vine, it will be absorbed by it like space. Good boy, I got this void vine from nowhere. The divine thoughts of the blood dragon continued to come, with a sense of appreciation. If it hadn't grown to a length of 10,000 meters and started to have the ability to create void, even the deity would not have noticed its existence. Senior, what power does this void vine have? Yi Feng waited for his blood essence to fall into the deep valley, while sending out his spiritual thoughts. He believed that the blood dragon could receive his divine thoughts. Sure enough, the blood god dragon continued to transmit divine thoughts soon, possess the power of the void. Now it has not grown to a sufficient level. If you can give him enough space to grow, it will be a big killer. One shot, even a strong person in the realm of becoming a fairy can't resist it. This divine thought stunned Yi Feng all of a sudden. If this void vine grows up, it can kill a strong man in the realm of immortality at once. This is too scary. You know, the current Yi Feng has never even encountered the existence of the real realm of becoming a fairy. He doesn't know how much cultivation he has in the blood dragon, golden giant, and so on. But just looking at the giant wind dragon and the giant ice dragon that originally inhabited this floating continent, both of them are powerful two-winged dragons in the Dao realm, and their strength is enough to kill hundreds of Yi Fengs. Based on this estimate, a strong man in the realm of becoming a fairy might be able to kill thousands of giant ice dragons. And such a terrifying existence is not a place where the void, vines, and trees unite. When he was being shocked, Yi Feng felt that his blood essence that had fallen into the deep valley finally touched the void vines. Under Yi Feng's feet, in the depths of the valley, the aura of the void vine has gradually emanated, and that thin space barrier is almost unable to stop the void vine. At this moment, Yi Feng's essence and blood finally touched the void vines. Immediately, a vast force of void entered Yi Feng's mind, making him tremble. The power of the void is too powerful, far from being able to withstand the current Yi Feng, but then, another blood-red light flew from the sky, and suddenly penetrated deep into the deep valley, as if shining on the void vines. In an instant, Yi Feng felt that the vines and trees in the void in the deep valley below had disappeared without a trace, and the entire deep valley had completely calmed down. Is that the blood dragon's attack? Yi Feng was stunned and guessed what was going on. Yes, it's me. The divine thoughts of the blood soul dragon came, mixed with anticipation. Boy, it seems that you are lucky enough to get such an existence as the void Fujiki. If you encounter danger in the future, you can use your mind to move the void Fujiki. Changes appear to help you fight. Where is this Fujiki now? Yi Feng sent out his divine sense to inquire. It needs a large enough space to swallow it as nutrients, so the deity temporarily transferred it to another space. The blood god dragon's divine thoughts came. In that space, it can absorb the power of space to its heart's content and grow continuously. If not, I'm afraid your bloodstone space will collapse soon. Thank you, Senior. Yi Feng clasped his fists and said, but thought in his heart, there is still such a space in this world, where the power of space can be fully absorbed by the void vine? He tried it, and found that he could really feel the existence of the void vine with his thoughts, but it seemed that he needed to consume all his true energy to summon the void vine to his side. This thing will be his trump card from now on? Although the void vines have not grown to a certain level, the power of the void it produces is enough to make most people flinch. However, Yi Feng also doubted whether he could completely control the void vines, and he was not very good at using this thing, let alone how many immortal cultivators the current void vines could deal with. No matter what, Yi Feng finally heaved a sigh of relief after figuring out the attributes of the void vine, otherwise he really didn't know how to deal with it. That being the case, it is better to solve another problem together. Senior, take a look at this mummy, is there any special use? Yi Feng took out the mummy in dark black clothes from the shadow realm, and sent out his spiritual thoughts, to ask the blood dragon. This is. The blood dragon took a look, and the divine sense seemed to be a little sluggish. After a while it became more dignified, and continued to be dignified. With your strength, it is not suitable to provoke people in this world for the time being. No matter where you got this, it's a mummy, remember not to go there again in the future. As for this mummy, since it's been dead for too long, it won't be of much use, but... The blood god dragon paused, and continued to send playful thoughts. If you give your void vines as nutrients, it can increase the strength of the void vines, and at least shorten its 1-year growth time. It's so good. Then take it and absorb it. After Yi Feng was surprised for a moment, he immediately made a decision. This mummy came from the shadow realm, and even the blood dragon said that people in this world are very dangerous, so Yi Feng had better not put this mummy on him. It's just right to take it for the void vine to absorb. Anyway, the void vine belongs to him, and it won't hurt to raise his own. In addition, the material of this dress is good. I will take it away first, and I can refine it for you, and then re-refine a fairy-level defensive magic weapon. Then thank you, Senior. Yi Feng said respectfully. With a sound of schwa, the black-clothed mummified corpse in front of his eyes suddenly disappeared, and he knew that it was the blood dragon who took it away by means. Yi Feng didn't take it seriously. In this way, there was nothing strange about him to study. The divine sense of the blood dragon didn't continue to come. It was probably for Yi Feng to refine the defensive magic weapon. Yi Feng checked the depths of the ravine below, and found that the void created by the void vines was filling up at a slow speed, which made him shudder. Could it be that every space in the world has the ability to repair itself? Yi Feng felt a little unbelievable, but the fact seemed to be true. The void below was gradually being filled and restored. Although the speed was very slow, after 10 days and a half, everything would return to normal. Thinking of the terrifying speed at which void vine could devour space just now, Yi Feng couldn't help but feel ashamed. It seems that I already have a growing killer. Soon, Yi Feng came back to his senses, organized his thoughts, and started to implement the plan he had just thought of. If possible, he would like to select some of the people in the Bloodstone space to go to Peach Blossom Island and become the power he can use. Of course, the only people Yi Feng can use in this Bloodstone space are those who have been cultivated for more than 100 years and who have condensed the young god. Yi Feng couldn't believe such a guy 100%, he had to choose selectively. Soon, Yi Feng activated the power of space and came to a nearby forest town. Hey, isn't this the forest town where Master was placed under house arrest? Yi Feng was slightly surprised, and then he didn't think much about it. With a wave of his hand, the spatial suppression force from the Bloodstone directly enveloped the forest town. Boom! As if the Demon King had descended, the entire forest town's buildings were destroyed by Yi Feng at once, and then those cultivators with 100 or 200 years of cultivation were the first to run out, and saw Yi Feng flying above them at a glance. It's the young man in the strange black clothes. Immediately someone exclaimed, just now this young man sent their leader with more than 300 years of cultivation to the deep valley to kill him, which shows that he is not something they can deal with at all. I originally thought that people from forest towns like myself would not be able to catch the eyes of this young man, but I never thought that this young man would come to his door, and it is too late to escape now. They didn't know that in the Bloodstone space, no matter how they escaped, it would be futile. Do you want to leave this bound space? Yi Feng raised his hands, and a faint spiritual thought spread into the minds of everyone below. Down below, besides the 100 or 200 years of cultivation, there are also some children and women, or those who have been cultivated for decades. As soon as they felt Yi Feng's divine sense, the group of people were dumbfounded. Leaving this floating continent? They dream about it. Looking at the reactions of the people below, Yifeng knew that they had been trapped on this floating continent for a long time, and they couldn't wait to leave this place. After all, these people were not originally born and raised here, but were absorbed by the original floating continent as food for the two-winged dragon. These people, from different worlds, live and struggle here. Isn't it just to return to the world they live in? In their original world, there are their relatives, and their nostalgia. Although some people have married wives and had children in this place, they also have the desire to go back. After all, who would want to live in a closed space for a lifetime? In the center of this floating continent, I will set up a checkpoint. As long as you are strong enough, you can pass that checkpoint. Yifeng's divine thoughts passed into the minds of the people below. As long as you pass that checkpoint, you can leave this world, and I can even send you back to your original world. So, if you have confidence in your own strength, then go past that level. After Yifeng finished speaking, he left without looking back. Immediately afterwards, he went to other levels in the forest and repeated the same words. He is going to set up an underground passage level in the center of the floating continent, in which he will use the power of space suppression to condense some intelligent fighting beings to block these people. Once someone can break through that barrier, Yifeng will pay attention. If that person's character is qualified, then Yifeng will let him leave the floating continent. After working on Peach Blossom Island for a certain period of time, Yifeng will be able to take him to the Star Alchemy Temple in the Desolate Realm, and send them back to their own world. This is beneficial to both sides. Yifeng is not purely using them. When Yifeng's strength reaches a certain level, they don't need to defend Peach Blossom Island, then he can send them back. In the Bloodstone space, there is no need for so many people. It is undoubtedly beneficial for Yifeng to dismiss these people one after another, so as not to cause chaos in the Bloodstone space one by one. After passing the news of the existence of that checkpoint to the people in all the towns in the forest, the news swept through the tens of thousands of people living on the entire floating continent like a whirlwind. Some people had built towns in the desert, and when the Wyrs were all dead, they set out to create a new environment for them to live in. This part of the people has more desire to leave this world. All of a sudden, all the people living in the Bloodstone space walked towards the center, looking for the checkpoint that could leave this closed world and lead to the outside world. And Yifeng came to the center of the Bloodstone space, used the power of space suppression to create a complicated maze passage, and at the end of the maze passage, he opened up a rest hall. In this hall, he prepared dozens of rooms, and prepared enough food in each room, so that people who passed through the maze can rest here for a while, waiting for him to take them away. In the labyrinth passage, he arranged enough space suppression force. These space suppression force will condense into shape when someone passes by, attacking the passerby. The condensed objects are all about 1 or 200 years of cultivation. As long as they can pass through this maze passage, they are either lucky enough to have enough wisdom, or have excellent strength, and they can be reused. It's a pity that Yifeng can only use this kind of space-suppressing power in the Blood Soul Stone space, otherwise, he doesn't need to spend all his energy to lure the people here to the outside world, and directly use the space-suppressing power to protect Peach Blossom Island will do. After setting this level, Yifeng nodded in satisfaction, and then left the Bloodstone space. Yanjing, King Fengyuan. Yifeng's figure appeared in his room, and he heard the sound of gurgling water from the bathroom next door, which made him move. Lin Shiqing is the only one who will take a bath here at this time. When Yifeng set the checkpoint in the Bloodstone space, Obi had already come, brought Tianhong Rui back, and left a message, agreeing to meet Yifeng at Yanqing University tomorrow. Now in the whole villa, only Yifeng and Lin Shiqing are left. After a while, the sound of water stopped. A graceful figure in a bathrobe gently opened the door of Yifeng's room, and quietly appeared in front of Yifeng. Who is it, not Lin Shiqing? Looking at her delicate body, Yifeng stepped forward and hugged her, sniffed her twice, then rolled her onto the big soft bed with her. It turns out that 130 years of cultivation has caught up with me. Yi Feng checked the cultivation of the body in his arms. He couldn't help being surprised. The upper limit of cultivation has just reached 130 years. I absorbed the two treasures of heaven and earth that you brought back, and my cultivation has increased. Lin Shiqing's voice was crisp and numb, which made people think about it. Yi Feng checked his meridians, and found that the speed of Dragon Sword Ju's cultivation was indeed very fast. In such a short period of time, the upper limit of his cultivation was almost 140 years. The resources of heaven, material, and earth treasures in me are enough for me to cultivate all the way to 180 years of cultivation. There is no shortage of heaven, materials, and earth treasures for the time being. What is lacking is the condensed heart of the dragon. What Yi Feng needs now is to quickly complete the experience of refining the dragon heart. The sooner the dragon sword inheritance experience can be completed, the better. Unfortunately, there is really no way to take advantage of the condensed dragon heart. I will go to Yanqing University tomorrow, so I should be able to speed it up a bit. After all, Yanqing University is densely populated with students, teachers, and staff members with various emotions, which is of great benefit to condensing the dragon's heart. When he was at Yanqing University, Yi Feng was able to start investigating the affairs of the Miao family while hooking up with Lin Dedian to learn about the current situation in Huagua. I believe that Lin Dedian will find Yi Feng soon and have a chat with him. On the one hand, Yi Feng abducted his beloved daughter. Need him Yi Feng to help again. Immediately afterwards, Yi Feng told Lin Shiqing about the void vine again, which surprised Lin Shiqing, but in her eyes, she had no idea about the existence of the immortal realm, and she couldn't accurately recognize the preciousness of the void vine. It's just that Yi Feng got an ordinary treasure. Regarding this, Yi Feng didn't elaborate. After all, he didn't know much about void vine. All things have a right to speak only after they have been used. Yi Feng has never used void vine before, so naturally he doesn't know much about it, but since he has combined with the consciousness of that thing, he will be able to use it against the enemy sooner or later. The next morning, Yi Feng and Lin Shiqing got up together. After changing into a white floral dress, Lin Shiqing looked extremely fresh, and a pair of long snow-white legs under the skirt aroused endless reverie. Take a taxi to school? Lin Shiqing asked. Although I can teleport you with me now, since we are in Yanjing, it's better not to mess around if there is no urgent matter. Yi Feng thought for a while, and then said, let's go over there. Now is the rush hour for commuting, and there are many people and vehicles on the road. Yi Feng thought that he could take this opportunity to make Longxing more condensed. The two walked on the road. Without a doubt, Lin Shiqing, who was wearing a white floral dress, once again became the focus of people around her. Although Lin Shiqing didn't deliberately dress up, with her height, skin, and already beautiful face, she could attract countless people without any attire. The two walked all the way. Yi Feng only felt that there were people staring at Lin Shiqing along the way. Fortunately, her clothes were never too open, and there was no possibility of her being exposed, otherwise Yi Feng would be at a loss. As it is now, Yi Feng enjoys it quite a bit. Man, although he is far beyond the scope of the earth now, his vanity still exists. More importantly, he could feel that a series of different emotions were continuously absorbed by Shenlong's heart along the way. Among them are the anxiety of being late for work, the amazement and envy of seeing Lin Shiqing, various emotions troubled by life, and a few people who are in good spirits on happy occasions. In Yanjing, a big city where every inch of land is expensive, the population density is extremely high. Within a kilometer of Yi Feng, there are tens of thousands of people busy working. It's not going to the city center yet. If it goes to the city center, it will be even more overwhelming. This was obviously something Yi Feng liked. The heart of the dragon absorbs emotions very quickly, and it must not take long for the second change. Yi Feng was looking forward to that day. With his and Lin Shiqing's physiques, it didn't take long to walk from Qingfeng Heyuan to Yanqing University, and they didn't feel tired at all. Soon the two came to the gate of Yenqing University. Seeing the scene of people coming and going, Yifeng couldn't help feeling that the last time he was at Yenqing University was a long time ago, and his status as a college student is really not worthy of the name. If it wasn't for him to condense the heart of the dragon this time, I'm afraid he wouldn't have stayed at Yenqing University for a while in his life. When he appeared at the gate of Yenqing University together with Lin Shiqing, he immediately attracted the attention of many people around him. Not only was Lin Shiqing's beautiful figure attractive to people, but it was also the attraction of gossip to them. Have you heard? The goddess and a man went to Jinghua Hotel for dinner last night, and they were very intimate. Could it be this guy in the black shirt? There's nothing special about it. How could the goddess be with him? In Yenqing University, Lin Shiqing has already been dubbed the title of goddess, which shows her popularity in Yenqing University. At this time, Lin Shiqing was already a senior of many seniors, and she didn't often appear in front of people, which made people even more speculative. As for Yifeng's identity, it has been such a long time. Apart from the few people who were impressed, who knows who this guy is? And those who will be impressed by Yifeng are only a few specific people, those guys who once provoked Yifeng and were taught a lesson by Yifeng. Sister, morning. At this moment, a sunny and cheerful male voice came to the ears of the two of them. Yifeng turned his head and saw a cheerful and handsome young man in a white shirt, grinning and greeting Lin Shiqing. From his eyes, it is not difficult to see his obsession with Lin Shiqing and Yifeng's love. Suspicion of identity. Zhang Kuei, good morning. Lin Shiqing replied with a smile, then took Yifeng's arm, walked straight into the school gate, and directly announced Yifeng's identity. This scene made that Zhang Kuei's face change all of a sudden. This young man in a black shirt is really in a relationship with the goddess Lin Shiqing in his heart. The handsome young Zhang Kuei succeeded Lin Shiqing as the student or chairman of Yenqing University. Just like Kai Xiaohong before him, he enjoyed a high reputation among the students. As for Lin Shiqing, Zhang Kuei naturally wanted to get her, but it was a pity that Lin Shiqing's identity made him dare not mess around at all. A member of the Yenjing Lin family, the daughter of the leader Lin Dedian. If Zhang Kuei dared to do something to Lin Shiqing, it would definitely not end well. Seeing Lin Shiqing gradually walking into the campus holding the arm of the young man in black shirt, Zhang Kuei's face was gloomy, and he thought about it carefully. Before he came to Yenqing University, it seemed that Lin Shiqing had a fiancé named Yifeng. Could it be that the guy in the black shirt was that Yifeng? Zhang Kuei was obsessed with Lin Shiqing, so he had naturally investigated her past affairs, and had a certain understanding of Yifeng. This guy, it is said that he was a good-for-nothing at first, but he suddenly exerted himself during the college entrance examination and was admitted to Yenjing University with the best grades in the whole school. Then it was widely rumored that he and Lin Shiqing were engaged. It is said that the boy next to him there are many other beauties, including the former school belle Sumenghan, Zi Jianlan, and so on. There was a complicated light in Zhang Kuei's eyes. The current Yenqing University already has a new generation of campus flowers, and Sumenghan and Zi Jianlan have not been to Yenqing University for a long time, which disappointed many people. Many people speculated that these two girls must have been secretly taken care of by someone. Otherwise, how could they have given up their studies at Yenqing University and disappeared without a trace? Moreover, the school did not issue any statement, but instead kept it secret. All in all, this Yifeng is definitely the key figure in this series of events. Zhang Kuei thought so. He walked towards the school gate in 2s and 3s, wanting to catch up with Yifeng and Lin Shiqing, to communicate with them, and to find out. Yifeng felt Zhang Kuei chasing him, and frowned slightly. What is this guy trying to do after chasing him? Senior Lin, who is this? Zhang Kuei caught up and asked Lin Shiqing directly. He had some exchanges with Lin Shiqing recently, but it was bold. It's my boyfriend, Yi Feng. Lin Shiqing answered straightforwardly, her tone was neither cold nor hot. Obviously she was not very familiar with Zhang Kuei, and her spiritual sense also saw the shadow on this man's face just now, and her impression of him was a bit worse. It turned out to be Senior Yi. It's a pleasure to meet you. Zhang Kuei smiled when he heard this, and stretched out his hand towards Yi Feng, as if he wanted to make friends. It's just that Yi Feng completely ignored his outstretched hand. You talk, I'll leave first. Yi Feng said indifferently, turned his head to look aside, and left in a hurry. This action made Zhang Kuei's face turn green when he stretched out his hand. He didn't expect that he took the initiative to make friends with this Yi Feng, but this Yi Feng completely ignored him. Zhang Kuei watched Yi Feng leave as if he was ignoring him. He was not angry. He thought to himself that although Yi Feng seems to have some relationship with the Yanjinglin family, but he doesn't have any background. And the Zhang family where Zhang Kuei works is also in line with the Lu group. It is said that there are people in the current Lu group who have risen again, and their Zhang family can also take this opportunity to jump up. This status is obviously not bad compared to Yi Feng, and he is also the chairman of this year's Yanqing University Student Union, so he has a strong ability to handle affairs and has a bright future in the future. Comparing the two, Zhang Kuei feels that he is not inferior to Yi Feng at all. I don't know, what is it about Yi Feng that Lin Shiqing is attracted to? Zhang Kuei was secretly resentful here. Lin Shiqing was also a little puzzled, wondering why Yi Feng left after leaving a word. As everyone knows, Yi Feng didn't leave like this, because he wanted to ignore Zhang Kuei. The fundamental reason was that just now, Yi Feng once again felt a palpitating chill at the edge of the detection range of his consciousness. And pass. Ever since he felt this chill in Qingfeng Huyuan Villa last time, Yi Feng has always kept it in his heart, knowing that it is a very threatening existence to him. I didn't expect to feel that chill again near Yanqing University. Obviously, the existence exuding that chill has been following Yi Feng all along. From the fact that the other party has been wandering around me, it can be seen that he knows my whereabouts very well, and his cultivation level should be much higher than mine. Yi Feng immediately guessed. However, the other party made me feel that chill on purpose. Could it be to lure me over? For some reason, Yi Feng always felt that the opponent this time was very difficult. Although his cultivation level was definitely not as good as that of Xiaoyao, the head of the Luoha Immortal sect who chased to Earth, he was definitely more difficult to deal with. The opponent this time is obviously waiting for something. It goes without saying that he will only attack at the best time. After Yi Feng thought about it for a while, he probably knew that the other party's purpose was definitely to kill him, and just like Xiaoyao, he was ordered by a certain force. Since it tempts me to go there, I'll take a look. A cold light flashed in Yi Feng's eyes. I just got the Void Vine tree. I haven't seen its power yet. This time, let's let it play well. His figure was like a shadow. He walked through the buildings near Yanqing University, and ran towards the place where the chill came from just now. The distance of more than 1,000 meters is almost there in an instant. Yi Feng came to a small alley where no one passed by, and he could even feel the trace of the chill left here. Without a doubt, here it is. Yi Feng slowed down, and walked towards the center of the alley, with a puzzled look on his face, but in his heart, he was extremely vigilant, ready to use the divine brilliant sword technique, heaven and earth useless to defend, and he was also ready to put on the dragon scale armor. As long as there are not too many powerful beings beyond Yi Feng, it is absolutely impossible to kill Yi Feng with one blow. And as long as Yi Feng survived, he would have a chance to counterattack. Suddenly, a gust of dark wind flashed from Yi Feng's back, followed by an extremely fierce blow, and swept towards Yi Feng's back silently. Well done. Yi Feng had been prepared for a long time. The dragon scale armor flashed and directly put it on him. Divine brilliant swordsmanship, heaven and earth are useless. A double layer of protection appeared in front of Yi Feng. In this way, unless it was in existence with a cultivation base of more than 500 years, it was absolutely impossible to kill Yi Feng with one move. It turned out to be a soul cultivator. While Yi Feng was using defensive swordsmanship, he also discovered the identity of the other party. It turned out to be a soul cultivator, but he couldn't detect his specific cultivation level. Soul cultivators are not only born with the ability to hide their bodies, but their ability to cover their own aura is much better than ordinary immortal cultivators. Yi Feng calculated quickly. With his current cultivation base of 130 years, the total amount of true energy is too far behind that of an immortal cultivator with a cultivation base of 200 or 300 years, but in terms of the power of swordsmanship, it is not much different. Firstly, Yi Feng possesses the dragon sword, and secondly, Yi Feng has comprehended the highest level of sword fighting techniques. The combination of these two alone can allow him to display the power of nearly 200 years of cultivation. Secondly, the heart of the dragon condensed the first level, and also enhanced his swordsmanship power by 30%. Adding it all together, even a cultivator of more than 200 years would not be his opponent. However, the cultivation level of the soul cultivator who appeared in front of him is obviously much higher than that of more than 200 years ago. For Yi Feng, it was very difficult to kill the opponent, but it was even more difficult to capture the opponent alive. He also thought that if he could capture the other party alive, he would not only be able to find out who was behind the scenes, but also find a way to find out more advanced soul cultivation methods. Up to now, as a primary soul cultivation method, the soul control art has revealed its disadvantages of slow cultivation speed. The soul cultivators of the Battle Soul Army, the average cultivation level of all of them is already lower than the other people who practice other mental methods on Peach Blossom Island, but they consume the same amount of natural materials and earthly treasures. After a few more years like this, the cultivation bases of the two sides may be completely different. Obtaining a more advanced soul cultivating method is undoubtedly what Yi Feng urgently needs now, but the soul cultivating method is not so easy to obtain. It was too late to say, but it was so fast at that time. Yi Feng flashed these thoughts as soon as he changed his mind, and the fierce offensive of the soul cultivator had already reached Yi Feng. The opponent's attack obviously had the idea of killing him. Amidst the loud bang, Yi Feng's dragon scale armor was the first to be crushed by the opponent's powerful blow, and a tyrannical soul-breaking force smashed the dragon scale armor to pieces. But in this way, the dragon scale armor also resisted 50% of the opponent's power, and bounced back 10% of the power. It's a pity that this 10% of the rebounded power can't do anything to the opponent's soul cultivator at all. This guy is obviously a professional killer, and he has long been prepared to protect himself while killing people. The remaining blow that condensed the power of breaking the soul still had 40% of its power left, and it directly bombarded the white sword energy barrier created by xuanhuan swordsmanship heaven and earth woo-woo. Bang bang bang, the sword energy barriers shattered one by one, and the remaining 80% of the power was once again resisted. Those who finally attacked Yi Feng were less than 10% of the original power of that move. But even so, if the remaining power hit Yi Feng completely, it would still be able to knock him out of his wits. The attack of a soul cultivator is extremely difficult to resist with the body, let alone the attack of a soul cultivator with a very high level of cultivation. At a critical juncture, Yi Feng took out the soul cauldron from the storage space of the dragon sword token. Swish! He urged his 3 souls and 7 souls, and plunged into the soul cauldron at once, but his body endured the blow of the other party's soul-breaking power. However, the blow of the opponent's soul-breaking power only had an effect on the 3 souls and 7 souls of the person. It hit Yi Feng's body, and it actually penetrated directly. After the soul-breaking power passed through Yi Feng's body, it bombarded heavily on the soul cauldron. A burst of violent energy radiated from the divine soul cauldron. Although only 10% of the power left in that soul cultivator's tyrannical blow, If Yifeng's 3 souls and 7 souls are attacked head-on, there is absolutely only one dead end. But now, the soul cauldron has withstood this tyrannical blow. Yifeng's 3 souls and 7 souls came out of the soul cauldron in an instant, and returned to his body. His whole body broke out in a cold sweat. This is explained here. Yifeng suddenly hid in the soul cauldron, avoiding the fatal blow, and surprised the attacking soul cultivator, and then his figure dissipated, and his shadow-like figure suddenly disappeared in mid-air. He disappeared, as if he had given up on this sneak attack. Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief on the surface, but he was secretly vigilant in his heart. He didn't believe that the other party would give up so easily, and he put the soul cauldron into the dragon sword token at once. It seemed that this thing would really work against soul cultivators in the future. But after Yifeng's 3 souls and 7 souls entered the divine soul cauldron, he saw the soul of Li Jibua, who was still sleeping. This blind man burned his life in the wild world, leaving only his soul in the soul cauldron, and he has not woken up until now. Yifeng shook his head. Now is not the time to think about it. He looked at the dragon scale armor shattered into dozens of pieces with some pity. Fortunately, this magic weapon can resist the power of breaking the soul. Otherwise, even the soul cauldron would not be able to fully protect Yifeng's 3 souls and 7 souls. However, without the dragon scale armor, if the opponent attacks again, Yifeng feels that he might not be able to resist. Just as he was thinking this way, he suddenly found a flash of light in the storage space in the dragon sword token, and then something that Yifeng had never seen appeared in it. This is? Yifeng was startled, and hastily probed towards the dragon sword token's divine sense. What he saw was a deep black shield with fiery red luster shining on it. From this shield, Yifeng could feel the aura of a fairy-level magic weapon. Another fairy artifact? The blood dragon is so interesting. Yifeng was overjoyed. This deep black shield was obviously made of the clothes that the blood dragon had taken away from the mummy before, and it was not known what material it was made of. The blood soul dragon seems to have added some other materials to make it into a fairy-level shield. As soon as he lost a piece of dragon scale armor, another shield at the level of a fairy weapon appeared, and Yifeng's depressed mood after being attacked just now was wiped away. Although I don't know what's special about this deep black shield, but since it's a fairy-level magic weapon, there must be something special about it. Compared with the dragon scale armor he just shattered, the defensibility of this deep black shield must be much stronger. Since it was made by the blood dragon, and it has such a color, this shield should be called the blood shield. Yifeng felt the tyrannical aura emanating from this shield and was very satisfied. The most important thing is that this shield appeared in the space of his dragon sword token, and it has not emitted any breath fluctuations, so it will not be known by anyone. The assailant who launched the attack just now, a soul cultivator who doesn't know how to cultivate, will certainly not know that Yifeng has a more powerful defensive magic weapon. If Yifeng were the soul cultivator killer, he would definitely take this opportunity to launch another attack. After all, he had just smashed the opponent's defensive magic weapon, and the opponent was in a defenseless state, so the success rate of another attack was extremely high. Even if it was Yifeng, he would never have imagined that the opponent would get a stronger defensive magic weapon again at this time. As long as the soul cultivator strikes again, look for an opportunity to summon Void Fujiki even if he is seriously injured. Yifeng made up his mind. The movement of that attack just now has already caused many doubtful crowds outside the alley. Yifeng did not stay where he was, but quickly shifted his position, and moved towards Yanqing University, making a face, the appearance of running away. His consciousness quickly enveloped Lin Shiqing of Yanqing University, knowing that there was no problem there, and the soul cultivator killer did not attack Lin Shiqing. It's really a competent killer, but this killer is really good, I like it. Yifeng appreciated that the opponent didn't have any intention of attacking the people around Yifeng, and he didn't know what kind of killer organized it, so professional. Only killers who are not confident in their own strength will deal with the people around the target. When you have enough strength, you only need to kill the target and the task is completed. Why bother with other people around the target? Just as Yifeng ran away and came to another alley. Hoo-hoo! A gust of dark wind appeared behind Yifeng, and the soul cultivator silently came behind Yifeng and cast a more powerful soul technique towards his back. A tyrannical soul power was condensed, and it actually divided into 3 directions, breaking through the void and coming. This time, Yifeng didn't even have time to summon the divine soul cauldron and let the 3 souls and 7 souls separate and enter it. The opponent's attack came too fast, even using the power of space, the shattered void teleported in front of him, and the 3 ghost blades stabbed straight at him like this, ghost blood shield. Yifeng didn't have time to let the 3 souls and 7 souls leave the body and enter the divine soul cauldron, but he did have the time to summon the blood shield from the storage space. After all, taking out items from the storage space is only a matter of a second. The blood-colored immortal shield appeared in the deep black beside Yifeng without a sound. Yifeng's true energy rushed into it, and the blood shield instantly transformed into several layers of true energy barriers, which were actually mixed with some Earth-level space power. Sure enough, the product of Blood Soul Dragon must be a high-quality product. Yifeng was overjoyed. This Xinqi barrier is mixed with the power of Earth-level space. Unless the strength reaches a certain level, it is absolutely impossible to break through these layers of defensive barriers. It's just that Yifeng activated these layers of defensive barriers and consumed all his true energy. It seems that the conditions for using these immortal weapons are indeed very high. A deep black Xinqi barrier mixed with blood color suddenly appeared in front of Yifeng, resisting the ghost blades attacking from 3 directions. Boom! After the crisp sound, one of the true energy barriers shattered, and the remaining 4 layers of true energy barriers, the power of the Earth-level space contained in them, dispelled the opponent's attack all at once. This scene surprised the sneak-attacking soul cultivator again. This target called Yifeng has a lot of tricks, and he knows how to show one hand and hide the other. In the situation just now, he thought this kid had no tricks. It seems that it is impossible to kill this kid with one blow, and the killing strategy has to be redesigned. The soul cultivator killer was thinking this, but Yifeng made up his mind not to let him escape like this. The void vines he had prepared for a long time were finally coming in handy. When Yifeng's nether blood shield released a true chi barrier to block the opponent's ghost blade, he immediately swallowed a drop of Luotian water, and began to activate the renewed true chi in his body. These true chi, combined with Yifeng's blood essence, immediately attracted the void vines that were raised by the blood dragon in an unknown space. The powerful force of the void immediately surged out from Yifeng's body, shocking the mind of the soul cultivator behind him who just wanted to leave. Having been a killer for so many years, he certainly knew that the kid in front of him might be using some terrifying means. Although he was curious, he didn't stay to find out. In this world, in many cases, curiosity will kill people. It's a pity that when the soul cultivator wanted to break through the space and leave, he found that the space in this area was completely blocked. Even the power of the mysterious space that he comprehended could not break through this layer of space blockade, which shows the high level of this space blockade power. When the power of space goes up to a higher level, its power is not at the same level, and no amount of cultivation can break through. Immediately afterwards, he saw the target in front of him, that young man named Yifeng. Some giant and terrifying vines began to emerge from his body, quickly covering the boy completely. The power of the void. The soul cultivation killer was shocked, and finally thought of the name of the terrifying power in front of him. This kind of power, even in his organization, is extremely high-end power. Even if he comprehended the power of mysterious space before he reached the realm of Tao, he is very talented, but he is not qualified enough to obtain the power of the void. Void vines. The soul cultivator was floating in mid-air, and he had basically given up the idea of escaping, because under the power of the void, he had no possibility of escaping at all. Even though the void vine tree in front of him is immature, or even just beginning to grow, the power it possesses is not something he can resist and break through. With his knowledge, he even recognized that it was void vine, which shows that it came from a very high-end force, and it is definitely much stronger than the royal family. This kid actually owns Void Fujiki. What kind of character is it? The soul cultivator was very unwilling. No way, the mission he accepted this time was not taken very seriously by the organization, but it was said that the client was a powerful race from another world. Even so, the organization only regards this task as a small experience, which should be very simple. Unexpectedly, even the Void Fujiki appeared now. The soul cultivator knew that even his organization had been tricked by that powerful race this time. From the very beginning, that race never thought that he could kill this young man with his 400 years of cultivation. And as long as he is left in this world and loses his life, the organization will definitely pay more attention to this young man, and even take the initiative to send stronger killers to deal with him. In this way, the powerful race that issued the commission can get rid of the target it wants to get rid of at the smallest cost, and no matter how bad it is, it can stir up hatred between its own organization and this young man, and then reap the benefits of the fisherman. It's right to think about it. How could such a powerful race have hatred against such a young man from a small country world? The soul cultivator immediately knew that this Yi Feng was not ordinary, at least, his identity was very unusual. He was definitely not an ordinary person in such a small rural world on Earth. However, it was useless for him to think clearly now, because the void vines in front of him had begun to expand, and the power of the void filled the entire enclosed space. Lock him up. With Yi Feng's mind moving, the void vine directly emitted enough powerful void power, directly locking the soul cultivator killer in midair. The current Yi Feng's face was dripping with sweat, because this void vine tree is really too powerful. Even if it just started to grow, its power is not something he can control at will. Even though the current Yi Feng has combined with the essence and blood of this void vine, but the other party is too strong, he is still not very obedient. Yi Feng had already taken several drops of Luotian water in a row, and he was able to barely control the void vine and prevent its void power from fully erupting. Otherwise, the surrounding space would be completely reduced to void. You know, this is the downtown area of Yanjing. If a void area appears here, it will have a subversive impact on the whole world. Anyway, Yi Feng didn't want this level of power to be known by people in this world. Not even the Chinese government. He tried his best to suppress the entire void vine tree, but on the surface he looked very leisurely and contented, and his spiritual thoughts passed to the locked soul cultivator killer. Say, who entrusted you to kill me? Such a professional guy is definitely a killer. Such a killer, Yi Feng didn't think about finding out anything from him, but at least he can give it a try. What if the other party says everything? It's a member of the Sky Clan. The spiritual thoughts of the soul cultivator coldly passed into Yi Feng's mind, which lifted his spirits. People of the Sky Clan. Yi Feng didn't expect this soul cultivator to answer him, and also told him such explosive news all at once. It turned out that it was the people of the Sky Clan who did it. Yi Feng faintly felt something was wrong. Logically speaking, shouldn't the killer organization keep secrets for clients? This soul cultivator did the opposite. Young man, you and the Sky Clan should have some quarrels, but based on what you have mastered, even this void vine may not be a match for the Sky Clan. The soul cultivator's spiritual thoughts came one after another. If you kill me today, then what you will face is the organization I belong to, and the joint stranglement of the Sky Clan. But if you keep me, there will be if I mediate among them, the organization I belong to will also stand with you to deal with that stingy race of the Sky Clan. Pensive? Yi Feng did not expect the killer to say such words, but he is not stupid. After thinking about the words of the soul cultivator killer, he understood the general situation. This made Yi Feng sneer in his heart. The Sky Clan, wanting to let the members of the clan get the dragon sword inheritance, actually used such a trick, hired killers to kill other dragon sword successors secretly. However, the Sky Clan never imagined that Yi Feng would be able to get such things as void vine trees and the strong support of the blood dragon. The soul cultivator killers they hired found that the opponent was far from being able to fight against them, and immediately put their Sky Clan into a trap. To be honest, Yi Feng's heart started to struggle now. This soul cultivator killer, let him go or not? Yi Feng raised his head, and looked at the soul cultivator floating in mid-air. It was just an ethereal black shadow to the naked eye. Yi Feng felt that he was completely surrounded, and the void vines he controlled were constantly absorbing the true energy in his body. If it goes on like this, no matter how much Luotian Shui there is, it won't last long. He had to make a decision quickly, whether to kill the soul cultivator directly, or let him go and try to cooperate with him. To be honest, Yi Feng was very entangled in this matter. If he killed him directly, in case, as the other party said, let the Sky Clan and some killer organization attack him together, it would be very difficult for him to deal with now. But if this soul cultivator killer is released, what if the other party escapes? It was not that easy for Yi Feng to summon the void vines, and if the other party made up his mind to escape, he would have no way to stop him. However, he raised his head and looked at the black shadow of the soul cultivator, and their eyes met. This time, it made Yi Feng make up his mind. Receive. Yi Feng's true energy dissipated, and he sent the void vine directly back to the special space for breeding. Where is that space? Yi Feng doesn't know, but as long as Yi Feng gives up control of void vine will automatically return to the space arranged by the blood dragon. The tyrannical void power finally dissipated, and the soul cultivator killer in mid-air also broke free. He didn't take the opportunity to escape, instead he condensed into a shape, showing a handsome youth image in front of Yi Feng. However, this young man is somewhat different from the humans on Earth, especially his eyes are pure black without any whites. This makes the sky look darker, and it is really suitable as a soul cultivator killer. Of course, the soul cultivator can control the image at will by condensing the soul body. It only needs to consume a small amount of soul power. Yi Feng doesn't know if this guy is looking at him with a positive face. Let's talk about it. Yi Feng faintly transmitted his divine thoughts. Very good. The soul cultivator also sent back his spiritual thoughts lightly. My name is Xing. We have the same goal, so we can talk about it. However, I hope you can show enough cards to show your sincerity, otherwise there is no need for our cooperation to continue. Gone. Yi Feng received the other party's divine thoughts, feeling a little funny in his heart. Obviously he just spared the other party's life, right? This kid actually underestimated him. The meaning of this killing star is obviously that Yi Feng has enough whole cards to be qualified to cooperate with their killer organization. Otherwise, the killing star would rather run back to the organization first, and then send someone to kill Yi Feng again. It was a mistake in estimating Yi Feng before, but now it is not so simple to send someone here. How could Yi Feng let him get what he wanted? It is even more impossible to benefit the Sky Clan behind it. In any case, since he knew that the Sky Clan was behind the scenes this time, Yi Feng would definitely inform the Dragon Sword inheritance of this matter. As everyone knows, because Yi Feng used the Void Vines, the Blood Soul Dragon has already noticed what is happening here. Therefore, when Yi Feng dispelled the Void Vine, the Blood Soul Dragon had already started to investigate this matter. Although the words came out of Xing's mouth, whether it was really the Songqiong clan's tricks, the Blood Dragon must go through some investigation. If it is true, then that young man from the Songqiong clan might lose his qualification to inherit the Dragon Sword. Yanqing University. In the campus, Xing condensed into a handsome young man in black, walking with Yi Feng in a black shirt, attracting the attention of many girls in the campus. It has to be said that Xing's appearance is much more handsome than Yi Feng's, even enough to make some girls fall in love at first sight. This point can be seen just by watching so many girls pointing at Shaxing along the way and talking in a low voice. Yi Feng doesn't have any feelings of jealousy. If he wants, he can become more handsome, but what's the use of being handsome? Soon, the two came to the place where they were separated from Lin Shiqing and Zhang Kuei before. The two still stayed at this place. Zhang Kuei kept talking, but Lin Shiqing ignored him, and just kept feeling Yi Feng's position with his spiritual sense. Until now, seeing that Yi Feng was fine, he felt relieved. Seeing Yi Feng and Shaxing approaching, Lin Shiqing quickly went up to meet her, her slim body forming a beautiful landscape of Yanqing University. Seeing this, Zhang Kuei quickly followed up. Seeing the killing star beside Yi Feng, he was quite upset. It turns out that Yi Feng went to meet such a handsome guy. Yi Feng's ignorance of him before made Zhang Kuei unhappy until now, and he must find an opportunity to humiliate these two guys later. He was also curious about Shaxing's identity, but he had never seen such a handsome young man before, and he didn't seem to belong to the elite circle of Yanjing. At this time, Yi Feng had already told Shaxing that he was one of the trainees of the Dragon Sword Inheritance, and he had a conflict with the Sky Clan on this level. Saying so, Shaxing immediately understood. No wonder the Sky Clan didn't dare to attack Yi Feng directly, but entrusted them to organize it. It turned out that the two parties were actually competing for the inheritance of Dragon Sword. Practitioners of the Dragon Sword Inheritance can kill each other, but they can only rely on their own strength, not external forces. Regardless of whether the Zhangqiang clan sent someone to kill Yi Feng or entrusted an outsider to kill Yi Feng, if Long Jian found out, the result would be disqualification of that young man from the Zhangqiang clan as an inheritor. Not only that, but it will also discredit the Zhangqiang clan in front of the Dragon Sword Inheritance and lose their reputation, which is very detrimental to the future development of the Zhangqiang clan. You know, the Dragon Sword Inheritance is quite an influential force in this world. Since Yi Feng is one of the trainees of Dragon Sword Inheritance, Killing Star immediately paid more attention to Yi Feng. Even if he belongs to the killer force, its level is not as good as Dragon Sword Inheritance. If they can make friends with a future successor of the Dragon Sword, it will be beneficial to the entire organization, and judging from the current situation, Yi Feng's potential is still quite large. Shaxing could tell that Yi Feng's talent was very good. Apart from that, he didn't pay attention to immortal artifacts, and only void vines, which showed Yi Feng's infinite potential in the future. If the void vine grows up, this Yi Feng will definitely be a giant in this world from now on. Because of this, Shaxing's attitude towards Yi Feng improved a lot, so he was willing to have a good talk with him. Among them, Yi Feng's identity as a practitioner of the Dragon Sword Inheritance played a key role, and the other was Void Fujiki. As for whether Yi Feng can become the last successor of Dragon Sword, Shaxing is obviously more optimistic. As a person from a non-hierarchical world, your current achievements are already very impressive, but in the future, you may reach a higher level. The idea of killing the star came, and the words "world without hierarchy" caught Yi Feng's attention. What is this thing? This is the first time Yi Feng heard that there are different levels in each world. In this world, there are far more worlds than those detected by Star Refining Valley, and even far more than the 3,000 worlds that Yi Feng thought. Every world has the same set of standards for classifying. The non-hierarchical world that Shaxing mentioned should be the Earth. This guy definitely wouldn't know that Yi Feng was born in the world of cultivating immortals. Just as Yi Feng wanted to ask about how the worlds are divided, Lin Shiqing and that Zhang Kuei had already arrived beside them. Lin Shiqing didn't say much. She knew that since Yi Feng came here with this handsome young man, he must have something to communicate with this handsome young man, so she just stood aside. But Zhang Kuei is different. He made up his mind to take revenge on Yi Feng for ignoring him just now. He ran forward and sneered, "Yi Feng, you are so rude. I greeted you, but you just walked away." Are you still a student of Yanqing University? As soon as Yi Feng said this, before Yi Feng said anything, the Shaoxing beside him raised his brows. In the current world where there is no division of ranks, in Shaoxing's eyes, there is only one Yi Feng who can fall into his eyes. Now, there is someone who doesn't know what is talking in front of him. Although he doesn't know what the arrogant man in front of him is, how can Shaoxing be polite to him? Even Shaoxing didn't even move his hands, but just glanced at Zhang Kuei lightly. Zhang Kuei only felt that his whole body seemed to have fallen into an ice cellar, as if even his internal organs had been frozen into ice cubes. He didn't know why the look of the handsome young man in front of him had such power. Isn't this guy a human? Just thinking about it, Zhang Kuei suddenly lost consciousness. In the eyes of others, Zhang Kuei flew upside down and fell into a nearby pond. Yi Feng narrowed his eyes. This guy was really unlucky. He ran up and bumped into Shaoxing's gun, but because Yi Feng had explained to Shaoxing before, Shaoxing didn't kill him, otherwise this guy would definitely be dead up. The reason why Yi Feng brought the killing star was because he was afraid that Lin Shiqing would be too worried, and now it seems that this is not a good idea. In Shaoxing's eyes, everyone on Earth except Yi Feng is probably like ants. Yi Feng shook his head. Without thinking too much, he said to Lin Shiqing, "You call someone to bring Zhang Kuei up. We still have something to talk about." "I'm fine, don't worry." Lin Shiqing nodded. At first, she was really worried about Yi Feng. After all, he ran away without saying a word. There was such a violent impact from not far away, and there was also a palpitating force from the void. Seeing that Yi Feng was fine now, she felt relieved. Lin Shiqing took out her mobile phone and started to contact the school doctor's office. The scene here made many people around want to watch it, but Yi Feng and Shaoxing didn't stay and left directly. Regarding the matter of world classification, Yi Feng finally figured it out in the following communication. For these questions of Yi Feng, Shaoxing was quite happy to answer them. According to the strength of each world, it is divided into 7 levels in total. For example, the Earth, such a world is a non-level world, not even the lowest 7th level world. The root cause, of course, is that people on Earth don't have elixir cores, so it's impossible to make any great achievements in cultivation. In terms of technology, the development time is too short, and it is impossible to compare with some powerful worlds that have developed technology for tens of thousands of years. Apart from the Earth, Yi Feng knew that places like the Immortal cultivation world were considered 7th-class worlds, and their characteristic was that although there was a relatively prosperous cultivation culture, none of them could reach the realm of 1,000 years of cultivation. Only now did Yi Feng know that no one in the world of cultivating immortals has reached the 1,000-year cultivation level. Really weak. Some people have reached the realm of Taoism after 1,000 years of cultivation, but no one has reached the realm of immortality after 10,000 years of cultivation. According to their overall strength, they are divided into 3 world levels, 6th, 5th, and 4th. Only people who have reached the realm of immortality for 10,000 years can be promoted to the 3rd-class world. Among the many worlds, the total number of 3rd-class worlds is not too many, and the Sky Realm where the Sky Clan is located is just one of them, and the Soul Realm where Killing Star is located is also a 3rd-class world. Some people become immortals, but not many people become immortals. The strength of the 2nd-class and 1st-class worlds above the 3rd-class world is simply unimaginable. Anyone with a little strength can obliterate the entire world of 4, 5, 6, 7, and 7 classes. Among them, the headquarters of the Dragon Sword Inheritance is in a 2nd-class world, where there are many immortal cultivators, and the Dragon Sword Inheritance is just one of the forces in that 2nd-class world. Of course, in that 2nd-class world, Dragon Sword Inheritance also belongs to the top forces. Above the 2nd-class world is the most powerful 1st-class world. In the 1st-class world, even the cultivators in the realm of immortality can only be regarded as ordinary strong people. Measure has even survived for millions of years. Among the 7th-tier worlds, the higher the world, the stricter the entry restrictions. It is very difficult for people in the 3rd-class world to go to the 2nd-class or 1st-class world, but if you are a person in the 1st-class world, you can enter any world you want. Every world has corresponding space barriers. The higher the level of the world, the higher the strength of the space barrier. If you only master the power of the mysterious space, it is impossible to enter the 3rd-level world. Because of this, it is very easy for cultivators in the 3rd-class world to master the power of the mysterious space. In the 3rd-class or above world, there are stronger spatial powers everywhere, which makes it much easier for immortal cultivators to comprehend. The soul world where the killing star is located, and the sky world where the sky clan is located are both 3rd-class worlds. According to the division method, Shaoxing said, Yifeng knew that the immortal cultivation realm was the lowest 7th-tier world. Although the overall strength of the royal clan realm was slightly stronger than the immortal cultivation realm, it was not much stronger, and belonged to the 6th-tier world category. In Star Refining Valley, which is stronger than Royal Realm, there are already a lot of cultivators who have cultivated for thousands of years and have attained the Tao realm in that world, so they should belong to the 5th-class world. Yifeng is still not sure how strong the Shadow Realm is, which is stronger than Star Refining Valley, but if he thinks about it, it is either a 4th-class world or a 3rd-class world. With such a grading, Yifeng has a much better understanding of the composition of the entire world, and he really has to thank this killing star. However, it is worth noting that in addition to these ordinary cultivation worlds, there are also some worlds that focus on technology, which can also have very strong strength. If the Earth is given 10,000 years, the Earth will probably be like this at that time, but at present, the technology on the Earth is still too weak. With the words of killing the star, Yifeng finally knew that Dragon Sword Inheritance was not the strongest in this world, but only the top power in the 2nd-class world. However, according to Shaoxing, the top forces in the 2nd-tier world are enough to be among the top in the 1st-tier world, but at that level, some top forces would rather stay in their own 2nd-tier world than break into the 1st-tier world. World Go. Firstly, there is no need for that, since the 2nd-class world can obtain the most resources of natural materials and earthly treasures. Why bother to go to the 1st-class world? The second is that after the past, it is generally not welcomed, and it is easy to be squeezed out. A more appropriate approach is to guide the world you are in to promote it to a 1st-class world. According to Shaoxing, Dragon Sword Inheritance has no intention of expanding the world in which it lives, but only focuses on improving the strength of its own forces. Just like Yifeng, the current Yifeng only focuses on improving the strength of the people on Peach Blossom Island, but he doesn't care about the development of the whole Earth. The Dragon Sword Inheritance is almost like this in the 2nd-class world where it is located. So in this world, although Dragon Sword Inheritance is only in the 2nd-class world, it is already a top power in the world. Dragon Sword Inheritance, you can treat it as a sect, but it is different from ordinary sections. Shaoxing and Yifeng stood on the roof of the tallest building in Yenqing University, looking into the distance, and came from his spiritual sense, every 1,000 years, Dragon Sword will choose a new person to be the sword holder. The trainees of the Sword Inheritance are competing to become the heirs of the Dragon Sword Inheritance, rather they are competing for the position of the sword holder. Because the plasticity of newcomers is the strongest, Dragon Sword Inheritance is not satisfied with the status quo, and is determined to let each generation have a genius-like figure, leading Dragon Sword Inheritance to a higher position, and you, now get at this opportunity. Passing on the idea of killing the star god, he turned his head to look at Yifeng, and smiled softly, with your talent, you really deserve this opportunity. Young man, work hard. As for the matter of the Sky Clan, since I told you after all this, the seniors of the Dragon Sword Inheritance must have known about it, so you just wait for the investigation and evidence collection. Before this, people from the Sky Clan will never attack you. These words made Yifeng feel at ease. The Sky Clan, at best, is a major group in the 3rd-tier world, and compared with the top power in the second-tier world, Dragon Sword Inheritance, their strength is still far behind. Since Dragon Sword Inheritance found out that the other party was playing tricks on Yi Feng, it is certain that the young man from the Sky Clan would be disqualified as an inheritor. There might even be other means, but Yi Feng doesn't need to understand this. All he knew was that there was finally one less competitor for his Dragon Sword Inheritance. After understanding the rules of world classification, Yi Feng suddenly felt a little excited. In a more advanced world, what kind of cultivation level do the cultivators there have, and what kind of immortal techniques do they know? How strong is an existence that has been cultivated for thousands of years and has become an immortal? And outside of planets like the Earth, is there any other life in the same universe? Are other worlds also composed of such planets? All of this will be known only after Yi Feng comprehends the power of mysterious space. At that time, he will be able to freely shuttle between all 4, 5, 6, and 7 worlds. Worlds above the third class have powerful space barriers, and it is impossible to enter them after comprehending the power of mysterious space. Unless, through some other special methods. For example, now, Shaoxing has only comprehended the power of mysterious space. He wants to return to the third-class world he is in, the soul world, only through the imprint engraved in his soul. This marked that he belonged to the soul world, so he only needed to activate the power of the mysterious space to pass through the space barrier and return to the soul world. On the rooftop of the tallest building in Yanqing University, Shaoxing smiled slightly and patted Yi Feng on the shoulder, his whole figure turned into nothingness again. He is a soul cultivator, who comes and goes without a trace, and has no fixed form. Yi Feng could feel that a burst of space power condensed above his head, and then quickly disappeared. Shaoxing, a handsome young man who could be regarded as Yi Feng's friend, had returned to his soul world. Yi Feng didn't think much, turned and left. The matter is settled, it's time to quickly absorb the power of emotion, to gather the heart of the dragon. Killing Star would say so much to him because he might get the inheritance of the dragon's sword, or in other words, he might be the next sword holder of the inheritance of the dragon's sword. If Yi Feng fails to compete for the inheritance of the dragon's sword, it is conceivable that Shaoxing will ignore him in the future. After all, from what Shaoxing knows so much, his status is unusual in the soul realm. I am afraid that his status in the soul realm is equivalent to that of the young master of the Sky Clan in the Sky Realm. If you don't have enough status, people will take a look at you. Fortunately, Yi Feng felt the dragon heart in his body. After absorbing so much emotional power along the way, the second change of dragon heart is not far away. At this time, within Dragon Sword Inheritance, the investigation into the matter of the Sky Clan has been completed. The Firmament Realm violated the inheritance competition rules and disqualified Songxing, the young master of the Firmament Clan. From the highest level of the Dragon Sword Inheritance, there was an order: in the next 10,000 years, all people from the Sky Realm are not allowed to step into the Dragon Sword Realm, and those who violate it will be killed. After receiving this order from the upper echelon, the Blood Soul Dragon immediately started to take action, erasing the inheritance qualification of Songxing, the young master of the Sky Clan. Unexpectedly, the common people have already gone through the 7th experience, and they fell short because of this. What a pity, the people of the Sky Clan are really stupid. The Blood Dragon felt a little regretful. According to the results of the investigation, Songxing, the young master of the Zhangqiang clan, knew nothing about the fact that the family sent people to deal with other inheritors. After all, the Sky Clan is also afraid that this kind of behavior will cause a change in his mind after the common people know about it. But now, paper can't hold fire. Although the Blood God Dragon has helped Yi Feng a lot, but these are all within reason. The Blood Soul Dragon has also given a lot of help to Songxing, the young master of the Sky Clan. Moreover, the Blood Soul Dragon's optimism towards common people is higher than Yi Feng's. After all, common people's starting point is many levels higher than Yi Feng's. Unexpectedly, it was ruined by the stupid Songqiong people now. The anger of that young man and Songxing will probably burn into the entire firmament realm. The blood dragon shook his head regretfully. At the same time, the souls of the other dragons in the Dragon Sword's tomb were also somewhat regretful. That common man is a talented person, but it's a pity that the family he belongs to is too stupid. Yifeng didn't know how the Dragon Sword inheritance dealt with the Sky Clan, but from what Shaxing said, Yifeng also knew that the Sky Clan might not have a good time. Although the Sky Clan belongs to a third-class world compared to the current Yifeng, their strength is much stronger than him. However, he doesn't need to worry about this aspect. Dragon Sword inheritance, as the top force in the second-class world, will definitely be able to subdue the Sky Clan. The people of the Sky Clan would never have imagined that spending money to invite someone from the Soul Realm to kill Yifeng would turn into this kind of result, but it can't be blamed on Shaxing. Who let the people of the Sky Clan use their brains first? It is impossible for the Songqiong clan, who have been targeted by the Dragon Sword inheritance, to find trouble in the Soul Realm now, unless they are too impatient to live. The Sky Tribe falsely reported the difficulty of killing the target, and almost killed the young master, Shaxing of the Soul Realm. After Shaxing left, Yifeng took the elevator down to the rooftop, and after sweeping his consciousness, he found Lin Shiqing, who was at the school gate. Zhang Kuei was stared at by Shaxing just now, and his whole body was shrouded in cold air. Fortunately, Shaxing had no killing intent, otherwise Yan Dake would have died. It seems that in the future, we should not allow existences such as killing stars to come to public places. Yifeng thought in his heart and shook his head. He didn't expect that someone would show up to provoke at that time. Isn't this courting death? There is no shortage of people who take the initiative to seek death in this world. Lin Shiqing was standing at the school gate, and just as she called a group of students to send Zhang Kuei to the 120 ambulance, she found that Yifeng came behind her without a sound. "Hey, have you negotiated with that person?" Lin Shiqing turned around and asked, casually. She didn't ask what the identity of that handsome young man was, she just wanted to know if Yifeng had settled the matter. She knew that it was inconvenient for Yifeng to tell her about some things, and she would not ask casually. "It's settled. I'll talk about it with you later. Now I need your help." Yifeng sent a voice transmission directly to Lin Shiqing, and blinked his eyes by the way. Lin Shiqing glanced back at the ambulance, and felt that Zhang Kuei inside the ambulance was fine, so she nodded, took Yifeng's arm sideways, turned and left, leaving only a beautiful smile for everyone at the school gate. Slender figure. Near Yanqing University, Yanqing is a place with a very high population density. Yifeng came near this place, absorbing emotional power faster than he expected. In addition to the previous accumulation in other places, the second change of Shenlong's heart is imminent. Therefore, Yifeng wanted Lin Shiqing to find him a quiet place where no one would disturb him, so that he could break through the second transformation of the dragon heart. What Yifeng asked Lin Shiqing to do was not to find a place, but to watch and not let others approach. Finding a place can be done with a sweep of Yifeng's spiritual sense, so why ask for help? Soon, Yifeng came to a laboratory building on the campus of Yanqing University that few people usually go to, and asked Lin Shiqing to guard the door and not let anyone enter for the time being. With Lin Shiqing guarding her, there is absolutely no problem. Yifeng entered it, randomly picked an empty classroom, and felt the emotional power gathered from all directions, which had already begun to have an impact on Shenlong's heart. The second level of change seems to require more emotional strength than the first level of change. It seems that the further you go, the more difficult it is. Yifeng thought in his heart. He didn't pay much attention to it, judging from the situation at Yanqing University today. Even if the emotional strength required for each level of change is increasing, it is only a matter of time before he completes the 9 levels of change. According to the growth rate of the second stage and the first stage, the time for him to complete the transformation of the 9th stage is no more than 2 months. And this was already the fastest way he could think of. Although the Earth is still a non-hierarchical world, it has the advantage of a large population density. Soon, the emotional power absorbed by Yifeng was gradually refined by the dragon heart. That shadowless and invisible heart of the dragon quickly refined the emotional power into pure power, and removed all kinds of emotional magazines, and completely absorbed the rest. Puff! A faintly visible long white dragon appeared in Yifeng's dantian, surrounding the Dan core, and slowly appeared. This is the body of a long dragon. It's just that this long dragon's body is not only without dragon claws, dragon scales, longan eyes, etc., but even its whole body is blurred. The second change of the dragon heart seems to have come to an end, and the appearance of the white dragon's shadow made Yifeng feel that the power of any fairy technique he used had increased by several %. In other words, if the dragon heart undergoes 9 changes, it will become a complete dragon, entrenched in my pale core. Yifeng guessed that by that time, the power of the swordsmanship and fairy art he used would definitely be several times stronger than it is now. After the second change was over, Yifeng felt that his state of mind had also faintly changed. In fact, just before, when seeing Zhang Kuei looking for trouble, Yifeng didn't have too many emotional fluctuations. Obviously, the change of Shenlong's heart will make his state of mind become more and more calm. And this point will become more important in the more advanced battles in the future. It took several hours for Yifeng's dragon heart to undergo the second change, but he himself did not notice it. When he woke up, he only felt that a moment had passed, but in fact the sky outside had gradually dimmed. Yifeng's consciousness swept away, and Lin Shiqing was still standing at the door, but now there was someone else standing with her. Linde? Yifeng was a little embarrassed. He didn't know how long this father-in-law had been here. If he stood here for too long, Yifeng would feel sorry for him. He probably knew that Lin Dedian would come to this place now, and he must have come to look for him, Yifeng. Yifeng tidied up his attire, then walked towards the door of the laboratory building, ready to see his father-in-law. Yanqing University, at the entrance of the laboratory building. Lin Shiqing blocked Yifeng all day and did not let anyone enter Yifeng's classroom to disturb him, but when it was almost evening, Lin Dedian came to the door in person. This made Lin Shiqing a little unexpected. What was it that made Lin Dedian come to the door in person? Could it be that the country wants Yifeng to do something else? Lin Shiqing chatted with Lin Dedian for a while, but Lin Dedian didn't say anything important to her, which made Lin Shiqing a little unhappy. My father wanted to talk to Yifeng about something, but he didn't tell me about it. Lin Shiqing felt that she was one of Yifeng's closest people after all. Among the things Yifeng knew, there were very few things she didn't know. Unexpectedly, her father was hiding it from her now. In fact, it's not that Lin Dedian doesn't want to say something to Lin Shiqing, it's that this will make Lin Dedian very embarrassed. If she told Lin Shiqing about this, Lin Shiqing would definitely be on Yifeng's side, not on his and the country's side. Soon Yifeng came out and saw Lin Shiqing and Lin Dedian father and daughter who were whispering. Yifeng was a little funny, the whispers between the two could not escape his perception. What they were discussing was nothing more than the relationship between Yifeng and Lin Shiqing. For example, the two should be able to discuss now, when will the wedding be held? For this question, Lin Shiqing didn't know how to answer. She was a little embarrassed, but anyway, she knew that there might not be time for a wedding in the near future. Lin Dedian probably didn't know, Yifeng is currently experiencing the experience of inheriting the dragon's sword. How can he have time for a wedding or something? But Yifeng felt that right now he was concentrating the dragon heart. If everyone agrees, it would be fine to hold a wedding with Lin Shiqing. Of course, everyone agrees with what Yifeng refers to, including Long Wanner, Su Menghan and others. If you want to get married, you can't just marry Lin Shiqing. If this is the case, the workload will be a bit heavy. The most important thing is that there are too many rules in the world. If you hold a wedding with several women at the same time, you may not be able to prepare for it even in a month or two. What's more, if that's the case, Yifeng is busy preparing for the wedding, so he may not have so much time to absorb emotional power, which is not beneficial to the condensing of Shenlong's heart. Yifeng shook his head, and walked in front of the Lin family's father and daughter in 2 or 3 steps. "Hello, Uncle Lin." Yifeng waved his hand to say hello. "Hey, Xiaoya." Lin Dedian immediately turned his head to the side, laughed, and patted Yifeng on the shoulder. "It seems that you have been getting busier recently? After finally coming back, why don't you come to the Lin's house to have a look?" "Isn't this too contemptuous of you, Uncle Lin?" Where? Yifeng quickly explained, "Even if you don't come today, I still want to visit Uncle Lin with Sister Lin." This is not a compliment, but he originally thought so. He only rescued Obi last night. Regarding the matter of the Miao family, Yifeng, of course, wanted to figure it out as soon as possible. However, Lin Dedian didn't care about the veracity of these words. Instead he grasped a title in Yifeng's words, and said seriously, "Xiaoya, now that you and Shiqing raw rice are cooked, you didn't think about it. How to call her? This is not good." It turned out that it was Yifeng who said Sister Lin, which made Lin Dedian feel uncomfortable. Come to think of it, his daughter has put her whole body and soul into you, yet you still call her Sister Lin. Is that plausible? Forehead. Yifeng didn't think much about this question. When they were alone together, Yifeng always called her wife. Now since Lin Dedian asked, Yifeng had to think of a title. Looking at Lin Shiqing's expression, she stared at Yifeng curiously, as if she was looking forward to it. "Shiqing, Uncle Lin, let's go home and talk about something, how about it?" Yifeng wiped his forehead and simply treated them equally. Anyway, he called Long Wanner and Su Menghan by their names, and he didn't have any nicknames. Lin Dedian was still a little dissatisfied when he heard the word poetry in Yifeng's mouth, but at least it was not as unacceptable as calling Sister Lin. Let's go home first." Lin Dedian smiled and patted the shoulders of the two of them again. In any case, the current situation of Hua country, or the entire earth, is closely related to Yifeng, a key figure. Although he is the leader of Hua country, Lin Dedian has no way to do anything to Yifeng. Moreover, now Lin Dedian still has something to ask Yifeng. Yanjing, the villa park where the Lin family is located. Yifeng and Lin Shiqing sat in Lin Dishan's car and returned to the villa area when the sky was getting dark. Yifeng hadn't been to this place too many times, and even if he did, he didn't have a good impression. But for Lin Shiqing, this is the place where she grew up. In recent days, when she was in Yanjing, she also lived in the Lin family's villa park. The three of them got out of the car at the entrance of the meeting hall. Yifeng's spiritual sense swept the surroundings. Obediently, he found that all the people from the Lin family who were supposed to come in the meeting hall had arrived. This battle, it looks like they are going to announce the relationship between Yifeng and Lin Shiqing with everyone? Through Lin Shiqing's mouth, Yifeng still knew that apart from Lin Dedian and Lin Hongchuan, not many people in Yanjing knew about their relationship. Unexpectedly, now, Lin Dedian is going to announce the news. Yifeng didn't think much about it. With so many people in the conference hall, it was impossible for Lin Dedian to discuss confidential information with him. There are some things that people from the Lin family are not necessarily qualified to know. The three stepped up the steps and quickly opened the door. When the figures of the three appeared in front of everyone in the meeting hall, the whispers that had originally existed in the meeting hall suddenly fell silent. Yifeng scanned the meeting room and found that the main figures of the Lin family were probably here. In addition to Lin Dedian, who entered the meeting hall with Yifeng, Lin Rentian from Yanjing No. 1 Court, and Lin Jitian, Lin Dishan's elder brother, whom Yifeng had little contact with, were also there. As for Lin Hongchuan, let alone, this old man directly sat on the main seat in the meeting hall. The younger generation also came, Lin Xuanhuan, Lin Xiuwu, Lin Jiqing, etc., all sat upright, looking at Yi Feng, Lin Shiqing, and Lin Dedian at the door with some surprise. Uncle Lin Dedian gathered them together and said that there was something important to announce tonight. Could it be that this matter was related to Lin Shiqing and Yi Feng? Soon their guess was confirmed. Okay everyone, please wait until now. As soon as Lin Dedian entered the door and faced many people from the Lin family, he immediately took the hands of Yi Feng and Lin Shiqing with a smile, and then put their hands together. The news I want to announce today is that Shiqing and Lin Shiqing Xiaoya's matter. This matter is a bit sudden, but everyone should be able to understand it. Suddenly, indeed very suddenly, if Yi Feng hadn't appeared in front of them now, these members of the Lin family would have almost forgotten about this young man who once made a scene in Yanjing. Yi Feng actually appeared in front of them again. Not only that, but as soon as this kid appeared, he seemed to take Lin Shiqing away, directly. What is going on? A while ago, Lin Shiqing often played about missing things. They were still guessing whether they were engaged in some kind of underground love affair, but now it seems that it is so. In the eyes of everyone in the Lin family, Yi Feng had indeed disappeared for a long time. The ordinary Lin family is not qualified to know about Taohua Island. The entire Lin family is qualified to know about the affairs of the martial arts world, only Lin Dedian, Lin Hongchuan, and Lin Jitian. Lin Dedian is the leader of the country, Lin Hongchuan is the old man, and Lin Jitian is the current high-level military and a pillar of the Lin family. Because of this, when Lin Dedian said these words, everyone in the Lin family's meeting room widened their eyes and stared at Yi Feng and Lin Shiqing at the door. Yi Feng and Lin Shiqing walked into the conference hall together, and Lin Dedian took his hand and came here for a while. Even with their psychological quality, they couldn't help but be taken aback. What the hell is Lin Dedian doing? Just find a time to tell the relationship between the two of them. Why bother to introduce them to the Lin family so grandly? Haha, this is a good thing, what do you think? No matter what the others are, anyway, the old man Lin Hongchuan immediately clapped his hands and applauded. While laughing, he stood up and clapped his hands non-stop, and at the same time, cast warning eyes towards other people in the meeting hall. If you want to say who is the most majestic in the entire Lin family, it is undoubtedly the old man Lin Hongchuan, because Lin Dedian and Lin Jitian, the most powerful members of the Lin family, respect Lin Hongchuan extremely. With Lin Hongchuan's words, all the people in the field came to their senses and clapped their hands one by one. My niece and Xiaoya are really talented and beautiful. They are a match made in heaven. It's really gratifying to be together now. That's right. I thought for a long time that my cousin would definitely find a dragon among men to be her boyfriend, and now I see that it is indeed so. A group of people may be a little insincere, but on the surface they are all flattering Lin Hongchuan, clapping their hands together with the old man. Brother Yi. The young man sitting on the second seat beside him, Lin Xuanhuan, took this opportunity to wave to Yi Feng and greeted him with some excitement. Ever since Lin Xuanhuan was healed of the head injury by Yi Feng a long time ago, he has always admired Yi Feng, but it's a pity that this kid rarely sees Yi Feng's face. Therefore, he and Yi Feng's best friend, Obi, became quite good friends instead. Obi's business in the secular world is much smoother because of Lin Xuanhuan's presence. Seeing Lin Xuanhuan say hello, Yi Feng also smiled back, and did not neglect this guy. After all, Yi Feng also knew that this kid took good care of Obi on weekdays. With the relationship between the Lin family and Yanjing, Obi has a lot of convenience in the process of doing business, and isn't Obi doing business just to make money for Yi Feng? Lin Xuanhuan's elder brother, Lin Xiuwu, was formerly the head of the 4th Guard Regiment of the garrison. He once went to Yanjing with Yi Feng to carry out a secret mission. That time was also the only close contact between Lin Xiuwu and Yi Feng. At that time, the abandoned factory was detonated by explosives. If Yi Feng hadn't thrown himself on Lin Shiqing to protect her, Lin Shiqing would have been reduced to ashes long ago. It was from that time that Lin Shiwu always felt that Yifeng was not simple, but until now, he has been promoted 2 ranks, but he is still not qualified to have access to some information about Yifeng. Yifeng was still shrouded in mist in Lin Shiwu's eyes. Lin Shiwu always wanted to find out, but no matter what channels he tried to investigate Yifeng, he couldn't find any information about him. As for Lin Shiqing, he would not easily tell others about Yifeng. Even if it is my cousin, I can't tell it easily. Anything related to cultivation and other worlds, not to mention the general public, will definitely cause a huge earthquake if it spreads to the ordinary army. You know, even some people from the National Security Bureau are not qualified to know about some things related to Yifeng. Regarding this matter, the authority of the National Security Bureau is much greater than that of the Yanjing Lin family. At this time, Lin Shiwu's eyes were burning, staring at Yifeng, as if he wanted to see the secret of him, but unfortunately, this guy's actions must be in vain. Everyone in the Lin family had different expressions, but one thing was the same, and that was the shock at Lin Dishan's sudden announcement. In astonishment, some people agreed, some sighed, and more people seemed to be watching the fun, applauding only for Lin Hongchuan. These, not only Yifeng and Lin Shiqing saw it, Lin Dedian even saw it, but of course there is no need to expose this kind of thing. Lin Dedian brought Yifeng and Lin Shiqing to meet many Lin family members today, just to inform the news, not to ask for their opinions. So no matter what they think, it has nothing to do with Lin Dishan's next actions. Daughter, you are here to talk with everyone. Xiaoya and I will go upstairs to the study to talk about something, and we will have dinner together later. Lin Dedian patted Lin Shiqing's shoulder and said calmly. Lin Shiqing nodded, yes. She glanced at Yifeng aside, blinked her eyes, then walked towards the meeting hall, ready to talk nonsense with many Lin family members. She knew that Lin Dedian asked Yifeng for nothing more than those few things. Yifeng had no choice but to absorb all kinds of emotional power from the entire Lin family, which made him quite useful. Judging from the average speed of the whole day today, the time for Shenlong's heart to undergo the 3rd change should be 3 days later. Yifeng followed Lin Dedian to a study on the 2nd floor of the conference hall. There is no need to prevent people from eavesdropping on their conversation. God knows that with Yifeng's method, it is impossible for people to eavesdrop on their conversation. Xiaoyi, sit down first, I'll let Lei Ming pour the tea. Lin Dedian tidied up the documents on the table and asked Yifeng to sit beside him. Yifeng didn't refuse, walked up to sit down, and asked bluntly, Uncle Lin, we don't need to beat around the bush anymore. If you want to ask anything, just ask. If you can tell, you will definitely tell. Lin Dedian was a little surprised that Yifeng was so direct, but he had experienced a lot of troubles anyway, so of course he would not be frightened by Yifeng. Lin Dedian smiled slightly, then I'll be straightforward. Xiaoya, the fragments of the cross-border teleportation array you donated to the country last time are very valuable. We have already researched some results and even touched the core part of it. It's a pity that the key parts of the fragments of the cross-boundary teleportation array were damaged, and we can't continue. When Yifeng heard this, Lin Dedian asked about this matter first. Sure enough, what the suzerain of Kunlun Mountain said was true. Huaguo really touched the core part of the technology of cross-border transmission. It's a pity that the current Yifeng can't help Huaguo to perfect this space technology. He didn't find other reasons, and before Lin Dedian finished speaking, he directly refused, Uncle Lin, I'm sorry. Regarding the matter of space transmission, I have the ability to help, but I can't. Lin Dedian was taken aback by Yifeng's sudden interruption, so he refused so directly? And I haven't found any other reasons, but just said that I have the ability to help, but I don't want to help. Lei Ming, the captain of the National Security Bureau, who had been promoted to a level, was pouring tea for the two of them. He was also surprised when he heard what Yifeng said. This kid, he was really decisive in refusing.